Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Del for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And another win to talk about for our Houston Astros. Bryce Matthews, 2 bombs, 5 RBIs, 5 of the 6. He looked great last night. He turned the double play, too, in that 6th inning when Colton Gordon was really struggling and gave up. Well, he was really struggling, and he turned that double play. I think it was the 6th. No, he got the first 2 outs. Maybe it was the 7th inning when Okert came in. Yeah, when Okert came in and gets the first guy on, and then the double play, and man, he just whipped that ball. Beautiful double play. Randall Grichuk was grounded into the double play. Lamar's own. You two grew up together, right?
No. Randall Grichuk a little early. He was on the great Lamar Little League team. So.
Yeah, I know. But you don't claim that? Isn't that your...
No, we didn't grow up together, but yeah, I claim him. Randall Randall Grichuk from Richmond Rosenberg, of course.
That's right. No. And Lamar Little League Baseball.
Yeah, that's right.
That's where isn't it like
yeah, it wasn't as good when I played there.
Isn't it Lance Zerline Field or something?
No, it should be Lupe Garza Field, if you want to know the truth.
Lupe Garza
Field. My coach, who used to have we used to have practices, like we'd have practices at 8:30 at night on a school night.
Oh yeah.
We'd have practices out in Crockett at Crockett, which is on the rough side of town. There's a baseball park with broken glass and needles. We'd practice on that, but so it's a little different. He'd have a cooler.
We did that too. My manager was divorced, so the only time he could see his kids was when we had Little League practice.
Was his name Buttermaker?
Yeah. He was, well, not really, but he wasn't as good as Buttermaker.
No, Lupe Garza had some Buttermaker tendencies, but he was a good coach. But Coach Garza had he had one cooler that was Sprite and Mr. Pibb, and the other cooler was Schlitz, and that was his.
Oh, nice. Let's not get away from where we're going here.
Bryce Matthews. It's the Bryce Matthews show.
Yeah, it was the Bryce Matthews game. Bryce Matthews forever. That's, hit 2 homers in his first game. That's his first multi-homer game. I don't know if I figured that out almost immediately because, well, it was his first 2 home runs.
I figured that was going to be the case.
So it was, and I just extrapolated first multi-homer game of his career. He's got a little ways to go to catch up to Bagwell and Altuve, but that was nice. I mean, the kid is taking advantage, right, of a situation. I love that these guys. Colton Gordon looked really good last night. I didn't realize this. Like, Colton Gordon never walks anybody. He gave up 2 walks last night, and it was like, holy crap, that doubles his output for the season.
Yeah.
He's given up more homers than walks this year.
No, he's been – I mean, Colton Gordon has been – of all those pitchers, he's the guy that has the best opportunity to stick around, potentially even this year. Now, if everybody comes back, but, McCullers versus Gordon is not really a contest right now.
No, okay. And I don't know if you
here's
saw.
Your new favorite game.
It is my favorite
game.
I don't know if you saw, but Garcia threw a couple innings.
I know.
Javier threw. Eric Getty.
Why don't you just call this the "How can I get rid of Lance McCullers" game?
No, I want to know what order, and I know what a lot of people's order is, but realistically, when let's say Eric Getty's first back. Who's out? It's got to be Gusto. Look we've gone to the second half of the season, and we've already started Brandon Walter and Colton Gordon.
Yeah.
Gusto has not started.
No, it's Gusto.
Right.
And everyone, the question is, the only reason you play this game is when does Lance McCullers go? It's the only reason anyone has any interest in this game. And I don't know if his spot is like Dusty or not. If it's Dusty, then he's not going, period. Dusty just rolls with vets, and that's it. I don't know if Dusty felt that way about Lance McCullers or not, but, in a general sense, that's the way it works. I don't know if his spot is different or not. I don't know how much pressure there would be from ownership or management to keep Lance in the lineup. I don't know. My guess is they're going to give him every possible chance.
Look, they've made some moves. The Jose Abreu move, it was overdue, but it was still a little surprising. that they would actually eat all that money. Now you've only got a year and a couple of months left on the McCullers deal. You've had patience. If Lance McCullers, let's say they come back in a month, somebody comes back, or two come back in a month,
right?
Let's say Lance McCullers doesn't have a decent outing by then.
Well, I mean, I don't know how you can keep I don't know how you can keep putting him out there. Then he's got to go to the bullpen.
Yeah, but even that. I mean, well, I guess there's guys in the bullpen that you would take out for him. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, you're not gonna. I'm just telling you.
I don't know. Sousa's looked really good. Okert has done a nice job.
Yeah, Ort's got an ERA in the high fives.
Yeah,
I mean, Ort's not been great.
He picked up the win the other night.
Somebody could end up on the injured list. Think could end up on the injured list. Who knows? But I just think this it feels like there's a countdown to people have a countdown for Lance being DFA'd. I think you're gonna all I think you're all gonna be very dissatisfied. He's not. They're not going to do that to a guy who has been here since the very beginning. It's just not happening.
Yeah.
They're not going to, that's an embarrassing thing. And I think it would take Lance being historically bad. I get that he's not been great at all. He's not been good. I shouldn't even say not been great. He's not been good for a while. He has been very good in very small stretches this year where we were talking about how dominant he was. But the fact is, and he didn't pitch last night, so we're just this is kind of an aside to the Bryce Matthews story yesterday. But I think Lance McCullers is just going to drift off into no man's land at some point. Lightly used long reliever when guys go 4 innings, starters go 4 innings, and then he'll be called on to go 2 innings. I think that's where he's headed. I just don't see him. These other pitchers look like they're coming around. It's pretty exciting. It's granted, they're not going to be here till August. So April all the way to August for our good friend Spencer Arrighetti. You've got Christian Javier, who we're hoping comes back and is a good player. Garcia. I'll just take 2. If we get 2 or 3, that's incredible. But they also need to be good versions of themselves. Do we just assume they're automatically coming back and balling? I don't know that we should do that.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's going to be hard to get your stuff, your control back. It's going to be hard to get your command. There's a lot to there. It's going to be even Arrighetti. He threw a couple of innings. It's going to be a little while. There's going to be 3 or 4 starts there in the minors before they bring him. I would imagine. And really, I mean, the guys, these guys. I was thinking about this. Whatever happens, man. The playoff shares for this team are going to be minuscule because there's like 55 guys to split it with right now. As many guys that have come up. I mean, how could you not give Walter? If somebody comes up and he's gone, or Colton Gordon is gone, they send him down to the minor leagues. Brian Gusto. I mean, all of these guys that deserve all of these. The Bryce Matthews, he comes up. They vote on playoff shares. I don't know how they can't give some of these guys or all of these guys because they played Zach Short. He's going to be gone when Pena comes back. At some point, somebody's going to be gone, right? If Zach Short is no longer here, what do you give him? He's had game-winning hits.
Dude, Will Greer just got a Super Bowl ring for Philadelphia.
Right.
I don't think he ever put a jersey on. Yeah, they're getting playoff shares. These guys have been integral parts for, Zach Short. I don't know how you handle guys like that. But the other pitchers you're talking about, yeah. They're gonna have more. They're gonna have more starts than the Christian Javier has this year.
Right? Exactly.
Last time I checked, Christian Javier's paycheck is pretty sweet.
Although they ain't going through that long postseason, the Astros are going to be in. Okay, this ain't a 2-game postseason this year. Just so you know.
Well, we'll see.
I was thinking,
if you go up against Scooble, you're going to be in trouble.
Oh, you ain't going to go up against Scooble right away. Scooble's going to
sure doesn't look like it.
Yeah. And I'd much rather have Scooble in a 7-game series than a 2-game series. Okay, let's do Scooble in a 7-game series. So we got the other pitchers too.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you this question: is there any point in over the next, let's say, a month when the guys get back that they don't go up to Lance McCullers and say, You sure you aren't fatigued? You sure your arm isn't tired?
No,
Sure?
I don't think so.
You sure?
Yeah, I
I
don't think
mean,
they asked
to
Lance
save some
McCullers to
face.
take a dive in the 5th round.
Are you sure?
Yeah, that's pretty. I mean,
I don't
that's
know.
that's you
Hey,
might as well
guys have
cut
been.
him, man.
That wouldn't be the first time guys have been asked to. Hey, are you sure? Hey, check your. What's
I
your
don't.
arm feel like?
Listen, this is a guy who gets made fun of and yelled at online every time
Because
he's hurt.
yeah,
I don't think
right,
that's one that you want to do that to him.
right.
I mean, I'd rather, if I'm Lance McCullers, I'd rather be ineffective than hurt again for the 7th time as an Astro. When I say 7th, I mean it's probably higher than that. That's just one guy that I wouldn't do that with, because that's, I mean, to me, Lance would almost come out publicly and say, "I'm not actually hurt. They asked me to do it at some point," because it's too embarrassing for him. Like, "Oh, he's hurt again." No, I'm not. They made me do this. I don't think he's the guy that you do that with. Maybe Ort's arm would feel sore.
Well, yeah, right. I mean, listen, that happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, for that level player,
to high
maybe
guys,
so.
you go on the DL.
I'm hoping he just comes out and has a good start the next time, so we can, if he's going to be on the roster, which I think he is, I want him to be functional as a reliever. I don't think starters like this is just too much, just too many issues for me to think he's going to be a viable starter. Certainly in the postseason, if you get to the postseason, God forbid you don't get the postseason, but if you do, I don't see how you could think he'd be viable as a starter at any point. So he's going to be on the bullpen. I don't think he would make the playoff roster, to be honest with you.
Lance? No. He certainly isn't going to start. And why would you put him in there as a reliever against? Unless he goes to the pen in next month and shows out.
Yeah, and that's why I think it's in his best interest moving forward to show he can get some innings in the pen, because when these other pitchers come back. Now, once again, I don't know what Christian Javier is going to look like. I don't know what Garcia or Arrighetti will look like. I'm hoping Javier's the player that they're paying a bunch of money for. I hope that it's that player that shows up, to be honest.
Yeah. A nice win yesterday. Nice job, Colton Gordon. Nice job. Christian Walker is hitting again, dude. Christian Walker hit 427 for a double last night. Holy crap, he crushed it. And then he crushed a base hit. I didn't think about that. I picked him for tonight to get a hit because he's back in, we didn't even talk about that yesterday. Tony Perez-Chica and Christian Walker returned to Arizona yesterday, and they got a nice response.
Did they? Dell wants to know if they got a special video.
They did. They actually did.
I would think Christian Walker. They asked Christian Walker about it.
Tony Perez-Chica got a nice tribute anyway.
Good. They asked Christian Walker about going back. He goes, it'll be nice to see the guys, and he said, but once that's out of the way, it's business.
Once it's out of the way, I'm going to destroy this baseball. He has turned it around, man. He has really, in July, he is the Christian Walker we thought we were going to see.
Yeah, it's been good.
This is what we thought Jose Abreu would do at some point. And, well, actually, Jose Abreu was good in his first playoff here. But this is the Christian Walker we thought we were going to get, and it is nice. It is nice to see. And he's caught a lot of crap, and rightfully so. His 600 OPS.
He hasn't been good.
Yeah, it hasn't been good, but it's good now. It sure is good now. All right, we're just getting it started here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Camp started up. We've got a lot of injury updates to talk about with your Houston Texans on the other side, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So there's different ways. If you're taking testosterone, there's different ways. You might, a lot of times you're going to build up your estrogen when you take testosterone. That just happens. It's just natural. So you got to take estrogen blockers. Well, instead of that, they have peptides at Game Day Men's Health that are fantastic, and they actually increase your free testosterone. For those of you who don't know about any of this stuff and it's like a foreign language to you, I'm just telling you it's different at Game Day Men's Health. There was only one option, and I've been doing this for a long time. There's only one option at the other places. Game Day Men's Health has already come up with 3 different options. And I'm going to be looking. I mean, it's just is so much better. I think they put so much more into it, and I think they're just so much better at this than the other guys are. I love my experience at Game Day Men's Health, and I hope that you will try it. Okay, if you're taking testosterone now, you feel like a number, walk in and get your shot, get out, and just pay me my money. That ain't the way they go about it at Game Day Men's Health. I love what they do. They got 11 locations around the city. I've named them. If you, I will continue to give out the locations. But here's the deal: I drive further now than I used to because I believe in Game Day Men's Health, and I hope you would too. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Find the location nearest you. Labs in every location. Free consultation. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm texting Billy Brown right now. I got an issue at the house, so Billy is back from a golf vacation where maybe some people died. That's how horrible Billy is. And I know he wasn't on a golf vacation. He took the kids. So, but if he was on a golf vacation, people could die. There's no question.
Who did you say?
Billy Brown.
Yeah, I got to tell you something, man. The Open, can we still call it the British Open, or will we get canceled?
No, it's the Open Championship or the Open.
I don't know why we have to. Why can't we say British Open anymore? Why do we change it?
They don't call it. Mama don't call it.
Why? Why?
Mama,
you still call people things that their moms don't
The
call them.
Redskins?
Yeah.
Well,
Mama don't call them that
our
anymore.
president said we can call them the Redskins. So,
well, if you're going to call them that, then you can say British Open.
okay.
That's
you can
how
say British. People know what you're talking
it's
about.
the British Open. Anyway,
okay.
After watching the British Open, I got hyped. So I went out yesterday and played a new course out in, well, it's not a new course, but new to me in Missouri City. And it hadn't been cut, because of the rain and everything. So it felt like a link style course.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Did you hit it good?
Well, I threw it good. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
That is so.
Yep. 18 holes too. So
It's
it was a real 18 holes.
This isn't.
I was 5 over.
There's nothing. He does a lot of embarrassing things, Del.
I was 5 over, but I'm going to tell you what, it was hot out there throwing it. I mean, it was hot.
Yeah,
on the 17th hole, I took my shirt off on the 17th hole. I'm like, I got to play the last two because I'd already poured water all over my head.
Playing frisbee golf with his shirt off.
Well, it's disc golf, but it was kind of a link style course. It was wide open and uncut. So
more embarrassing, this or when he says he can catch for 26 yards or baskets.
I should have known that this was going to be a talking point because we were both coming in at the same time today, and he held the door open.
You saw the
extended
move
his right arm to hold the door open, and then he started working it.
Yeah, working the right
I guess because it was
to
sore.
loosen it up.
I should have known.
I played 3 straight days after coming off an injury. I hadn't played for a month. 3 straight days. I'm feeling great. Thank you. Shout out to Apollo Physical Therapy, April and Sam. Get me right.
Oh, Lance is a barista too. Okay, all the Lances. You're a barista.
I'm not.
You don't play. You're on the injured list all the time.
I play. I'm constantly playing.
You and McCullers, the baristas. Yeah, team barista.
I also met like a 4-star recruit who's going to Texas A&M. He and his dad, Spencer Johnson's his dad. He played at Auburn, and he was a defensive tackle. This family is sharp. The kid is at Marshall. He's a quarterback at Marshall, and but he's going to be a quote unquote athlete at Texas A&M. So it's kind of one of those to be determined. He's 6'5", 235. 6'5", 235. So he's going to play some, slot tight end. He's going to play some quarterback. He's going to do all this.
He was
stuff.
Playing frisbee golf.
No. I met him at Apollo. I was went to my physical therapy yesterday. Anyway, I met the dad. A&M. He's committed to A&M, but now Auburn just made an offer to this kid, and the dad played football at Auburn. So you know how that's going to end up, we'll see how the dad handles, but the dad is super sharp. We were talking about and he's a former player, and he doesn't like how all this NIL stuff is going down. He doesn't like that. There's just no guardrails for anything, but he did say the same thing that I've heard others say is that, look, he said, you're not going to play. You are going to consider the money that someone is going to give you. It's not going to be the only thing. For him, he said it can't be the only thing. You have to like where you are.
Yeah.
But his son is going to classify as a junior. He's taken so many advanced classes that his son is going to classify as a junior when he steps on campus.
That's right.
And I said, "Oh, what is he going to do?" He goes, "Well, he's going to get his master's. Is what he's going to do. He's going to take this opportunity to get through school and get his master's." Yeah, I was super impressed. I was like, "This is very similar to my kids, only extraordinarily different."
Oh, yeah. Did you see the numbers? A&M handed out $51 million from July 1st to June 30th this year. 49 went to men and 2 went to women. Mm-hmm. And did you see? Well, we got so much to talk about.
Well, they had to pay. Like I think I told y'all this on the air. They had to pay. They had to pay all their money off before July 1st.
Yeah, right. And
all the money that was due, they had to pay it because a new thing was put in place. Now, what has happened is they paid everyone in advance, and now they're just crossing fingers that everyone lives up to their end of the bargain.
So we talked about what the tease was. We were going to talk about Texans and injuries. So Christian Harris looks like a full go, which is going to be
supposedly
nice. He's got Dr. Speed came in, and Dr. Speed, I think, helped Christian Harris.
Dr. Speed is also known as EJ Speed from the Colts.
Right. But he
former
made
starter.
Christian Harris feel better.
Former starter with the Colts, who, by the way, he's going to be a factor on this team. The guy can run. He can play special teams. He can. EJ Speed is someone you should pay attention to. You and I haven't talked about him one time. We really should, because EJ Speed could be Christian Harris. If Christian Harris doesn't play the role of Christian Harris, then they will bring in EJ Speed to play that superhero.
I think Christian Harris is going to get every opportunity, but Christian Harris has missed too much time.
EJ Speed is like an actor in a soap opera.
Yes.
Today, the role of Christian Harris is being played by EJ Speed.
And they tell you that at the beginning of the episode.
So you're not shocked by what's going on.
That's how I know your mom used to watch stories.
Yeah,
your mom had stories because
we didn't watch stories at my house.
We watched stories when I was a kid, and so I knew that like, oh my God, Patch is different, or Kayla's different, or Don Craig is different, whatever from Days of Our Lives, whatever.
Yeah, we didn't watch that.
Yeah.
So Christian Harris is a go, which is nice. It looks like most everybody back. Well, we should just start with the guys that aren't. Tank is in. It looks like Tank's going to start on the IR, and he's going to be gone for the whole season.
Yeah, that's what
Jimmy
it looks
Ward.
like.
Jimmy Ward is hurt. Will not start training camp, and is facing a suspension when he comes back.
Yeah. Well,
it looks like the.
Is this all that's going to happen? Does Jimmy have more things to worry about than just the suspension?
Yeah, Jimmy has. What is I have the injury? I have.
Well, when I say that is
there's
not legal. I mean, there's still legal issues at hand.
Oh yeah. Well, it looks like. I mean, even the county attorney says it looks like Jimmy is going to be vindicated. So we'll see. We'll see about that, but he's still facing a league suspension. We'll see about that. And more than likely is going to face something. So that's a real probability. But Jimmy Ward is not healthy yet. Jimmy Ward is not going to be there. So this is going to be C.J. Gardner-Johnson was a nice pickup. Kalen Bullock is going. Jalen Petrie, you're pretty strong there. Jalen Reed, you're pretty strong at the position.
Yeah, but it's a rookie. Jalen Reed is
I know,
but
Jalen Reed is probably going to see the field a little bit. We saw Bullock.
He's kind of a box player.
You're pretty deep though.
Yeah, it's not bad. You're just not super experienced. It really depends on how they handle Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, how he plays and where. Like, I'm really legitimately. I really wish I could ask. I guess if I just go out to practice, I could ask. I just don't know if I would get the answer. But I wonder how they're going to handle Jalen Petrie, because I think ultimately Jalen Petrie being a rover down low, being kind of a robber in a robber role where he plays down. He's not somebody that needs to be in deep space covering. And he's probably in a good role where he is the nickel, because they like to use him as a force player against the run. But realistically in coverage, I mean, I'd much rather see Chauncey Gardner-Johnson in that role and have Petrie just guarding tight ends and guarding, small space and down in the low zone. Yeah, 100%. So I don't know if that's how they plan on playing him or not, because that, to me, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, you want him doing the cover stuff against the more impressive slot receivers as opposed to Jalen Petrie. That, to me, that's a non-issue. You got to do that.
Ward had off-season foot surgery that he's recovering from. He's progressing nicely, but it doesn't look like he's going to be ready for the start of camp. And then we'll find out about the other issues that he is having. It looks like Joe Mixon is on his way. He was seen in a booth this offseason, but he looks like he is going to be fine. Christian Harris is going to be fine for the start of camp, is what it looks like. For the most part, they're pretty healthy. For the most part, they're getting guys back. Nico Autry is going to be back. Damian Pierce is going to be back. He didn't do anything in the offseason. Trent Brown has been cleared. This is funny. Aaron Wilson wrote this. Meanwhile, Texans veteran offensive tackle Trent Brown was recently medically cleared to resume football activities by Dallas Cowboys team doctor Dan Cooper.
Huh.
Now what now?
Well, I guess that means he was in.
He couldn't go. He couldn't go to the Texans until he was cleared by the Cowboys.
Did he not even check in with the Astros to see if he could come back?
I don't
with
know.
their
He
team
should check.
doctors?
I don't want him checking in with you. I'd much rather he goes to the Cowboys to find
Yeah,
out.
I would too.
Did you see Isak Paredes couldn't even get home to get his hamstring looked at? He had flight problems in Seattle. So yeah, Joe Espada said yesterday, listen, he wasn't able to make it home. They're in Arizona while Isak is still in Seattle because he couldn't the flight messed up on him.
How bad is this flight?
I have no idea, but apparently he's behind now, which is great because you don't need Isak back anytime soon,
No,
or Jeremy, or Jordan, or anybody. Driving me nuts. They're driving me nuts. Okay, so there's our update as we start camp. It looks like guys are going to be healthy. It'll be interesting to see. Let's talk about that running back spot with the addition of Nick Chubb, with Woody, with Damian Pierce. We'll talk running backs on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, we're talking about HR&P. We're talking about being good employees. And if you don't have good employees, I mean, we've had some HR issues at the station, right? So we've had to call in. We've had to call up HR&P, and HR&P is there for us. So that's what, and we got a one-person HR and payroll department. That's Laura. Okay. We have an HR issue with someone. Laura calls HR&P. HR&P handles that. We have a payroll issue with someone. Not a problem. The employees can call. Everybody has HR&P's number, and you can call directly and take care of your problem. Not a problem. It's not a problem. And HR&P, I'm the only one really. I don't know. There might have been other people that have had payroll issues. It comes in perfectly every time, unless you screw up how much you want deducted from your paycheck, which I did the whole thing, which was stupid. But neither here nor there. You've got HR&P on your side. HR&P has all of these different clients, and yet you get personalized service. Every single one, every single person gets. Every single client has personalized service. That's great. It's unbelievable. It really is how they're able to handle all of that. And here's the thing: they do payroll perfectly. So there's very little of that going on. That's the thing about HR&P. HR&P is going to handle your issues better than you can because you don't know the payroll and HR game. They do. They're great at it. You're not. Let them do it for you. If you've been thinking about this, just find out. Let them come and give you a free consultation. HRP.net, 281-880-6525 or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros win 6-3. The breakout game last night. I mean, what a nice job by Bryce Matthews coming in, a young guy, his first weeks in the big leagues, and he comes up with a game like that with 5 RBIs, 2 homers, 5 RBIs. Just fun. Colton Gordon did a nice job too. Chas McCormick laid down a beautiful bunt. He had a couple of hits. That's nice to see. He also caught a ball in center field, a diving catch in center field, and then thought there were 3 outs, but there were only 2, and the run scored from third, even though Corbin Carroll would have scored anyway. That's not a good look for Chas. Chas, keep your head in the game. You haven't been around long enough to be making mistakes like that. So Joe Mixon looks like he's back. Nick Chubb, Woody Marks, Damian Pierce. Oh, and Dare. What does the running back position look like to you this year? Is he even there? Where is he? Dell, oh my gosh. I mean, I'm just looking at the screen now. There's an empty seat, Dell, that I'm looking at. How is that? How does that happen?
I would have told you, but I was on the phone answering a call from a person who wants to get on the air. How it happens is he left 30 seconds before the show was coming back and just walked out. That's how it happened. Like he waited all break and then left 30 seconds before. And the door is opening as we speak. He's coming back right now.
Okay. All right. That's a good time to leave. Right before the show's coming back. So Mixon, Chubb. I don't even know who's third. Dare? Is Dare third? Is Pierce third? Is Marks in the mix? There is this running back situation.
We got a real battle.
Yeah. Joe Mixon's not going to take on the huge role that he took on last year.
I wouldn't think so.
No, not with Nick Chubb sitting there.
No.
I
hope Chubb still has something.
Oh my gosh, if he does.
Oh, I hope he has
that
something.
one too. How about that one too? The way that Joe played last year, he was pro. We made the Pro Bowl, didn't he?
Yeah, dude. Nick, he was good.
He was really good. But you know what? He got hurt, missed 3 games with the high ankle because of the illegal tackle that wasn't illegal, that wasn't penalized, but it was.
What game was that? Do you remember?
The Bears. That was the second game of the
second
year.
Game?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's not going to take. You know what? He might even be fresher this year. He might be stronger this year.
You know, I'm looking at his last few games, and he had 100 yards against the Chargers, and then in the next week he had 88 yards on 18 carries. I mean, he had two good games in the playoffs. At the end of the year, well, they didn't really have to do it. He had
a big game against the Colts. He had a big game against the Cowboys.
He did nothing against the Titans. 5 carries for 23 yards and 9 for 26.
They didn't need him, though.
Right. So that's but
I don't even know if he did even play much. How many? 5 carries, yeah.
I mean, in his first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 100-yard games in his first 12 games. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I take it back. 10. 7 out of his first 10 games were 100-yard games. That is super strong.
Yeah.
You know, that is really, really strong. And in those games, he had 10 touchdowns. I take it back. 11 touchdowns in those 10 games. I mean, 11 rushing touchdowns, 12 total. That's really good.
So, you know, not just a fantasy focus here, but I wonder with the addition of Chubb if he's going to be able to maintain those kind of numbers. If, you know, because is he going to get fewer chances than he had last year? Now, he didn't play in some games. I'm talking about per game.
Well, John, he was hitting, listen to these numbers, 30 carries in game 1. Now, after the Bears game, let's go to the next game he was in, which was New England. 13 for 102, then
Yeah, but he just
26.
yeah.
I know, then 26, 25, 24, 25, 20. I know that for some of you may think, yeah, it sounds normal. That's actually not normal. Those are really high numbers for NFL running backs. 20, if you think about 20 carries a game, 20 carries a game is the equivalent of, over the course of a season, 340 carries, which is extraordinarily high. You rarely see that anymore. So yeah, you don't see 20 carries a whole lot. And they were giving him they're running him like he's not going to be a Texan more than 2 to 3 years, and which is fine. That's probably historically, he is only 28 years old, but he's had some tough carries on those legs. There's a difference between a 28-year-old that's a flash and dash, slasher, and there's one between a guy who's just an absolute hammer who takes on a lot of contact. Joe Mixon takes on contact. He seeks it out. He takes it out. It's what makes him good, but they also typically don't last as long. Like Joe Mixon will probably not be the same back by the time he hits 30, and he hits 30. As a matter of fact, Joe's 29 in 2 days. Happy birthday to Joe on Thursday because he turns 29 years old.
So this could well be his last year. He's going to make $9 million this year.
Mm-hmm.
His potential out is after this season a $2 million cap hit,
which is a savings because his cap number is going to be it's a 2 million hit. His cap number is 10.5, so you actually end up saving 8.5 million. So more than likely, he either gets a 1-year extension with a new deal where he goes 26 to 27, or he's just a cap cut. I mean, they could let him play it out. You still don't have your rookie. I mean, you still are under rookie quarterback stuff with. So I mean, financially, they could fade that. It's not really a problem.
Yeah,
and he's not. That's not a terrible. I mean, 10.5 for a quality running back's not bad. Not bad at all.
No. And we'll see how much is left in the tank after this year. We'll see if he misses any time. We'll see what kind of role Nick Chubb plays. We'll see if Woody Marks doesn't get in the mix a little bit. What do you force? I mean, with Dare, Damian, Woody Marks, Chubb, and Joe Mixon.
One of them's not making the team, obviously. You're not going to have 5. You may have 4.
I would imagine it's got to be Damian.
Nick Chubb has a total cap at a $2.2 million. That's it, 2.275. So, if he's not physically where he needs to be, they'll just cut him. Their dead cap will be 1.5. Their cap hit was 2.275, so they actually save a little bit of money based on what they have them at right now. The signing bonus that was given to him, which is $575,000. I mean, they will be out $575,000. He'll have to really not be in good shape for him not to make that team. So if he's going to make the team, which I expect, Joe Mixon.
At any point in the future, is Woody Marks running back 1?
No. No. I mean, unless there's injury. Is he a planned running back 1? No. Woody Marks has injury in his background too. So that's one of the reasons that there's a concern about whether or not you can trust Woody Marks in the long term. He's a big boy. He's 5'10", 207, so he's got good size. He can play on all 3 downs. But Woody Marks has had some injury in his background, and I think he's more of a good backup who can play all 3 downs and can be a third down option full time in the future, which is very valuable in today's NFL. That's almost like a starting role. It's just a different starter. It's the running back 2 starter because you play on 3rd downs. That's what I think he is. I think Dameon Pierce is going to have a hard time sticking around because he does have some special teams value, but so does Dare. And then 3rd down value, well, you probably are laying that off on Woody Marks. Backup for the hard yardage, that's probably going to Nick Chubb. So I don't know where that leaves Dameon Pierce. Like everything that he is a plus for him on the roster, you got another running back who can do that. And they like Dare. Dare gets the call before Dameon Pierce gets the call a lot of times.
Yeah.
And Woody Marks
they really like Dare.
Really
like
if
Dare.
A 4th round running back's making the team, I can promise you that much.
Yep. Absolutely. So Dameon might be that odd guy. I don't know if he fits. Yeah, if he fits better in the does Dameon fit better in a Kaylee offense? We'll see. I don't know.
Well, even if he does, how do you?
I don't
Like
know.
you're not Chubb. Like who? I get he'd have to beat out Dari then, because
Well,
the
but-
fourth rounder's not getting cut unless
but
somebody has an
Dari-
injury.
Dare and Damian are both teams guys.
Yeah.
Right.
It could
So-
be who, and now
since-
Damian, I think, can cover too. I'm not sure if they ever asked him to cover, but I know he returns kicks.
He returns kicks.
But if you can cover too, if you can be a
Yeah.
core special teamer who
Yeah.
can also play, punt cover, like that's really valuable. If
I
you
wonder
can
if
be a core teamer.
Damian, if they wouldn't do him a solid and just let him go so he can get
Yeah.
on with a team.
or trade him for
Yeah.
a seventh. He's a which probably wouldn't, you'd probably trade him for, you give them your seventh and maybe they give you your sixth. Probably not. They probably wouldn't even do that. It's a 1.3 cap savings, a $1.1 million cap savings if you cut Damian Pierce before the season starts.
They've got 12-9 in space, so it's not like they have to do
No,
stuff.
it's really not a financial thing.
Right. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. The number to hang out with us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Where are the Texans in the athletics power rankings? We'll talk about that on the other side. A little higher than I expected. Let's talk about Texas Card House right now. Texas Card House is where you get your poker on. It's also where you get your hijack poker, the app where you can play at home. They've created, Texas Card House created their own app with only Texas people, no bots. They've got wonderful technology that you're not playing against bots. You're playing against people. No collusion. You're playing with Texas poker. You're playing Texas poker, basically. It's called Hijack Poker in the app. You can deposit and withdraw money from Texas Card House. You can use a credit card as well. I talked to Mike the other day, and he said, yep, you can use your credit card on this app. There's a lot of apps that you can't use your credit card. You can use your credit card there. But if you want to deposit cash or withdraw the cash, there's a lot of places online where you're playing where it's very difficult to get your money out, okay? That's not the case with Texas Card House. You just walk into one of their two locations, and you get cash right there on the spot. How cool is that? How good is that? So you win a tournament. There's tournaments on there. There's cash play on there. You have a nice day. You need $1,000. You got it right there. Texas Card House. You can pick it up, and then you're on your way. What you got at Texas Card House is the best poker facility in the city, and you got the app as well. Hijack Poker. You're looking for poker in the city of Houston. The only place to go. TexasCardHouse.com. TexasCardHouse.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I was just texting. We got some plumbing issues at the house, Lance. You know, we're leasing it out. And I was just talking to Billy Brown. I mean, he is so good. Love Billy. Aqueduct Plumbing. If you have any issues, these are the guys to use.
Is he on the case?
He is not your usual plumber. You know, you think of a plumber with like the butt crack thing. He's under the sink, and you're like, oh, you're gross. I've not seen Billy's butt crack once in my life. Not once. I mean,
no, but he also doesn't plumb.
Well, I'm sure he does.
You haven't seen his butt crack while y'all have been golfing?
No, I've not seen him. That's what I just said. I've never seen his butt crack.
Right.
Not once. No matter what you're doing. Right. So that's not your usual plumber. Your usual plumber, just gross. But that's not the case. We're not at Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Anyway. All right. Julian wants to get in here before we talk about the power rankings. Lance, think about your power rankings for the NFL right now. Okay? So let's do that. Dell, you too. Julian wants to get in here. Hey, Julian.
Good morning, gentlemen. Happy Kyle Juszczyk Day. It's 44 more days to the NFL season starts.
Oh, nice.
So Cam Newton had his top 10 list, and he excluded Jalen Hurts, which is, I don't think it's like so egregious, but I think it's also at the same time, like, what are you doing? He has Herbert in there, which I think everybody does. But honestly, man, what has Herbert done? What has he done? I mean, yeah, he throws for a lot of yards, but in today's NFL, it's like NBA in points. You know, nowadays a bench player can make 15 points a game, which honestly is more like 10. Let's be real, because there's so many points scored and there's not really that much defense. As far as the throwing, he had 4,000 yards, the most, blah, blah, blah. But for the first time in a long time, RC said, Ryan Clark said something, I agreed with it. He came to Jalen Hurts' defense, and he let Cam Newton have it, man. I don't know if you guys have heard it, but it was pretty good. Y'all have a good one.
I've never seen so much teeth gnashing. I mean, we all have an opinion. I gave my opinion. I thought, you know, having a couple of those quarterbacks ahead of, including Herbert over Jalen Hurts. I mean, Herbert, and Bucky said it perfectly. If you're looking at tools and traits, Herbert is ahead of Hurts. If you're looking at on-field performance and consistency, Hurts is ahead of. But we're arguing just a list. We're arguing just a summer list. It obviously has no meaning. There's nothing. People's opinions are irrelevant as they're putting together their little dumb summer lists that we do. It's just what we do to pass the time. We just do lists, and my kids, you know, kids my age, Gen Z, love lists. That's all they do is list. You have to have a list. But ultimately, ESPN gets a lot of programming out of that, you know, and
yeah,
where
yesterday,
the executives had
half of their show is Jalen Hurts being disrespected. I mean, that comes up every show now. I don't know how you could, though. What's your top? We went through this the other day. I think Josh Allen is the number one quarterback in the league. I think Lamar is 2. I think Mahomes 3. Burrow, Mahomes, Burrow.
They're the top 4 for sure.
That's the top 4 for sure, right? I mean, I guess.
And then you can start a new list after those 4.
Right. I think Jaden Daniels probably heads the next. But yeah. I think Jalen's got to be right in here. I think what Jalen has done, Eli's going to make the Hall of Fame from 2 Super Bowls.
Will he? I mean, he did in the first year.
And Jalen, I would much rather have Jalen Hurts than Eli Manning. Jalen's already been to 2 Super Bowls, won 1 and lost 1.
Yeah, he's more efficient than Eli Manning.
And Eli won his with how many points? it was his defense that won those Super Bowls. Not that Jalen has a bad defense. He's got a really nice defense. But he's done – I'd rather have Jalen Hurts as quarterback on my team.
See, I feel like ESPN put him in tier – well, not ESPN. The executives in the league put him in tier 3. I feel like tier 2 – we mentioned tier 1. Tier 2 then would be, according to the ESPN executives, because that's the list that got all this started. Jaden Daniels, 5. Matthew Stafford, 6. Justin Herbert, 7. Jared Goff, 8. Then I feel like the next tier, according to this, I feel like the breakdown would be Jalen Hurts, 9. Baker Mayfield, 10. And the honorable mentions, they have Jordan Love and C.J. Stroud.
Well, I disagree with that list, though. I mean, I don't think he's in the third tier.
I know. I feel like that's where the cutoff would probably be for these guys, for the opinions. There's still not a lot of – there's respect for Jalen Hurts, but NFL people, as much as they all covet mobile quarterbacks and guys that can extend plays with their legs. But when it's all said and done, the big check mark goes to pocket passers. It's you can say whatever you want, but the big check mark's always going to go to the pocket passers. That's why
Josh
on this
Allen,
list,
but Josh Allen is the best quarterback in the league, and he's not a great pocket passer.
Who's that?
Josh Allen.
Yeah. Well, he can. Yeah, he's not a classic pocket passer. He's a dual threat, big Cam Newton.
No, he's inaccurate.
Yeah, he's a Cam Newton. Yeah, we already went through that yesterday.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. But he can fling it deep and all that stuff. I mean, he's got a big arm.
But he's also the dual threat thing.
Yeah, he's got a huge arm. He can only make – well, the dual threat's huge, but he can make certain throws that other guys just can't make. Oh, very few guys can make some of the throws he makes.
Yeah.
But you'll notice, I mean, it's Pat Mahomes 1, Josh Allen 2, Joe Burrow 3, Lamar Jackson 4 in this list. So they're putting the guys who are the pocket passers ahead of Lamar.
I'll put those 4, and then I'm going to put Jaden along with Jalen Hurts, Matthew Stafford. I just think Herbert gets too much love. I just think, what has he done?
No, he does.
I know he looks really good. He throws a beautiful ball, but what has he done?
He's being paid compliments in advance. It's like he's getting a signing bonus of compliments when you're right. He's being given the compliments for things that he hasn't really done yet. He's shown flashes. He's had flashes of it. He had some great stats early in his career, but they were constantly on the chase. Like they couldn't hang on to leads. They were always chasing from behind. He had a lot of potential. It's hard getting away from that last game against the Texans. It was so atrocious.
Yeah.
It was so bad. He's got a lot of work to do this year. And I think the less they ask of him, I think the better he's going to be. Because I think he can carry a heavy workload. But once they have that running game established for Harbaugh, I think it's going to be really beneficial for Herbert.
I don't even have him in my top 10. I got Jared Goff. I got Dak Prescott. And it's between CJ and Baker Mayfield for 10th.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, I could absolutely see that. Although I would argue that CJ has not done as much as Justin Herbert. I mean, CJ's got 1 year under his belt. Last year was an unimpressive year. He's got one good one not very good one. So it's hard for me to just give CJ the bump. We talked about it with Dell brought it up yesterday. If it wasn't for his better than expected rookie year, we would not, on the whole, his 2 years, if you took them together, it's like, not top 10. But if you give him a bump for that first year and you just assume he's headed there again, all right, you give CJ that love. If you actually go back and look at Justin Herbert, I think his numbers would be better than you expect. They'd be better than you think there are. But he just wasn't very good He wasn't very good in the clutch last year. Dak, you almost have to give him. I mean, Dak has to be ahead of him. Dak's done more than any of these guys.
Yeah.
Even though he's a Cowboy.
Then we got sidetracked there with a little bit of quarterback talk.
All right. So
now power rankings, we'll do
on
it on the other side.
Yeah, I've got my number for you.
Yep, you got your number for. I want to see where you put the Texans. Anybody else wants in to talk about the quarterbacks? You want to talk about the running backs? You want to talk? It's been crazy. You want to talk about the Astros? You can do that too. We got all kinds of stuff to talk about as the NFL season is getting underway. With all the camps, at least rookies reporting to camps today. At the very least, rookies are reporting. Time to talk about Air Team. They reported to my house last week, put in a new air conditioner. I hated to do that. Sucks to put in a new air conditioner, but Air Team made it easy. Air Team is their expertise, the way that they go about it, the professionalism, the quality of, well, they've got every different kind of air conditioner, okay, that you can get. So, whatever you're looking for, they can install it. They can get it and install it. The price was great. I mean, even though, it sucks to put in an air conditioner, they're expensive. They're expensive, but it doesn't have to be. And other places, more expensive. Okay. But the workmanship and everything about it, I loved it. I loved it. I want you to call Air Team. I want you to go to their website, airteamltd.com, airteamltd.com. And I want you to schedule a maintenance for you got to maintain your air conditioner, right? If you don't, you have to replace it like I did. We haven't been in the house for a year, so that's probably why that happened. I wish I had Air Team out there to go over it before, so that maybe this wouldn't happen to me. But it happened to me. They installed it. Love them. AirTeamLTD.com. AirTeamLTD.com. You have any issues, AirTeamLTD.com or 713-956-8326. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So the Athletic put out its power rankings. Okay, what are your power rankings going into this NFL season? Top 10.
Okay, I just knew I was going to put the Texans around 9th. I was going to put them around 9th. I'll just can I do them in no particular order?
Sure.
Yeah, Bills, Ravens. I'm not putting the Steelers ahead of the Texans. I'm not going to do it. Aaron Rodgers has to show me something. They were 10-7 last year. Why do I give them a bump? I'm not giving them a bump. So I'm going to put the Ravens. I'll put the Bills. I will put the Chiefs and the Chargers ahead of them. Yes, I know the Texans beat the Chargers, but my feeling is,
you're putting the Chargers ahead of them.
Oh yeah, they were 11-6. I thought they played. The Chargers were better than them last year. They lost a playoff game where they had a historically poor performance from Justin Herbert. But you already know I think the Chargers are going to unseat the Chiefs. So those 4, I put the Eagles ahead. 5, I begrudgingly put Washington ahead because of how deep they went. 6, I'll put the Lions ahead. 7, and I'm either going to, I guess I'll put the Rams ahead of them. I don't really feel good. I don't really feel good about that. I don't really feel like putting the Bengals ahead of them. I don't really feel like putting Minnesota ahead of them. So, you know what? I'm going to put the Texans 8. I'm going to put them ahead of the Rams.
Well, no, you got them 9 because – oh, no, you don't have the Packers in there.
No, I'm going to go 8. I'm going to have them ahead of the Packers. I'm going to have them ahead of the Rams also.
So, the Athletic has Eagles, Ravens, Bills, Chiefs, Packers, Commanders, Lions, Texans. Texans 8th.
Okay.
They don't have the Chargers. They don't have the Chargers up there. But you both have.
Wait, did they not have the? No, you said the Lions, right?
Lions are 7.
Do they don't have the Steelers?
I'm going to tell you. I think so. I'm just reading a story here about the Bears' offense, and I just think they're going to be better with Ben Johnson.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Lions are going to be worse without Ben Johnson.
I think you're right. I think the Lions at 12. They were 15-2. I think 12 wins would be a great season for the Lions. I think the Bears, worst case scenario, win 8 games.
Why don't we think the Eagles are going to fall off at all with losing both coordinators?
You know what? I think because they have Saquon Barkley. Like, is there a coordinator? Is there a coordinator calling the good plays for Saquon? To me, it doesn't matter. I think
it matters.
The tush push does. They have Saquon. They have a great offensive line. They have excellent skill position. The offense has hummed along no matter who the coordinator has been for the most part. Defensively, they've got a lot of rush all along the defensive front. They did lose Milton Williams. And did they lose Josh Sweat? I can't remember if they lost Josh Sweat. That would be another.
I think they did.
Google it real quick. Yeah, he went to the Cardinals. So you did lose 2.
Yeah.
You did use 2 important rushers. I think, I don't know. I just don't see them. I don't see it being a coordinator problem. I think it could be for the Lions, but I don't think your quarterback is dependent upon Kellen Moore, where I do think Goff, some of his come up has been because Ben Johnson has given him a level of confidence. Now, I think once they're playing, Goff is good. I mean, maybe he's just full-time confident now, and Ben Johnson helped to raise that confidence, and maybe he's going to be the same guy. I just know that when it comes down to playing near the goal line, I've never seen anyone keep defenses on their heels more than Ben Johnson. Ben Johnson's throwing touchdowns to tackles on a regular basis. You had no idea what was coming with Ben Johnson. That's why they were so good in the red zone. You take away 7s and turn them into 3s, and all of a sudden offenses it's a way different story for offenses. If you take away 1 touchdown every game and turn it into a 3, that's 4 points less per game. That's a massive shift. It's a massive shift. And let's say it only happens half the time, you're still losing 2.5 points per game. So, yeah, I'm with you. I think the Lions are going to be hurt by coordinators leaving. I actually don't think it's going to be that big a deal for the Eagles. I just think they're too talented on both sides. But the same thing could be said for the Lions. To be fair, they're very talented on both sides of the ball, too. Yep. Brad Holmes has done one hell of a job. He and Howie Roseman have done great jobs.
Well, on the defensive side of the ball, they suffered a lot of injuries last year. So I'm not so sure. That's the Lions' problem is the Eagles are much better defensively. They can handle, and that's why the Chiefs were there too. I mean, the Chiefs offensively were meh at best, and their defense carried them to the Super Bowl. And so, that's the problem with the Lions. They lost at home to the Commanders in the postseason. Holy crap. And the Commanders looked like gangbusters offensively against them. You can't have that. You can't have shootouts every week, and the Lions had a bunch of that. Now, a lot of it was because of injury. I don't know how healthy they're going to be this year. But, I don't think we talk about losing Aaron nearly as much as Ben Johnson.
No.
Aaron did a hell of a job last year.
Aaron did a hell of a job. Now, his defense was not they were not a top flight statistically, but that's because he lost the guy who's the defensive player of the year favorite this year, and Aiden Hutchinson. From an odds standpoint, he's the favorite. He lost him, and then he lost about 4 starters in his secondary.
Yeah.
He did an incredible job of holding it together.
Yep.
And his personality is one that really fit with Dan Campbell. So yeah, that one might be a sneaky one. No one ever, and I don't typically say, well, you can't. I just think they're so talented, with what they have, and they have so much rush that they're going to be a really tough team. But maybe we should talk a little bit more about AG being gone. Maybe that is going to be a bigger factor than I'm thinking it is.
I got the Rams and the Vikings behind the Texans.
Oh, I didn't put 49ers ahead of them, but I don't feel bad about that. Prove something to me.
The 49ers got a lot to prove.
You don't have the Bucs ahead of them, do you?
I don't.
No.
Listen, I think the Texans are a good slot there. Listen, but here's a problem for me. The Texans went into Minnesota, and they got there. I mean, they were not competitive. They got their asses handed to them. I don't know that and I think JJ is going to be okay. I think having McConnell as his mentor, as his coach, calling the plays. I think we're maybe underplaying the Vikings a little bit this year.
Are we underplaying the Cowboys? The Cowboys are plus 160 to make the playoffs. To make the playoffs, the Cowboys are plus 160.
Well, but they're in the division with the two teams in the conference final.
So are the Bengals. The Bengals are in a really tough division.
The Bengals aren't getting any love. Where are the Bengals getting love?
I
mean, that defense is so bad. If you're putting the Bengals in the postseason right now, you're just ignoring the fact. I think we're ignoring the fact that the Texans offensive line.
Bengals to make the playoffs are minus 155.
The Bengals to make the playoffs are minus 155.
And the Steelers are plus 125.
Wow.
The disrespect is with the Steelers, not the Bengals, according to the odds makers.
Because the Steelers win games
miss
every year.
Is minus 165, which that actually surprises me. I didn't realize that was the number.
I mean, what have the Bengals done defensively to help the worst defense in the league?
I don't know. And you know what? The more I read on this situation, Shamar Stewart's side's probably at fault on this one. All the Bengals are trying to do is put the same language that is in that every other first-round pick has. Basically, if you F up off the field, you can lose your guaranteed money. You want guaranteed first-round money, you got it. But if you do something, if you screw up, if you don't act right, and you do something really, really bad, you can lose that guaranteed money. Well, the Bengals have been the last team to take that out. And I get it. Zach Hiller, the agent's basically saying, oh, you've already set precedent. Your last 2 guys have not had this language, so we don't want this language. Well, and the Bengals are saying, hey, every team in football is doing this.
Well, let's hear from him and Jerry on the other side. These two, I mean, you want to talk about saying stuff that you really shouldn't be saying. This is what happens when you're really, really rich and old.
They did this with Dak Prescott, too, if people remember. He was saying reckless stuff about Dak.
Yeah. We'll do it on the other side.
He was saying honest stuff.
Right now, we're talking Champion Energy. Love Champion Energy. 17, 18 years now with Champion Energy. I just love what they've done for me, and you'll love what they do for you. Look, I don't know where you're getting your electricity from. I just think you're spending more. I just know the Champion Energy, so efficient, so wonderful. So when my contract was up, they tell me, hey, there's a better rate. Let's hurry up and sign. And I'm like, okay, who does that? The other ones want to make sure that you keep on charging you at the rate that you signed up for, even though there's a better rate out there. Champion doesn't do that. And Champion is a difference maker. I've loved what Champion has done for me. You'll love it too. Champion.energy/1560. Champion.energy/1560.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get to the owners talking recklessly yesterday. We will do that. But first, let's get Chris in here. He wants to talk about the quarterbacks. Hey, Chris.
Hey, guys. Thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to talk about the list that y'all discussed not so long ago where they had, Mahomes, Josh, Joe, Lamar, and then y'all kind of briefly talked about CJ. I know Josh Allen kind of get that pocket passer label, but, I mean, he had like over 100 yards. Over 100 rush attempts last year, and some of them may just be mainly in the red zone. But if anything, I'm not sure why Lamar kind of gets stuck with that running QB title, and then you have somebody like Josh Allen who runs a lot and may not pick up as many yards, but if anything, I think he kind of falls under this same kind of running QB as opposed to just your traditional pocket passer.
He does.
And then, and just the stigma against CJ, I think, we should give him another year. I feel like Baker had more bad years than CJ did. Baker was pretty much at one point a third string QB. So I think I feel like, we should give him a little bit more leeway. Third string may be a little bit much, but definitely second string for sure. That's all I have to say, guys.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, Lamar is an electrifying runner. Lamar, when he gets outside the pocket, can run like a slashing running back. So you don't go for 1,000 yards and not have people look, that's who you are. It's part of who you are historically. Part of your greatness is going to be that you were elite as a running quarterback. And that's, but Josh Allen is a Cam Newton running quarterback. High volume, need tough yardage. You're 100% right. They're both dual threat quarterbacks. Just one of them is a more electrifying runner who is starting to run a little less. And the other one is a bruiser who's converting short yardage and third down carries. And feels like he's starting to run more, actually. Like they're calling plays for him on third down where he's just running power sweeps. So yeah, he's in that one. I mean, he's a dual threat quarterback. Josh Allen, he runs way more than most quarterbacks.
Yeah.
I don't consider him. He's not a running quarterback. And I think earlier in his career, you could have maybe put more, you certainly would have said more running than passing quarterback with Lamar relative to expectations in the league. But after last year, Lamar Jackson as a passer cemented himself as a complete dual threat quarterback who can make explosive plays, arm and leg. And I just thought I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't think enough was made of, there's been some people I think who have gone too far out on the Lamar Jackson, just elite quarterback stuff. And then when things don't go well, they just say, but what about his winning percentage? And the winning percentage is fine. I want to see you play good quarterback all the time. Last year, to me, Lamar was a complete player. He read the field quicker. He made better decisions with the football. I thought Lamar, and I talked to one NFL team who I don't usually talk to, and the point they made, and this is in the middle of the season actually, and they said Lamar Jackson right now is playing some of the best, he's playing the best he's ever played, and he really deserves a lot of credit for what he's been able to do as a passer, how much better he's gotten as a passer. And, to say that, you have to acknowledge he wasn't a great passer. He was an inconsistent passer before, which I think is fair. I just think it's fair. But if you say that, you also have to acknowledge that dude was really good last year. Really, really good as a passer.
Mm-hmm. All right, let's hear from Mike Brown. We mentioned it about Shamar Stewart.
He talks one time a year. You get him once a year. Did you read that? He does this one time a year. It's at this event, and that's it. No, nothing else.
So Shamar Stewart has not signed yet. The language in there is it did not guaranteed if he commits. So you're saying that now these clauses, these morality clauses, are mostly out of these contracts now?
No, they're all in it. He's the only one. He's the only one that's out because they didn't do it the last 2 years. So his agent said, if you didn't do it for the last 2 first-round picks, why are you doing it for us?
Well, yeah. Well, and here's Mike Brown's response to why Shamar Stewart isn't signed yet.
Basically, it turns on whether out years are guaranteed if he gets involved in conduct detrimental to football. Well, what does that mean? Detrimental to football in recent years has been violence to women. That's about the one that comes to mind. There are others probably, but that's the one that I think of. Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that or does something that is just unacceptable, guess what? I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him. And so we say that if he got involved in conduct detrimental, we'd have the right to terminate the guaranteed part for the back years. He says, or his agent says, oh no, you can terminate the guaranteed part only for the remaining part of the year in which the event occurs. Oddly, something like this has never occurred in my memory with us. I don't think it's going to occur.
It's a conundrum. I just found it, wow, we're talking about him going to jail and stuff. Here's the deal, though, is if he's okay, at what point? When he's charged? When he's accused? When he's convicted? When does the guaranteed money stop? To me, that's a big issue.
That's a really good question because this stuff doesn't move quickly. It moves slowly.
Right. To me, that's because if he's playing like crap and some woman accuses him, he's been accused, we got to go with no more guaranteed money.
Okay, so guaranteed money is moving forward. So actually, it really would be like if it happened in your last contract, that's tough. But if you're in last year, but the guaranteed money just means no matter what, every paycheck's coming in. So it's not that hard. It would be.
Well, no,
you'd have to claw back. You'd have to
his second year of a 4-year deal, if some woman accuses him of something, can they go, well, we're voiding the last 2 years because he's been accused of conduct detrimental to the team.
You can't do that. No, you can't do that.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
But there's got to be language in there that it's is it charged? Is it accused? Is it charged? Is it convicted?
No, it has to be convicted.
It has to be.
I think charged you can. No, I think you have to keep paying them, but then you got a clawback where you say, okay, if you're convicted though, all the money from the time that you were charged, we're going to claw back. You're going to have to pay.
Oh, you ain't clawing back no money.
You have to.
No, you wouldn't.
Well, then you can.
No, you just everything going forward. If he's convicted,
then that's probably what it is.
Yeah.
That's how it would work in the court of law. I mean, you lose your freedom instead of your guaranteed money. You lose your freedom once you're convicted. Well, you technically don't. You lose your freedom when you're in jail.
And you know what? I can understand that. I can understand Mike Brown's point here. I just hate talking about my first round pick. If he goes to jail, okay.
Well, you have to, but he's just spelling it out for the. Everyone's just like, just give him the money. Just do whatever he says.
Yeah, right.
Just do whatever Shamar says. You cheapskates. No, this is actually, this is 31 other teams have this in place. It just it's a morality clause. This is not anything bad. If a guy beats up a woman, he shouldn't be paid. He wouldn't be paid in any. There's nowhere else where he would get his money.
Right. And then there's Jerry Jones talking about Micah Parsons
and Dak.
And here's Jerry on not signing Micah Parsons yet.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year.
No,
seriously.
He wasn't.
We've signed. I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year. Dak Prescott.
Yeah, we knew
So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
He only missed 4 games last year.
Well, but it felt like 6.
Well, but it was 4.
Okay.
And
Well,
you're the alleged
supposedly
general manager. You should know that. And, you're in negotiations with the guy. Just because he signed him doesn't mean you're going to have him. Wow. What? I mean, yeah, there's a risk of injury with every player. Every player. I mean, so what are you saying? You shouldn't have signed Dak because he got injured last year? I mean, is Dak injury prone? I don't know. Is Micah injury prone? I don't know.
You don't know.
No, you don't know.
Nobody knows.
Some guy could fall on their knee from behind, whatever, and they're out. What are you going to do? That's football.
I like that, Biggio.
That's just football.
That's just football,
That's just football. What are you going to do?
You got to
tip your cap.
You got
to tip your cap.
You got to tip your cap to the guys that injured him.
Yeah.
They're getting paid money too. They get paid to strike. They get paid to tackle.
They do get paid. They get paid to tackle and sometimes knock quarterbacks out. That's what they get paid sometimes. Yeah. So I mean, I just think you know what? They need both those guys.
What, Del? I feel you're entertained by something.
I don't know. They're just 2 ways of doing things. You can do it the Texans way, do deals early, give guys fully guaranteed deals that screw up the market. Or you could do it the Cowboys way when you're always considering, man, it really sucks that this guy's not around while I'm paying him millions of dollars. Well, Jerry, it's football. It's physical. Guys get hurt. But I get it. If you're an owner of a team with all that money and you're looking out there, you got to watch Cooper Rush play because Dak's unavailable. And how much am I giving you? No playoff wins, or like only 2 or so, whatever, how many Dak has won. And it's $60 million a year and you're not even around. How many games per year do I have to watch Cooper Rush play quarterback? I'd be a little perturbed. I get the old man's issues. I'm paying you how much? And I roll up into that stadium that I built, and I got to watch Cooper Rush and others play quarterback? F out of here, Dak. I get why Jerry's upset. I wouldn't want to watch Cooper Rush for any amount of time.
Nobody wants that. Nobody wants that.
Look, he gave CD his money. He gave Dak his money. He'll eventually give Micah his money. Jerry always does this where he takes forever, and then he just gives the guy the money anyway. Like, it just costs him a little bit more than it should because he didn't give in when he could have. He waits, and then all of a sudden now he's got the highest paid player at a position because he just didn't do it when he should have. But the man's going to pay him anyway, so voice your displeasure. You're like, I'm going to pay you, but I hope you're around for 17 games.
He's basically getting his licks in before he makes him the highest paid.
Yeah, he's just gonna top out TJ Watt. He's gonna give Micah more than TJ. He just wants to air some grievances along the way. That's all. And he's old.
And I had problems with Dak Prescott, and I just want to let you know, if the same thing happens, I'm probably going to go on my radio show and say things about you.
Here's what Jane Slater said. Not justifying it at all, but I pressed Jerry after the presser, and it really sounds like he's drilling down on availability and leadership. And the reason Diggs has seemingly drawn Jerry's ire and was fined, according to his contract, was failure to integrate and train with the team to afford those 2 things under the team that pays them and their watchful eyes. She goes on to say that Mike doing all the right things, but Jerry says there's 2 different. You being a leader and saying you're a leader are 2 different things. And you know what? He's got a point about that. I'm not sure that Micah podcast during the season is a great thing for the organization.
Well, get used to it because players, this is the new thing, and they're just going to have to deal with it. We're sorry you don't like it, John, but tell it to Paul George and tell it to Micah Parsons and tell it to all the players who have podcasts. It's not bothering his play. He still plays at an extraordinary level, and you're just jealous of the money he's making.
Look at that.
Yep. There it is.
All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. You Cowboy fans got any thoughts? We don't want to hear them.
Ooh, you know how Jerry's gonna feel by game 7 when Joe Milton's playing quarterback for his team?
You know, Houston. Do you know Houston is the home of the most amazing gun store in the United States? Collector's Firearms, and I would argue probably the world. I mean, is there any country that has better gun stores than us? Hell no. Collectors, we have maybe the greatest gun store in the world. Now, it's called Collector's Firearms, but they've got nobody has a wider selection of new and pre-owned guns, okay, to choose from. Handguns, rifles, shotguns, sabers, swords. I mean, knives. They got everything, anything. If you're a gun enthusiast or a historical buff, you gotta go to. I mean, this is a museum. It's a museum. First time buyer, all you have to do is stop by. They've got the knowledgeable people that know exactly what you're looking for. If you're a hunter or you just want protection, the team at Collector's Firearms will get you into the right gun for you. Okay. They also buy guns. They buy several hundred guns a week. If you need some extra cash, you could sell your gun there. If you haven't seen it, they used to be on Richmond. Now they're at 7626 Westheimer at Voss. And it is an unbelievable location. Unbelievable. I mean, it's huge. The place is huge. CollectorsFirearms.com. CollectorsFirearms.com. It's the best damn gun shop in the world.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Some critical fixes this year. The Bears allowed 68. Caleb Williams took 68 sacks last year, second only to David Carr. It's 76. 68 sacks last year. Give me an under-over of Caleb Williams sacks this year. I think it goes way down with Ben Johnson.
Yeah, we'll go 39.5.
Okay, that is an I mean, talk about. You're talking about.
He's going to call the good place where he gets rid of the ball.
29 fewer sacks this year.
Mm-hmm. I think
and he's probably going to teach Caleb to get rid of the ball.
Yeah, I think
there were a lot of really bad sacks.
He's going to call ball possession. I think he's going to have a ball possession passing game. Now, that doesn't mean Caleb Williams can't just pull it off the script. Like, there's a schedule to get rid of the ball, and there's Kyler Murray, Ben Roethlisberger. There's been a lot of quarterbacks historically that they're just going to do what they want. They're going to pull off they just are more comfortable when it's off schedule. And I think Caleb's one of those guys, but I still do think that he will learn. I think he's a smart guy. I think he'll learn, like, hey, I got to get rid of it. I think Ben Johnson's going to drill it down. I think the play calling will help do that. I think the running game will have maybe a little greater focus. But yeah, I mean, that is a big drop. Maybe 44.5 is probably more than to shoot for.
You know what's funny? Russell Wilson. I mean, I think we just got this idea in our head about Russell Wilson. He had the third highest passer rating on throws of 20-plus yards last year. They won football games with him.
Hmm.
He's going to the Giants now. Do you know what the Giants' average yards per pass were last year? Per pass, not per completion, per pass.
Average yards per pass?
Average yards per pass.
Total for the whole season.
No, per pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah. That's what I mean. For the season, I would say maybe, I don't know, somewhere like 7.2.
Yeah, you'd be way off. It was 6.0.
That low? Yeah. I thought you were, well, I was going to say lower, but you were kind of setting me up. And then it was 6.
No, but
6,
my
0.
point being,
good Lord,
Russell Wilson
terrible.
will increase that. This is a team that had a league low 15 passing touchdowns.
Wait, Russell
Neighbors.
didn't have that last year.
Hmm?
You're saying the Giants had that?
The Giants had that.
No, not Russell.
Not Russell.
Oh, okay. I got confused when you said it. I thought that meant Russell had that.
No.
I'm like, what? Oh, no. Yeah, obviously the Giants would be really low because you got to remember, incomplete passes, higher percentage of incomplete passes is going to lower your yards per attempt.
Yeah.
Or your yards per pass, not yards per completion.
They had the second fewest deep passes. They scored a league low 15 passing touchdowns. They had Malik Neighbors and Darius Slayton. I think the Giants could be much improved with Russell Wilson. Now, I mean, I don't know. In that division, they're still the fourth team, but they could win. So they might surprise some teams this year. How many rushing touchdowns did the Cowboys have?
I mean, you know they're the favorite to have the fewest wins, right?
To have what?
The fewest wins in football.
Yeah.
I think they still are.
I think they're going to be better than people think.
They got Rush. They had Abdul Carter, who's the favorite. I mean, you know, you might be right.
Well, they got three. They got three really good pass rushers.
I just know from a win standpoint, I think they are the lowest on the board. Let's see. Carolina Panthers are 6.5. Cleveland Browns are 5.5. I think 5.5 is the lowest number you're going to find. Well, wait a minute. 6.5 for the Saints. That could be lower. 5.5 for the Giants. There it is. 5.5 for the Jets. Those are the big stinkers right there.
I think the Jets and Giants.
And 5.5 for the Titans too, by the way.
I think Jets and Giants both will be improved. I think Justin Fields might be okay for them.
You do?
Yep, I do.
I mean, you have to run the right kind of offense for them.
I think they'll be, obviously. But but hopefully your coach is smart enough to do that. How many rushing touchdowns did the Cowboys have all season?
All season, I would say. Man, I could go low. Let's go. This may be way too low, but I'm going to say 15.
How many?
15.
6.
6 all season?
All season.
Yeah, 15 maybe would be a little high. It'd be one again. I'd say, yeah, I probably would have amended that and said 12.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
They
6.
ran
Are they
for
the
100 yards
lowest?
per
Are they
game.
the lowest of in the whole league?
Oh, absolutely.
That's got to be.
Yeah.
6.
Will
That should be
Javonte
against
Williams,
the law.
Will Javonte Williams, Mike Sanders, and Jadon Blue improve that?
Well,
And
Jadon Blue is already.
Dak.
There's already issues with Jadon Blue. I was listening to a podcast that there's already issues with him. Who are the other ones? I like Tyrone Tracy,
Javonte Williams, Miles Sanders, and Jadon Blue.
Oh no, we're not talking about. We're talking about Cowboys. Yeah. Javonte Williams. Well, I'm just still waiting for Javonte Williams, the player I saw in college. So maybe yes, they will improve it 100%. I don't think Blue is going to be a factor.
Well, not only that,
but the other two will.
But Dak is back, which will open up the run game, and George Pickens is there now. So absolutely, they'll run the ball better. They only averaged 100.3 yards per game.
Dude, this is crazy. I'm going to see what the lowest rushing.
That was 27th in the league. But touchdowns, they were dead last. And then the other thing that's got to change, Panthers gave up 31.4 points a game. 31.4.
That feels too high.
That feels really high. Derek Brown is coming back, but, I mean, is one guy going to change that like that? I don't know.
The year before, the lowest rushing totals, 3 teams had Panthers, Jets, and Vikings all had 6 in 7 in 2023. I'm kind of going back because that seems, I don't want to say historically low, but I mean, it feels like it's hard to see anybody going much lower than that.
That is terrible.
Oh, we've got a 5. Tampa Bay Bucks in 17 games had 5 rushing touchdowns in 2022.
In 2022, 5 rushing touchdowns?
5 rushing touchdowns. We can't, and now it's 17 weeks too.
Wow.
So, I mean, we can't be lower than that, can we?
That's really terrible. All right, we got a break. 713-780-3776. Talk Astros on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Astros win yesterday. Bryce Matthews with the breakout game. Colton Gordon looked pretty damn good. He gave 5 and 2. I felt bad for him. He gets through the first two guys in the sixth. He could have had a quality start. He only gave up 2 earned runs. The double play throw on Corbin Carroll's ball got to the dugout, and Corbin Carroll got second on the throw and then scored later. So that didn't count as an earned run against him. But he gets 2 quick outs in the sixth, and then a base hit, and then a walk, an uncharacteristic walk. So he's got to come out of the game. He couldn't get the quality start. And that means something to a young guy that's, I don't know how long his baseball life is going to be.
Wow.
Well, I mean, he's a –
the man's out there just trying to deal.
If they didn't have injuries, Colton Gordon would still be down in Sugarland, right? If they didn't have these injuries, Colton Gordon's not at the – he's in if you're an Astro minor leaguer, you are in a nice position because chances are if you're any good at all, you're going to be playing Major League Baseball.
It is true that a 4.53 ERA with a 1.44 WHIP is not typically Major League stuff.
Right. I mean,
but 4 and 2, just technically he's better than Paul Skeens. Technically, he's more successful. I should say, not better.
Right.
He's more successful than Paul Skeens, who got his first home win in 3 months yesterday. Now, he's in his last 8 starts at home. He's 0-3 with a 1.88 ERA. So it's not been great with the batters. The hitters have not done him any favors.
Has been better.
But Colton, I'm not saying better. He's been more successful.
Well, let's look at Colton Gordon's starts and how many wins.
Well, you don't want to go through all the stats. You want to just stay with
remember
what Gary did with. Remember when we found out C.J. Stroud actually was as good as Josh Allen last year?
No.
Because
we're talking about wins. Does your team win when you pitch? And Colton Gordon gets wins, and Paul Skeens does.
He's more successful. He's not
That's right.
He's not better.
It's all
pitcher,
about wins and losses. Nothing
he's a more
else,
successful pitcher.
Nothing else.
Who would you start your Major League franchise with right now? Skeens or Gordon? That's a tough call because Gordon does have 4 wins and only 2 losses.
Does what Paul Skeens does contribute to winning? I don't know.
Yeah, it hasn't so far.
No. So Colton Gordon getting the win. That was nice. He pitched well enough. He did a nice. That's a good offense.
How are the Astros?
They average 5.72 runs a game at home, and he held them down, which was nice.
Your boy Ryan Gusto, one of the starters, has a 4.46 with a WHIP of 1.42. Colton Gordon 4.53 with a WHIP of 1.44. Brandon Walter 3.66 with a WHIP of 96. Now Brandon Walter's been
Brandon Walters.
Brandon Walter's been a dude.
Brandon Walters starts before. I mean, when guys come, Brandon Walter's still on the mound, and Lance McCullers isn't.
I mean, Colton Gordon's thrown 57 2/3 innings and given him 72 hits. Yeah, they can't get him out of there quick enough. But Brandon Walter legitimately should be. He's got one more. He's 46 2/3 innings, 47 strikeouts, only 3 walks. Like Brandon Walter is a legit 9.1 strikeout to walk with a 0.96. Brandon Walter right now is your number 3.
Brandon Walter is your number 3. Yes.
He's 1-3. Well, technically, though. Technically, Colton Gordon has been more successful.
How does he
Ryan Gusto
winning?
6-3? I mean, Gordon and Gusto, they call them the Killer G's. The Killer G's are 10-5. Brandon Walter, the loser, is 1-3. He and Skeens, kind of you can't win when he's on the mound. You just can't win.
Yep.
No, he's been good.
The Killer Bees, that Brandon and the Barista, they're the Killer Bees. While the other two,
the Killer Bee, the Barista,
Brandon and the Barista.
You're the worst.
Right. while the other two are the killer.
Lance just wants all the coffee stuff to go away. He wants it to go away from the clowning stuff. He likes it from a business standpoint.
Well, sure.
And I think
If
it's good.
Going well, I don't know.
No, he's got a good business thing going. We feel
Does he?
bad for him, but we got to have a little bit of fun.
Are people buying his coffee, or
Yeah.
are they?
Oh man, yeah, he's got
Is he
his
doing
own
good?
brick and mortar. It does well. He's got food that he serves there. He's at Maven Coffee's at multiple restaurants around the city and different cocktails, like espresso cocktails, things like that. Oh yeah, no, Maven's doing well.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry. I know you try to hate on him 23 of your hours a day. The other hour you spend on Jalen Green. But yeah, no, sorry. He's winning at life. He helps
He is
dogs.
winning
You
it.
hurt dogs.
Oh no, Lance
He
McCullers.
hurts dogs.
Yeah.
You what?
John hurts dogs.
He
Is what
hurts
you said?
dogs. Yeah, he's probably hit one with one of his scooters
His
he's
golf-
been riding on when he's been drunk. Scooting around LA. Probably hit a dog at one point.
Wow.
never
You
hit
don't
a
know.
dog.
Well, I don't know.
You don't know.
I know.
You
I've
don't
never
know.
hit a
You don't
dog.
know.
You probably don't know.
You were
Yeah.
drunk. You don't know.
No, I know.
Did Wendy hit a dog?
No, Wendy never
Did
hit
she
a
hit
dog.
a dog and fall off the scooter?
No.
Are
No,
you telling
she
the whole
never
truth?
hit a dog.
Do you never hit a dog that you know of, that you can recall?
Yes, that's what I said. You don't know.
You don't
Yeah,
know.
I do know. I know what I do even when I'm drunk.
Mm.
Okay.
Mm.
Yeah.
We can't. I don't know if
that.
we can believe that, Lance.
You've never said, did I say that the next day? You've never said that.
Someone reminds you of something you said.
Hold on. There's no chance he can say that that's never happened.
Yeah.
There's no chance.
He goes, what?
With
Did
all
I
the
say
things he
that?
says.
Yeah. There's some things
Sober.
you don't remember you
He
saying.
says things sober.
No, I know.
Can you
what I
imagine?
know I never hit a dog. I know that.
That you
I
know
know that
of.
in my
Have
life.
you ever rescued one?
No chance.
Rescue dog?
Have you ever
No.
rescued a dog like Lance
No.
McCullers
Lance
does on a
McCullers
daily
Rescued
basis?
thousands
Yeah.
of dogs.
No, he's a much better person than I am.
Yes,
Yeah,
thank
and you're trying to ruin an entrepreneur.
I'm not
Every
trying to
show.
ruin him.
Every
I want
show.
him to go into the business world and be successful.
you want him out of the pitching business?
Go into the business, barista business.
Every
That's what
day
I-
with new things, we start like this. All right.
Hey,
Who's
it's
the
hard.
first pitcher out of the rotation when Garcia gets here?
It's hard to multitask. Okay.
Yeah.
You got to concentrate on one side.
He's got a lot of stuff going on.
He's got a lot of stuff. Too much stuff going
Well,
on.
pitching is a front.
He's
for
a
the,
society guy, too. I mean, he's a good-looking guy.
well, the pitching
It's a
is a
good-looking
front
couple.
for
They're
the
society
barista
couple.
business. The pitching is simply
Yeah.
a front. It finances it.
You think he's laundering
Yes,
money through the barista business?
Wow.
The pitching is simply a front for the barista business.
I'm losing money. You can like run it through Maven. We're losing so much money. Oh, I guess I don't have to pay the same amount of taxes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I let that man get a bag no matter what way he wants to get it. That's my view.
Look, if you actually look at his numbers, he's better than the other two guys we talked about, the Killer G's. He's actually better. He just not, 18 million a year.
He's not
type
that much
of-
better.
Yeah, these guys pitch cheap. He is not cheap right now. Between McCullers and Christian Javier, what 35 million, 36 million that are
That's a
you
lot.
get nothing.
Me and Jim are worried about all that money that's being wasted.
I know. I haven't seen you this worried since the Golden Nugget had a losing weekend. Sports bar. I mean, the DraftKings. Guys, what are we going to do? John, chill. Man, I am really sorry to hear about what happened this weekend. All those favorites coming in.
Yeah. That we were a little worried about
All right.
about it.
So Christian
Okay.
Javier, I take it back. Christian Javier this year is making 10.4.
Christian Javier is making nice money for not being around.
Do
for
you
as
think
long as he is.
when Jerry Jones said what he said, Jim Crane's like, "You damn right, Jerry. You damn right. Oh yeah, I'll pay you, but that doesn't mean you're gonna be around." Jim Crane's like, "You know what, Jerry? You're right. We
Jerry,
pay these guys; they're
thanks
never
for
around."
saying it.
Dude, Christian Javier makes 21.4 starting next year.
Ooh.
Yeah, so he missed. So you missed his $7.4 million year last year. You're missing most of his $10.4
Well, he'll
million
be
year
healthy
this
next year.
Yeah,
well, there's
will
only
he be
2
good?
years left on the contract.
How about if he's good?
You're going to
Healthy's
pay him
one thing.
42.8, yeah.
Will he be good?
I can't promise that.
He was good in 23.
22.
Well, wait a minute.
22.
Well, what about 23?
Nah, it didn't exist.
What do you mean?
22, he was really good.
I know, but in 23 he was 10-5 with a 456. Ooh, this has been a sneaky, terrible contract. Yeah. He avoided arbitration in 23, signed a contract, got $3.4 million. But yeah, he's pitched. He wasn't good in 23. He basically didn't pitch in 24, hasn't pitched in 25. In his 5-year contract, we're like, yes, lock him up early. He's going to basically pitch 2 of those years, like be a real pitcher 2 of those years.
Man.
I mean, he did pitch a whole season in 23, but he had a 456. He was coming off World Baseball Classic.
Jerry was right.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Man.
This is gross.
Javier
needs to come back and be good this year.
Can Jim Crane do a presser where he talks about, I don't know about giving Fromber money because, what if he's in jail? What if he winds up in jail? Do I still have to pay him when he's in jail?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, every guy, not just Fromber.
Yeah, but Fromber's the next big money up.
Can you imagine that? Fromber can't get paid. But all these other guys who don't pitch, the guy's a horse.
Yeah,
Fromber never
pitches.
Just up to the gate, into the gate, and runs the race every single time. And here's McCullers and Javier. You can't see Justin Verlander. They couldn't pay him enough times. Missed 2 years. And here's Fromber like, all I do is go out and pitch give you quality. I have a quality start world record.
Yeah, Christian.
I pitch every week, and I can't get paid.
Christian, haven't seen you. How's that money going? Good. you must be spending a lot because you're not here at the park.
Fromber's like, can I get a taste? What? Can't Fromber get a little something?
Do you think there are any owners?
He pitches too much.
Do you think there are any owners who they have guys with bad contracts that are hoping they get arrested?
Oh, 100%. 100%. Deshaun?
Oh, well, there's that.
I mean, they have had Achilles injuries, and then they saw him dancing without a boot on. I mean, to be fair, it wasn't like an extravagant TikTok dance. It was just a little.
It was enough, though.
But it was enough for them to go, oh!
So,
well, is it enough? They didn't go after his money.
What's the budget for the owners? It's got to be off the books. For asking police officers to plant stuff in guys' cars.
Oh, this show has taken a turn.
Yeah. Well, no, that's absolutely.
Oh, it's 9:03.
Oh, look at
9:04.
Wait,
it's time for a break.
Or the trainer to give them some steroids, and then sorry, you've been suspended. Don't have to pay you. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's only performance enhancer only lasts and you still have to pay him. Well, you won't have to pay him for those.
No,
4
not
weeks.
when he's.
If
he's kicked out of the league, if he loses 50 games, you don't have to pay him for those 50.
Dell's, I don't want to go too far into this, but what Dell said is more along the lines of getting rid of a contract. Although no one would do that.
Yeah.
Now, is anyone secretly cheering for some legal stuff? I don't know.
And I'm not looking for violent crime, like pinning a violent crime on them. But if you're an owner, you need enough for it to be intent to distribute.
Yeah.
Not just recreational use.
Right.
You need I don't know if you want to have the police involved, but maybe a private security slide something in the guy's car. And you know what? You're free and clear. You're free and clear. You don't think the Heat are hoping the Terry Rozier thing goes a certain way? After how bad he was?
It's not a comfortable conversation, but one that guys can have on podcasts that are sponsored by Underdog or DraftKings. Yep. Those guys making a lot of money, or Pat McAfee could probably say it. We can't really, but really, you don't think, I mean, the Browns are 100% hoping Deshaun does something that they can get out of that contract. Every fan is too. As a matter of fact, I wouldn't want the Browns fans anywhere near me. Get away from my cart. Don't valet. Deshaun, do not valet.
No. You have to lock that. You have to wrap your car. If you're on a bad contract, no question. All right, we got a break.
We'll valet your car, Mr. Watson.
No, you won't.
No, you won't.
No, you won't. Hey, listen to this. You're going to buy a home, or you want to buy a home, or you're thinking about buying a home. Do you have enough money? Call Ken Jones and see what is it going to take for this. The house is this much. Is it time? Is it a good time with interest rates? What is the mortgage going to be? What kind of discounts are we going to get for military or first time buyer, or there's all kinds of nationality. All of these things can play into it. Nobody knows the mortgage game better than Ken Jones. And oh, by the way, he's a skinny shop. He doesn't split commissions, means you save thousands of dollars. You're not paying for a glass tower office building. He works out of his house. You save thousands. He shops your loan. It's the biggest purchase of your life. His customers are the ones that shop and know how much he is saving them. This industry is tricky. He's going to show you how to do it. He's going to help you get the wholesale lender, the survey, the title company, even an agent that might rebate part of their commission back to you. He's the ultimate mortgage hookup. He knows all the hacks. You don't know how to buy a home. Even if you've bought homes before, Kent Jones can do it better than you do. He knows what he's doing, 30 years in the business. Most of the time, brokers are bad because it's a middleman. Not the case here. You want a broker in the mortgage game, and it's Kent Jones. 713-520-5626, 713-520-5626, or 975loans.com.
Hey, let's talk about what John Daspit will do as opposed to some of the other injury lawyers out there. First and foremost, so he's got advertisements on a couple radio stations, and me and Young Jazz, of course, and you'll hear Bun B's voice talking about him. He's not out there doing commercials with flamethrowers and throwing things at people and jumping on trucks and karate kicking people off of it or whatever crazy commercials you're seeing. He's just like, look, I want people to know about what we're doing because it's important that they have somebody working for them and fighting for them. And you're not just a number to John Daspit. To most of the personal injury lawyers out there, and this is why they have a bad reputation, they simply just want to get a deal done as quickly as possible and move on to the next one. It's a turn and you're like a table at a restaurant. Turn and burn. Out of here. Give me my commission. On to the next one. John Daspit says, no, this person's been hurt. Let's make sure every bill is taken care of. Let's make sure that all their time missed from work, short-term or long-term, is paid for and accounted for. And let's make sure they get a fair settlement for their pain and suffering. He is going to spend the time, and his law firm is going to spend the time to make sure that you get the attention you deserve, and you're not just a number to them. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. If you need help, make sure you got this number in your phone. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to DaspitLaw.com.
All right, hour number 3 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. Elliot has been waiting, shortest wait times ever. So let's get him in here right away. Elliot, what's going on?
Hey, good morning, guys. Happy Tuesday. Real quick, Lance, congrats on your son. Got his first BJJ match coming up.
Yeah, he had one previously that he won, but this is like he got offered a BJJ match, and then he takes it, and then and now he has to sell tickets. So it's kind of a ticket scam, I feel like, a little bit. But
Okay. I'm sure they're happy to hear that.
Well, yeah, but Snacks I think Snacks is gonna do okay. But this other guy's like 35 years old. He's a blue belt. So he's gonna get beat by Melissa can catch. He's gonna get beat by grown man strength, I think. I already told him that. I told him yesterday, I said, you better respect grown man strength. He goes, he's lighter than me. He's not as strong as me. I'm like, Snacks, he's 35. You don't know about these grown man ligaments are different. But I appreciate it. I put something on social media.
Yeah. Either way, I was in the Muay Thai scene for a long time, and I got a lot of buddies that are in the
Oh,
jiu-jitsu
nice.
world,
Yeah, my son Drake teaches.
Gym. Yeah, so I know.
My son Drake teaches. He works with or he trains with Sammy. I don't know if you know who Sammy is out.
Okay, yeah, Sammy's got a fight coming up in September. That's my guy. I'll be there. That's actually one of the things I was going to shout out. But yeah, Sammy the Bull. Yep. So he'll be fighting in September. But yeah, I thought it was your son's first jiu-jitsu match. I was going to say congrats to that, but either way, second one.
Yeah, he's great. Yeah, he's really pumped.
Yeah. Awesome. That's good news. But my question was, I know you've been watching UFC for a while.
Yep.
And this whole John Jones stuff that's going on right now, how annoying is it that it seems like he's ducking Tom? He did the same thing with Francis Ngannou. And when you go back to the day when he was the quote-unquote young lion coming up, and Rashad, Rampage, Machida, all these older guys were giving him the shot. And now that he's in the position to give somebody a shot, he'll take a Stipe who's 45. He'll fight, not saying Cerrone wasn't worthy of that title shot, but John Jones in another world. And then before that, it was, I don't know what, Anthony Smith, or it's just very frustrating seeing he has a chance to really put that nail in the chamber on his legacy, and he's ducking, retiring, coming back. I'm not doing it. Scrunch nose, saying, he annoys me. I just want to get your thoughts on all that.
I'm not a fan. I mean, I think John Jones has been good and terrible for the UFC both. He's been a guy who has been an incredible fighter, but the drug stuff, the PEDs, the alcohol problems, the issues outside of the ring, they placate him to an extent. He has ducked Ngannou, which I get it at the time. You feel like you're not really in the same weight class. And then Aspinall now is, you almost feel like it is one of those young line. Like I don't want to give him the time that I'm not going to help him make money. You think you're going to lose to Tom Aspinall. So yeah, that's not exactly going out on your shield. Most of the all-time greats were going to fight, including, Spider they were going to fight the best out there. And even when it became a point where you knew they were maybe overmatched or the underdog, they still, you still were excited to watch them fight. John Jones to me has been in some ways like Mike Tyson, where Mike Tyson, for as much as we talk about Mike Tyson, the greatest Mike Tyson was from 85 to 89-ish. And that's it. After that, he went to prison. He wasn't the same when he came out. Mike Tyson had about a 4-year run, and that was it. That's all Mike Tyson had. The rest has been – now, John Jones has had a long run, lots of wins and all that. So it's different in that way. But I feel like John Jones could have been so much more if he fought just a little bit more, had he not had all the problems he has had outside of the ring. The Jones, Chandler Jones, his brother, has had some mental health issues also that have not been great for him, that have been very, very public. But I'm a fan of what John Jones meant for the sport and how great he is. I'm not a fan of the last 6 or 7 years of the John Jones run. And I think he's ducking. I think he ducked Aspinall, and now I doubt that Dana will ever have him on a card again. I mean, it just looks like those two guys don't. Eventually, you're going to run afoul of Dana White. Eventually, if you think you're in charge of your own stuff, same thing with Conor McGregor. If you're going to be in charge of your own stuff, which is fine, if you do that, just know that Dana's not going to do that. And if you slight him in any way at all, if Dana feels slighted, forget it. He'll just publicly blast you. You think Jerry Jones, Dana White will go Jerry Jones times 40. I mean, Dana will really come after you. So, yeah. I think he ducked both those fighters. I agree with you, Elliot.
All right. 713-780-3776. Who's next? Who'd you say? Keith? Yeah, Keith's next. Hey, Keith.
Hey, guys. MLB trade deadline's coming up. Astros obviously riddled with injuries. A trade target. Here we go. Hypothetical trade. Eugenio Suarez is available from the D-backs. 36 bombs. He was a target in the offseason. Hear me out. Would you make this trade? You give up Chas McCormick, one of the Killer G's, Pedro Leon, and your number 2 prospect, Jacob Melton, and maybe one more player for Eugenio Suarez. What do you think?
I don't think Jacob Melton would be in that deal. I don't. Suarez is a third baseman too. You got
he's 34.
Paredes coming back.
What in the world would you get a 30? Why are you giving up your number 2 prospect for a 34-year-old?
No, thank you.
Where the guy's playing well in front of him.
No, thanks.
No.
I wouldn't mind Suarez's bat.
No, I mean that's fine in a vacuum, but I mean, he does have a crap ton of home runs. I mean, he has hit a ton of bombs, but once again, you're probably renting. I just not giving away a number 2 prospect for a rental.
Yep.
He's 34, and from a contract standpoint, he signed a 7-year, $66 million. So it runs until this is the last year. Yeah, you're just full on renting. No thanks. I like the idea, Keith. I get the sense that you know Keith like I know Keith. We listen to the show. Keith always has transactions. When he makes calls, it's about transactions typically. Can you imagine playing fantasy football with Keith? I mean, this guy has got offers out in their software, in their fantasy football software. There's always an offer in your inbox from Keith.
I got a guy like that in my league. Yep. And it's always the worst. It's always.
I get the feeling Keith is trying to make fair deals, though. Like, I think this is fair for both sides. Like, Keith's got a point. I actually think I'm benefiting in this one. I mean, the way Keith's given up all that for. That's like a keeper league, and you're giving up good keeper players because you want to win your league this year. Like, okay, but that's not how the Astros. Well, that actually, this is how the Astros work. You want to know the truth? Keith is working like the Astros work. Add an old player, rent them, give away prospects, keep it moving.
And let's go on. Let's move on.
Yeah, this is actually what the Astros do. But not with Paredes playing like he did. Paredes did Paredes did he tear his ACL? Did he rip his rotator cuff? Is there something I'm missing where Paredes is going to miss most of the year?
No, but did you see him? I mean,
well, yeah.
Goodness gracious, he hopped down the first base. That was awful.
Well,
that
I mean,
awful.
If there is something now, if they think it's a long-term deal, I wouldn't rule out the Astros trying to make a deal like that. I mean, Keith Steele might not be crazy if it's a long-term injury and the Astros just say, well, we'll rent him. And we'll see what we can do.
Yeah.
Because they've done it before. And they'll do it again. Kikuchi, you didn't give up as much. I mean, giving up Melton is giving up a lot for a rental.
No,
yeah, but John,
no.
his productivity at 35 home runs and 86 bombs right now, you're not going to just be able to give up, Pedro Leon and some slappy. It's going to take a little more. I'm sure there are other players, there are other teams who will be in the mix.
Some slappy like Chas McCormick is what he said.
Did he say? Well, he said Pedro Leon too.
Pedro Leon, Chas McCormick, and Jacob Melton.
But see, I think they would take something like that.
You think
well, no. No, I think it would take
the Astros would do it.
I'm not sure either side would do that. I think the Astros don't want to give that up, and I think it would. I'd want to get. Well, it depends on what they think of Jacob Melton.
That Jacob Melton is a top prospect on your team.
Well, yeah. I mean, Kyle Tucker just went for Cam.
Yeah. I mean, look at what that did.
Now, Kyle Tucker's younger. Kyle Tucker's a long-term player. Well, I say that, but he's a rental right now.
All right.
Can you imagine that? Losing Cam Smith for a rental on Kyle Tucker? Oh. That's going to hurt in the future.
Some things that happened yesterday. Did you see the Phillies walk it off with a catcher's interference?
Yeah, that's weird.
I mean, talk about anticlimactic. I mean, for the home team, I guess. Oh, it's great. I mean, that is awful. That is an awful way to. I don't ever remember seeing a catcher's interference in a game. I don't ever remember that in my lifetime. I don't. Maybe it's happened before, but I don't remember it. Justin Verlander got thrown out of the game from the dugout, and the umpire goes. He's bitching about balls and strikes for his own hitter from the dugout. The umpire takes off his mask and says, "Why don't you worry about getting out of the third inning? You're out of here." And throws him out.
Maybe he had dinner reservations.
Well,
he wasn't going to pitch. Maybe Kate said, "Look, we got a chance to go to this really cool restaurant. I wish they would just let you off. You're not going to pitch today." Well, I could always get kicked out. Would you get kicked out of something? You know how to get, like baseball and basketball, you can get kicked out of. It's almost impossible to get kicked out of football. You can get kicked out of basketball. You say the right stuff. Baseball, all you got to do is just stay on it, and they'll eventually kick you out.
They'll kick you out.
I mean, you could get to a cool restaurant, or if you're James Harden, like a really cool, like a Michael Rubin party, you could get to that if you needed to get kicked out.
Speaking of James Harden, he's reunited with Chris Paul.
This is so good. The Clippers just got even older. It's the oldest team in the history of the league. I don't even think it's close. This is now 7 players over 34 years old.
How about this? We're going to be rooting for Kevin Durant against James Harden and Chris Paul when they play.
This is we're in a weird place.
That is a strange. We didn't even talk about.
Did they get James's permission?
This changes what?
Did the Clippers get James's permission?
I must have.
To add Chris Paul?
I don't know if everyone operates the way the Rockets did under Daryl Morey.
Oh, I thought the way Daryl did it, where James is the boss.
Well, I don't know that James is the boss.
I don't think James is the boss in LA. I think that's Kawhi's thing.
Yeah. We didn't even mention Marcus Smart to the Lakers yesterday.
Got the buyout. He goes to the Lakers. That's a good deal for them. I like it for the Lakers.
He's been a non-entity for a couple of years. We'll see.
He missed 100 games.
Misses a lot of games. Was
that his decision or the Celtics' decision to get rid of him?
The Celtics decision. They traded him and won a title.
Oh, is it a trade?
Yeah, they traded him and won a title. And he's been a Grizzly and then a Wizard. He's been, like I said, a non-factor for about a couple of years now. Injured. It's the Lakers going, you know what? Let's try this out. We don't really have anyone who can guard smaller players, although Marcus Smart can kind of guard up too. So it's a flyer on him. They're just adding a name and seeing if he could add anything. I don't think much of it, to be honest with you, because he doesn't stay healthy.
How about the American Athletic changed its name to the American Conference?
That's what we always called it. When's the last time anyone said American Athletic?
Yeah, it's just the American. And the Big 12 said no to Memphis. Memphis said, we'll come over, we'll bring you $200 million in sponsorship revenue, and we'll take zero money for media rights for 5 years. And the Big 12 said no.
They must think they're dirty, dirty peasants. They must think they're the sorry people. I mean, Big 12 thinks that you are the sorry people, Memphis.
Well, who said that no NBA player wanted to go? Was it Stephen A?
It was Stephen A who said NBA players think Memphis is a dangerous place.
Yeah. Well, so does the Big 12. They don't want to go to Memphis. The Big 12 said, nah, no thank you.
Well, the Cougs are used to going to Memphis. They were in Memphis quite a bit. They understand. Cincinnati, too. They got UCF, too. They got plenty of schools who have gone to Memphis and come out alive.
You're still alive?
Yeah, those programs are still alive, even though they had to spend a couple of nights in Memphis. It's like maybe the Big 12 decided, look, at some point people are just going to call us the American junior or whatever the word would be for it. So enough with the American teams. How many American teams are currently in the Big 12? Cougs, UCF,
Florida,
Cincinnati. Is there anyone else? Is that it? Maybe they've had their fill of American teams in their
How
conference.
many teams came over from well, they did have 10 teams, right?
And they added BYU, which wasn't in the American.
BYU wasn't.
They added
then they added 4 Pac-12 teams.
Colorado, Utah, Arizona State.
Right.
Yeah. So maybe 3 American teams is enough.
That's all. That's all we needed.
Yeah.
Sorry, Memphis.
If we wanted you,
and
Memphis.
By the way, you dirty, filthy.
Hey, Memphis, if we wanted you, we would have grabbed you the first time.
Yeah. We don't want you.
Yeah.
I don't care if you'll give us $200 million and you won't take any money. We don't want. That's how bad we don't want you.
Yeah, we don't really.
You're the Brock Osweiler of college teams.
We don't want to get into the Tennessee market. All right, we got Texas, we got Florida, and for some reason we cared about Ohio, but not Tennessee. It doesn't matter to us very much, particularly when you're Memphis.
And then Jake Retzlaff ended up at Tulane
as a walk-on. They took him on as a walk-on. I'm sure that'll change at some point whenever they figure out their numbers.
The BYU quarterback?
Yeah.
So my son, Alec, brought this to me because anything college, he works for a college team. He's all over anything. He goes, Dad, there's a big thing because there's a Jewish Ari Wasserman, I think.
Yes, he works for On3 Sports.
Yeah, that's him. Did you read what he said?
I didn't read it.
So he said, I got to get this right. I cannot miss with this one. Hold on. It's a Jewish reference.
And you don't want to mess it up?
No, I do not want to mess it up. I want to make sure I say this correct. He made a comment that it's about him being a Jewish quarterback. Here it is. Okay. Because calling a slur, why can't I? Okay. I got to go all the way back to the back. Once again, if it's something that has, here's what he said. From BY Jew to Jew-Lane, electric, Ari Wasserman.
And then people came.
Now BYU is and I guess maybe that was his nickname, that he was a Jewish quarterback at Mormon BYU.
I don't know if
they call him BYG.
I don't know if that was explicit, but it was. I'm sure people made that reference. I'm not sure if it was it got off the internet, but I think it was something that people said.
And Tulane, that is, I've heard that nickname from when I went there.
Yeah,
there's a high number of Jewish students who go there, especially from the Northeast, right? So then immediately he was like, somebody said, anti-Semitism is not a good look, Ari. And Ari said, I agree. And they said, well, then delete the post. He goes, if you think this is anti-Semitic, you're a full-blown moron, respectfully. But he did hit him with respectfully. And then Bama sports ball fan said, I don't even care if some a-hole doesn't think the wording is anti-Semitic. There's no need to make his transfer about his religion. That alone makes you an a-hole. Then he said, this entire app is filled with horribly anti-Semitic rhetoric, and you're getting fired up at a Jew for writing out the word Jew? That seems more about you than me. And then it kept, share any post you have in mind when you wrote that first sentence, and I'll call them an a-hole for you too. And then it went a little bit further than that. But yeah.
Well, if you're Jewish, you can say Jew.
And he went on to point out simply saying the word Jew isn't a slur.
Well, well, wait a minute.
There's
now.
Context.
I feel like I really don't like saying, I say Jewish person.
Right.
If you
I say that too.
Yeah, I just don't feel like I'm like,
if you just say, oh,
there's a lot of Jews over there. I'm like, well, technically, yes, Jewish people, but
right. No, I agree with you, Lance.
I think it's partly because we heard so many people use it in a derogatory way. But the word itself is not a slur. But the tone of how people use it, I get what you're saying.
He says the word Jew isn't a slur, so check your algorithm and what else you're reading.
If you're not Jewish, it is.
I feel like it can be. His nickname at BYU was BYU.
Jewish,
he said
it's not.
And he said Jews affectionately refer to Tulane as Jewlane, given the high Jewish population. I can just tell you that whole interplay is uncomfortable. As somebody non-Jewish, I'm like, I knew he was going to the I'm Jewish, I can say it.
I know a lot of Jewish people, and they are very self-derogatory.
Yes.
Self-deprecating.
They're self-deprecating. They are not afraid. They laugh about it. And so I know a lot of Jewish people that would not be at all offended by that.
Sure.
It's the person who was saying how derogatory it was. Are they Jewish?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Probably not.
Probably not. No.
Probably not.
And that's what Ari was going on to say. He goes, that's why I said check your algorithm. I don't know what you're reading, but the word itself is not a slur.
No.
But
I think it's used
Jewish
as one.
people use that term all the time.
The context is the issue, not the the origination
but
of the
you
word.
Don't think I wonder if Ari knew intentionally, like he was almost picking a fight when he says BYU going to Jewlane. He says that as a Jewish man for On3 Sports, which is a big college. It's a big college site.
Recruiting news site,
yeah. I wonder if he had to have known, this may create some rage.
Maybe he was looking for
maybe a little rage bait interaction. He didn't act like he was, but really, you had no idea that would get people to say something? I think he knew. He knew that people would say something.
Right. Well,
it's not my fight. I'm just saying I heard that and I'm like, I would never. I would never.
Listen, I'm a Jewish guy just texted me, said, hey, they used to call me, derogatory, and we don't care. They don't care. He said, and I used to be called Mini Guinea and the, little wop.
I've heard, we've heard
all
this
those
before.
things. And I think, who cares?
Your reaction to the mini thing, Lance. You never heard him say that before?
I've never heard this. This must have been when I was at 790.
I've heard him
never
say that
heard
before.
that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I was
Mini Guinea. By the way, Guinea? What does that mean? Where did that?
I don't even know where that comes from.
Italians are guineas.
No, I know. Where did it originate? You said WAP. You said the phrase WAP came from.
Oh, without papers.
Without papers, yeah.
Right. I don't know where Guinea came from. I don't know. But yeah. Oh, so I mean, all the slurs.
It wasn't even originally for Italians, according to the internet. It was originally for Africans and was later applied.
Oh, and you took that.
And was later applied to Italians due to perceived racial and cultural inferiority by Anglo-American groups in the late 19th and early 20th century.
We're still that way.
So they're like,
we still catch it.
Like they're pretty much. So the Anglos are pretty much, you guys are as bad as the blacks. So we're going to call you this too.
Yeah,
is what it was. It seems like.
See, Adele,
don't do it. Don't do it.
Look,
don't. He's doing it.
Dark meat. That's it. Time to talk Golden Nugget. Okay, listen. I love me some Golden Nugget. It's one of my favorite places because just 2 hours and 15 minutes. Come on, You're going to spend 7 hours trying to get to Vegas. Are you kidding me? Boom, right down I-10. 2 hours, 15 minutes. You're in your hotel room in less than 2.5 hours. You're in your hotel room. Get downstairs to the casino. Get to the poker room. Get to the pool. Get to the restaurants. Get to the nightclub. What do you want? Get to the golf course. I mean, everything. Beautiful hotel. And I'm telling you, other places there in Lake Charles, they're letting themselves go. They, you know what? Don't care. They don't have the service. They don't have the quality. The hotel's getting run down. All of these things. I mean, it's changing. Golden Nugget, not changing. Golden Nugget still looks like new. Have your fantasy draft there. Go see the different packages that you have for your fantasy drafts. Do your fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget. How much fun is that? For your whole league, 12 guys. Bring the wives. You're gone for 3 hours doing your fantasy draft. They could even hang out and watch. It's great. You're looking for the best way to get your fantasy or just a great weekend watching football. Make your reservations to go watch NFL at the Golden Nugget DraftKings Sportsbook. Unbelievable. GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So I feel like we hit most everything today. Oh, we didn't talk about Jordan. He did say he is hitting some soft toss, and there's no timetable. I mean, just holy crap. His hands are going to be an issue this entire contract. His hands, he's had both knee surgery. His hands have kept him out for now close to an entire season. The hands have kept him out. Because he missed how much time last time with the hands? And now he's missed all this time. A whole season just for his hands. And they don't even know what it is. The crack staff. I like to say crack staff. And not because they're on crack or something like that. Because they're crack staff.
Did you see here's something we didn't talk about. 45-year-old Rich Hill. Rich Hill is going to start for the Royals. He got called up.
Yeah.
It's
his 14th major league team, tying a record.
Yeah, he's played for 14.
Well, he's not the only one. How old is Serena?
You know what? Valentina, who's at Power, her husband, Rich Hill was down playing in Omaha with her husband on that team.
Oh, really?
Yeah, one of the girls who's on the Spanish-speaking radio station Power, along with Melissa Valentina. She has not made it on the camera. She will. She has a husband who played Major League Baseball, who currently is in AAA Omaha, and he was playing with Rich Hill. Rich Hill, I mean, he was 4-4 with a 5.36 ERA in AAA, so it's probably not going to go great. But cool for him, I guess, historically.
So you hear Serena is in a tournament. How old is Serena now?
Not in a real tournament.
Yeah, a real tournament.
Like a professional one?
Yeah, professional. She's going to play in Washington.
Has she retired? I don't even know. She's 43 now. I didn't realize she was 43.
I believe it's Venus that's in the tournament.
She what?
I think it's Venus in the tournament. And Venus would
Williams.
like Serena to join her, but Venus is the one playing. She's 45.
Oh, it's Venus. Okay. She said she would like her sister. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I saw Serena is going to play.
So I'm reading it right now. Venus Williams, 45, wins doubles match after 16-month layoff. She would like her sister to come out of retirement as well. So Venus 45, Serena 43, and Venus is giving it another go in doubles.
Venus someday. Venus is going to be an ambassador for our country. I think she's so elegant and so.
Venus or Serena?
Venus.
An ambassador for the country? Why would you want to do that? You have to move to a different country?
I guess it depends on the country.
If your president asks you to be an ambassador to a country, you do it.
No, it depends on the country.
I'm not doing it.
Well, yeah, it depends on the country.
You can't just ask me.
Tillman. Oh, yeah, it's Venus. Tillman is the ambassador to Italy.
Yeah, what?
Where would you like to be an ambassador?
Italy.
Where else?
Turks and Caicos.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Croatia. I wouldn't mind.
You can't just see Wendy anymore.
I don't want France.
Wendy's out. You got to live there.
That's true.
Why?
Is Wendy retired?
Because what are you talking about? Why? She's going to keep working. She's making more than you.
The wife of an ambassador, you go where your husband tells you to go.
She doesn't.
Wendy's going to do that?
Way more powerful job than she has.
No.
You're doing nothing. That's just a.
I know it's great.
That's a figurehead role.
Particularly
it's
in Italy.
It's a great job. That's my favorite one.
She's
that's
like, you go do you, John.
Job.
She's going to say, you go do you, John.
Yeah, that's my favorite kind of job.
There's people in the chat hoping that they get, who they're like, if Deshaun did great, you would do it too if you could. No, I wouldn't. Deshaun's a turd. What are you talking about? I wouldn't. Like Lance McCullers actually tries to get back and make it back. We may talk about Lance McCullers and the injury stuff. Deshaun Watson's chilling. He's on boats. He's traveling the world. Deshaun doesn't have a care in the world. I honestly don't think he wants to ever play football again. And I think probably the guaranteed money helped to secure that for him.
Oh, yeah.
Because he knows, for what? Why do I have to get back? I don't need to wear my boot. For what? You still have to pay me. No, I don't think that's being a good person. Like, I don't think you're playing inside. You're getting guaranteed money. Just do your job for the however many years that you're going to have the job. You won't have the job for a lot of years. Realistically, you'll have the job for him. Will probably have the job 12 years max. just try to do your job. If you get hurt legitimately, try to get back legitimately, handle your business. But the idea that all right, I got my guaranteed money. I'm not going to do anything now. Too bad. All you're doing is hurting future generations. You're just hurting negotiations because you become just like Jamarcus Russell. He hurt the rookie wage scale. Jamarcus Russell, they say, was the number one reason why that owner said, we got to do this rookie wage scale.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense.
Well, Sam Bradford made a $40 million contract before he played it down.
Yes, and they didn't like the fact that they were making more than veterans.
Yeah. I'm looking at a list of TV market size. At least what households with at least one TV. The Giants and the Jets, 7.5 million. New York, LA second, 5.8. Texans are eighth at 2.8. What's the smallest TV market?
What's the question here? The smallest TV market for what?
In the NFL.
At all? Wouldn't it be Green Bay?
No, I thought so too. Green Bay has Milwaukee.
Okay, that's big. It's probably Jacksonville.
It's the Bills.
Oh yeah, yep, that makes sense.
The Bills. And do you know? So this whole Trump and Canada thing, I saw a story. It's going to, because it's right there.
Their fan base.
Canada, they have a lot of fans up in Canada
Yeah, I
that
read
come
that
down
article.
to the games, and now aren't going to sponsor them, and they're building a new stadium.
Mm-hmm.
And
I read this is potentially hurting their stadium.
It's
stuff.
really hurting their stadium deal. Yeah, the Bills are in some trouble. Of course, NFL money, TV money is,
Well, but that's not the same. Like they don't have the same local radio deals. Like there's other money that comes with being with your market, and they do not have
rights, stadium naming right.
And that's the family business, from what I understand. So everything is taken much more seriously from a financial standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, the difference between the Rams television deal just for their preseason games and the Bills, I mean, it's night and day. The Bills are the smallest. The Saints are second. Jaguars are third smallest. Vegas, Bengals, Chiefs. And the Packers are 21st in the league. Right behind the Browns. So, yeah, there's a big disparity in how much money you guys got. But you know what? The Bills have never been afraid. It's the Bengals. It's the cheap owners. It's the Bears, the Bengals. They want to go cheap on you. And the Bears are right up there at the top. They're fifth in the league. And yet it's a family-owned business. That's the deal. It's the family-owned business, and that's the only business. That's a killer. Like the Browns owning the Bengals, that you're at a huge disadvantage.
Mm-hmm.
Huge disadvantage. All right, we got a break and finish up with News of the Weird. Coming your way next right here on ESPN 97. There's nothing left for Dell's show. We covered everything. I don't even know why. I mean, maybe you could just take the rest of the day off, Dell.
That would be something you would do. And I'm not sure why you're always in the mood to dump on my show.
I'm not dumping on your show.
There's nothing for Dell to talk about.
There's nothing left. We did it all.
Dell, you shouldn't show up. The people listening shouldn't show up because we hit on everything.
Oh, that's just a promo for your show.
Is it? Speaking of promos, you haven't mentioned you've mentioned Golden Nugget, but you got to mention fantasy football.
How about that? We got to play. That's right.
So we playing against everybody?
Yes, we're going to have a team against the listeners. Yes.
Yeah.
So in 2 days, we're picking our first contestant, and he gets to bring a buddy or his wife, whatever. And if your
wife does stuff, bring her, because you're going to have a good time in the. They got the swimming pool. You got the cool rooms.
Well, you can bring your wife and your buddy, and his wife. I mean, the wife doesn't have to be in the league.
Kind of freaky,
she can come
just
along. Though.
You and your wife and your buddy.
Well, what are you suggesting now? What are you doing?
Well, he did that at first, or your wife and her friend. I don't know. I'm not in your business. Bring whoever you need to bring.
Just know if you happen
whoever can fit in a bedroom for two.
If you happen to win on Thursday, you will get a free 2-night stay, plus like $200 in food and beverages, free, and a dinner at the Golden Nuggets DraftKings Sportsbook. And we're going to be there for the draft. So whether you're bringing your buddy or your wife or your buddy's wife, I don't know what you want to do. Just know it's a good time at the Golden Nuggets. Thursday,
That's right.
August 28th.
And we're going to pick the first name on this Thursday, and every Thursday after, right up until we go to the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. And then, oh, by the way, the boys on Friday are at the Cadillac Bar on Shepherd, and we're giving away a couple of e-bikes from Power On e-Bicycle. So we got to get over there on Friday as well. So we got all this going on right here. And we got Coors Lights. And at every stop along the way, okay, if you're going to be in our fantasy draft, you know what you're going to see. You're going to see me with Coors Lights. This is a lock, okay? If there's a bet at the DraftKings Sportsbook about me drinking Coors Lights, then you need to take me in that one. But it's probably
and over. Yes and over.
Yes, and whatever the total. What's the number? What's the number?
Well, we make it in we'll make it in a 1 hour time frame. The over under is 4.5.
No. And the whole weekend.
Oh, that takes time to come up with that number.
Yeah, right. So yeah, we got to have that number. Well, you need that number and go over and make sure that and I want you to have them with me. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. I'm telling you, I love me some Coors Lights. I want you to love you some Coors Lights too. We can be friends. If you're going to be in this fantasy draft at the Golden Nugget, I want you to drink Coors Lights with me. All right? Dell's going to. Mapes is going to. It's going to be a big, big weekend. And we want you to have a big weekend with us with cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on. I don't care what you're doing. Fantasy draft, sitting around, watching TV, watching games, playing golf, whatever you do. You need a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother. Liam Neeson. Are you guys going to see? I think it looks pretty good. Naked Gun 2.
I wonder how many people, like I remember it. I remember that, Leslie Nielsen, but how many people under the age of like 30 know what this is about? Like this is a legacy thing. Like this isn't just new, that it's IP. I wonder how many people know, because I haven't seen a lot of Naked Gun references the last 15 years.
No.
But I'm probably not going to see it in theaters. I'll see it when it comes to digital.
Probably. He says he's madly in love with Pamela Anderson, who was a co-star in the movie. Good for him.
She's having a bit of a resurgence.
Yeah, she got a run going.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1,000 people have descended on a village in England for the largest sex fest swing-a-thon. Have you guys ever been?
To a swing-a-thon? Have not.
You have not gone to Lincolnshire Village?
No, not been to a sex fest. Never been to anything with Shire in the name.
Yeah,
right. I've never been. I want to go because it's the Shire.
But I don't think you're going to see hobbits doing stuff.
I've never been to a
Oh,
Shire.
how cool would that be?
I don't think it'd be that
Wouldn't be cool. You could probably find some cosplay like that on certain sites.
Are you looking for little people to do stuff? Is that what you're looking for?
I don't know. You don't know.
That's why I asked.
Apparently we do.
You're the one who either knows or doesn't know.
No.
Apparently we know.
I'm just saying, a hobbit? I don't know.
I don't know.
1,000 hobbits have descended on. That would be cool.
I don't know. I don't know if I want to see hairy foot people doing stuff.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, Lance is. He likes pretty feet.
He likes pretty feet.
Hairy foot
not hairy
hobbits are
feet.
not my jam.
A man popped his pimple, and it led to sepsis.
Popped his pickle?
A pimple.
A pimple.
Yeah. Somebody noticed, watching TV, noticed there was a pimple on his neck, and he popped it, and he got sepsis.
I'm gonna be honest with you. The whole popping a pimple thing doesn't matter. I don't think that. I don't think you're supposed to do that.
You don't think you're supposed to pop pimples?
No, I don't. I think you let them go down naturally. I don't think you pop them.
There's a whole doctor who has a TV show on that. Pimple Popper MD.
So there's Love Island.
Well,
that's
how
not how
far?
you're supposed to do
What's
a
the
relationship.
longest? What's the longest
doctor.
pimple pop you've ever had?
I mean, longest. How long it took?
How far it shot out?
Oh, I don't know.
What?
I don't measure. I guess it might have hit a mirror at some point. I don't know. I was standing right in front of.
Yeah.
You know, there's a thing where people watch other people have their ingrown hairs taken out.
Yeah, I know. There is. There's a whole YouTube channel.
Cysts and pimples and ingrown
There's
hairs.
a whole YouTube channel. There's a pimple person, or when they push down on the pores and get the little stuff to come out.
Yeah.
And they get the super high magnification lens. Like, I can't believe these are things that people subscribe to.
No,
but then again, fart in a bottle, girls make money with selling bath water and farts.
Sit on cakes. Yeah, it's all.
Yeah.
I guess I feel like my generation was kind of plain. I don't feel like that's what we go for.
What is your generation
foot fetish
go for?
seems relatively mild, guys.
Yeah. All right, we're done. That's it.
Have you covered everything so no one else can do a radio show the rest of the day?
I think we should shut the station down.
Okay.
Okay.
You've done it all.
We've done it
Covered
all.
every side
what
of every
else
story.
is there to talk about?
You've hit every side, every story. No one needs to speak again the rest of the day.
Yeah. All right. That's all. That's pretty good. All right. I think we did. That may be the best show we've ever done. There's nothing left to cover.
I don't know. That whole Mini G
In a
thing
Hall
you
of
did
Fame
earlier.
Career. In a Hall
Lance,
of Fame career.
when you heard Mini G, did you think that was the best show you're ever a part of?
No, but we also, to be fair, we also had the Tulane quarterback now.
You brought everything to the
I had
table.
to get a ruling. I had to get a ruling from the court.
From non-Jewish people, you had to get a ruling from?
No, Jewish people.
And John told me, and John knows some Jewish people.
A couple even.
I just said, I wouldn't say that. I feel like Ari was trying to start something. I think he was intentionally starting a fight.
Oh, I'm not saying that either. Not saying it. All right, we're done. Mopey and Mapes next, right here on ESPN 97.5. Where's Mapes?
We got some scheduling thing where he has to work at night. He has to produce the Glenn Davis show for some reason. I don't know. I guess we didn't have anyone.
Just get Abigail to do it.
She's got a full-time job.
At night?
Well, I don't know if she wants to come in after her full-time job.
Get in here and do it.
You're just telling a woman
Get Will Doctor to
Are you
do it.
bossing a woman around?
Get Will Doctor to do it.
Will doesn't want to come in.
Get Michael Carroll to do it.
Michael Carroll does a full day of work. He's not going to want to hang out from 6 to 8.
Yeah.
So AJ is here.
Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, Michael Carroll came in. What am I supposed to do? Dell said something about you doing a night show.
Don't put that on me.
Yeah,
Dell
said he wants you on that night
show. That's a lie.
All right, we're done. We'll talk to you again tomorrow, everybody. Have a great day.
Welcome to the show. If you're listening very late in the previous show, you'll know that Sean Mapes is not with us. Sean Mapes will be back tomorrow. I don't even really know how this came about, why he needs to be producing 6 to 8 for the Glenn Davis show, Soccer Matters, but that's what he's doing. And look, we're short on bodies when it comes to producing. So AJ's back with us. He'll be here after filling in most of last week. He'll be here today, and then Sean will be back tomorrow. So Sean and I had on the fly decided to react to one list per day because it's list season. When it's particularly for football content people where they have to make a list, like ESPN is in the middle of ranking rosters and position groups. And of course, yesterday we did something regarding best quarterbacks in the SEC, not really taking it seriously, just acknowledging that this is what people do. So it was going to be Sean's thing, and I'm not springing it on AJ. So I got to come up with a list, and AJ and I will react to that a little bit later today on the show. But what happened last night was the Astros stabilizing. If we go back to Sunday afternoon, top of the 5th inning, you're down 3-0 to the Mariners, and you're what felt like on the way to getting swept and being only 2 games up in the division after having a very comfortable lead for the better part of the year. You scratch and run across in the top of the 5th on a error, and then Cam Smith comes through, Christian Walker comes through, and all of a sudden you're up 5-3 because Trammell hits a home run. All of a sudden you're up 5-3 through 6, and you keep tacking on runs. You wind up winning 11-3. So you go from what seemed like you're going to be down 2 or up 2, because I even saw someone tweet when the Astros were down 3-0 that this feels like a real giant mountain to climb considering the lineup. Well, the lineup came through, and thanks to Bryce Matthews, they came through last night. He hits his first 2 home runs of his career off of Zach Gallant. The Astros win again. The Mariners lost again last night. So all of a sudden, you go from what felt like being only 2 games up in the division to having a 5-game lead. And if you were getting a little tight, I'm sure some people getting a little tight, even though there's plenty of time to go. Some concern was building, particularly from the people who use social media to simply react to Astros baseball. Now we breathe a sigh of relief. You get good enough performances from your pitchers following Hunter Brown on Sunday. Hunter Brown was a little concerning, and we continue to discuss what is going on there. Hopefully, it's just a little blip, but the rest of the staff came through on Sunday, and of course, you got a good effort yesterday, last night. Good enough effort to take care of the Diamondbacks, who were on a 4-game winning streak. You had Colton Gordon do his job when he's going 5 2/3. He's spraying 7 hits across those 5 2/3, but doing enough. Only gave up 2 earned runs, walked a couple, which is something he doesn't normally do. And you get the contributions from Bryce Matthews against Zach Gallant. 6-3 final. You're up. You're 5 games up now, and now you'll see if you can win this series, because you're going to have Fromper going in this series as well. So let's get back on track and actually win a series. The Astros haven't done that in a while, but even last night, it was true to form, at least over the recent stretch, where it was the 12th straight game in a row where they were down in a game, where they did not score the first run. The lead for the Diamondbacks didn't last long. They take a lead in the bottom of the first off a single by Carroll, and then the Astros fight right back thanks to the Matthews home run. So they got it right back, but it's still been a thing where they can't jump out the leads. Thankfully, it didn't cost them on Sunday or yesterday. So 6-3 the final. You get what you got from Colton Gordon, and then the combo of Souza, Kurt, and Hader closed it out. So that's good. That's good. You start off a series right, something you have not been able to do since the Dodgers series, I believe, even winning game 1 of a series, considering how poorly they had played in the last 2 weeks or so. When you have the front end going into the All-Star break and then coming out of it against the Mariners, and now you're waiting on guys to come back healthy. And that'll always be the issue until those guys are back. So Jordan gave an update. In fact, we'll get to that when we come back. Thanks to the previous show, we're already past break because that's just who they are. Yes, I am part of that show, but when they do things like that, I separate myself from them. So Fromber goes tonight. We would expect Fromber to do the Fromber thing, and sorry, I'm just laughing at something on ESPN. because they're showing a highlight of Dak Prescott throwing a touchdown pass to Brandon Cooks from 2023. Now, it was initially tweeted by someone yesterday that was Dak throwing it to George Pickens, and that went viral. But with how Twitter or X, whatever you call it, how it works, if people just grab it from someone else, you can click on where the source of the video is. And if you click on the source and the tweet, it's from 2023. And I thought to myself, how could anyone think Brandon Cooks is George Pickens? George Pickens won't wear the number 3 in his life. It's number 3. It's a shorter receiver. Why does anyone think that's current?
Well, he's wearing number 3, but I guess that's why they got it confused.
Oh, that's okay.
Wearing,
He is wearing number 3.
Yeah,
but that video was of Brandon Cooks.
Yeah, and then I saw on First Take today, Molly Kiram, she said like it was George Pickens, but from a Brandon Cooks thing too. So she got it confused as well.
Yeah, this is what I'm watching. It's on First Take, the video.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so it's on television right now. So okay, he is wearing 3, so that's why they got confused. But I went and clicked on the video. It's Brandon Cooks. Brandon Cooks. Okay, I was wrong on the 3 thing, but Brandon Cooks looks nothing like George Pickens running a route, standing still. He's not George Pickens. There's a difference in size, a great deal. So that's on. So ESPN got fooled. It happens. They got fooled, but whatever. So sorry, I was distracted by that because I can't believe after seeing that video and simply doing the research of clicking on a button to tell me that was from 2 years ago, they didn't do that.
You think since they're so obsessed with the Cowboys, they would have it right?
Considering how much they love to cover them, they could at least get that video right. And instead, they didn't. They just saw it. The producer grabbed it, threw it on there. And now, for anyone who did any bit of research, they look foolish. But for most people, they won't know. So it just looks like in their first practice, Dak threw a pass to George Pickens for a touchdown on the first play of practice. Their first 11 on 11. So clearly that connection is already coming through, except something from 2 years ago. But back to the Astros. Framber on the mound tonight. Hopefully he'll go against Eduardo Rodriguez and get that win. And then we can talk about maybe the Astros turning things around and going on a winning streak themselves. So we'll get into the update on Yordan when we come back. There's also a small one on Jeremy Pena. Something that's not very definite, but if you want to take it this way, at least it seems positive. So we'll get to that. If you want to call in, you can 713-780-3776. That's the number. Me and AJ till noon. We'll be back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Let's get to Jeff here. He wants to talk some Astros and specifically Hunter Brown and McCullers. What's up, Jeff? Jeff, welcome.
What's going on, Del? How are you, sir?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Pretty good. Hey, so if you have to throw one out for the season, are you throwing McCullers out or Hunter Brown, and why?
Oh, it's an easy one. Hunter Brown, I know the last 3 starts haven't been very good, but Hunter Brown has shown for the better part of a season plus now that he's one of them. He was in consideration to be one of the best pitchers in baseball, start the All-Star game. McCullers is a guy, for the most part, you have no idea what's going to happen, and it's leaning towards bad starts are happening. So I don't know that if he even is still, if he's healthy when it comes playoff time, if the Astros do make the playoffs, I don't know if he's even on this roster, the playoff roster. I know Brown will be. Certainly, some of it would have to do with Arrighetti and what he's like, and Javier and Garcia, if those guys are back. But if we just look at what they currently have, would you rather have McCullers on the mound than what you got from Colton Gordon last night?
No.
Yeah. So I don't know that. I know we're using if the guys we know are available, but what if it's not the guys we know? Would it make any sense for Joe Espada to start McCullers over a Colton Gordon or Brandon Walter right now? That's how far below the standard that McCullers is, and it's surely has a lot to do with the time off and trying to find his way. But that's not a guy who's a playoff caliber pitcher right now. You can't make him your number 3 right now and feel good about it. So I think he's far down the list of potential guys that they could roll out there to be a starter. Hell, I don't know if he even is a bullpen guy. That would probably have to be something that is determined once you have more guys that you can pitch on a consistent basis as starters, and then maybe you move Lance to the bullpen and see if he kind of finds himself there and maybe he can contribute. But I don't see Lance McCullers as it stands right now being on that playoff roster.
Hunter Brown's making me a little nervous, to be honest.
I get it. I understand it. It's not what we want, particularly when we thought we had 2 guys who we could depend on. Hunter Brown is going through a bit of a lull. That's all. At least that's what we hope. That's what we hope it is. That's 3 starts. If it gets to 4, I'm sure the anxiety will grow, but I'm going to go, hey, he's been really, really great. Maybe this is just a little blip. At least that's all I can hope for, because if it's more than a blip, then we got real problems.
Yeah, well, I sure hope so. And good show again, and we'll catch up soon, my friend, and I appreciate you.
I appreciate it, Jeff. Yeah, thank you. I get the anxiety over Hunter Brown because we depend on him. Hunter Brown, Framber Valdez. Those are the 2 guys, start after start, you can lean on and go, at least we're going to not only just be competitive, have a real shot to win the game. If Hunter Brown's going to fall into, we really got to put runs on the board to win one of his starts, that doesn't say much for the Astros' future when it comes to a real shot at contending. Of course, another guy that would help in their contention is Yordan Alvarez. The update on him is the hand is something they're just not sure about. That's the issue. There was some talk about whether there should be surgery. Yordan says the injury's in a spot where surgery normally doesn't happen, so that's why there has not been a surgery there. He just says he needs to rest it, and he'll come back and play when he thinks it's going in the right direction. So we remember early in this process, Dana Brown talked about if Yordan could toughen through, be tough enough to play. It was more like, hey, if he can deal with the pain management, maybe he can come back and play. It turns out if the bone is actually broken, maybe it's not simply about pain. Right now, we're at a point where Yordan received some injections back in early July for the hand to reduce inflammation, and now we're just waiting to see if he can get to a point where he thinks he can swing a bat without pain. And right now, he feels good. is heading in the right direction, but they still think it's going to take a bit longer than anyone wants before he can actually return. So he said he's swinging the bat at about 60 to 65% intensity. The Astros and the Astro players love to give us percentages about things, whether it be the ability for a guy to come back or how hard he's swinging the bat. So that's where we stand with Jordan. He's hitting the ball off a tee. He's been doing that for a couple of days. And he did also on Monday or yesterday, excuse me, do some hit the ball with some soft toss. So we're inching ever closer. Pena, on the other hand, is one where there's less of an explanation for what's going on. It's just that he's really close to hitting some live pitching, not to being back in the lineup, but hitting some live pitching. They expect him to do that in the next couple of days in Florida, according to Joe Espada. So according to Espada, barring a setback or really just how things are playing out, expect Pena back before we see Alvarez. So the Jordan thing may be ever closer to we're talking mid-August, maybe later. But they do expect Pena back, hopefully, maybe before August. Now I'm just guessing, maybe before August begins, but certainly on a path to get back before Jordan does. So that's kind of the injury stuff right now. Of course, the pitchers are working their way back. All those guys are either pitching like Arguetti and Corpus or the FCL or off a mound, in various stages of getting back to the big club. So that's kind of an injury update on the Astros. I got distracted by some football stuff before we went to break last go round. A lot of people say it's been a long off season. I don't really ever feel that way. When football comes back, I'm okay, football's back. I'm not counting down the days like we had. I think Julian called in this morning and said we're Kyle Juszczyk amount of days away from the season being back. If you're not a nerdy 49er fan, let me explain it to you. Kyle Juszczyk wears number 44. So we're, I guess, 44 days away from football, the NFL season being back. It's not something I keep track of. Like, okay, training camp is here. We have joint practices. I see that. Oh, look, there are games. They're preseason games. And then and then the season's here. I'm not a countdown person. Football doesn't run me the way it runs other people. I'm not saying you have nothing else to focus on. I'm sure everyone has a very fruitful life. I just don't do the countdown to football. I mean, if I want to entertain myself with Summer League, I'll do that. Hell, if I want to watch The Gilded Age on HBO Max, I'll do that. I find things to pay attention to, but we are getting closer, and that's why we have list season, and we'll get to that a little bit later. AJ, are you someone who marks off on your mental calendar that we're one day closer to football season?
Not necessarily, but I definitely do look forward to it. But
look, I get it.
Right.
I love football, college football particularly. But you know what? I always think of it as, oh, look, the season's here. I'm not hyper focused on. I can't believe we're 2 more sleeps until training camp. That's not who I am.
Yeah, for me, I'm like I equally love, like, for example, Marvel and DC as much as I love basketball and football.
Yeah,
So it's
I
kind of
got
like I can do
stuff.
that.
I got stuff to do.
Right.
And then when football comes, there's another thing for me to look at. That's all it is. As you said, look, I got Spider-Man stuff. If I want that, if I want to revisit, I watch Superman. I got the new Alien TV show coming up. I watched the trailer for Predator Badlands, which looked pretty good, the new trailer for that. So we're multifaceted, I guess is what we say. But Julian, find a 49 with the number 43 tomorrow. I don't know. I guess. But yes, for you football junkies, we're getting close. And along with that, we're going to have our fantasy football league here on ESPN 97.5. If you don't know what that is, you should be paying attention, because on Thursday we're going to give away the first couple spots. So what it is it's myself, John, Lance, and Sean. We're going to have a fantasy football league with 8 of you. Now it's 4 winners plus whoever they want to add to the league. So that's important, because along with getting in the fantasy football league, you get to spend 2 nights at the Golden Nugget, not with us per se, but we're going to be around. We're going to have our draft August 28th. You guys should be there if you're in it. It's a 2-night stay at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, $200 food and beverage credit, and dinner at the DraftKings Sportsbook. So on Thursday, we're going to give away the first spot for that, and we're going to be doing that every Thursday through August 24th. This one's going to be on air. We might do some social media stuff as well. So if you can be in Lake Charles on, I believe, the Wednesday night and Thursday night, because that's for the listeners, Wednesday night, Thursday night. So the 27th and the 28th for the listeners, while we will be there the 28th and 29th for our shows. If you can be there 27th, 28th, lock in. Be aware. John and Lance are going to be giving away a spot for you guys to be in the Fantasy Football League with us for that draft. And of course, Golden Nugget's great. Stay in the hotel. They have great restaurants. And of course, if you like gambling, no matter what your flavor is, whether it be like the slots like Lance, you like cards like John, you can do that at the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Just a couple hours away. I've been there quite a bit over the last year or two, and it's a good time. They always treat us very well. They'll treat you well as well. So we're doing that starting on Thursday. Okay, we'll go to break with that. But before we do that, I want to tell you about another place that'll treat you very well. It's the people over at Monument Chevrolet. Just go to monumentchevrolet.com to check out what they have to offer. They have great EV vehicles. They have great trucks, cars, everything you might want in a dealership. It's there at Monument Chevrolet. So once you see what they have to offer, you can certainly head on out there. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And once you get on the lot, you're going to meet the great salespeople there. Hell, everyone there is great. But the salespeople are kind of how you get introduced to the experience at Monument Chevrolet. And they understand because they've been in business for over 50 years. They understand what the car buying experience should be like and what it shouldn't be like. They're not pushy. They're friendly. They also understand you don't want to be on the car lot for the entire day. If you have an idea of what car you want, they're going to make sure you get into that car, the best car for you, and at the best price for you as well. And this week is EV Blazer week. So if you're into the EV Blazer, you get 0% APR on the 2025 EV Blazer for 36 months. It's maybe time for you to join the 21st century and save money and style on that luxurious EV Blazer. We do the car of the week thing every week, and this week it's the great EV Blazer. So check out that Blazer on the website, monumentchevrolet.com, and then head on out there in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So let's actually talk a little football, at least contracts involving some of the prominent players in the game. Trey Henderson using social media to let you know that things aren't going well with the Bengals. He posted a picture of him being in Florida because the Bengals and he are nowhere near a deal. He says their offer is ridiculously low. Ridiculous how low it is. So their primary pass rusher isn't in camp. The Bengals have had these issues the last couple of years when it comes to paying their guys. They relented on Higgins and Chase, pretty much because Chase said, if you don't pay Higgins, I'm not going to be a Bengal. So they figured out a way to keep both receivers. You may see that become a real problem when it comes to filling out the rest of the roster. Maybe Henderson is suffering from that. We just gave two receivers big money. We're not looking to give you any money, at least not to the level you think you deserve. And of course, Shamar Stewart is the other big issue for the Bengals. He's a rookie out of Texas A&M. There was some not founded speculation because he was around the A&M facility that he could go back to school. A&M's coach Mike Elko said he's not playing for us this year. Stop talking about that. So I guess either he's going to be a Bengal or maybe he enters the draft. I'm not sure how that works because we don't see this very often. But Mike Brown, the owner of the Bengals, explained their side of the story. Shamar Stewart's side is, you did this for your previous couple of picks. Why won't you do the same for me? And the Bengals are saying, well, I'll tell you, I'll let Mike Brown tell you. Remember, this is a 90-year-old man saying these things, 90-year-old rich man. So take it for what it is. But this is Mike Brown on why there's an impasse when it comes to Shamar Stewart.
Basically, it turns on whether out years are guaranteed if he gets involved in conduct detrimental to football. Well, what does that mean? Detrimental to football in recent years has been violence to women. That's about the one that comes to mind. There are others probably, but that's the one that I think of. Well, if we get a player who gets involved in something like that or does something that is just unacceptable, guess what? I don't want to pay him. I really don't. If he's sitting in jail, I don't think I ought to be paying him. And so we say that if he got involved in conduct detrimental, we'd have the right to terminate the guaranteed part for the back years. He says, or his agent says, oh no, you can terminate the guaranteed part only for the remaining part of the year in which the event occurs. Oddly, something like this has never occurred in my memory with us. I don't think it's going to occur.
Now, of course, you hear the old white man talk about jail for a player, and people get a little shook and get a little agitated by it. So be it. Like I said, it's an old guy, a lot of money saying old white guy things. Whatever. It does bother me. It's whatever. It's whatever it is. I don't know if that there was any ill intent, but you can make your determination if you so choose. The issue is the Bengals need ballers on the defensive line. They don't have many right now, and they spent the first round pick on Shamar Stewart, and with Trey Henderson not available currently, they're in a tough spot. They hired a defensive coordinator because Lou Anarumo, who got a lot of acclaim for shutting down Patrick Mahomes in that second half of that AFC title game that they went on to win and get to a Super Bowl, was ineffective last year, so they needed a change. You don't give your guy who you just hired to fix things a lot of tools when the guys you expect to be a couple of your top pass rushers aren't available. So Henderson's in Florida. I don't know where Shamar Stewart is. Ironically, he's from Florida too. I don't know if he's hanging out there. Maybe he's still hanging around College Station. Who knows, working out. But the Bengals are a bit of a mess there. And AJ, the two rookies that are not signed currently are Shamar Stewart and Quinshawn Judkins. One's a Brown, one's a Bengal. One is not being signed because theoretically he may get in trouble in the future. The other one's not signed because he's actually in trouble.
Right.
Quinshawn Judkins had his issues, so he is still unsigned. And that's it. After all that worrying about all the second round picks not being signed, they're all in camp, all ready to go, except for the two guys who were drafted by the Ohio team. So the Texans don't have such issues unless you want to talk about Jimmy Ward. He may be in line for a suspension. We remember his off the field issues that happened earlier this year, but everyone else looks like they're ready to go. Joe Mixon expected to be good to go. He was in a boot earlier in the offseason. CJ's general soreness apparently has gone away, so we shouldn't expect anything but the quarterback to be throwing the football to start camp when the Texans open up camp. So uh, a relatively, I mean, outside of the trading for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, the Texans didn't do a lot to make noise. They just went about their business. The question is, did that business make them a better football team? The draft, you like adding to the receiver core because you needed some help there. You traded for Christian Kirk, and now with your quarterback apparently healthy and ready to go, the question will be about your offensive line, and that question will hopefully it's already resolved, but I imagine camp will determine some of those spots. I love for it to be something where there aren't really camp battles. Everything's figured out because they have a solid five that they believe in. But I think that is me asking for too much. So while camp can be boring, I think the Texans and how their season will go, camp will play a big part of it because they have to find a cohesive 5-man unit. And hell, considering how injuries take place in the NFL, you probably need a solid 6 or 7 because I know we're focusing on the top 5 because that's the lineup that's going to go out there week 1. But do the Texans have 7 good offensive linemen? Because you can just assume a guy's going to get banged up. Who's going to be your swing tackle? Do you have a third guard that you can depend on that has some versatility? Those are all things that need to be sorted out. I'm not sure they're even deep enough to get to 6 or 7 right now. At least guys you want out on the field. I mean, we've seen Patterson and Scruggs, and right now they're not slated to start. And I guess if you want to throw them in there, as at least we know they've played NFL football, cool. But not at a high enough level where they could keep their jobs and not be challenged by guys who are average to below average in their other spots. Laken Thompson's a vet, and D'Amico would know him from both their times in San Francisco. But Laken Thompson was I guess I will be kind and say fine with the Jets. Fine. He's not an above average guard at this point in his career. And the question for the Texans is, do they have an above average player on their line? I guess that would go to Titus Howard, but he's even playing a new position. So they got some things to figure out. And I think it even just goes beyond that top 5. Can they get to 6 or 7 that they depend on? Like the guys that are going to be active week to week. Can they get to a number where they're not worried? That'll be up to Cole Popovich, and hopefully Nick Caserio's giving him enough bodies to make that work. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll come back with some pettiness, and I love pettiness, but this sound that we're going to play isn't really the focus of the conversation because, sure, an athlete is petty about another athlete, but the reaction to the pettiness I take issue with. We'll get to that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So, over the weekend, we had the WNBA All-Star Game. You had the shirts being worn by the players, pay us what you owe us. I guess the star of the weekend was Stud Buds. If you didn't know who that what that was or who that was beforehand, I'm right there with you. But Stud Buds was one of the stars of the weekend. It's a duo, by the way. It's two people, and just to inform you, and they were all about it, streaming, having clips up on social media, whatever. But as far as the takeaway from the weekend, it was the women who play in that league think they're owed more than what they are being offered with the new CBA coming up. Of course, there's the financials of the new Mark TV deal, which is going to be upwards of $2 billion. So they think they deserve more than 9%. You can get into that debate, what you think they're worth and what they're owed, considering in the past, their reporting is that the league is not profitable. Of course, what's that coming from? Is that coming from the league, the same people who own the NBA, which would tell you during labor negotiations that they're not profitable either when they're trying to limit how much they're handing the players. Now, I believe the NBA, it's a 50-50 split, so certainly one of the more generous CBAs, at least when it comes to revenue sharing. So the women won a little bit more than 9%, certainly. We'll see what they get. But the quote from the weekend was this from Kelsey Plum. She's sitting next to Sabrina Ionescu, and they're discussing the shirts and how those came about. And then she drops this bomb out of nowhere that people took offense to.
That was a very powerful moment. We didn't, at least as players, we didn't know that was going to happen. So I think it was kind of like a genuine surprise. But the T-shirt, just United Front, was determined this morning that we had a meeting for. And, not to tattletale, but 0 members of Team Clark were very present for that. But no, we were just we had a very that really needed to be mentioned. I'm trying to make a situation light, okay? But yeah, no, I think it was just all of us getting on the same page for the game. We wanted to do something that was just united and collective, and I thought that it was a very powerful moment and got the point across. And sometimes you don't have to say anything.
Now, Sabrina Ionescu is the one saying, I don't know why that needed to be mentioned. Now, whether you think she was just joking or you think she was taking a shot at Caitlin Clark, whatever it is, there becomes a talking point about how come these women don't understand what Caitlin Clark means to the league. And you guys were sleeping in the same rooms and on trips, and you were flying commercial before she got there. And while some of that may be true, maybe all of it is true. I don't know if you guys have ever, and I say to the people who are reacting in a certain way, like Colin Cowherd reacted in that way, and it's not unique to him. A lot of people are taking the stance of you guys would still be in the doldrums if not for Caitlin Clark. I would say, have you ever met a competitive athlete before? They're not going to bend the knee, just even if what you're saying is true. If you think back to the 80s and Michael Jordan and what he was doing to expand the profile of the league, do you remember any archival footage, because it's so long ago, of the Pistons and the Celtics going, man, we're really glad Michael's here, because if not for Michael, our NBA Finals games would still be on tape delay? No, that's not how athletes react. It's not how competitive people period react. That's another person in your field, and whether you think it's jealousy or pettiness, they look at Caitlin Clark and saying, you are someone I'm going to go at your head anytime you want. Now, yes, Kelsey Plum and what she said was the epitome of petty. It's taken it to a level that even one of the other players is like, I don't know if you should do that. I'm not sure why you did that. But as far as the general reaction to the players simply not bending the knee to Caitlin Clark, that's just how sports is. And I will assume that people are asking or suggesting these players do treat her a certain way is because it's a sport you don't really care about for the most part, and you've only started to pay attention because of one person, and now you think everyone should be deferential to her. That's not how competitive people work. That's what I'm taken aback by, the assumption that it would ever go away, where they're like, yeah, you know what? Caitlin's great. We love her. We're glad she's here. I know her job is to make our jobs tougher and beat us on the court, but we're so happy she's here. When have you ever met any real athlete who you would respect talk like that? No one talks like that. Stop it. Cut it out. That's all. Kelsey Plum, very petty, but I appreciate it. But everyone else, it's sports. I'm telling you, if one of your own players, let's go to a sport you love. Think of a sport you love, and one of your own players was deferential to Luka like that. I use Luka because AJ's a big fan of Luka. Let's say after a game where Luka went for 35 and 10, the Lakers come to town. They put 35 and 10 on the Rockets, and in the post-game presser, all the Rockets can do is praise Luka and what he means for the sport. How would the general Rocket fan respond to those players? You wouldn't be like, you know what? They're right. Luka's great for the game. You'd be like, hey, I thought you guys are dogs. That's not what I want out of my athletes. They're athletes. Athletes do this. I just don't understand why people don't get that when it comes to this. Stop it. Yes. Please, just treat her like the god she is, and don't treat her like just another athlete that's in your way. Okay, sure. That's how competitive people respond to things. You don't even get that out of kids in high school. No one does what you were asking them to do. And you wouldn't want anyone you rooted for to act that way. All right, I'm done. I just find the entire thing ridiculous. I will freely admit, I don't care that much about the conversation about the WNBA other than the hypocrisy when it comes to stuff like this. Like, the game is fine. I'll watch every now and again, but I can't lie and say I'm locked in watching W games night after night. If there's something not as interesting on TV, I'll watch it. But you guys gotta just remember, they're actually athletes, and this is how athletes do things. You're never gonna get them to pay deference to particularly a younger player in that way. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Hell, let's look at Tyrese Halliburton. Tyrese Halliburton was on the way to leading his team to the finals. And it wasn't a lot of guys, but the guys who were asked about him said he's the most overrated player in the NBA. Why? Because that's how athletes think. Whether they are living in reality or not, it's across all leagues, across gender. There's a competitive thing about athletes where they're just not going to accept that this person's much better than me or better for the league than me. It's just how it goes. Tyrese Halliburton's taking Giannis to the paint and scoring on him to win a series. He's knocking down game-winning shots. The clutch, maybe the best clutch player in the playoffs this year. And now this poll came out before the playoffs, but the thought was he's not as good as you guys think he is. And then he went out and proved that he's actually pretty good. So, all right, done with that. All right, we will come back with hour two. If you want to get in on the show, you can, 713-780-3776. It's me and AJ till noon. You can join us. We'll be back. I guess this shouldn't surprise me because the Texans had a run of being terrible in the last 6 years, but Derek Stingley is the only Texan defensive player for the Texans in the last 6 years to be a first or second team All Pro. Of course, that happened last year for them, and I bring it up because, while it is list season, I'm not sure this actually qualifies as a list, but a Texan makes at least qualifies for something that I did want to talk about. So this comes from CBS Sports, and they project who could be the next defensive All Pro at particular positions, and they go by characteristics like traits, height, weight, speed, and other players who have been All Pros at that position to determine who's next. So for edge rusher, there have been 15 players to be named first or second team All Pro at that position over the last 6 years. Of course, Michael Parsons, who we mentioned, is in line for a big deal. TJ Watt, Myles Garrett, the top of the top, Max Crosby. All those guys have gotten new deals except for Micah this offseason. We will see if Micah, we expect Micah to get his.
He will.
He will. We talked about it. Jerry just takes a long time, but he pays his guys. In fact, let's actually hear from Jerry since we're getting there. We'll get to the rest of this list in a little bit and what Texan qualifies for one of these positions. But here's Jerry Jones on why, at least right now, there's some hesitation to pay Micah Parsons what he wants.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year.
It was
Seriously.
actually just 4.
We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
So that's Jerry saying, hey, I don't want to pay a guy for him not to be available. Look, I get it. Talked about it this morning. Jerry didn't want to see Cooper Rush for as many games as he did last year. You think Jerry wants to go through another $60 million season for Dak and see Joe Milton out there? I don't know who the backup for Micah Parsons would be. I don't know who. I don't know I don't know the depth chart for the Cowboys in that way. Maybe AJ does.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I'm not going.
So I'm sure Jerry doesn't want to see the backup to Micah Parsons when he's paying him $40 million a year. So that's Jerry's reasoning for waiting. Although eventually he's just going to pay Micah Parsons at least $1 more than TJ Watt anyway, and move on. But that's the Cowboys on it. We heard from Mike Brown earlier why he's hesitating on Shamar Stewart. Different reasons, but it's just guys finding ways not to pay the guys they should pay anyway. But whatever. All right. So I mentioned those 4: Parsons, Crosby, and Watt, and Myles Garrett, best pass rushers in the game. Who on the Texans could be the next All-Pro at that spot? Pretty obvious. It's Will Anderson. He would join Stingley as a Texans All-Pro, the 2 guys in the last 6 or 7 years to make it from the defensive side of the ball. And some of the things they talk about is his quickness, his pressure rate. And, if you look at what they see, the prototype edge rusher, 6'3", 258 pounds, very similar to what Will Anderson is. And then they get into some other things like the 40 and stuff you would see at the combine. So that's just a confirmation of, if you want to call it that, of what a lot of people have said about Will Anderson. He's next. And beyond making an All-Pro and being very productive, what he's next means is he's next to get the bag. And will Will Anderson be making more than Micah Parsons? Realistically, he probably shouldn't. Of course, if he puts up 18 sacks this year, then of course we're having a different conversation. But he would just be next in line because Will Anderson is likely going to be a double-digit sack guy this year. He had 9. He's averaged 9 sacks over his 2 seasons in the league. Of course, the production, you want that to go up. The pressure rates is ranked 13th among pass rushers, and you would think with Danielle Hunter on the other side, it'll give him more opportunities to succeed because you can't focus on one of them. So he's a young pass rusher who's ascending, and he should be, if we're just going by the metrics, your next All-Pro as a Texan, at least on the defensive side of the ball. I'm trying to think about who else will qualify. As far as young defenders or even just defenders, period, maybe Danielle Hunter. If he has a big year, he could be one. He has not been, if I go by the list, I don't think he's been one. He hasn't been a first. That's surprising. He hasn't been a first or second team All-Pro. Look, it's a loaded list, but Danielle Hunter Particularly his last year in Minnesota was very productive. But when you've got Watt and Parsons and the other guys like Crosby and Garrett, it's going to be hard to break through to be a first or second teamer. So if I go with young guys, recent draft picks beyond Stingley, you're probably looking at, could Bullock get there? He's not a traditional lockdown corner. He does get his hands on a lot of footballs, though. He's a ball hawk. So those numbers might matter quite a bit. But if Stingley's going to be great, I don't see them. Could you get two corners on first team and second team? Because with Surtain out there and others, that's another spot that's kind of tough, particularly if one of the guys is already on your team. But yeah, Stingley's the obvious guy on defense to be an all pro. If you go to offense, you're probably talking Nico. CJ's in a rough spot. There's just lots of quarterbacks, hell, even in his own conference that you would take. Well, we talking. We get to these lists. Well, there's a big fight going on, I guess, on social media concerning the best quarterbacks in the game because Jalen Hurts wasn't put in the top 10 by Cam Newton. So Ryan Clark and Cam Newton are having a back and forth. It's mostly because Cam Newton has taken shots at Ryan Clark in the past. So Ryan Clark used his opportunity to say Cam Newton didn't show up in the Super Bowl. But I see through you, Ryan Clark. This is personal. That's personal. That has less to do with his take on Jalen Hurts, because what Cam Newton said was he said Jalen Hurts is a great quarterback. He just doesn't know if he should be top 10 when he considers everything that's around him, and that made people quite perturbed and offended. It wasn't a shot at him. It was just, hey, I'm not sure. But Ryan Clark took it as an opportunity because Cam Newton called him soft pretty much when it came to talking about players. But that's different. That's kind of a different topic altogether. So CJ would have to be, how good would he have to be to break through when there's only one guy per team, first or second team? You're talking Lamar, you're talking Josh Allen. Of course, Patrick Mahomes will always be hovering in for one of those spots. I don't know.
Leading touchdowns, good for sure. Something like that.
Well, yeah, it would have to be a
MVP caliber.
Yeah, certainly. It would have to be MVP caliber. And can you win the MVP when Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and Patrick Mahomes are the quarterbacks who have done it before, who certainly are going to be productive again? The thing that helps CJ, certainly a great year, but also he would be new. He would be new blood to it. Narratives matter in the MVP voting quite a bit, because last year, if you look at the numbers, Lamar Jackson had a better year numbers wise than Josh Allen. Now, they weren't playing against each other specifically, but Lamar Jackson's team beat Josh Allen in a game head to head. But because Josh Allen came into the year without Stephon Diggs, Gabe Davis was gone, people were questioning, or at least asking, how is Josh Allen going to be as productive with all those guys gone? And he had a great year. In some ways, that award was settled before the season even started, because of what was said about what Josh Allen had to overcome. We forget that he played in a soft division, and Lamar played in a division with the playoff team and another team who got hot late, and people were saying if they make the playoffs, they're going to be really dangerous when talking about the Bengals. So these things always have a bit of a tilt to them even before the year begins. So CJ would have to obviously be great this year, and even if he didn't win it this year, after being great, then the next year he would be set up. Okay, CJ's next in line. So that might be a path for him to make all pro. But I think it's Nico, the clear number one option on offense, and that's about it, at least going into this year, as far as guys, because Nico is ascending to a place where if he can stick around for 15 to 16 games, not miss 4 or 5, the numbers and what people think of him, he could be one of those guys who makes an all-pro team at wide receiver, which is, once again, stacked, but at least you have more chances. Because what do they take? 3 per team? Do they? Is it a 3 wide receiver
I
team?
believe so.
It might be that. I have to look. So if you're talking about 6 spots, there would be a spot for Nico Collins. He could definitely be considered a top 6 receiver in football. Can CJ be considered a top 2 quarterback in football with the guys he'd have to go against? That's a tough one, but we'll see. We'll see. But yeah, Will Anderson, next in line to be an all-pro. And if he joins Derek Stingley, great, because it's been a bit of a drought for Texans defenders to be considered one of the best at their position. But they've drafted really well in premium spots on that side of the ball. Came to fruition with Stingley when he stayed on the field and was healthy, and all the ball production he gave the team. And of course, Will Anderson is a complete defensive end, so he may join Stingley in the near future. Okay, we'll go to break with that. The number is 713-780-3776. We will move to some college football stuff because Memphis wants in the Big 12, but not even a bribe can get the Memphis in the Big 12. It feels good to be the Cougs, right? Look, you guys can keep people out of the conference too now. It used to be the other way around, but Memphis, you're an American conference school. Sure, we were a couple years ago, but that don't matter anymore. We're Big 12, and now that we're in the Big 12, we're in a spot to keep a team out. So let's talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So Memphis proposed a package to the Big 12 where they were going to get the Big 12 $200 million and not take any money in return. Like, hey, we don't want to even split. Hell, we don't want any money. We just want to be in the Big 12. And the Big 12 said, your money's not any good here. We don't want you. The Big 12 expanded majorly thanks to the departures of Oklahoma and Texas. They went out and got teams to help them survive. They went out to the Pac-12 and took 4 from them. I think they took 3 from the American, which is now branded themselves the American. Officially, they were the American Athletic Conference. No one called them that. We all just said the American, but now that's official. And they've got a new mascot, as American as they come. An eagle dressed in a football uniform with a big A on the chest. I'm not sure that eagle's going to make appearances. Maybe it'll be at the American Conference Championship game. I'm sure it'll be at American Media Day. But yeah, it's a bald eagle because how American can you be if you don't involve the bald eagle? So that's what they're doing. But the Memphis will have to look at that bald eagle in the eye and tell him, yeah, I want it out. And the bald eagle will say, wait a minute, the Big 12 doesn't have a mascot. You wanted to join the Big 12? You wanted to bribe, and that's what it was. It's like a bribe. Hey, how much is it going to take for us to get out of the American and join the Big 12? And apparently, no matter what Memphis wanted to do, it wasn't going to be enough. So we avoid, at least for now, more conference realignment because the Big 12 showed some discernment and go, you know what? 3 of you guys are enough. And we talked to the Cougs, we talked to Cincinnati, we talked to UCF. Memphis ain't that enjoyable of a trip. So I don't actually know if that's how it went, but no one wants to go there. No one, enough of that. I don't know, and I don't know how big the Memphis footprint would have been. Like, how's that going to help a TV deal to involve Memphis, even if they don't want to take a cut for 5 years? So there it is. If you are a American Conference purist, just know that while the Cougs and others tried to decimate your league, the Big 12 has said enough is enough. They're not as greedy as the SEC, apparently, or Memphis simply just isn't appealing. That's tough. When they watch a fellow conference mates leave and get accepted, and then when they try, and historically one of the better football programs in the American, Memphis, thanks to Mike Norvell and others before him, doesn't matter if you don't bring eyes to the conference. So, and you know what? I get it. If you're Mike Gundy, do you want to make a trip to Memphis? I mean, we can ask the Cougs. Did the Cougs enjoy going to Memphis very much? I mean, I watched enough of those Thursday night games with the Cougs against the Memphis Tigers. It wasn't a fun experience, I don't think. So, yeah, they avoid that. More trips to Lubbock and Stillwater, less trips to the land of Elvis. So we avoid that. All right. So less conference realignment for us to talk about, which is always great. I appreciate it. While the NIL stuff will constantly be a thing. One thing when I talked about earlier where I don't do countdowns because football, I love it, but I don't need to count down to it. I do appreciate once the games begin because I can push the off-season conversations of NIL stuff to the side. I just need to get through a year without any real Nick Saban speculation because there is a world where Nick Saban starts setting rules for how college football operate, and then he comes back and takes a job because the president and Nick Saban may be working hand in hand on something where Nick Saban becomes almost like a czar of when it to certain aspects of how college football is run. And people think that if Nick Saban gets college football to a spot that he would thrive in again, he would welcome the opportunity to come back. Because if you remember, when he retired, he pointed to how different it was in recruiting, and he and his wife, I believe she goes by Miss Terry, didn't like the direction of college football, and it wasn't what they wanted to do anymore. So he stepped aside, and of course, Kalen DeBoer's there now. But if we get it to a point where Nick Saban could let's just say have things his way, would it surprise me if he came back after a couple years absence? How old is Nick Saban? Is he like 68 or something like that? If Pete Carroll can come back and coach, who is older, he's 73. Nick Saban, I think Pete Carroll's around that age too. he certainly wants to be around the sport Nick Saban does. They're both 73. He's on game day. I think that's his way of staying connected. And if it ever came about, well, we've done it. I think we did it. You were here for it, AJ, when we discussed spots for Nick Saban and Texas Tech came up, and I scoffed at that.
Oh yeah.
I still scoff at that, but I still don't believe that would happen. But I wouldn't be surprised. But as I said, with the games coming up, I can push off Nick Saban speculation to the side and just watch football. And we're getting close, or getting ever closer to that, which is pretty nice. I love week 0 because it's just college football saying we don't even pretend like we should be playing this week, but we are. So we're just going to call it week 0. We're not going to call it week 1 and push everything back. So we know we're going to have big games the weekend. Actually, we're going to have big games the weekend that we're at the Golden Nugget, at least the weekend after we're there. I don't know if we're going to be spending 4 days there. I think I'm coming home on that Friday, but the college football season will probably start on at least a game that we care about on that Thursday while we're doing the draft. That's kind of how it was a couple years ago, where it was like maybe Minnesota versus Nebraska. The Big Ten got a game in on that first weekend of games that people actually paid attention to. So I think if you are part of the if you're part of the group that gets to participate in our fantasy football league, you'll be sitting there doing the draft and watching likely a major college football game that day or that night with us. So we're getting there. And we'll have a list coming up, but it isn't a college football list. It's a basketball list. So AJ, I need you to think about this. ESPN has a list as part of List Season Continues, where they document or rank the 30 worst mistakes by each NBA team in the last, I forgot, let me see what the time period is, since 2020. So since really the bubble season.
Okay.
So think of what you believe the Rockets one is. I think, and where they might rank. I think the obvious one is pretty easy. Not for the Rockets, just overall. If you think about the last 5 seasons, what's the biggest mistake in it NBA front office has made? Probably pretty recent, maybe involving one of your favorite players.
Mavs, obviously.
So that might be there. We'll get to that, but the Rockets make the list, and I'm surprised they're as low on the list considering what has happened this offseason. So, and the Rockets are also adjacently higher up on the list. It's about what another team made, but it also what a mistake another team made, but it benefited the Rockets. So we'll get to that as part of list season. ESPN provided something for us. So we'll get to that. So we'll go to break with that. If you want to call in, you're welcome. Number 713-780-3776. So I did want to mention this. While AJ is here producing this show, Sean is producing Soccer Matters, which will be at Senate Ave tonight. So from 6 to 8, Glenn Davis will be at Senate Ave for Soccer Matters. And then on Thursday, the Paul Gallant Show featuring Will and Joe. That's Will Kunkel and Joe George. And then the Killer Bees are going to be at Cadillac Bar. That is part of our summer circuit tour. We do that. We're going to do that, continuing to do that throughout the summer, where the afternoon shows are out and about at a local Houston restaurant. And of course, part of the summer circuit tour is this. If you go out there and meet the guys in person, you can sign up at the promo table for the Power On bikes. The e-bikes worth $4,000, the value of them. A couple bikes worth $4,000 in value from the Power On Electric Bicycle Company. All you got to do is fill out a form, the registration form. You sign up, you're eligible to win. And if you've been at more than one event, that doesn't rule you out of signing up every time you're at an event. So you can do that. You can see the guys out at the Cadillac Bar on Thursday and maybe get yourself a very cool prize courtesy of Power On Electric Bicycle Company. Okay, we'll go to break. We'll come back with the worst transactions or decisions each NBA team has made over the course of the last 5 years. AJ will take a guess on what the Rockets one might be, and then I'll give you the answer to that and others when we come back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So as we continue our daily look at some list, I don't know how long it'll last, maybe until there's football games to talk about. I'm not sure, but we can find a list every day. And this one involves your Houston Rockets. According to ESPN, at least from ESPN, I should say, it is all 30 NBA teams' biggest roster mistakes since 2020. That could be cutting a player, not bringing a player back, trading for a player, drafting the wrong player. The Rockets are not that high up on the list, so whatever mistake they made wasn't considered a tragic one. I guess that has something to do with the fact that the team's pretty good now, so it didn't cripple them, I guess. So they are in what we call Tier 4, and Tier 4 has been labeled draft disasters. This is by Zach Cram from ESPN. They come in at 21. So now that I've given you some context, AJ, the tier that they're in is draft disaster. Rafael Stone lauded for his draft picks, but at least for this list, there's a miss. And if you could guess, and you have to, not could, you have to guess, what do you think the mistake is?
I mean, for me, everyone brings it up because, drafting Jalen Green at the number 2 overall pick, but also, Jabari Smith, he hasn't necessarily emerged in terms of a comparison to a player like Paolo. But those are really the only two. But even Jabari, he's been solid at moments, and Jalen Green isn't a bust, but he's not like someone like Cade in that draft. So that's what comes to my mind. Other things like, hiring Steven Silas, stuff like that, that's one. But I mean, in terms of the draft, though, those are the two that come to mind.
Jabari Smith, you mentioned, was the 3rd overall pick in the 2022 draft. Guys they could have taken, because obviously Paolo was off the board. Chet was off the board. Guys they could have taken who they wouldn't have been, although it was pretty much a solid top 3. Everyone said no matter what order, it was going to be these 3 guys. If you just go by the list, the one guy who you would have been crushed for taking was Jalen Williams, who was a star, but who's just got a max deal. But you weren't going to take Jalen Williams. I can't kill him for it because no one had him that high. He had just become a player that no one thought he would be this quickly. So I won't get on them for that. It is not the Jabari Smith draft pick, though. It is the Jalen Green draft pick, and not just because they took him. It's because they didn't take Evan Mobley. Evan Mobley was the player taken after Jalen Green, I believe. Evan Mobley is one of the cornerstones for a Cavs team who can't get out of second round of the playoffs. That's a odd way for me to put it. I get it. But yes, he was a pseudo MVP candidate. He was voted 10th in MVP voting. He is the reigning defensive player of the year, which would help. He's an all-star. He was on the NBA second. He was all NBA second team, of course, defensive first team. But if you want to say that the Rockets found a way out of that, they did trade Jalen Green along with Dillon Brooks for Kevin Durant. So they were able to pivot. But yeah, it'd be nice to have Evan Mobley, to have an all defensive player, to have a defensive player of the year, whether you think he deserved it or not, on the team. So it's reasonable. It's not that high. It's only 21. It's not crushing. And I think it's part of where the tiers are, that they only landed 21. And as you said, Jalen Green's not a bust. He just did not live up to go-to guy, put the ball in his hands when you need it most. He's just going to get you a bucket and be the engine for an offense of a good offensive team who could make a deep playoff run. We have one example of him in the playoffs, and it was terrible. Now
enough to get traded.
Yeah, that's true. Now Jalen Green believed, I talked about it, I think last week, Jalen Green believed he was going to get traded for a year. He believed. Now, whether that's true or not, I don't know. Was that simply what he was feeling from outside the organization? Because everyone had these thoughts about getting rid of him for a star. But he felt, at least he said, that the Rockets had been trying to trade him for a year. Don't know how true that is. Sure, the Rockets will never, ever admit to that. And the after playoff press conference was how much they thought of him and how the Warriors did everything they could to drag him out, all those positive things about him. And then immediately when Kevin Durant became available, and that was all it took Bye. Yeah, we'll give you a first-round pick in Dylan Brooks. We'll give you Cam Whitmore if you want. And the Suns said, nah, we'll take your second-round picks. So, yeah, Jalen Green drafting him over Evan Mobley is the Rockets' biggest mistake in the last 5 years. As I mentioned, the number one mistake from any NBA team said would be pretty easy. What do you think it is?
The Mavs trading Luka.
Yes, the Mavs trading Luka is the worst mistake in the last 5 years in the NBA. It's hard to disagree.
Right.
Now it's less than half a season since they did it. We've seen Luka in I gotta play for Slovenia shape. He's in that shape right now. We will see what happens when he's back playing for the Lakers. But yes, trading the All NBA first team top 5 player in the world for the often injured Anthony Davis seems like a giant mistake, particularly because of the process. You didn't canvass the league, partly because you didn't want it known, because once it got known that you're trying to trade Luka, the backlash would have been so much you probably don't even go through with the deal, and now you look like an a-hole because you put Luka on the open market. So I understand why you tried to do it in secret. You would have just hoped you could have gotten 3 or 4 teams involved while you're trying to do it in secret and up the price, but he really loved himself some Anthony Davis, and of course, it worked out in the best way it could after you make the worst mistake in the last 5 years, because you luck your way into the first pick overall and you take Cooper Flag, who no one will say a bad thing about except for me. Actually, I won't even say a bad thing about him. I just am not going to tag him with generational, because I think it's impossible to have possibly 3 generational guys in 5 seasons. Wemby, Cooper Flag, and then AJ DeBanza, who's going to be called generational too. So
Yeah.
if you're generation, how can you be generational when 3 guys are generational in 4 years? We will see what Cooper Flag is. But the Mavs come out as best as they could. So that's the worst decision. You can find that list on ESPN.com. Like I said, the Rockets, not terrible. And some of these teams, it feels like they're just looking to make a list. Because the Thunder, who just won the title, the biggest mistake they made was trading 4 rotation players after the draft in 2020 and 2021. The team, the team who wasn't trying to win, they traded guys who could have been Emmanuel Quickly and Jaden McDaniels and like Miles McBride. Yeah, okay. You're making a list here, but look what they've done. It's very hard to criticize them for anything they've done. So there it is. I'm just going through some other things on there. Let's go. I mentioned the other thing that has something to do with the Rockets. Number 2 on the list are the Suns. What could the Suns be number 2 for? Trading for Durant and Bradley Beal. That was a team that, while was disappointed after certainly losing in the finals, after being up 2-0 and then getting blown out by Luka Doncic in a playoff series in Game 7 at home, the immediate push by Matt Ishbia to go acquire stars has proven to be an absolute disaster. And this is why I talked about last week with Kevin Durant when he was going back and forth with Suns accounts. That's kind of the cycle. You acquire Kevin Durant, you're very excited about it, and then 3 or 4 years later, you're wondering what the hell happened to your roster, what the hell happened to your team, because once you acquire Kevin Durant, you do other things to maybe not necessarily appease Kevin Durant, but go all in on your roster because you do have KD. What happened in Brooklyn? They got Kyrie and Kevin Durant at the same time, and then they went and got James Harden. One of the more non-dependable, or I don't know what the word is. It's not undependable. Whatever the word is, least dependable superstars when it matters most. I guess I'd say great regular season player, but a guy you cannot depend on when it matters.
Flows like a lawn chair.
Yeah, that is something that did not work out for the Nets. And then of course the Suns say, we want Kevin Durant. We love a star. And when they got Kevin Durant, they doubled down. Let's go get another one. Let's go get Bradley Beal, because if we remember, the first iteration of that Suns team had Chris Paul on it. And Chris Paul, as he's wont to do, got hurt in a playoff series against the Nuggets, where if he was around, maybe that's a series. I think it eventually goes 6 anyway. So they have to make a move, and Bradley Beal is a move, and that turns out to be an awful move. So the Suns make the list at number 2, and the Rockets benefit from it, where they get Kevin Durant on what you would say was a cheap deal. You give up guys you don't think are indispensable, and now you have Kevin Durant. But just remember, it feels good now. But history says in 3 years, you are going to be fighting with Kevin Durant on Twitter about how he ruined your team. Now, the Rockets are in a better spot. They have draft picks. They have talented players, young players. My only advice, do not do a consolidation deal where you trade a couple of your young players for someone you think is a win now move to help Kevin Durant's roster. Don't do it. Kevin Durant should be the final piece. He should not be someone you need to add to by giving away picks and young players to do it. Don't do what the Nets and Suns did. That should be like something every NBA team writes in their bylaws. Don't do what the Suns or Nets did with anything. Don't do it. The Suns turned a promising roster with Bridges and Cam Johnson into the roster they have now. Don't do it. If Kevin Durant's not good enough, that sucks. But you got enough to live beyond Kevin Durant. Don't allow his presence to be something where the aftermath is one like what LeBron generally does to teams, where once he goes, there's nothing left but a burnt landscape to build from. Don't let Kevin Durant do that to you. You've done a great job building a roster that makes Kevin Durant the final piece, not someone that it requires more. Hopefully, not that I'm giving advice to Rafael Stone. Just look at the history of the league and where Kevin Durant's been. All right, we'll go to break with that. We got one more segment to go here. Coming up, it's Joe George. Sean advised me yesterday not to just assume who was going to be on, so I did look at the grid. It's a week without Paul Gallant, so we're having fill-in guys. We just got word that Will Kunkel will join the John and Lance show. Will Kunkel's going to be out at training camp with the Texans, so he will join us on Fridays going forward when he can. So we'll have Will Kunkel on with us at 8:30, but he also will be on later in the week on Thursday. But today is Joe. Joe filling in for Paul, and AJ will be there for that as well. All right, one more segment with us. We'll be back.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5. Stocks pulling back modestly this morning as General Motors and Coca-Cola are a little weaker after their earnings reports this morning. We have Dow futures pulling back just a bit. The S&P and NASDAQ both coming off record levels, down only modestly here in early trade. Europe down across the board. Japan was down in overnight trade while China moved slightly higher. Yield on the 10-year note this morning ticking up just a bit after falling yesterday, 4.39%. The handle on the 10-year, the dollar slightly weaker against key foreign currencies. Oil is down 53 cents at 66.67 a barrel. Gold closed above $3,400 an ounce yesterday, down $8.40 this morning, just $2 below that mark, which was a 5-week high. Earnings, of course, calling the shots this morning, keeping an eye on tariffs and trade as well as we move ever closer to that August 1st deadline before the president puts into place very stiff tariffs against the European Union and some other countries which face reciprocal tariffs that could kick in again within a matter of weeks.
This is the Del Olaleye Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
A man who made weekly appearances on this station is going to be back talking football. Jimbo Fisher is going to join the ACC network to look. I am a person who talks fast from time to time. Jimbo Fisher, woo-wee. I don't know if he will lean into that or he will slow it down. I don't know if he's got some media training in the last year or so to slow it down, but Jimbo can be a fast talker. So we'll see what Jimbo's like on the ACC network. He is one of several coaches who are former national champions who will be on a broadcast. Nick Saban for Big ESPN on game day, Urban Meyer on Fox, and now Jimbo. So you talk about those three out of coaching, still of an age where they probably could coach if they wanted to. I'm sure Jimbo could get a job someplace, maybe not at a type of job that he just left or was fired from, but I'm sure some program would hire Jimbo Fisher, and a pretty good one. So we're stuck. When I say stuck, probably wrong word. We have Dabo, Kirby, and with Jim Harbaugh in the pros, we've got Ryan Day. Those are our three. But you have like these other three guys lurking who may come back. I don't know that Urban Meyer will. We talked about the Saban thing, and we'll see if Jimbo gets the itch after a year of doing TV. So he will be he'll be on the ACC network breaking down Virginia versus NC State. So that's a bit of a fall from coaching at A&M, being a national champion, to being stuck in Charlottesville on a Saturday night for ACC Now or whatever they call that show, because Haynes King is in town playing the Virginia Cavaliers for Georgia Tech. Other news from that conference, considering their media days are opening up, it's good for gamblers. You love to gamble on that 11:30 Raycom ACC game. I got news for you. They're actually going to go to an NFL model when it comes to injury reports. The ACC had allowed coaches to kind of be deceptive, not really tell you. Like, you ask a coach in the middle of the week, hey, how's this guy doing? He had a brace on his hand. Hey, he's fine. Don't worry about it. Or if practices were closed, you'd never know if a guy was hurt or not. Well, now they're going to have to give out participation reports. So going forward, the ACC will tell you who's available for their games, and you'll get day by day. I think it might start Thursday. It really depends on their game. 2 day, I think 2 days before their game, and then the Friday, and then the day of. You'll get a participation report, and you'll get an update on who will be available. So, if you like to gamble, the ACC is doing you a favor. And hell, Jim Phillips, their commissioner, referenced that point. And Mark Richt was asked about it. Former player. He wasn't in the ACC at the time, but he played at Miami ACC team. And of course, he coached at Georgia and coached in the ACC for the Canes when he was let go by Georgia. He said when he was in school, there was a guy named Bobby. They called him Bobby the Bookie, and Bobby was always around the players asking who's in, who's out, because Bobby worked for a guy who wanted that type of information. And he said it's good for the players because they won't be pressured to maybe say something they shouldn't say because it'll be open to the public. So I don't know if other conferences, or at least all of them, will adopt it, but at least the ACC will. So now you have some transparency when it comes, and it helps fans too. You show up to a game, whether you're watching it on TV or you're at the game live, and hey, why is the running back not available? Oh, the coach didn't tell anybody until we didn't see him in warmups, which is kind of the way college coaches want to do it. The ACC is going to more of an NFL type deal, to force teams to be transparent about how they report injuries. So there it is. It's just a little bit of news coming out of the ACC media days as they're going on. The Big Ten, they got theirs going this week. We know the SEC did theirs last week. The Big 12 did theirs as well. Now the Big 12 did not do an official media poll. AJ, did you see where the Cougs were?
No, I didn't see it.
No, I didn't see it either, because the Tulsa World did it, like an unofficial one with media members, but not something the Big 12 will acknowledge. I'm interested to see how how the Cougs do this year, because this season is kind of like, I know year one is year one, but this one is like kind of a bridge to what seems like a bright future when we talk about the recruiting class. Can this team be one that I don't now look, it's still a long way to December, and I don't think Henderson's gonna go anywhere considering how he's talked about him, how about the team and what he wants to do and what players have kind of followed him. But you'd like to get off to a pretty good start to kind of solidify this class and maybe encourage others to join them.
Right, add to it.
Yeah, so this kind of a bridge year for Willie Fritz. And then we'll see who remains when December comes around. It's time to sign, and the Big 12 isn't a great conference, and we know the Cougs played pretty good defense last year. They got to find a way to put some points on the board, though. And is that Connor Wegman's job to do? I mean, my thoughts on Connor Wegman. I mean, maybe coming down to at this point, unfortunately, is a lower conference compared to the SEC will help him. Look, he had his moments last year. The game against Missouri was impressive when he came back from injury. He played well in that one, but he lost that job to Marcel Reed, and that's why he's now a Coug. Is he supposed to start? Is that the clear number one for them?
Wigman?
Wegman? Yeah, he's a clear number one. So he'll have his opportunity. He is one of those Texas recruiting. I don't know if you call him a legend, but he was certainly highly thought of coming out. That's why when A&M got him, that was a big win for them. I don't know. My concerns about him stretch back to his first spring game with A&M. Was like, this is what you guys are so hyped about? I mean, that ball's floating in the air a long time. Hopefully, for Wegman's sake and Willie Fritz's sake, he can be a little bit more consistent than Donovan Smith was last year. That was rough. That was rough for the Cougs last year. Those multiple shutouts in college football, getting shut out in conference games a couple weeks in a row. That is rough. Let's avoid that. We've had Willie Fritz on the station. You know, he did a good job at Tulane. He's a program builder. He can do that here, and just need to find some offense. Find some offense, and then who knows what you can be when you start to recruit as he's recruited, and get a roster together that just raises the talent level. At least this recruiting class upcoming can raise the talent level of what should be at least a hard playing side. That's what I'll give them in year one. They played hard. There are some inconsistent moments on offense, but don't remember a lot of quitting moments of if any with the Cougs, and that's a good step in year one. And you showed. Didn't they beat TCU on the road? Did they go to TCU one, or was that one of the ones that got shut out? I know they went on the road and beat someone that I was surprised they beat. I got to look it up. But there were moments last year where, okay, you see a little bit of what Willie Fritz is trying to do there, but Connor Wegman, let's go, man. Let's go. Let's see what he's got in a new spot. Because if he can be anything of what he was supposed to be at A&M, then you might have something there for a team trying to establish themselves in the Big 12. All right, you can hear that music. That means we're done for the day. Thank you, AJ, for filling in. Sean Mates will be back tomorrow. Since you hear that music and we're done for the day, what does that mean?
Shred 'em, Stroud!
And just to confirm, yep, it was 34-0 Cincinnati. They lost to them. 20-0 Iowa State, and then they went into TCU and won 30-19. I remember that because I was watching the game because I was like, are they going to get shut out 3 weeks in a row?
Yeah, after the 2-week mark, I didn't even bother watching. So I was pissed.
I imagine you were a little broken when you lose by a combined 54-0 in your first couple conference games. And that's coming off pushing Oklahoma. It was 16-12.
Exactly.
Yeah, so that was tough. All right, we're done. Thank you, AJ. Joe George is up next. He's filling in for Paul. And then after him, the Killer Bees. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Welcome into the Paul Gallant Show here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George here with you from 12 to 3 with AJ behind the glass hanging out on the show today. I'll be back on Thursday as well as the summer circuit continues. Myself and Will Kunkel will be doing the show at Cadillac Bar on Shepherd. We got a lot to get into today. We'll talk about the Astros game last night. I think I stepped over playing the highlight. I'm sorry. I'm a little rusty. But I'm not going to be rusty forever. Quick show announcement. Starting the first week of August 4th, that Monday night, on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays, I will be doing 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. So we are extending our local programming. So I'll be on after the Killer Bees. So 6 to 7 will be me, Glenn, me, and me. That's the schedule from 6 to 7 starting in August throughout all of football season. Last night, the Astros got the win. A little stressful there at the end. Josh Hader didn't have his best stuff, but it was a fun game. Like, you think about all the injuries that have happened with this team. You need guys to step up. And last night we saw the youngest member of the Houston Astros, Bryce Matthews, have a monster game, including these 2 home runs.
High fly ball, skied to deep left field. Gurriel Jr. back near the wall. This is gone. First career home run for Bryce Matthews. And the Astros out in front 3-1. Good boy, Bryce. That ball hit high in the air, deep to left field. Forget about it. Bryce Matthews putting on a show in the desert. 2 home runs, 5 runs driven in. Keep looking down the Paris Chica for the home run side. Well, the first chapter in Bryce's book has got Zach Gallant in it a couple of times.
All right, so Bryce Matthews, 2 home runs last night. The Astros win 6-3 against the Diamondbacks. They're now officially 100 games into the season, 58-42. They have one of the top records in all of baseball this year. And honestly, like the last 2 days, getting these wins, in which we'll talk about Yordan Alvarez in the next segment. We'll talk about Isaac Paredes, what's going on with him and travel issues and injury issues. Jeremy Pena, all these guys that are hurt. Just watching the game last night, I was just thinking to myself, as it's playing out, as they're extending their lead back a little bit in the division to secure the AL West this year, this is honestly, I think, some of the most impressive baseball I've seen from the Astros in this golden era. So, like, to think about where they're at today, 58-42, a little bit of a slow start in the season. They picked it up immediately, and you're now at a point in the season where you don't have Christian Javier, you don't have Luis Garcia, you don't have JP France or Spencer Arrighetti. You let Alex Bregman go, you trade away Kyle Tucker, but now the injuries in the lineup, Yordan Alvarez, Jake Myers, Jeremy Pena, Isaac Paredes. The fact that they are 16 games above 500, and when they're winning these games, it's almost like it's someone different every night is contributing. And last night it was Bryce Matthews being the star of the show. And yes, the last 3 series between the Guardians, the Rangers, and the Mariners have been kind of ugly for this team, but still, they had just swept the Dodgers right before that. So they're kind of, I think, coming back to reality with the injuries, where it's not going to be easy every night. Like, the Astros are going to need every single night, somebody's going to have like a superstar moment, a first time big moment, like whether it's Bryce Matthews or Chas McCormick or Jose Altuve being Jose Altuve, like Christian Walker having 2 hits last night. Like you need these guys to step up in a way that it's such a must right now at this point in the season. I'm just so, I think it's shocking in a way to watch them and to see like the opening day lineup. I know seemed like everyone was tweeting that last night and just talking about how, look what it was on opening day. Look what it is today. And it's like laughable in a way that all these guys are out. You have no sense of return for at least half of the guys that are injured of when they could potentially be back to this roster and into this lineup on an everyday basis. So again, it's one game in this series. all the Astros can do right now is keep taking 2 out of 3. Like, keep trying to take 2 out of 3. Win one of these next 2 games versus the Diamondbacks. Keep the Mariners at arm's length. They're playing the best team in baseball right now. The Brewers have won 11 straight games, including beating the Mariners last night pretty easily. So it feels like the Mariners could potentially get swept or will at least lose 2 out of 3 to the Brewers. So you've got a chance in this series to just continue to push them back and farther away, in which you've got big decisions to make in the next, 9 days. Like, the Astros are in a really also exciting, impressive, but challenging stretch of their season. Because the other thing I was thinking about last night was just looking at the deadline, reading all these articles about who's available and, who are the Marlins. I saw Jeremy Branham tweeting about today, who the Marlins are going to build around and who might be available for the trade for a team like the Astros. And they have 9 days to get this medical staff to give them real, honest answers about Jake Myers and Pena, who I know Pena's coming back. So more Jake Myers, Isaac Paredes, Yordan Alvarez. When are they coming back to Houston? When are they going to be back in the lineup? Because you got the win last night. And I would like to just see Bryce Matthews, unless you trade for like Brandon Lau from the Rays to be a lefty bat in your lineup and be at second base for you going forward. I would just like Bryce Matthews to be out there every day. He's got good defense. He's shown he's got some pop. I'd rather just learn with him than have I know Brendan Rodgers is hurt also with concussion right now from the minors. Like something like that, be at second base, Shea Whitcomb, any of these young guys, put Bryce out there every day. But you got 9 days to figure out who is not coming back this season or who has the potential to not come back this season. Because the best thing the Astros could do is trade for a third baseman, and then Isaac Paredes is healthy, and Joe Espada has to look at their lineup and say, okay, which one of these third basemen is going to have to play second base? Because Altuve and Yordan Alvarez is back. The best thing that can happen to the Astros right now is you acquire something at the deadline, everyone gets healthy, and you're figuring out who's actually just not in the starting lineup that day. That would be best case scenario, honestly, at this point for the Astros. So good win last night. Josh Hader, Okert, again, didn't have their best stuff. Kind of goes with the theme of some of the Astros pitching, right now, where some of these guys just don't look super sharp. There's just a lack of command overall with this team. The last couple appearances, it feels like, I don't know if it's still some tiredness overall, but the pitching staff's not something I'm super concerned about. And plus, you guys are welcome into the show. 713-780-3776, the text line, the call line, all of it available to you. From the 210, Joe, you can't talk about how incredible it is what the Astros are doing with injuries and not mention Espada. Yes, Joe Espada should win Manager of the Year in the American League. I think there was a real argument for Joe Espada to win it last year. The Astros were 10 games back in the division, had an awful start to the 2024 season, and the trade conversations that Paul and I were having together was are you trading guys at the deadline because you're not going to be in the playoffs? And before we could even get close to the playoffs and then close to the trade deadline, the Astros flipped the season upside down. I thought Joe Espada should get credit for that last year when it started so poorly. The clubhouse doesn't fall apart. They're dealing with injuries then too, and they find a way to come back, make the playoffs the way they did. But now you look at the Astros, you're like, okay, they have one of the best records in baseball this year. They're only behind in the American League the Tigers and the Blue Jays, but only by a game and a half, I think it is, against behind the Tigers. They're right there with the best record in the American League. They're right there behind the Brewers, only a couple games back of the best record in all of baseball. So I totally agree with the texter. Joe Espada deserves a ton of credit for this. And the players deserve a lot of it too for just figuring it out. But what Joe Espada has done with being more aggressive with Cam Smith, moving him up and up and up the order, moving Altuve down the order, changing things up, managing his bullpen really well. Joe Espada deserves a ton of credit, and so does Dana Brown, because they have figured out a way to just piece this thing together with all these injuries. And when you think about the big picture of this team and what they can be, they haven't been healthy at any point this season, basically. If you, besides Christian Javier, everyone's played a tiny little bit this year, but Yordan Alvarez stunk. He was terrible So you haven't got anything from Yordan Alvarez this year. And you think about what this team can be, what they're doing now, 100 games into the season, and what they can do in the postseason if everyone's healthy and if you make a good move at the deadline. Like, the Astros are absolutely, to me, a World Series contender this year. See, Eric the Driver says 2022 was great because they were just a machine running through everyone. This year is great because they're putting out a AAA team and still winning. Yeah, 2022, 2019, like those teams were just elite. Like those teams were just great. I think it's the AAA lineup that is what makes this season, to me, just stand apart from the rest, because you're not missing a guy. Like you think back, it's like, yeah, you might be missing Verlander and Yordan in 2020. You're missing Correa with the broken rib. You're missing Alex Bregman for 2 months with a quad injury. But like most of this era of Astros baseball has been largely healthy with like 1 or 2 guys missing. This team, I mean, they're the Space Cowboys. Like they're the Space Cowboys, AJ. I don't know how they're doing it. It makes no sense.
Yeah, they are. I remember hearing a lot of those guys like Hummel in the Sugarland games last year too. So
They're not. And what's crazy is the way like they contribute, like what Zach Short has done in moments this year. Like they're all just like having these little moments where they come up, and we've seen Brandon Walter, Colton Gordon, who was on the mound last night. Like these guys, no offense, like they're nobodies. They're not prospects. They're not elite prospects, but they're in the Astros organization, so it doesn't matter. Like they know how to get the best out of everybody. And the other thing too with Joe Espada that we didn't mention, and part of this is injury. And honestly, I think it's the thing I'm most curious about in a world in which there's a healthy lineup. Like Jeremy and I, we do the Astros podcast Inside the Icebox. We come out this Friday morning, and it'll air at 6:00 this Friday on the radio station. We did last week, in the All-Star break, of like, what's your dream? Like, what's your perfect lineup when everyone's healthy? And it's, it's Pena, it's Paredes, it's Altuve, it's Yordan, it's Cam Smith, it's all these guys. The one thing I'm curious about, though, the most is like the way Yiner's playing and the way Victor Caratini's playing. I just wonder if Joe Espada is going to give Yiner that job. Like, I think Caratini he has played at an elite level in a lot of ways. I mean, he's a highly paid catcher. Like, actually, when you look at the catcher position, he's one of the highest paid catchers in all of baseball. But he's the guy for me right now. When this lineup is healthy, I'd rather Caratini out there. It doesn't mean it's the end of the road for Yiner or anything like that, but I wouldn't be messing with Caratini too much. 713 says, you forgot to mention Ronald Blanco and Hayden Wisniewski. Yep. Yeah, I did. There's so many guys. Like there's so many guys that are out this year, that you expected to contribute to. Like Hayden Wisniewski, at worst, it felt like he would do what he did with the Cubs last year, which was kind of float back and forth between the bullpen and the rotation. That as Lance McCullers came back and as Javier came back, and these guys, maybe Wisniewski moves back into the bullpen, but he's out for the year. Like it's absolutely remarkable, honestly, what the Astros have done. All right, we got some updates from Yordan Alvarez. Kind of an update on Isaac Paredes. I've got a Bryce Matthews question. I'm 33, so I think the old game shows are outside of my element. So us youngins, AJ and I, happy birthday. We're going to have a conversation about Bryce Matthews' new nickname that he was given last night by the Astros social media team. So we'll get to all that next. Joe George here, filling in for Paul Gallant, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George hanging out with you today till 3 o'clock here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, filling in for Paul Gallant. AJ behind the glass, filling in for Sean, because Sean is making soccer matter tonight. They'll be at Senate Avenue Brewing. BMAC will be out there with Glenn Davis. Sean's back here in the studio, so Sean gets the less fun part of the gig tonight. He doesn't get good beer and good food because it's a great place to go to. So if you want to go hang out tonight, great spot to go get dinner at and see Glenn Davis tonight from 6 to 8 o'clock at Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village. All right, let's talk about what we found out yesterday from the Houston Astros. So Chandler Rome, a bunch of other people obviously were tweeting this out as well. But we got updates on Yordan Alvarez and Isaac Paredes. We'll start with Isaac. Okay, so Joe Espada said that Isaac Paredes has some travel issues getting back to Houston from Seattle, which has delayed his doctor visit. So as of right now, it's unclear the severity of his hamstring strain or how long he'll be out. This kind of goes back into what I was saying at the end of the last segment. Unfortunately for the Astros, like, I think we have to be pessimistic at this point with injuries. Like, you have to believe that something small is going to be something big and that you're not going to see him play for the Astros in the near future. It doesn't mean he couldn't be back this season, but we all know in sports, hamstrings are tough. Like, we see guys miss a month, 2 months of action, whether it's in, NFL, NBA, Major League Baseball, whatever it is. Like, it's not an easy injury to recover from, and it's an injury that really gets easily re-aggravated. So you kind of got this now black hole at third base, at shortstop, in center field, at DH. I guess DH / left field, because whichever one you would call Yordan Alvarez. So I guess it's one of those where it's hope for the best news, that it's something minor, but like, I'm assuming Isaac Paredes won't return for a while. Now, he did hurt his other hamstring, his right hamstring, earlier this season, and he only missed, I think it was 3 games. This doesn't feel like that. Flying him back to Houston, it feels more negative around it. So you have this huge question mark about third base. And then we got the Yordan Alvarez update. So Yordan Alvarez, from what was tweeted out. So this is what Yordan Alvarez said. So where the pain is in the hand, it's a little bit difficult to have surgery there. That's why I say I need a little bit of rest right now. It's an area where normally we don't get surgery in that area, but I think it isn't something I'll have to keep dealing with. Okay. So Yordan Alvarez needs surgery, or could use surgery, but it's in a weird spot, so they're letting it heal on its own. Okay. That tracks with like what's happened. Like, it's not just healing. It feels okay. It feels good enough to put a bat in his hand, to take BP, to hit a home run at Dyken Park in BP, and then to be shut down. It feels good enough at some point to get going again and then get shut down again. I'm just like, at some point, you just have the surgery. Like, I guess he's trying to come back this year. And the hope is that, I guess, for the surgery, whatever it is that he potentially may need, is that either it does just heal itself over time, or when he has surgery in the offseason, that it doesn't mean you're also missing Yordan Alvarez for a chunk of time in 2026. Like, maybe you can get Yordan back this year. They're saying he's taking some slow toss now. And when he was asked about if you'd have to deal with it for the whole year, he said, I wish not, but I don't know. Okay. So, like, there's some level of pain. So I guess at this point, it's just a pain tolerance, pain management thing for him. Like, can he be, I don't know, AJ, like, what would you want? Like 60%? Like,
Yeah.
Can you be 60% Yordan Alvarez without re-hurting it? That'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, that's still over half. So, I mean, yeah.
More than half of Yordan
Okay.
Alvarez is better than like anything else you
Yeah,
got.
exactly.
It's better than your AAA options
as a
that you
DH
have.
too.
But so it's not a great update, honestly. Like, it's just I'm more just confused still on this whole thing with Jordan because it's been so up and down and, coming back and shut down. And it's hard to know. Like, I feel confident you'll see Jeremy Pena back this year, but that's it.
Yeah.
That's the only guy that, like, right now I would say I would feel like comfortable placing a wager on of like who will return to the Astros starting lineup this season. Isak, there's not a lot of information. With Jake Meyer's injury, that whole thing was strange. Where like he was in the lineup, he's out there, and he's back, he's leaving before the game starts. With Jordan Alvarez, like I don't know what to think. So they're not great updates in any way, shape, or form from Jordan. You just have to hope that he can deal with the pain, because like it feels like the issue is not going away. The only thing that can help is the pain can be manageable. Like that's all you can hope for at this point.
Right, and it's crazy the difference a good training staff can have and also a bad one can make too. Like,
yeah, and Jeremy and I talk about this all the time. We just got a text from the 281. Fire the Astros medical staff. Yeah, I don't know. It's strange. These medical staffs, like sometimes, like I think they probably get too much blame at times, for certain things. Not the Astros, but just in sports in general. I feel like medical staffs get too much blame, not enough credit. I think the players oftentimes are not getting enough blame in the situation. I think that it's awkward to press a player that's hurt, like Jordan Alvarez. But based off what we've heard Dana Brown say, like on the flagship radio station about, it's just we're waiting for Jordan to tell us when he's ready. I do personally feel like there has been some over optimism with Jordan Alvarez himself about being ready to go and not being honest with his body about where he's at physically. And then the Astros medical staff, the imaging, things like that, definitely deserve more of the blame. Like if you did like a blame pie chart, like it's more medical staff than it is, Jordan. But like it feels like they're just trying to get these guys ready to go back on the field, and they're not thinking about like the long-term ramifications of what's happening. But yeah, as the texter said, I would fire the medical staff if I was Jim Crane. I mean, these are expensive commodities. Not just the team, but the players, but like the team itself. Yes, they are 58-42 through 100 games. It's incredible. You're in first place in your division. You are within arm's reach of the best record in all of baseball. Avoiding having a bye in the first round of the playoffs. Like all of that's within reach with all of these injuries that are happening. But like your guys don't come back from Tommy John in any real like timeline that you give us, by the way. These aren't our timelines. These are your timelines that Dana Brown gives us. They failed to do that. Jordan Alvarez injury is strange. We'll see what happens with Paredes and Myers. The pitching is honestly the bigger issue. Like those guys, when they're saying they're going to come back and they just keep having these setbacks, whether it's Luis Garcia or Lance McCullers, like what has happened. But yeah, if I was Jim Crane, if this was my team and I had a lot of money, we're going to talk about doing stupid things with a lot of money because I saw a very dumb purchase happen on the internet. I would fire the medical staff because someone's got to take the blame for it. Like instead, like it's just like it's like no big deal. What it is. 210 says, is 60% Jordan still hitting bombs? Maybe not, but can he hit doubles? Like can he hit doubles? Can he still can he find an Oppo Crawford box occasionally? Can he hit a couple home runs? That'd be nice. Like, and again, 60% of Jordan is better than some of the other stuff. Is 60% Jordan Alvarez better than Chas McCormick? Yes. Is 60% Jordan Alvarez better than Yainer Diaz? Absolutely. So if he gets to 60%, like I'd be fine with that at this point. So from the 346, also people can just ask like whatever they want. It's not an Ask Joe anything, but we'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about too. What is more egregious? The Rockets without a hamstring CP3 missing 27 threes versus the Warriors, the Astros discomfort medical staff, or the 2019 World Series loss by AJ Hinch. I mean, only one of those actually lost you a championship.
Right.
Like, so I'd probably look at AJ in 2019 and say that's probably the worst of it. Now, 27 missed threes is brutal.
I know.
But it doesn't mean you're going to win a championship. I think they would have won a championship after that happened, but like you can't say for sure. So I'll say AJ. 713 asks us for an update on Jacob Melton. I have not seen anything lately. I feel like we don't get a lot of updates from some of the minor league guys. So I have not seen anything lately, but I will look to see if we can get anything for that. Do you agree with that, AJ, with the 2019 Astros was the worst of what's the most egregious?
Yeah, I'd say so because they're so close, and then the Rockets one was tough, but like you said, it wasn't guaranteed. Still, I mean, even if they would have made some threes, I mean, it was still a loaded Warriors team. So.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see. We've got a question here on YouTube. Do you think we get a good game from Fromber tonight? I hope so. You kind of like the thing with the injury stuff that's happening here is we talk about like Bryce stepping up or like random guys stepping up. The most important thing the Astros need right now is you need Hunter Brown and Framber Valdez to be their Cy Young winning capable selves. Like
Right.
you need of like every 5 games, like you need them right now, those 2 guys to have elite performances to just help make this easier on your team. And Hunter Brown obviously has not done that his last 2 starts. So yeah, hopefully Fromber will get one in here tonight for the Astros. All right, we'll take a break here. When we get back, we'll do, in case you missed it, all the things in sports we did not get into. Well, today's my only show before Thursday. So all the things I haven't talked about that happened over the weekend, we'll get to next year. Joe George on the Paul Gallant Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George here, filling in for Paul Gallant. AJ hanging out with me until 3 here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We missed this in the last segment, so we'll throw it in here. Do we like the Bryce is Right for Bryce Matthews?
I like it.
I never watched The Price is Right.
Ever?
No, I'm not really a game show guy.
Yeah, not really. My grandparents watched it. So
Yeah, that makes sense. I remember my grandpa would watch Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, yeah, that too.
So that was like the one that was always on. So like it wasn't like Price is Right wasn't on very often. I think it's good. I like the logo that I've seen a couple like the local t-shirt companies make. I'm tempted. What's like your t-shirt? What makes you like how good does he have to play to like spend money on a t-shirt?
I mean,
like he's hitting like 188. He's got 2 home runs right now. I mean,
guess-
first of all, I'm not buying anything Bryce Matthews related as a fan until August 1st.
Yeah,
I'm just making sure, like, get past the trade deadline.
Right. That's
just
true.
like be a little safe here.
That
like,
is true,
just
his
in
values.
case.
Yeah, that is a good point.
Maybe just once you get to August 1st, it's like,
Yeah.
all right, he's gonna be the everyday second baseman. Then I would buy it. But I think I'd have to hold off for now.
Yeah.
My life as a manager of a Lids, I always felt bad, like around like the holidays, and like see like parents like be so excited to buy like a George Springer Astros jersey, and I'm like, guys, he's a free agent. I'm like trying to tell them, and then
just don't listen.
They don't listen. They wouldn't listen. They wouldn't listen. They'd buy it, and then I'm like, he's gonna be a Blue Jay. Sorry, but it is what it is. All right, the WNBA All-Star game was over the weekend. They wore T-shirts that said paying us what you owe us. They just opted out of their CBA so they can renegotiate. So it looks like the WNBA is heading for a lockout. I think it's probably the right decision. I have 2 jobs, basically, that are full-time jobs. So I know where I work 2 jobs and Caitlin Clark works 1. I make more money in a year in my salaries from those 2 jobs than Caitlin Clark makes from the WNBA. Now, I don't have endorsement money like she has from Gatorade and Nike, all these companies. But like she makes like $72,000 a year. They just signed a new TV deal. But my advice to the WNBA players, like my advice would be to the Major League Baseball players, is no matter how much the deal sucks for you, don't get locked out because you're going to be irrelevant.
Yeah.
Like baseball's cooking right now with ratings. The ratings are up everywhere. All-Star games, Sunday Night Baseball, Apple TV. It helps that like when you look at the best records in baseball, it's like Houston, Chicago, LA, New York, Philadelphia, like
major markets.
Detroit is a big market. People don't like realize like the big markets are winning. Like baseball not playing in 2027, disaster for them.
Yeah.
I don't think you recover from it when like your sport's finally like building something. Same with the WNBA. Like try to get your money. You should get your money, but like you can't get locked out. It's a bad thing.
Yeah, for sure.
Chris Paul has returned to the Clippers. We're gonna turn this into a segment a little bit at 1:00. The Houston athlete you want to see return, like Chris Paul to the Clippers, and then Damian Lillard reintroduced with the Trailblazers. Okay, I don't really get the Lillard one, to be honest.
He's comfortable there.
He's hurt.
Yeah, that's true. Well, yeah.
And
Yeah,
it's like a $42 million contract, isn't it?
3 year, 42 mil.
That's a lot of money for a guy who just tore his Achilles.
Yeah, he might not even play next year. At this point.
Yeah. Like that is like the nicest gesture you could give to a player. It's like, hey, I know you said you didn't want us anymore. So we'll take you back and we'll bring in Drew Holiday.
Right.
I don't really get what the Trailblazers are doing. I'll be honest. I'm curious. But now you have Scoot Henderson, Lillard, and Drew Holiday. And you got rid of Lillard and Drew Holiday so Scoot could be your primary point guard.
Right.
And now you have all 3 of them. Okay. Whatever you want. Quick NBA note along with this. I was told by someone this last summer that the NBA was for sure expanding to Seattle and Las Vegas. Someone that is in ownership of another franchise told me this. And now it seems like, based on all this reporting from The Athletic, this is not happening. It feels like. Like, there are owners. I know Bill Simmons reported that James Dolan is the one, like, leading the charge. Like, they don't want to expand. I don't get it. Like, I think the NBA can be a little watered down with certain teams where like they're just not competitive. But not from a talent like standpoint. Like I actually feel like this is the right time to expand. Like there's so much talent in the NBA right now. I also think like it'd be fun to do like countless radio days of who's going to be on the Rockets protected roster from expansion
That
draft.
would be good.
That'd be awesome. Like that'd be so fun to do that on like a daily basis. Like the arguments that would happen. So feels like NBA expansion is not happening anytime soon. That kind of bumps me out, AJ.
Yeah, same. No, I think it would be cool to have teams in Las Vegas as well, and then bring back Seattle. And obviously, Seattle would inherit its history back. But yeah, nah. I mean, I don't see really the consequence of it because then you would have 32 teams like the NFL. So, you know.
Yeah. I don't see why you don't. Like, they have to pay a big fee to get in the league.
Yeah.
That's just money that goes to owners, but they don't want to split TV rights. They don't want to split TV revenue. Like, I get that, especially now with like all these, regional stations are not making money in the way that they used to. Like that's changed pretty dramatically for a lot of owners. Like I see why there can be some pushback in that, but like I also just feel like Seattle at this point just deserves a team. I really don't care about Vegas as much. I mean, you can put a team there, it'd be awesome, but I think the Sonics should come back. So I'm a little disappointed that they're not going to, at least at this moment. Feels like it'll still happen eventually. What it felt like could be like an announcement this summer for expansion is not going to happen. So AJ, how do you feel about Memphis? The
But
Tigers.
Memphis. Oh, the Tigers. I mean, they're all right, but I mean, I understand why they're not getting let in the Big 12 though.
So
That's for sure.
I know I heard you and Dell talking about this. So Memphis asked to join the Big 12, and they offered to pay $250 million to join. And the Big 12 said no. Why? I don't get it.
They don't want them, I
Like,
guess.
I mean, I think the college expansion, like, I'm still like kind of hoping at some point there's some resemblance of what it used to be. Like, I would like at this point to see actually more teams join the Big Ten and the SEC, but then split them into divisions. So basically just have the Pac-12, USC, Oregon, Washington be in the Big Ten, but they're the Big Ten West, and then you have the Big Ten East. Like, I would maybe like a North and South SEC
Based on
kind
the
of a
geography,
thing.
yeah.
Like, try to get some semblance of what it used to be, but I think it's very funny that the Big 12's like, no, we don't need your $250 million.
Yeah, I can't blame them because they took 3 American teams and they're like, we didn't want you the first time. So
Yeah, they just didn't. Like, I get it, but I also wonder like how many like I wonder if like the ACC is like, should we call them? Like should we try to get some of this money from Memphis here?
Took SMU.
Maybe they can go to the new Pac-12 that's
yeah.
starting to form. It's like Boise State, right?
I have to look it up.
Like there's a bunch of teams, like
Yeah.
there's a bunch of rando teams, and then like the Oregon State and Washington State, like the original guys. But like, I don't know, it's nothing spectacular. The new Pac-12, it's not. We're not going to be taking it seriously. I don't think. Like we'll be hearing like Dell and Sean discuss which Pac-12 powerhouse team deserves to be in the college football playoff.
Right.
I'm gonna expect that to not be happening. All right. Let's see a couple texts here before we go to break. From the 281, the Bryce is right is lame. I kind of agree. They suggest Bryce Almighty. I like that. Like Bruce Almighty, the TV show. Let's see. Bryce Willis. I don't like that. Instead of Bruce Willis, I like Bryce Almighty. I would accept Bryce Almighty as a nickname for Bryce Matthews instead of the Bryce is right. All right. We'll take a break here. Where do the Astros stand amongst the top teams in Major League Baseball? We know what their record says, but where are they actually in terms of chance to win the World Series, to win the American League this year? We'll talk about all that next year. Joe George on all social media platforms at Joe George Radio. Hailing for Paul Gallant here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George filling in for Paul here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, here with you till 3 o'clock before the Bees take over, myself and AJ. Quick Rockets note here. The Rockets have signed Josh Okogie to a 1-year, $3.1 million deal for this season. It's the 8th year, averaged 6.3 points per game in his career, last played for the Charlotte Hornets. He averaged a career high 1.2 steals, ranked 4th in steals last year in per 36 minutes among players. So defensive wing, can't really shoot, but just a depth piece. We won't see a lot of them this year, but they just keep adding guys.
Yeah.
I feel like they have more than 15 guys on their roster right now.
Yeah, they're gonna.
I could be wrong, but we come the same way to work. You know, there's the Kevin Durant billboard.
Oh yeah.
The first day they put it up, it almost got me in a car accident.
Really, you trying to take a picture of it? Or you just staring?
Not
at
me.
it?
The people, the idiots in front of me.
Oh yeah.
I was like, why is everyone slowing down? Like my Google Maps says it's blue. And I'm like, there's no traffic. Like, why is everyone slowing down?
Right.
I look up and they're all taking pictures. I'm like, really?
Yeah.
Like, it's just a billboard.
I've seen like 3 or 4 of them too, so it's not like it's the only one.
The one closest to work now, the head's falling off though.
Really?
Yeah. It's like I saw it today and like the head's like tilted over. And I'm like, that's gonna be very funny if that breaks. Kevin Durant's gonna feel very disrespected if that happens. But Josh Okogie, the latest person to join the Houston Rockets, obviously a ton of additions this year. Like, I don't know, AJ. Like, what do you think? They're
they're just trying to bring more guys.
Third best team in the West, second best team.
They're definitely top 3. It depends on how the Nuggets do with Cam Johnson, adding there, but they're top 3 for sure.
Yeah. I think it's those 3, and then there's a gap.
Right.
Like, it's the Thunder 1, the Nuggets. I think are 2 for now because they've won a championship and they have the best player on the planet.
Right.
Like, it's no disrespect to the Rockets, but like, you haven't won a playoff series yet. Yes, you've added Kevin Durant, but like, I still have other questions about the roster, like performing in the playoffs. Like, what does it look like? I think what does Amen Thompson's jump shot? How much does that develop? I don't really care about the Instagram videos he posts or things like that.
Doing the game, yeah.
Everyone shoots great in the offseason. I mean, how many years do we have to see Ben Simmons shooting threes and like before? Like, this doesn't matter.
Yeah,
this isn't a real thing. So yeah, I think the Rockets are like the third best team. They should have one of the top 3 spots in the West secured as long as they stay healthy. And I can't wait. Like, I'm not like on a scale of 1 to 10. I would say I'm at like a 6 for the Texans season specifically. Like, I'm curious about a lot of things. We'll talk about those, like what we're looking for as training camp gets ready to get underway tomorrow. I'm curious about a lot of things about the Texans this year, but I don't know what the ceiling is for that team. I think I know what it is. I think it's what we've seen the last 2 years. I don't think they're going to be like, maybe they could get to an AFC title game, surprise me, but like, I don't feel like they're a Super Bowl contending team right now. The Rockets, it's different. Like, they're built to win a championship this year. Those are going to be, because they're not just the 3 best teams in the West. They're the 3 best teams in the NBA. There's nothing in the East.
Yeah, that's wide open there.
That like,
yeah.
I think it's going to be like, I think it's going to be very similar to last year, where like by the time the finals get here this next season, we're going to be looking at a team that we're going like, huh, like that's kind of surprising. Like the Pacers. Like I have a wager on the Pistons to go to the finals this year. I think I wanted to take one like kind of shot in the dark before, like not a large wager, but like a little one, just to like, I'm like, the East is wide open. I like Cade Cunningham a lot. The Rockets, but I mean, the Rockets should be. I hope I'd love to see a championship. Like the Rockets win a championship. The Astros ones have been so awesome. Like, it's been so fun to be here. I got to be in the clubhouse.
That's
awesome. You know, when they won the second championship, like interviewing like guys like Lance McCullers and stuff. Like, it was awesome. Like, I'd love to be able to see the Rockets do the same thing, but we'll see. But maybe the Astros will do it first, because right now the Astros 58-42. There are 5 teams in baseball that have a better record than them. The Dodgers, the Cubs, the Blue Jays, the Tigers, and then the Brewers, who are on an 11-game win streak, have taken over the Central. best record in baseball. They just beat the Dodgers 6 times in a row. I don't understand. If you look at like the Brewers are like spitting in the face of baseball nerds, because if you look at like the nerdy numbers for their lineup, their barrel rate and all these things, they stink at all of it. But they're scoring runs and their pitching's elite though, and they're just winning games. So right now the Astros 6th best record in baseball, Phillies and Mets right behind them. If you look at like the odds for the American League, the Astros have the 3rd best odds right now, or the 3rd lowest odds to win the American League. It's only the Tigers and the Yankees are in front of them. The Yankees are only in front of them because they're the Yankees. Because I know this makes people upset. So like if they put the Yankees down the order and the Yankees win the World Series, the sports books will get crushed because people will just start betting. Yankees fans will start betting so much money on them. That's why you see like the New York teams, like the Chicago teams sometimes, the LA teams like always have juiced odds like that are like the Lakers odds are going to be way too good to win the championship this year. But it's because just in case they win, like everyone's betting on them because there's so many Cowboys, Lakers, Yankees fans that exist and Duke fans, you know, the worst fans in sports. What?
Well, one of you talking about that combination?
Yes, that
okay.
combo.
I got you.
Yeah, no. You're fine, AJ. You're fine. No.
Yeah, that combination is bad.
I think that the ultimate bandwagon fan who is like they have a LeBron jersey, like a Dak Prescott jersey, Judge jersey, and the latest Duke t-shirt. Like, I don't like you.
Yeah.
Because like it's you're hitting every coast. And like you're in the middle of the country, 2 teams on the East Coast, 1 team on the West Coast. I'm like, there's no way. Like you're
no consistency there.
Yeah, like no one raised you like this. Like it's like if you wrote for the 2 of them, but you went to Duke, fine. Like, or if you're a Yankees and a Duke fan, like you could sell me on that. I think, but those are the worst fans. So right now the Astros are 6 based on record. I think like big picture, like if fully healthy, I think the Astros are the best team in the American League. I'm just going to take a guess that, like, with this lineup in place, with Yordan and Alvarez, again, we're assuming a lot here based on health, that they are the best team in the American League. I think they're better than the Tigers. I think they're better than the Blue Jays. I'm still not really a believer in the Blue Jays right now. Like, I know they've won a ton of games, and maybe that's unfair to them, but like I don't totally buy into it just yet. I am curious what they do at the deadline. I feel like they're going to be super aggressive. I think like the teams like the Blue Jays, the Cubs, maybe the Brewers. Like Brewers are typically a little more like level-headed, but like I think the Blue Jays are going to go do something crazy at the deadline. Like I think they're going to go all in, see this one opportunity to win the World Series, and like they're going to go for it. But I don't know. The way the Astros are playing right now with all these injuries, I'm looking at the standings. I'm like the odds on, all these gambling websites and just looking at the overall standing. I'm like, I think they're the best team in baseball still if they're healthy, like besides the Dodgers. And the Dodgers, they're playing awful right now.
Yeah,
so like it's hard to like
matchup wise.
Yeah, but like I think they're the best team in the American League still. I'm assuming a lot of what, of what they did, this last year. Keith from LA Texan, explain why you think the Rockets are the 3rd best team in the NBA, Joe. Well, they had the 2nd best record in baseball. I mean, in the NBA last year in the Western Conference, in the toughest conference. They added Kevin Durant to it. They got rid of their playoff choker to it. They have a coach who's clearly elite, who's already been to a championship, who turned this franchise around in one day. Or in one season, basically. So that's why I think the Rockets are the 3rd best team, because that's what my eyeballs tell me. And I know Key's going to want to say the Lakers, but like, you got to wait to see where LeBron gets traded to first before you can say the Lakers, because, it's Luka's team now, and he wants Marcus Smart. Good luck. I thought that was such a strange signing.
Yeah, I think Luka wanted him too on there. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. He's kind of washed up. A little bit, feels like
he's been on like irrelevant teams too.
Yeah, so maybe that's why. Like was he on the Wizards last year?
Yeah, the Wizards after being on the Grizzlies.
Yeah, that sucks.
Without Ja,
I feel bad for him then. Yeah. I just feel bad for Marcus Smart. Like that sucks to be in Washington. 281 says they would rather see the Texans win a Super Bowl before the Rockets or Astros win another championship. Yeah, I think that a large portion of Houston fans would feel that way because everyone, like, I can't say everyone because let's see, AJ, today's your birthday. You were not alive when the Rockets won championships, right?
Oh no, that's like 7 years before.
What
Yeah,
were you born in like 2001?
2002.
I mean, it's so funny because like now, like you're like it's weird because you're like me because like when I like am like back home, I'm like, yeah, I wasn't alive for the first Jordan championship. People are like, what? I'm like, oh, sorry, but no one has seen the Texans win a championship. So I do think like if you ask like the average fan of like if you had to pick one to win the next one, I think it would be Texans just because it's never happened before. Even though I do think the Rockets and I think the Rockets and the Astros portion of the fan base is a little more passionate.
Yeah, for sure.
Just though.
And this is football country too here in Texas. So man, new franchise. Well, not new franchise, but like getting their first franchise in NFL in their franchise history. That would mean a lot. So.
Yeah, I mean, I know you wouldn't like that.
No, that's what I'm about to say. Yeah, not to me, but
yeah, no. Well, hey, ESPN 97.5, home of the Dallas Cowboys this football season.
Hey, that's true.
Including their awful schedule this year. They play on Thanksgiving and Christmas. That sucks.
Yeah.
I feel bad for Cowboys. That's the only time in my life I'm ever going to say this. I feel bad for Cowboys fans because that means both their Thanksgiving and their Christmas are going to be ruined, potentially.
He is determined on that. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it was like, Paul was like inconsolable last year after the Texans lost on Christmas because he wasted his whole holiday. Like, now you could lose 2 games on Christmas or 1 game on Christmas, 1 game on Thanksgiving. Like, that's terrible. That would be a tough life.
I think they probably lose to the Chiefs, but I mean the Commanders. The Cowboys almost swept the Commanders with Cooper Rush at quarterback last year. So, but
yeah. The Commanders are towards the top of the teams I'm most curious about this year.
Yeah,
because like you see what happened with the Texans last year, right? And the Commanders have done a lot of the fun signings, right? Like they just signed Von Miller. Everyone's who cares? Like, does anyone like remember? Like, was he impactful last year in the playoffs for the Bills?
No.
Like, it's a cool jersey that like he put himself as a defensive back wearing Champ Bailey's number, but like that's great. But like, I'm curious about the Commanders this year because we do see that regression typically from a quarterback from year 1 to year 2. Things get harder. Jaden Daniels last year was incredible, except for this small stretch where like he got hit and he really struggled, like and he didn't get hit that hard. Like I'm a believer in Jaden Daniels, the quarterback. I'm not really there yet with Jaden Daniels is going to be the healthy quarterback that he needs to be.
Yeah.
I'm just like I'm just curious because like he looks so skinny.
That is true.
Like he looks so small out there. So like I'm very curious. I feel like they are going to be the kind of the sexy Super Bowl pick this year. Like I feel like you're going to see a lot of TV analysts as training camp gets underway today and tomorrow across the NFL, and people start doing their predictions, kind of start coming out. I feel like we're going to start seeing some commies win the Super Bowl coming up here. All right, we'll take a break. We'll get to your calls, your text reactions as well, plus here on the ESPN Houston YouTube and Twitch as well. It's Joe George filling in for Paul Gallant on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George filling in for Paul here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is your way into the show. Plus on the ESPN Houston YouTube channel and twitch.tv/ESPN 975. Quick update here on the Texans' Week 1 opponent, the Los Angeles Rams. Matt Stafford, not starting off training camp right now. He's got a back soreness issue. They don't expect it to be a major issue, but something to keep an eye on for Week 1 of the NFL season because he is an old man. No offense to Matt, but like if he was going to miss time, easy dub for the Texans. Whoever the backup quarterback is for the Rams, that's fine. Whatever. But something to keep an eye on. Again, probably not a major issue, but we'll wait and see to hear about that. A couple texts from the last segment. We were talking about Houston fans and which championship they want to see most between the Texans, Rockets, and Astros next. 832 says, I'm pretty greedy. I would like to see all three of our Houston teams win a championship in the same year. Talk about a city dynasty. I mean, that would be awesome. Like,
that would be.
Even if it was in like a count, I mean, like if it started like this November or this October, I guess. Because I think the World Series ends in October this year, actually. Astros, Texans, Rockets would be sweet. If I was gonna guess of who would screwed that up the most, I would just bet the Texans.
Me too.
Like I would feel comfortable like saying like little parlay, little Rockets Astros championship parlay this year. Might have to look into that one, see what it would cost me. Another 8 from the 832 for a different one. Houston would love to see the Texans win a Super Bowl, but we all know they will never get past the first round of the playoffs. That's not true. They've won a first round playoff game the last 2 years.
Did he mean second round, I guess?
Yeah. Maybe he means like the real playoff, like the divisional round, right? Not the wild card round. But I get the Texter's point at the same time. And then a couple questions here. Can you blame CJ for some of the sacks last year if he held the ball too long? How many throwaways did CJ have? Yeah, I mean, obviously I don't have any numbers like that in front of me, but I don't think a quarterback can be blameless when he is sacked that many times, right? Like, I think we tried to do that in this city for 3 years for Deshaun Watson. I think what Deshaun was doing is way egregious compared to what CJ has done at times. Yeah, there are times where CJ's looked for the deep ball and probably need to get rid of it or take off. He also has had plenty of times last year where he had a man in his face in less than a half a second, it felt like.
Exactly.
I mean, and honestly, like the offensive line stuff for this offseason, it's like Tunsil's gone, and they had this like they had the second worst. They gave the second most sacks last year.
Yeah,
with Tunsil. Ironically, I don't think they're going to be worse this year. Mainly because I just think it's just challenging to be worse than last year. It doesn't mean it won't be close, but I think a new offensive coordinator, hopefully Cole Popovich, the new offensive line coach, like there's some actual stuff that they can do, in their scheme to make things easier for the offensive line and for CJ, because, if he gets sacked 50 plus times, like you're not going to survive the season. CJ wasn't throwing at one point this offseason. Obviously, we expect him to be throwing the ball tomorrow at training camp. He threw the ball at OTAs, but at the end there, but it's not sustainable for that to happen again. But at the same time, I don't think it's going to be worse than it was last year, just because I think that would be challenging. We're just talking about the Commanders there. I guess this is a political question, but I'll answer it. From the 281, Trump wants the Commanders and Guardians to go back to the Redskins and Indians. Should they? Honestly, I would just say no, because like I don't think it's like you've already kind of made your decision. Like just deal with it.
Right.
You could have stood your ground if you wanted to. We've seen people do it. Like, honestly, ironically, like my friend Adam Sager, who used to work for Gow and we used to work together at the Flagship, and he lives back in Illinois now. He went to a high school in Illinois, and then I went to a school district in Illinois, different ones, and both our schools were the Redskins.
Wow.
My school changed to the Red Raiders when I was in like 6th grade. His school is still the Redskins. Like they haven't changed. So like they've already changed. Like I wouldn't change it back because like you've already kind of pot committed to that. I think it would be strange to go back to it. I know Cleveland has already said they won't do it. Washington, I think would be more likely of the two. But like you've already done it once. Like I just don't think I'd change it at this point. Like, just leave it.
Yeah, because technically they went through 2 changes. It was the Washington football team, and then it was the Commanders.
Now, to be fair, I hate the Commanders name.
Yeah.
And that one, again, it seems more likely because they have new ownership group. So like, I could see the new owner being like, I'm doing this my way. I like the football team better than the Commanders. I like the Washington football team way better as a name than the Commanders. So it wouldn't shock me if that happened. I mean, if they want to, like, it's fine. If they get pressured into it for, like, I know Washington, it's about the stadium site is kind of the pressure that's being put on them. I would call us bluff and be like, all right, whatever. We'll just leave. So then just leave, go somewhere else. But I wouldn't change it back, like, unless you really, really wanted to, because it just feels like a hassle. Like, this is part of this is a lazy answer. It's like, that feels like a lot of work.
Yeah,
to like change everything back. It sucks for your fans who just bought all new gear, have to now buy new gear again.
Exactly.
Like, that kind of sucks. Like, if you're gonna change it, I would like change it and do a bunch of different things. And the text says the fans never wanted to change it back. That's fair. Like, the fans didn't want it to change. So like that I totally agree with. Like, if they were going to spend the money to do it, then do it. But I think Washington's more likely to change back. Cleveland, I don't think will change back. I don't think Washington will change back by pressure. I think they will wait and to do it
on their own terms.
Yeah. Like, I don't think people are gonna change it with pressure. I think that's also kind of like, then like someone else could come in and make them change it back.
Right.
So it's like you kind of have to do it on your own terms. Like, you can't like let someone dictate it. This is a random question, but I love this. Am I tripping, or did the Texans have white helmets at one point? The Texans have never had white helmets, except there was a white helmet in 2 places. One, at the reveal with Bob McNair. They had a white helmet with the team name, and they never wore it. And then the other one was, I've heard this story where there is a white Texans helmet at the 2000, the year before they like officially drafted, before they drafted David Carr, whatever year that was. There was a white helmet at the draft. There was 2 walls, AFC and NFC, and they had all the helmets of the teams. And the Texans helmet was white, and it was on the NFC side. At the draft before the Texans, they originally had put them on the NFC side of things, because I don't know if that was their plan, and they were going to move someone else to the AFC, but they've never actually worn the white helmets. But I think they will at some point. Everyone's got new helmets. The Texans have like 3 helmets. I think they're getting new jerseys too.
But yeah, is that this year, New Jersey, or next year?
I don't know. Like, they like mentioned it briefly one day, but like I think it might be. I think it's New Jersey's this year. I think the ones, the H-Town ones, they had to change a little bit. I'm not for sure, but like I feel like there might be something a little different about them.
Right.
Which, like, okay, like, just keep changing the jerseys, I guess. All right, let's get to. Sorry, AJ, I can't see it again. What's the name?
Matt.
Matt. All right, let's get to Matt here. Welcome in, Joe, filling in for Paul. What's up, Matt?
Hey guys, you give me another Astros championship for sure to keep the Yankee fans crying. And as far as the Texans and the Super Bowl, the Texans organization does not deserve a Super Bowl right now. That's it.
Why not? Why not? Why don't they deserve it? Oh, Matt, don't go.
That might drop.
He had a great point. They just left me. I mean, like, why don't they deserve it? What did they do? They got rid of the scumbag. They're really nice people. I was at a Texans media party last night. It was great. It was good. It was an awesome time. Saw a lot of friends. Saw people, all the PR people from the Texans organization. Briefly met the new team president. Those were great times. So I wouldn't say the Texans don't deserve it. You have to block for your quarterback to deserve to win one. I don't think it's impossible. Junior Bronco also says here on the Twitch that the Texans have white helmets in Madden 02. That's a great pull, if that's true. I wouldn't know that. I wouldn't remember that. But that's a great pull. I think white helmets are sick. Like, I would love to see the Texans drop a white helmet at some point. Kind of tired of we don't need all these restrictions. Like, let the teams do what they want. They want to have 100 jerseys. The Packers want to wear the poop brown jerseys that they have. The Steelers with those ugly,
those are bad.
B jerseys. Go for it. Like, that's what you want to wear. Like, wear it. Like, do whatever you want. All right. AJ behind the glass, Joe here, in for Paul here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, we have seen Chris Paul returned to the Clippers. Damian Lillard returned to the Portland Trail Blazers. Which athlete that's out there right now, someone active in the NBA, NFL, or Major League Baseball, would you like to see come back to either the Texans, Rockets, or Astros for one last run to want to try and win a championship, or I guess be a feel-good story like Lillard is, because he's not trying to win a championship in Portland? We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
This is the Paul Gallant Show
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George filling in for Paul here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Reminder, the summer circuit continues. We will be broadcasting live at Cadillac Bar from noon to 6 this Thursday. Be myself and Will Kunkel, the one on Shepherd, from 12 to 3 at the Killer Bees from 3 to 6. When you get there, head to the promo table. You can register to wear a pair of e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, $4,000 value. We will be picking the winner at random on August 25th, I think it is, that Monday after, and we'll call whoever wins. But come on out, hang out, get some food and drinks, and hang out with ESPN 97.5 at Cadillac Bar on Thursday. All right. So let's see right now. So Chris Paul back to the Clippers. Damian Lillard back to the Portland Trail Blazers. One makes sense, one is strange. But so came up with this idea. Thanks to Sean Mapes. Gave it to me yesterday. I think just him and Will didn't get to it. He's like, you should do this. And I was like, great idea. So which current player, active players? So to the texters that have said JJ Watt, he doesn't count. Would you want to see come back that are active for one last chance to win a championship with either the Texans, the Rockets, or the Astros? AJ, you got one?
Yeah, for me, we literally just traded him. It's Dylan Brooks. For me,
You
it's the
want him
Rockets.
back already?
Bro, he was good for us. I mean, obviously it's not possible, but I mean, like, he was a dog for us, especially like how he shot from 3 this year. He had a career high shooting 3.
Yeah.
And then I mean, he just brought that edge too. So I mean, I'm gonna miss that for sure. But and also how he just used to, like be a pest to other players.
Yeah.
So.
Let's see. Text line says DeAndre Hopkins. He was on my list of now he's with the Ravens. Like if there was like one more run next year to try to win a Super Bowl with the Houston Texans, that would make a lot of sense. This texter also says George Springer. Now
I kind of thought that too.
Luchas are really good, so like it wouldn't be this year, but like they paid for his salary, like as they just paid Vladimir Guerrero Jr. like $1 billion. Like maybe they would, send George back this way. That'd be great. I don't know where he plays because Altuve isn't left.
Right.
So like, and then 409 says Charlie Morton. That'd be an interesting one. What's interesting about that one is that's like very reasonable that Charlie Morton you could get him back if you wanted to. I mean, I think it's been pretty brutal this year. I think recently it's been better. His last start, he gave up 700 runs to the Rays. But his 4 before that, Morton went 6 innings, gave up 1 earned run, 5 1/3, gave up 2 earned runs, 5 innings, 3 earned runs, and 5 innings, 1 earned run. So, like, besides this last start 4 days ago to the Rays, where he gave up 7 runs, he's been pitching better. They're gonna the Orioles are gonna sell at the deadline. So, like, so far, this is the one that's the most logical.
Yeah,
I would say. AJ, got anyone else? Any other Rockets? PJ Tucker?
Yeah, but I guess just like to get a ring, another ring, because I mean Taylor has one with the Bucks, so but he's
but a
41.
ring here,
Yeah, that's a good one.
Texans. I feel like that's honestly it's interesting. Is I don't think the Texans list is very long. Like,
No.
like who left that's been like good that could come back and contribute to a winning team? Like the list isn't very long. I mean, like Grenard's just signed with Minnesota.
Right.
You have Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson. Like you don't need them.
You wouldn't need Singletary either, because
no, like it's just it's just Hopkins. Like I couldn't think of anyone else. Now the Astros have a million options, right? Maybe just for the chance to help him get one win this season, Justin Verlander, because he has none. I don't think Justin Verlander would be back. My one for the Astros, if I had to pick one player to come back to win another World Series here, and the texter said the same person, Carlos Correa.
Yeah.
Now this texter says if Pena is out for the year, or if Paredes is out for the year or a long period of time, Carlos Correa could play third base. Another texter says Yuli. We've been saying Yuli for like 4 years.
Yeah,
People have been asking for Yuli Gurriel to come back for 4 years. And yeah, this from the 936, they said Justin Verlander. I mean, he doesn't have anything. Like he has no wins this year. Like it is brutal. What's happening for him? And the Giants are solid. Like they're just they don't help this poor guy out at all. Like he's trying to go for 300 wins. He has no shot. Like he has no chance to get 300 wins in his career. Yeah, I think Correa for me would be like my number one. Like he's been my favorite player, like of the team that I've covered and watched. Like I've loved Carlos Correa more than any player. He's always just been like I've always loved shortstops and second basemen in baseball. So like that's my number one. So I put this list together, okay, AJ. I have another player on my list. He hasn't come up yet. I'm shocked that no one has suggested this person yet to come back to Houston to win a championship. You know where I'm going with this?
No, I'm still unsure.
Houston Rockets?
Don't tell me it's James Harden.
James Harden?
Nah.
I mean, he's not like I put him on the list because I assumed people were going to suggest it. Like,
I think some fans are still split on like how he left and stuff like that too, though.
yeah. But I'm thinking like next off season.
Right.
He opts out of his contract, comes back for the vet minimum. So be the 8th man off the bench. He'll never do that. But I actually kind of thought we get a couple of the text that be in here, some James Harden text. From the 832, they say Bregman. Yeah, I mean, that's unrealistic. A month ago, I would have said you could bring back Alex Bregman because the Red Sox looked like they were going to be out of the playoffs, and you could literally it would look like for real like they had a chance. The Astros could have done what they did with Verlander, could have been in play for Alex Bregman, where if the Red Sox were falling apart and they weren't going to pay him, and they couldn't get to a contract, and he was going to be available at the deadline, which like some people think he still could be. I don't think he will be, but they could like trade for him. It'd be a fascinating conversation with the Red Sox organization. Yeah. Like, can Alex come back? Like, can we like what's it gonna taste? Like, what's it gonna take? 832 says Correa makes too much money. Be realistic. I am being realistic. I'm assuming the Minnesota Twins are paying most of that salary to get Carlos Correa back. I'm not. Yeah, I mean they're not just trading for you straight up. But if I had one player come back like in the way that they have, like I think that would be my number one. Blaine says King Tuck next year. Good luck. Like Jim Crane gonna pony up $500 million for the guy that forgot how to hit home runs, apparently. Like you can have him back if you want him. Like he ain't coming back. He's gonna be. I think the Kyle Tucker stuff is really interesting because like Junior Bronco's in here giving me a lot of grief in the Twitch chat. Shocker. Nice to be back on the air. But a lot of people think the Dodgers, the way they're playing, like maybe they will be desperate. I've always thought the Phillies would be the team, but the Athletic did this story about the new owner because there's gonna be a new owner for the Rays, and Kyle Tucker is a Tampa Bay native, and like if you were like new owner, do something that's never been done before, paying Kyle Tucker, I'm very curious. Like if they would, like if the new ownership group in Tampa Bay would do that. Also, Major League Baseball, I could have put this in case you missed it. They're going to let them play in that minor league stadium in the playoffs, which I think is crazy.
Why?
Like originally they were talking about making the Rays, if they make the playoffs, play like in Arlington or somewhere else, like some team that didn't make the playoffs, because it's like you can't play playoff games in a minor league baseball stadium. And then they said they're going to let them. I'm like, I get it. Like a hurricane destroyed their stadium. Regular season's fine. But like, even then, like I probably wouldn't have let them play it. Like them and Sacramento, the A's, what they're doing. Like I put them in real stadiums.
Right.
Like we've seen it. Like the ball is flying out of those ballparks like crazy because like they're not meant for like real baseball players. That's mean to say, but like they're not meant for like what they're being used as. They're meant for minor league games where like the stats don't matter as much, like the games don't matter as much. It's about player development. It's about entertaining the crowds. Like it's not about like real playoff competition. Like I would be shocked if they really let that happen. If the Rays actually make the playoffs, which I don't think they will, but to say like they could come back, they could play playoff games in a minor league baseball stadium. That seems crazy to me.
Yeah, it's not competent.
Yeah, like I don't understand. Like why? And now the problem is like who's going? Like if the Rays played a playoff series in Arlington and they were playing the Yankees, like who's going to that game? I don't think I would go.
No.
Like if I lived there, like the tickets would be dirt cheap to go. Like I don't think I'd like want to just like go and watch a game before like with two teams I don't care about. Like I just it doesn't make. I know they did that in the COVID era during the playoffs, but like that's not for me to do that. All right, we'll take a break here. We'll get to the NFL countdown, the 10-minute drill. 44 days left to go until the start of the NFL season. That's coming up next year. Joe George on the Paul Gallant Show on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 44 days until the start of the NFL season. Quick note here. Rest in peace to Ozzy Osbourne, passed away. His family announced today. I know he was just did a show like 2 weeks ago. Like Fighting Through Parkinson's was his last show. His family announced today that he passed away at 76 years old. I wasn't much of an Ozzy guy. I did watch a lot of that. I don't know why. The reality TV show they had that was awful. But like it's like the only, I don't know why I watched it. Like there's just I don't know. It's like people listen like they know. Like I watch terrible television. Like I have bad takes apparently, or everyone says I do. They really just like to now use it as a thing to say without having anything to back it up with. But I do watch bad television. That I don't deny. I watch a lot of bad television.
Did you watch Love Island?
Okay, no.
Okay, cool. I didn't watch it. I was just asking.
That's the one show that my wife watches that she hasn't like made me watch. We got a good routine going on right now. Okay, at night. We'll get to the football stuff. Whatever. I play college football 26 in our dynasty league.
Right.
She watches Love Island after I do my other job. Like that's kind of what we do at night. She's happy. I'm happy. We're hanging out. No big deal. We'll talk during breaks and things like that. We pause it if we got questions. Talk about our day, like all that stuff. But like, I don't want to watch it. I hear it, and like it sounds awful. It sounds awful. Like I have no interest in Love Island.
Same.
So all right. 44 days. I forgot to look at best players to wear the number 44. So we'll do that on the fly here. But things that happen across the NFL. Philip Rivers retired as a Charger yesterday, officially. Very random that happened. I'm expecting we'll get one of those one day from DeAndre Hopkins. Maybe. I don't know what else he's going to retire in. No one else is going to be like, and the Cardinals are going to be like, you want to come back, D-Hop? The Ravens, whatever, the Titans. Is that everyone he's played for? The Chiefs?
Yeah, that's
God, he's played for a lot of teams
now.
But so Philip Rivers retiring officially his number with the Los Angeles Chargers, I guess, not the other Chargers. Jeremy Branham's favorite football player in the world, Will Levis, backup quarterback, no longer backup quarterback because he's hurt. He's out for the year. Shoulder surgery. It feels strange, to be honest. Like, kind of feels like this might be one of those bad takes, okay? I'll openly admit that. My conspiracy theory is that he knew he was going to get cut, so he had shoulder surgery, so they can't cut him.
I mean, it might be a clever move,
like,
though.
I mean, the whole situation was going to be weird. To have Cam Ward, Will Levis, like it's just kind of strange.
Yeah,
like,
for sure. You knew Will wasn't going to be there for a long time. Brian Callahan was yelling at him all the time on the sideline last year.
Yeah, I mean, he had some of the worst plays in NFL history last year. I mean, starting in week 1, like, yeah. I feel bad, for like how bad it went. But like,
what's for him?
It was awful. I mean, it's some of the worst football plays we've ever seen. I mean, they are like video game glitch plays from Will Levis. Best player to wear number 44. John Riggins. I think that's a fair answer. In the NFL. Houston Texans. Let's see. This is going to be a low number, I feel like. This is Ben Tate. Vontae Leach? No, Vontae Leach, number 1. Colin Gillespie. I can't forget Colin. Former Texas A&M Aggie. Special teams legend for like a year. DeMarcus Walker. Every time I do this, one of these either with Paul or without him, these lists make me feel bad about the Texans. I'm gonna be honest, because like you see these numbers and like there's just
no one.
There's nobody. I mean, Vontae Leach was a good player. Like he was a good player. But like he wasn't like a great player. And then we had this, and I wasn't sure if we were gonna do playing with the boys, the segment, or if we were just gonna do it in this. But we can do it in this. AJ, we have the audio for this. All right, here is Jerry Jones talking about Micah Parsons.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
Strange. Very strange.
Well, he got a number of games wrong too, but
yeah, he only missed 4 games. And then JJ Watt tweeted, anytime you publicly take a dig at your star quarterback and your star pass rusher simultaneously right before the season begins, you just got to take it. Nothing makes guys want to fight for you more than hearing how upset you are that they got hurt while fighting for you. And then Micah Parsons retweeted it, JJ's tweet. I don't get what Jerry Jones is doing here. Like, because you know what's the most strange is he pays all these guys, AJ.
Yeah.
Like I heard you guys talking about this. I think it was, I can't remember who you were with, but like they pay all these guys. They paid Dak. They paid CeeDee Lamb. They're gonna pay Micah. But the process to pay them is weird. Like, you let all these other contracts signed before them. So you can't get them at their cheapest, like, elite value. You let all the other teams jump in front of you with their players, like the TJ Watt contract with the Steelers. That's now going to affect his market. Trey Hendrickson could be traded any day now from the Bengals to someone else that's going to pay him. And Jerry's going to have to pay more for Micah Parsons because, one, he's awesome. He's better than most of those guys. He can do more than all of those guys. Like, and he's going to pay him. Like, he's not going to let him leave. But by waiting, he's like willingly building the Cowboys roster harder because he's so financially invested in 3 players. It's so strange, man.
Yeah,
It's so strange.
I've stopped trying to make sense of what he does. I mean, I don't even get like frustrated about it anymore because they're gonna do what they want to do. They're not gonna listen to anybody else. So it's like I can't really justify their process, but hey, I mean, they're gonna get talked about all the time. So it is what it is. That's what he wants.
I just don't get it. Like,
yeah,
I can't imagine, like, in a way, like, it'd be like what. Well, Crane doesn't pay people; he lets them all walk.
Yeah,
but he also, like, they don't say anything negative about, you know, like what's happening. I don't. It's very odd. Like, I do not get it. It's this whole. The Cowboys are just. They're one of the more, if not the most interesting team in the NFL every year because people hate them. They're talked about all the time. But, like, at the same time, they could be really good or they could be mediocre. Like, what do you think they're going to be this year?
I think as long as Dak Prescott stays healthy, I think they're gonna be either 10-7 or 11-6. I can expound on that, but I mean,
We think now that doesn't win the division though, right?
It might not. I mean, because there hasn't been a repeat division champion in NFC since 2004. So, I mean, typically it wouldn't be, but I don't know. I mean, we'll see what the Eagles do as well too. Because Saquon Barkley had a great year last year, but do we think he's running for 2,000 near 2,000?
No.
Exactly.
No. And their running back room, if you look at the depth chart for the Eagles, it's awful. Like Will Shipley, what is it, like 3rd round pick out of Clemson is the second best player.
They brought in AJ Dillon too, I think.
Yeah, and he's a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I mentioned him as a name for the Texans at one point this season, but that was kind of like if you cut Dameon Pierce and he was your maybe a goal line back because, like, he's not healthy that often. Like, could he fill in for 2 games if Saquon got hurt? Yeah. I also think last year, like, what the stuff that led up to, like, the Eagles, like, before they turned it on, like, all the Nick Sirianni stuff was also strange. All the, like, the reports in the Athletic about how he was on the hot seat and people are not getting along and he's not getting along with people, and then it all got swept away.
Right.
Like, I think the AJ Brown book thing, there's more to it to me
for sure
than just like he's reading a book. Like, it turned into a joke because they won the Super Bowl. But like,
it's so extra.
If you lose, 3 out of 4 games this year and he's reading a book on the sideline, it's gonna be a big deal again. I'm with you. Like, we see a lot of Super Bowl champs struggle the following year. You have the Commanders, you have the the Cowboys, and then whatever the Russell Wilson, Jackson Dart. Giants.
Their defense will be good, but if Giants,
I mean, I would start Dart right away.
Yeah, might as well throw him into it.
I don't know. Like, I don't know why we're still doing this.
Bridged.
I get it for the Steelers because the Steelers went all in. They had a DK Metcalf, Jalen Ramsey, Aaron Rodgers. They traded away Pickens. They traded away Minka. You paid TJ Watt. Like they kind of went all. You draft a new running back who I love.
Yeah, Caleb's good.
Caleb Johnson is like one of my top draft choices in like dynasty fantasy football. I'm like, he is a stud.
Yeah.
He's going to be awesome there. I get why they're doing it. They have a roster in place that like you can legitimately argue like they could make some kind of run if Aaron is close to Aaron Rodgers. He's 70% Aaron Rodgers. And he looked good, I thought, last year at the end of the time for the Jets. And I hate him. The Giants have no shot. I don't get what they're doing. Just play Jackson Dart. Like, I don't. Unless he can't learn the offense.
They haven't beat the Cowboys in almost 5 years in a regular season game. So,
yikes. That's awful. All right. On that note, we'll take a break here. When we get back, Billy McFarland, the owner, creator of one of the biggest disasters we've seen on social media, the man who created Firefest, went to jail, got back out, tried to do it again, flopped. He sold the naming rights to Firefest for $245,000. So this is my question. If you had bleep you money, what's the dumbest thing you would buy? We'll get into that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George filling in for Paul Gallant here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5 on all social media platforms at Joe George Radio. Paul will be back on Monday as he returns from vacation. We are going to talk about very quickly here. So Billy McFarland, he sold the naming rights to Firefest for $245,000 because he can't get this thing off the ground. The documentary is very funny. I actually watched it last week when I was on vacation because I was bored. We didn't go anywhere. Joseph got sick, kind of nuked the whole vacation plans. So I was just home one day and was watching it, and I was like, I forgot how much of a disaster this thing was. So if you had just a bleep you out amount of money, AJ, what's the dumbest thing you would buy? AJ, I can't hear you.
Oh, my bad. I don't know, man, because I've been trained my whole life to be responsible with my money. So
that's not fun.
I know. Well, like a healthy responsibility.
All right, okay.
I'm about to look some up.
Who's your number one? What's your number one team? Is it the Cougs?
Like number one team in general, or just
yeah.
Oh, well,
the Cougs at the top or near the top?
Yeah, they're near the top for sure.
Would you, if you had what's his name? Dave Portnoy, that's his name.
Oh yeah.
He paid $3 million? He helped pay $3 million for Bryce Underwood to be the quarterback at Michigan next year. That's what I would do. If I had ridiculous amount of money, I'd be like, all right, Notre Dame, we're finally getting a quarterback.
Oh yeah.
Give me 2 or 3 of them, best ones on the roster. That's what I'd be spending my money on now.
Honestly,
if I could.
If I had enough, I'd buy Cowboys, bro. Because
you'd buy the Cowboys?
Yeah, from Jerry, of course.
That's a lot. Okay, well,
if I had that money, you said a lot of money.
I mean, that's a different level of money here. That's
true.
That's like $15 billion at
That's
this
true.
point.
That is true, but hey.
Is that going to be the best day of your life when
Would
he sells the team?
Oh my gosh, yes.
That's what I feel about the Cubs ownership group. I'm waiting for them very quickly to do it. Let's see. We got texts here. Says they would buy an independent sports radio station. Wonder which one they're talking about. From the 832, how many Super Bowls has AJ seen the Cowboys win? 0.
None, but who's their team?
I don't know. I'm curious.
Oh yeah, they need to say that.
I mean, because if you're a Texans fan, the answer is 0.
Right. Exactly.
I mean, if you're a fan of
a lot of teams, yeah.
I don't actually know what the number is, but if you're in my age range, I'm 33. How many teams have you seen? How many teams have seen their teams win a Super Bowl? I don't feel like is it half the league? I don't think so.
There's still a good amount of teams that haven't won a Super Bowl. So.
Yeah, I mean, people in my life have seen the Cowboys. They're still I mean, it doesn't happen. I've seen the Bears play in a Super Bowl. That was nice. First play was awesome. The rest of the game wasn't great.
Yeah,
but for one moment, it was great. That's all I had. The Saints did win, for sure. That's what someone said here. I think I don't know if they're a Saints fan or not, but so the Saints have won at least. Yeah, I would either spend to fix my college football team because I so badly want to see Notre Dame win a national championship. Sean and I were talking about this yesterday. This guy is giving you.
I want to hear it. I'm good.
Is this guy the same person? Oh, he's a Giants fan. That's why he's so angry with you. That makes sense.
What did he say?
No, you just say he's a New York Giants fan.
Oh,
no,
okay.
Someone else texted in saying that I got a problem with this texter. Okay, 8 from the 832. I think I might need you to call in and defend yourself here. Okay, this person says I'm a Patriots, Chiefs, and Eagles fan. I don't think that's allowed. I don't think you can root for 3 teams.
No.
And 2 teams in the same conference.
That's ridiculous.
I think you're allowed to root for 2 teams if you have reason. Okay. I think if you have, I have reason.
You have reason. Exactly.
In my opinion, I have reason, right? I grew up in Illinois. I'm a Bears fan, but I've lived in Houston now for 10 years. Worked in Houston sports radio for a while for, technically, I guess all 10 of them. Or a majority of the 10. I root for the Texans as much as I root for the Bears. The only time I don't, everyone knows this, was the one game last year.
Yeah.
That was it. It's the only time. I have a reason. I feel like you have to move somewhere, and I feel like they have to play in the other conference. Like, I don't think, no offense to said texter, you could have the Patriots and the Eagles, but even then, like, who's your root for in the Super Bowl?
Right.
Like,
yeah. Like in
because like
2018.
that's the team that like you're with. Like if you had a half jersey, major veto, not allowed. Like you can't do that. Half jerseys are only allowed for moms.
Yeah, for sure.
Moms and girlfriends. Like I think of the one Ohio State. Like even that one, like I get it. Brady Quinn's sister was dating AJ Hawk.
Okay, yeah.
But like to have a half Ohio State Notre Dame jersey was like, pick your blood.
Yeah.
Like he's your brother. And you knew he was gonna lose. So like support your brother or support your man. Like pick one or the other. Let's Eagles fan here. AJ has seen 0 Super Bowl. Then they spelled Eagles. Remind you that they can spell at least. Texter says, texter that said Patriots, Chiefs, and Eagles has to be messing with us. Those are pretty much all the recent Super Bowl winners. That's fair. Let's see. From the 832, they said they're a Texans fan and Tampa Bay Bucks fan. Started when the Oilers left. That also makes sense. That I have Houston fans too. Like if you have like an NFC team, or another team, I guess.
Right. My dad's a Bucks fan.
Yeah, like you choose one, waiting because the Oilers left.
Right.
Except I don't think you can do the Texans and Cowboys.
No, I don't believe in that either.
I don't think you could do that.
I don't like when people say they like both.
No, I don't think that's allowed.
Yeah.
Like I don't think if you live in a state where there's multiple teams, you have to pick one.
Right.
Like, and like I still can't believe that there are people that like. I get you don't want to pander all the time, like especially for like those of us in this industry who are like me, which is like 90% of the market. I cannot believe there are people who work in sports radio in this town that went on radio stations and said to root for the Rangers.
No,
I was like, that's
wild.
crazy.
That was wild.
Because like that's just it's one of the worst takes I've ever heard. Like you don't root for a team in your state. Like they're the enemy at all times. Like if I had bleep you money, like I might buy the White Sox just to move them out of Illinois, and then I'd try to make them worse, but they already are the worst team in baseball. Like, but like I'd be like, get out, like you don't belong here. Like this isn't your state anymore. Like, but yeah, I don't think you can have. Doesn't Paul have a half and half jersey? He has a half and half T-shirt for the Astros and the Mariners. I think right. Doesn't he? I don't know if he still has that though. I think he's done with Seattle. I think he we'll have to you can text him on Monday, but I hope Paul has gotten rid of that at this point.
Yeah.
Like because that's tough. Like that's the same division. Like that can't be that can't be allowed. As a younger person, can AJ explain why he's a Cowboys fan? From the texter.
Free will. I mean, I could have been a Texans fan because I have some of my family that are Texans fans too. But I mean, I have some Cowboys fans. I just wanted to pick the Cowboys, so I'm a real fan. And yeah, I mean, that's all I can say.
I mean that's fair. Like,
yeah,
it's you root for who you root for.
Right.
Like,
Exactly.
I don't know what my son's gonna do.
You want him to be a Bears fan though?
I don't know if I want him to.
Well, yeah,
like,
Tom would too. Yeah.
No, I know my friends here at the station will be upset. He's a Cubs fan.
Right. As long as he doesn't pick Green Bay.
No, but I don't know him if I'm gonna be a little more hands off with football. I think. I'm pushing him to the Rockets pretty hard. There's no reason to root for the Bulls. They suck. I'm pushing him to the Cubs pretty hard, but also pushing the Astros.
Right.
That's the one where I'm trying to push both. I love baseball. Like I want to root for both teams. I'm going to let him decide. I'm going to have to educate him.
Right.
Never had a 4,000 yard passer. It's a lot of bad.
Caleb could change it this year.
You're going to watch a lot of Green Bay games, break your heart. Like I'm going to let my son decide his football path.
Right.
But if it doesn't work with Caleb and Ben Johnson, I'm probably going to force him to be a Texans fan. Like you don't want to be me. Okay. Like you don't want to. I'll probably not let him be a Notre Dame fan. Like you don't want it. Like, my wife's a Coug, so like, root for the Cougs. Like, follow that. By the time he'll be old enough to understand, the Samson kid will be coaching the team probably.
Right.
All right, we will take a break on that. What are the most intriguing things for Texans training camp? I got 3 we're going to hit on next here on the Paul Gallant Show. Joe George filling in on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Back here on the Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Joe George hanging out with AJ till 3 o'clock today. If you missed it earlier in the show, we announced very briefly, but starting the first week of August, we'll be adding a little bit of local programming from 6 to 7 on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. I'll be doing a solo show those nights. AJ will be hanging out with me for at least 2 of those nights a week, I believe. So Monday, myself from 6 to 7, Glenn Davis, Soccer Matters, 6 to 8 on Tuesdays. Wednesdays, we'll have Glenn Davis, and then I'll be on Thursdays and Fridays. We'll also have Inside the Icebox still going. We'll be debuting a Texans podcast as well on our YouTube channel at some point in the month of August. Probably start that up next. I think we're starting maybe that next week. I can't believe it's August already. Can't wait training camps here.
I'm moving my fast.
Finally. I love baseball, but like I think this is to me I like this part of the like the deadline through the end of the season. I like the beginning of the baseball season. I like the end of the baseball season because like the beginning, like you're learning who these teams are. Like and like the middle is fun because it's like it's just baseball. Like that's all that's really going on. But this time of year where it's like you've got like the deadline's done, the real playoff push has arrived, and then you've got football coming into the mix as well.
Right.
College football, NFL, like it's so much fun. Like
Yeah, it is.
especially as someone like who likes to gamble a little bit. Like I love that time of year. And honestly, like the baseball races are the races in baseball this year for the most part are awesome. I mean, really only one division in baseball right now is like really kind of over. I mean, you could say two. Like I would put the AL West. Like I think the Mariners will fall apart, but I mean the Blue Jays are up 4 games on the Yankees, which is crazy. The Guardians are 10 games back of the Tigers. So that one's a wrap. But the Mariners are right there, 5 games back. The Mets are only a half game back of the Phillies. The Cubs are now a game back of the Brewers. And the Padres are only 3.5 games back of the Dodgers. Like they're just going to be an intense race this year. The wild card races are going to be good. And then football season's going to be here. And it's here because training camp starts tomorrow. One player, I guess, when we did the one player you'd like to see return to the Houston Texans for one final run that could have been mentioned, obviously wasn't, was Honey Badger. Tyrann Mathieu just announced his retirement officially from the NFL. So honestly, one of my like favorite play, like I put him up there. Like he's like one of the fun player, like most fun players in the NFL. Like he was awesome. Like in college, in the NFL, like he was just like a fun player to watch. And like when he was here for a brief amount of time, like the Honey Badger's awesome. Great nickname, A+.
Yeah, I love watching him in college too. Like, he was so good at LSU.
And honestly, for me, like I love the NFL. Like college football is kind of my number like one. I care more about my NFL teams than Notre Dame. It's really close. But from like a Saturday watching experience versus Sunday watching experience, I personally like Saturdays better. I enjoy it more.
Right.
I think there's more it's the chaos that happens. The pageantry, all that stuff. Like I love college football for that reason. But training camp has arrived, and I think there are 3 questions, like for me, like the biggest questions for the Texans this year. The most intriguing part of training camp between now when they go back to the Greenbrier for a couple days through the preseason, like what is the end result of these things? You guys are more than welcome to jump in 713-780-3776. Your reaction on YouTube, Twitch. AJ will be going to you too. I know you're a Cowboys fan, but you got to answer the question still. My number one thing, I'm curious the most about the running back room. Like, I don't really get what's happening still. You know, the Joe Mixon stuff has been odd to me this offseason.
Right.
We've had walking boot rumors. We've had reports of injuries not being that serious, but then they signed Nick Chubb. You know, Dameon Pierce is still a member of this roster. You drafted a running back. And I do think the one thing with the Texans last year that to me is the least sustainable thing of the positive things that happened for the offense, not the negative stuff. The positive stuff was Joe Mixon. Is that we see pretty much outside of what it felt like to me last year, outside of Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry, and Joe Mixon, ironically, 3 free agents last year that signed with new teams or were traded to a new team in Joe Mixon's case, but would have been a free agent. All those guys made huge impacts, and all those guys carried the weight of the ball, all the carries throughout the season. I think they're going to try the same thing in Baltimore this year. I think they're going to try the same thing in Philadelphia with Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley. I didn't feel like that was sustainable for Joe Mixon. Like his injuries were unfortunate. The Bears game, the horse collar tackle, and then there was another horse collar tackle later in the season. So some of it was like bad luck for him. But I think is the signing of Nick Chubb, is it to add to someone to the room to take some pressure off of Joe Mixon to have a 1-2 punch to really add to this? Or does it mean something else?
Well, you hope it's the former than the latter, because
Yes.
Nick Chubb, I mean, of course he came off of an injury that he sustained in 2023, but he's not himself. I mean, he was definitely not the same version of Nick Chubb that we're accustomed to. So you want him to be able to complement Joe Mixon, because I mean, Joe Mixon, like you said last year, what he did, it doesn't seem to be sustainable, because I believe he's going to be 28 or is 28, so he's reaching that age
where running backs fall off.
Right,
cliffs.
exactly.
Like, so that's why I'm like, what's the purpose of the sign? Because if the purpose is to have it be another complimentary back and you're not worried about Joe Mixon's health, and I think it's great for the Texans, because it's a high ceiling, low floor. Like if it doesn't work, well then you're in the same situation you were in last year, right? And maybe the kid you still got at USC, it can impact it on third downs. Woody Marks, like maybe he can help to this team this year immediately. Like maybe a new scheme, having a coach that has worked in this scheme before for your offensive line coach, unlike what you had last year, maybe they can find a way to get something out of Dameon Pierce. I don't think Dameon Pierce will be on the team. It's my biggest training camp prediction, whatever, is that Dameon Pierce will not make the roster, unless the Joe Mixon injury is worse than we think. But to me, it's not been really made clear what is and isn't happening. So the running back room is number one for me. It's just what is the Chubb meaning? What does it mean? Is it mean something, or is it just an extra body in camp? And I hope it's just an extra body in camp, because if Joe Mixon's hurt, tough. That's tough.
More pressure on CJ.
Yeah, I mean, and then CJ's number two. Just what does it look like? What does it look like this year? What does it look like for him with the new wide receivers? It's a totally different monster this year with what's happening. I'm hopeful for the Texans, because I thought Dalton Schultz was pretty awful last year.
Yeah.
That he turns into a very expensive backup. I think you need Brevin Jordan. The Texans reach their peak this year. I think part of that starts with Brevin Jordan. You need Joe Mixon healthy. Brevin Jordan needs to be healthy. I think that's very important for the Texans this year, for those two guys to be on the field as frequently as possible. And Brevin's had some major injuries, but I think he's better than Dalton Schultz.
Yeah.
And I think Dalton Schultz in a secondary role, while people will be criticizing the contract, can contribute to this team positively if Brevin's the dude that's out there. But then you have Nico, and you've got, Jalen Noel, you've got Higgins, you've got Christian Kirk, you've got this weird wide receiver room, or just this new wide receiver room where you only really know one guy. Because kind of like Pierce, I feel like Mechie or Hutchinson, one of them for sure won't make the roster. I think it'll be Mechie.
Right.
I don't think he'll be on the team this year. I think him and Pierce both could be casualties. I think it's just kind of, we're at that point where their time has come and gone. So what does it look like with CJ health wise? I still want to see it after the shoulder stuff from this offseason. So is he throwing right away? Is it full go right away? What does it look like? I know not this week because Paul's on vacation, but Paul's going to be out there at most of the training camps. Will Kunkel's going to be out there covering it for us. I'm going to go. I'm going as a fan so I can break the rules and take photos and videos that people in the media are not allowed to take. So I'm going with my training camp season tickets, my tickets that I got with having season tickets. But what does that look like health wise? That's number two. And then number three, and really this could be number one. The hard part, the reason why the offensive line is not number one for me is because how full speed are they going to go? But how do they do against Will Anderson and Hunter? When they do, how do you do against him?
Because they're not going to really look good against them, honestly.
No, they're going to get smoked.
Yeah, exactly.
You can have a good offensive line and they're going to get smoked because
Right.
it's the best pass rushing duo in the NFL.
Exactly.
They make everyone look bad. So it's
hard to judge. Yeah.
it's how embarrassed are you is almost like the line of like demarcation, but like what does it look like with your new acquisition in the draft, Titus Howard at guard, Blake Fisher, how does he look in year 2? Scruggs, all these guys. Like what does it look like? What's the combinations? And also more importantly for me is just how quickly do they lock into a group? That's my number one question with the offensive line. Like do they already know? Like think about last year. Going into training camp, we have seen last year, Paul and I, when we were doing the show together, it's like, what's going to happen with the cornerback spot? Who's going to be the other guy? What does this roster look like? How does Kamari Lassiter play in? Is he going to earn a spot and play constantly? He was the starting corner the day one of training camp. Like, it's like they knew, they knew what the plan was. So that's the other one is just like, how early do they lock in on their offensive line? Or like, is it going to have to be like a legitimate process? Because the earlier they can identify the 5 best guys, the more confidence it gives me that they can build something this year and protect CJ.
For sure. And then I forgot the other team they're doing a joint practice with, but they're doing one against the Lions. So we'll see how they do in those as well too. That would be a solid barometer, but they're gonna have some pressure on them for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, because like Hutchinson's gonna be on a heater.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's it's just good luck. Like good luck to the offensive line. I don't know. Like we'll see how it plays out for them. But like I think the offensive line is just the quicker you can just make a decision as a coaching staff, it will just give, I think, the fan base some level of confidence that you can build something. If they're having to change their guards and their centers and their tackles every single day,
it's bad look.
It just shows like they don't feel confident in any of these guys.
Right, because you wouldn't have continuity.
Yeah, you want to like okay, Irsay has won the left tackle job. Blake Fisher has won the right tackle job. Titus obviously is your left guard. Juice Scruggs has won the center job, or Patterson. Like you want these guys to win it, or Cam Robinson, or whoever. Like, you want them just to win it right away. So those are the 3 things for me that like I'm most intrigued by. Key from LA texts in a take that he says is hot, and I'm gonna have to disagree with him on the level of hotness, unless it's a hot take for me too. Okay. Key from LA says, I got a hot take for you. Derek Stingley Jr. is the best player on the Houston Texans. I don't think it's a hot take.
That's not hot.
Because I think I agree.
Yeah.
Like
second best corner in football.
Like your 3 best players are Stingley, Will Anderson, Nico Collins,
Hunter.
Daniil Hunter are your top 4. Like I think it's Stingley is 1. I would say Stingley, Nico, Will, Hunter would be my 1 through 4 order. Of the 4 best players on the Texans. I don't know. Maybe CJ's next, but I think those top 4 easiest. No, key from LA. I'm on page with that. I agree with you that Derek Stingley Jr. is the best player on the Houston Texans. All right. Coming up next, our Astros worry power rankings. What are you worried about the most? What are you worried about the least? And an update from Joe Espada from an interview he just did on the flagship that is not great about Isaac Paredes. We'll get into that next here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
The most interactive sports talk show in Houston continues now.
What's happening, Paul? What's up, Paul? Most interactive show, and really enjoy that aspect of it. Y'all keep it up.
Get involved in the conversation by dialing or texting 713-780-3776. Here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George filling in for Paul here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Paul out on vacation. He will return next week. Rest of the week is tomorrow. AJ producing with BMAC and Sean, and here in the studio hosting. Myself, and Will Kunkel will be out at Cadillac Bar on Thursday, and then Friday will be Mapes, Brian, and AJ again from noon to 3, and then Paul will return from vacation. Text lines from 281. Two things they learned today. Ozzy Osbourne passed away. We mentioned that, and Charles Tillman, the former Bears cornerback, is an FBI agent. Yeah, I knew that one. There was an allegation that he was part of a raid at Hallis Hall like 2 years ago.
Oh wow!
Helping arrest some guy, one of the coaches. It was denied, but I've heard it was true. I'll put it that way. So Texans back in action tomorrow with training camp, but let's talk about the Astros here for a second. So Astros worry power rankings. Okay, we got 5 spots. Least worried to most worried, but we'll start here. Joe Espada was on the flagship today, doing a weekly interview, and was asked about Isaac Paredes. And this is the quote. I'll paraphrase it a little shorter. He gave. He said, "Quote: It's going to take some time for us to get Paredes back." I don't like that, AJ.
Nah, especially from them.
That doesn't sound great. Now, I think they've done some PR training, Dana and Joe, where they've put less timelines on things. I don't know what took them so long, because they kept getting bit by it and angry by it and frustrated by it with all the questions they would get, because they would give timelines that were factually wrong, or end up being factually wrong. So like they just kept giving wrong information, or giving information that they didn't need to give. Like, you don't have to give us a timeline. Right. So I think this is a little PR training of, don't promise he's going to be back in 2 weeks, but I also think it shows the severity of it a little bit here. So saying it's going to take some time for us to get Paredes back, Joe Espada saying that today, it's not great. Like, that doesn't sound great for how long he's going to be out for. And again, I think it changes what they're going to do in the next 9 days is fascinating to me, because like, you can just sit waiting for the deadline and let it pass you by, and just hope that from August through September, you actually get healthy, and you're confident that you can keep the Mariners at reach. And yes, you might not get a top 2 seed, you might not get a bye in the American League playoffs, but like, you can win the AL West without these guys and without a big trade. And then there's the other approach where now you don't have like the farm system to like make like big splashy moves, right? So like it kind of takes a while for like it might be hard to acquire certain guys. Like, Eugenio Suarez makes a lot of sense, honestly, if Paredes is going to be out this year. He's been smashing baseballs, obviously. He's got the 3rd most home runs in the league this year. Like, he'd be a great fit at third base. Can't hit lefties this year. Last I saw, it was like below like 190 against lefties this year. But he's also going to be wanted by the Brewers, the Cubs, the Yankees. Like, that's where the Astros, they can't match that. They can't get into a bidding war. They have to find guys that in the margins to get deals done. So like, it's not great. This is bad. Vibes are bad for the injury train. Junior Bronco says, Astros just got to make the playoffs. The player rotation and bullpen is going to be nasty. Just going to need 3 runs to win games. I agree. Like, and they're going to get there. Like, they're going to withstand this injuries. I don't know how. Like they just keep finding a way. That's why I said at the start of the show, like, this is the most impressive thing I've ever seen them do. Like, in this golden era, like, it doesn't make any logical sense to be this good, 58-42 through 100 games with all these major injuries, knowing that guys are not coming back. bringing up guys who are nobodies, to be honest. Like they're not names. Like they're like people don't know Brandon like Walter and Colton Gordon. Like you don't know them. Like you've seen them maybe pitch in Sugarland, but like you're not like that's a guy who can. That's the dude. And that's the next Jamie Moyer, as, as Jeremy says. Like it's and they've just survived. So hopefully Paredes is just able to get back this season. And Jordan. And Jake.
Right.
Like,
List goes on.
And like one pitcher. I think the Dana Brown stuff from last week I thought was really interesting that he said that he expects Christian Javier to contribute quicker and more. I think it was just quicker than Luis Garcia this year. When they're basically at the same point in their rehabs, like that to me, Jeremy and I were talking about this on our Astros podcast again, ESPN Houston YouTube channel every Friday, inside the Icebox. Like it almost comes off as more they don't like what they're seeing from Luis Garcia in the minors, and they like what they see from Christian Javier. I also think you could use Christian Javier in the bullpen if you wanted to, like we saw in the past. Or like if they don't think they have enough time to build him up to a full caliber starter this year, that they could bring him up and put him in the pen if they needed him to contribute in that way this year. But so many injuries. And the Paredes news, again, Joe Espada said it's going to be some time before we see Isaac Paredes return to the Houston Astros. And I don't know what the answer to that is. Like, just you're gonna have to trade for somebody. Like, if Jake Myers, Jordan Alvarez, and Isaac are all out,
Gotta make a move.
I think you got to make one move.
Yeah.
Like, you got to find one guy that can just help fill the gap. Because Payne is going to come back. It's just a fractured rib. Like, he'll be fine. But all these other soft tissue stuff or Jordan's mystery hand injury, like you gotta make one move. All right, so we'll take a quick break here, and then when we get back, we'll go through our Astros worry power rankings from least worried to most worried. We'll do that next year on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul Gallant.
Joe George filling in for Paul Gallant here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can find me on all social media platforms at Joe George Radio. We're live here on YouTube, on Twitch, hanging out with you for another 30 minutes before the Killer Bees take over the show today. All right, our Astros worry power rankings. Most worried to least worried. Least worried, Hunter Brown. It's number 5 on my list. His last 2 starts were bad. Like, they weren't great. I don't really this whole like misprint of who was starting and Hunter Brown was being pushed back and it was Fromber and then they flipped it. Was very odd to me. I just don't get what happened. I think their explanation was weird with all of it, but I'm I'm not worried about Hunter Brown. Like, he is going to be fine. He's going through a rough patch. He's got to figure it out. Like, it's plain and simple. He's been a Cy Young contender. He's definitely not going to win the Cy Young this year because of what, Tariq Skubal and what Garrett Crochet and really Skubal has done, because he's probably going to run away with it and Crochet's next, but it hasn't been pretty in those spots. I'm going to put Brian Abreu. Number 4. No, I would say Brian Abreu. Some of the bullpen worry for me is it all sustainable? Like, it's nothing against these guys who have all performed. Okert, Souza, like these guys who really have come up out of nowhere. I put it 4th just because now, while I thought with Scott last year, it was kind of, you could see it coming, that it was going to unravel, that it wasn't going to be as good as it was early in the season. It felt like it was a ticking time bomb in a way, and he's basically out of baseball at this point after being nails the first part of the season last year for the Astros. I'm just, with bullpen guys that are unproven, I'm always a little curious. And now Braves had some bad moments, but for the most part, he's been excellent this year. Josh Hader didn't have a lot of control last night, but he's been excellent, obviously, this year. So it's more the other guys that are part of the bullpen. It's just like, how sustainable is that? So that's number 4. Number 3 with my worry power rankings is going to be the front office and how they handle the deadline. Like, it could be 2 or 1, but it's going to have to be players that are hurt at the top 2. Jake Myers, I think there's enough to replace him. I think they're like 2-7 since he got hurt. So it's obviously like the numbers are bad. Like the W's and L's are bad, but like it's not directly correlated. So I just, what does the front office do at the deadline? I guess Brandon Lau, who's a guy that Jeremy and I have talked about from the Rays, just got placed on the 15-day IL, unless the Twitch is lying to me. But I don't follow the Rays on Twitter, so it's very possible. And it's just like, what are you adding? Are you adding a starter? Are you adding a lefty? Like, Jim Bowden from The Athletic, former general manager, I believe it was, put up an article talking about each team's needs at the deadline. And he highlighted for the Astros that they've told teams they want a lefty bat. They want to bring in a lefty. But they're also in the market for a starting pitcher. But it's one or the other. So what's that one or the other move? Now, I think it's easy from my perspective is you get the best player. You put a prospect package together that you feel comfortable, moving on, guys you feel comfortable moving on from, and you say, okay, we're going to go get either the best lefty bat we can get to help fill one of these gaps, whether it's at second base, potentially third base now. Are you going to do that? Are you going to add a third starting pitcher? Like, are you going to try and find a Mitch Keller or Andrew Heaney at the deadline? Like, what does that look like? Hi, Joel. Like, what does that look like at the deadline? Like, I would just take the best player available. So that's number 3. What does the front office do? I love my worry power rankings. Number 2, now it's Isaac Paredes. Like, how long is Isaac Paredes going to be out for? Is he going to be out for 5 weeks, 6 weeks, 7 weeks? It's just we don't have such an unknown of what's happening right now for him. So I put him number 2 of my Astros power rankings, and then of worry power rankings, and the number 1's Jordan Alvarez. Because I don't know what's going on with him. Is he ever playing again?
Right.
What does Joel want?
He's trolling.
Oh, it's the
Birthday
day that
trolling.
ends in Y. Joel Blank's trolling. Junior Broncos says they're not trading Bryce Matthews or I can't remember how to pronounce his name. Ilola or whatever, the young pitcher that they have. I can't remember how to pronounce it. I don't think they're trading Bryce Matthews. I would be surprised. Even though they did this last year, they brought up the kid that they traded to the Blue Jays. And it kind of felt like a trial period to show him off. I guess in theory they could be doing that with Bryce Matthews, but no, I think Bryce Matthews he's your everyday second baseman for the foreseeable future. Like, if not for the future, it's you drafted him. It's your first round pick. You need someone to play second base. Jose Altuve is not moving back to second base. He's going to be the left fielder for the Houston Astros until he retires or until Jordan Alvarez is no longer going to be on the team, and then he's going to be the everyday DH. Like, Bryce Matthews is the second baseman. So I don't think they would trade him. That would shock me.
Yeah.
Of all the things the Astros do at the deadline, that one would shock. You have to get a really good player, I think, in return. And if you're going to trade someone like Bryce Matthews, I would like the Astros to trade for someone that isn't leaving in the offseason.
True. You don't want a rental. Yeah.
Yeah, because I don't put he's on a different level than I know everyone loved Lo Porfido last year and Jake Bloss and and Will Wagner, like the idea of some of those guys more than what they actually are. But it's all fine for that to be for Kikuchi. I don't want to trade Bryce Matthews for anything else. I don't normally agree with Junior Bronco this much on Twitch. I'm actually surprised. But he said this. I think this is a great point, actually. The love affair of Nolan Arenado, that gets revisited. Absolutely. I think that's a shoo-in. Like if Isak is hurt, Nolan Arenado, who the Astros had agreed to trade for, had a deal accomplished with the St. Louis Cardinals. And then Arenado saw Bregman leaving, Tucker traded, and didn't want to come to Houston at the time because he wants to be part of a winner. Instead, he stayed with the losers in St. Louis. Like, good for you, man. Like, that's a loser franchise for the most. Not really, but I just hate them. And so they're fans, apparently. But if Paredes is out for a while, I think it would make a lot of sense to trade for him now. I unplugged my headphones here, AJ. That was a rookie mistake. But I could see Nolan Arenado being like the guy that you trade for here at the deadline at this point. It would make a lot of sense for him to go out there and be the everyday third baseman. Let's see. Texter here. Are the Astros a MLB team or a minor league team right now? If they're a minor league team, they're doing pretty good. Yeah, they're a little bit of both right now. But it's just because all their guys are hurt. But they're doing a good job. I wouldn't be too concerned about what they're doing. Junior Bronco pointed out too, Arenado would have to waive his no trade clause. But like his concerns about the Astros are gone. Like they proved they're winning. Right. They didn't pay Tucker. They didn't pay Bregman. He thought it looked like they were going to take a step back. They've done the opposite. They've taken a step forward. Like they're 58 and 42, 100 games into the season, and the Cardinals are definitely going to sell. And now Arenado hasn't been. I think he's been as advertised this year. He's got a 1-2 WAR at this point in the season. He's only hitting 240. He only has 10 home runs on the season. But is it better than like your minor league options you have? Yes. Like I think trading for Nolan Arenado would be at this point, if Paredes is out for a large portion of the season, it makes a lot of sense. And again, what I was saying earlier in the show is if you trade for Arenado and all of a sudden you wake up and Jake Myers is healthy and Isak Paredes is healthy and Jordan Alvarez is healthy, then it's Nolan, learn second base or don't play. Like,
yeah,
figure it out. Like, you'd rather there be too many guys on the roster than not enough guys.
Right, that's a good problem. Yeah.
Yeah, like it's a good problem to have. Is there anything I missed, you thought, AJ, from the worry power rankings? I didn't include Jake Myers.
I believe it's accurate though. Especially your
Like,
argument. Yeah.
I mean, the Jake Myers stuff is just hard to predict like what they're gonna do. And I also like I feel like if you could replace any of these guys, I feel like in theory, Chaz can help fill that gap a little bit. Like probably won't be perfect, but he can fill it a little. He can fill it enough, or other guys in the organization. All right, we'll get away here from the Astros here for a little bit before we'll keep going here for a little bit before we get to garbage time and the next segment. But just an interesting note for out of college football today. The Big Ten Media Day is happening right now, and it just seems that like, which I don't hate that they can't do this, but they can't figure out playoff expansion. And it seems like it's the Big Ten holding it up, that they want the SEC to add another conference game if they're going to both have the same model of how many teams get in. Like they want to see the SEC play 9 conference games, and like it just seems like they're holding it out. Apparently the model that they're talking about right now is 4 for the SEC, 4 for the Big Ten, 2 for the Big 12, 2 for the ACC, and then 1 other team. I don't know. 1 Power 5 and then 3 at-large bids.
Okay.
And doing the 16-team playoff. Can we just give 12 a chance?
Yeah.
Like, can we they fixed the seeding problem. Can we just give 12 like a little bit of time to work just to see how it goes? Because I personally, AJ, I don't know how you felt. Like, I didn't think they had to change the seedings.
Yeah.
After 1 year. Like, Arizona State went toe-to-toe
They
with
almost beat
Texas.
yeah.
And Boise State played fine for part of their game. Like, they lost, but they played better than Indiana played.
Right, they were in it. Yeah.
Like, they were in it. They played better than SMU played. So, like, I don't think we had to change the whole format already. I would have liked to see at least 1 more year of a sample size, like, of how it played out. But instead, they've already changed it. They already got rid of the buys. I mean, the automatic bids to the top 4, that now just the top 4 teams get it. I'm fine with that, but just stick with 12. Like, give me like 2 more years to see how it plays out, you know? Because we also saw every team with a bye, didn't make it to the Final 4?
Yeah. Yeah.
They all lost.
Yeah, they lost.
So now is part of that because it's Boise and Arizona State, but Georgia lost and like Oregon lost. Like what does that mean? So like, because if that's a real trend, if that happened again this year, to me, like that's even more interesting. Like because then you might have schools saying, wait, these buys are bad for us. Like we're coming in cold. It's not working. Maybe we need to totally reevaluate the format. So I would like them to stay away from 16 teams. For now, like I would like rather, and frankly, I like if they're gonna go to 16, I just like the 5 plus 11 bids. Give me your top 4 conference champions. They make it. I think the 5th automatic qualifier should be the highest rated team in the conference or Notre Dame. Like, I don't think we should be forced to put in Boise State. If Notre Dame is ranked higher, let them have that bid. And then you take the next 11 teams. Like, I don't think it's that. I don't know why they have to make it so complicated.
Yeah, it can be way more simpler. Yeah.
Like, you look at even like some of these automatic bids last year, like of teams that would have made the playoff. It's like, like why? Like, well, I think BYU, where did they finish second in the Big 12 last year?
Yeah.
So like they would have had an automatic bid into the playoff. Why? Like, why are we doing that? Like, I don't understand. Like, what's the purpose of that? Like, why do we need to see that happen in the playoffs? It's just totally to me feels irrelevant to what they're trying to accomplish in the season by forcing teams to make the playoffs. Like, you should have to earn it.
Right.
Like, just because you're in a weaker conference, like that's why I also don't think the 4 Big Ten teams deserve it, because what if we wake up one day and the Big Ten sucks? Like,
it's possible.
Like, you want to be given automatic bids to Maryland? like to Rutgers. Like, what if everyone has a bad year? And like, it's just, I'm saying, like, why do you deserve 4 auto bids? Like, it just, yeah, you won the last 2 national championships. When's the last time you won a national championship for Michigan? Like, it's been a minute.
Like 2015.
Yeah, like the SEC has been dominating. So, like, Justin Fields is out there losing in the playoffs. Like, you got Clemson's gotten titles. Like, I just don't. Just give me 5 schools, get an automatic bid. Everyone else just makes the playoffs. Super simple, super fair, and no one should be complaining. But this is good for the Cougs, AJ. It's good for the Cougs.
True.
If they make the playoffs, it could be because they got an automatic bid.
It'll probably be earliest is 2026 though, because Henderson, that 5-star quarterback. So
yeah, 2026 would be.
Yeah.
I mean, they're gonna make the playoffs at some point with this new format.
Yeah.
Like so. All right. We'll take a timeout here. When we get back, we'll wrap up with your questions and comments on the text line, the YouTube channel as well, and then we'll get to a little bit of garbage time here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, final segment. Joe filling in for Paul here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Paul returns on Monday. I'll be back on Thursday from 12 to 3 with Will Kunkel. Tomorrow and Friday will be BMAC and Sean from noon to 3. Let's see. 281. When Joe said it would be some time before we see Paredes, was that back from injury or simply traveling back from Seattle? Back from injury. I think he's back from Seattle now. I think. I could be wrong, but he's talking about injury specifically in that situation. All right, garbage time. Couple topics here for us to get into, AJ, before we wrap up the show. Are you a South Park guy?
No, I haven't watched it.
I'm like kind of in and out. Like it's not like my thing. But I've watched episodes. I've watched the movie. I think Paul's really into it. 10 episodes a year is what they've agreed to do on Paramount Plus. 5-year deal. 10 new episodes per year. How much money do you think they got paid?
To produce it, like just to put into the show?
To put 10 new episodes up a year. I'm guessing this includes like all of it, also everything, but 10 new episodes a year.
I'm gonna say 100 mil.
Higher.
Higher. 200?
No.
How much?
$1.5 billion.
Oh wow. Okay. I'm not sure. I forgot it is that profitable.
For 50 episodes, $300 million a year to make 10 episodes. That's
buku money.
Crazy.
Yeah,
That's the money we were talking about earlier. That's crazy money. Like, I know people love South Park, but woohoo. The only other one I got today, and we got to make sure we get out on time. Okay. The complainer bees always complain. If I was in last time for Paul, I got a little late, so I want to make sure, even though like I was trying to talk to people and my show was being interrupted today, I'll get out on time for them. You remember this prison break that happened?
Louisiana?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This guy is still out.
Really? I thought
His name is Derek Groves. He's been on the run for 66 days.
What'd you say his name was?
Derek Groves.
That sounded too much like Derek Groves to me, but
hey,
yeah.
no,
I love
Derek
Groves.
Derek Groves is a chess master now.
Yeah, I saw that.
I don't get it. Strange. It's a weird thing to me, but like, I guess he's a chess guy.
Right.
Got to find something to do after you can't play in the NBA anymore. But this guy, he escaped on May 16th, him and 10 prisoners. He's still out.
That's insane.
Like, he's gone forever now.
Probably so.
Like, at this point, like, they're not finding him. He's in another country. I mean, at this point, if he's not in another country, dumb person. Now, I don't know what he was in prison for, but I'm assuming if he's escaping, it's not good.
Right. Exactly.
But, like, I can't believe they haven't caught this guy yet. Like, you would think in today's modern technology.
Saying they track everything else.
Yeah. Like that you could find a way to, catch this dude before he leaves for another country. But I'm assuming he's gone. Yeah, that he's gone and they're never going to find him.
Yeah.
Because
it's been over 2 months now.
Yeah. Let's see. Junior Bronco says Stephen Colbert getting canceled and South Park getting a $500 deal, $30 million an episode. The world is healing. I don't really care that Colbert got canceled. I never was into the night shows.
Yeah, me either.
It's just not my thing. It's kind of like the game show thing we talked about earlier.
Yeah.
I just never got into it.
Right.
I think social media kind of ruined the night shows.
Yeah, you can just see clips and all
exactly.
that.
Exactly. They would put the best moments of the interviews or the funniest moments of the show. They put it all on Twitter and Instagram and everything. So why am I going to sit down and watch an hour-long show when I know you're going to give me literally the only thing that is great from these shows on social media, probably within like minutes after it happens.
Right.
Because it's taped. So it's not like it's live. But the show is over. And so is this show. That will do it for us today here. I'll be back again on Thursday with Will Kunkel. We'll be live at Cadillac Bar on Shepherd from noon to 3. The Bees there will be there after. Remember, you can come out, register to win a pair of e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Company, a $4,000 value as our summer circuit continues. BMAC and Sean and AJ will be in for Paul tomorrow, and Paul will return from vacation on Monday. So that will do it for us. Thank you for listening. We'll be back on Thursday. Goodbye.
Test, test.
What up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I'm Branham. It's Ryan behind the glass. Brian has another day off. We're not going to dwell on it. We have a lot to get to. Training camp opens tomorrow. The Rockets are making moves. The NFL is popping off. Jordan's hand is still a mystery. And the Astros won a baseball game. Good win last night, Blankers. You've won back-to-back games. The sky was falling after Saturday's game. That you lost in extra innings. Oh, no, the Mariners are within 3. You've lost, like, what was it, 7 of 8, 6 of 7, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It seems, knock on wood, maybe I'm speaking too early here. It seems like the Astros have weathered the storm a little bit.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you because, again, last night they get down early by giving up 1 in the first, and I always get that queasy feeling of, oh, boy. Like, again, every time you see the lineup have 1 less guy in it or 1 more space cowboy filling a role, it's hard to feel super confident about this team. But it goes back to when we had the one listener that basically said this is the worst lineup that they've ever put out there during the golden era. And you're like, guess what? But they win the game. And they won again last night. And when you look at it, to your point about weathering the storm, when they were losing all these games and getting swept by Cleveland and everybody said the sky was falling, you thought, well, they're going to fall out of one of the top 2 seeds in the American League. They're going to be in a really tough predicament with the division. And then they're going to be playing uphill baseball the rest of the way, trying to kind of gain that ground. As of this morning, they're a game and a half behind the Tigers for the best record in the American League, I believe. When you look at all the things that they've had to endure with all the players they haven't had, you're like, this is one of the most amazing seasons, no matter how far they go in the postseason, one of the most amazing regular seasons for the perseverance factor alone.
Yeah, I would agree with that. 5-game lead in the division over Seattle now because Seattle got swept by Milwaukee. You know who has the best record in baseball?
Yeah, the Milwaukee Brewers.
No, don't spend money. Milwaukee Brewers. Oh, it's only the big teams that win. And it's kind of the case. But Milwaukee, the best team in baseball record-wise.
11 in a row is pretty impressive with that team.
Yeah, I mean, the Cubs could only wish that they were the Milwaukee Brewers, quite frankly. I think Milwaukee's my favorite Midwestern team.
Well, mine too, for obvious reasons. But yeah, I'm glad you're on board with the fact that the Brew Crew. But
I just hate everybody in the NL. Like, I hate everybody in that
It's
division.
easy to do too,
quite
right?
frankly.
Because the Astros were in the division, so you hate the Cardinals and you hate the Cubs. Those are built in already. But it's just amazing what they do year in, year out with basically a lot of smoke and mirrors, with juggling and being very frugal with their bottom line because of their budget. And yet they find a way to win every single year. They're very smart with the way they draft. Even the guys they go get, they make sure they don't have to give up too much, and they make sure they don't have to pay too much. It's crazy that they're sitting there in first place again.
So Astros 5 games up on Seattle. You mentioned a game and a half behind Detroit for the best record in the AL. I don't care so much about the best record. I care about a top 2 record.
For sure, yeah.
And they're a game behind Toronto in that regard too. So, just kind of scoreboard watching the standings. First and foremost, you're worried about the Astros just kind of keeping their head above water until they get reinforcements, maybe on the way. Trade deadline in 9 days too, by the way. So that to look forward to. We'll talk about a lot of that a little bit later in the week. We usually start with pitching whenever we break down and take a look at these games. But I think we would be remiss to do that. I think we have to talk about Bryce Matthews and his double dong game.
No, I was going to say, because when we keep talking about, and I've been extremely concerned about, when does the well run dry? When do you stop being able to find reserves and insurance policies within the system that are going to fill voids that you don't know when that player's coming back? And then you get Bryce Matthews, and 5 games in, and everybody was talking about, does he have power? Doesn't he? Is he going to struggle in the field defensively? And then he has 2 home runs, and he looks like everything that everybody thought he might be when he was drafted in the first round. And you kind of take a step back and go, wow, like if you put Cam Smith and Bryce Matthews and some of these young guys, into your lineup and you continue to win, that says so much about not only the short term, but the long term, and the fact that, especially with those 2, they're going to be here for the long haul. And that's one where you go, look, the same way when we saw Cam, we're like, yeah, he's going to struggle. He's been struggling early. You don't know if he, should have been brought up. And then, is it time to send him down, or what are you going to do with him? And then he explodes. And now in a lot smaller time frame, Bryce Matthews in 1 game made everybody kind of stand up and take notice, including national people like Ben Verlander and several other websites or Twitter sites that are going, Bryce Matthews, real deal. Like, okay, we hope so. That was a 1 game thing. Let me remind you, John Singleton, not a young guy, but John Singleton had a 2 home run game too, where everybody went, whoa, and then he fell off the planet. But it's extremely encouraging to see the kid get 2 bombs, and the second one was really hit well, and they're both off a guy that used to be a pretty good pitcher. But yeah, very encouraging.
No, you're right. Like, it's 16 at bats in his big league career. We have no idea what he's going to become yet. Like, we can project, and people have good baseball eyes, and he's going to do this, he's going to do that. Here are some of his comps, but he has swing and miss in his game. Like, we knew that coming in. He was striking out a ton in the minors. If you're striking out a ton in the minors, you're going to continue to strike out a lot in the bigs. We know that Dana Brown doesn't really care about strikeouts a lot. Like, I think Dana Brown has a type. I think Dana Brown likes guys who hit baseballs very, very hard. Like, he looks at offensive players, and he looks at hitters, and he says, if you hit the ball hard, you're for me. Look at all his early round draft picks. It's those type of guys. Look at Taylor Trammell. Like, Taylor Trammell strikes out a lot, doesn't hit for a very, very big average, but he has good command of the plate. He'll walk occasionally, and he's got thunder in the bat. He's got some thump. Same thing with Bryce Matthews. Same thing with Jacob Melton. Same thing with this Nayans kid they drafted. Same thing with the LSU kid they got in the 3rd round. Like, Dana Brown values power. He values hitting the baseball very, very hard, exit velocities, all those things. And he doesn't really care if a guy strikes out much, which, maybe he's onto something there. I don't know. And you know how it works whenever a guy has a huge game, like you're alluding to, like, oh my goodness, this is the next star. We don't know he's going to become that. But early impressions, like I had one of my Twitter friends. I don't have no idea who he is, but he's my Twitter friend. That's what I call him now. He's like, oh, I see Marcus Semien in him. Okay, like, Semien had some power. Semien has some swing and miss. Semien works some walks. If he turns into Marcus Semien, it's one of the greatest draft picks of all time. Like that. I mean, I'm a little facetious there, but you get a guy in the 20s that would have 3 top 5 MVP seasons. That would be a major win. I see a little bit, to kind of go full circle with the Brewers here. I see a little Ricky Weeks in him. Like, Ricky Weeks was always a low batting average guy, but he struck out a ton, but he walked a lot, and he hit bombs. He hit tanks. Yep. He had extra base hits. I don't remember his defense really, but I see a little bit of Ricky Weeks in him. And look, if Bryce Matthews turns into an everyday player, that is a major win of a draft pick for Dana Brown, even if he's your 9-hole hitter.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I think that, I was trying to think as you were saying that about other comps, but from the Simeon perspective, look, Simeon was moved around too, because Simeon was a shortstop, moved to second. You can move him around the diamond. I think Bryce Matthews, because he came in as a shortstop, now he's playing second. But I think that the factor with, as you bring in Ricky Weeks too, that's the main point. The fact is they can barrel up a baseball. They can hit the baseball, and when they do, they can hit it a long way, and they can hit it hard for extra base hits. And he just seems like, because we saw a little of the swing and miss when he in his third at bat last night. But you also saw everything you needed to see prior to that. And even the Diamondbacks announcers, I caught the clip of them going, "Boy, we didn't know anything about this kid before tonight's game, but boy, now we sure do." Well, yeah, of course, it's an eye opener when the ball makes a certain sound off the bat, the way he hit that, especially that second home run, and you got to take notice. And I think that you're right. If he can just become a guy, and it's so hard to say because he's going to play the same position, but if he has the kind of pop that an Altuve had, take everything else out of it, he's probably going to be a better defender no matter what. But just, I don't expect him to hit 300 every year and get 200 hits and do all those things. But if he can hit with power at the second base position, that's a huge bonus for this team.
What if I told you he's like I don't know how long he's gonna be an Astro. Like the betting favorite is that the Astros just use his service time and then let him walk in free agency. And look, he's still got to prove that he's a big leaguer consistently enough to even get to that point. But if I told you he hits 230 for his Astros tenure with like a 320 on base, but is a 20-25 home run guy each year, would you take that from your everyday second baseman?
I think I could live with that. Yeah.
Same.
Yeah.
I would take that. I would take that in a heartbeat. It would be a win for Dana Brown. Like anybody who makes the big leagues as an everyday starter is a good draft pick. It's easier to do early first round. Bryce Matthews was a late first rounder. So yeah, encouraging, gives you some thump in the bottom of the order, in order that desperately needs it as well. So good to see that. Christian Walker, solid homecoming. We'll get to that in a little bit. Colton Gordon yesterday started off a little bit shaky, gave up the early run, was able to settle down a bit, give up another run in the third. Final line score for Gordon, 5 2/3, 3 runs, 2 earned, gives up 7 hits, walks 2. So some traffic, only strikes out 4, not known for his, punchies. But what'd you think of Colton Gordon through 5 2/3 yesterday?
I thought that he did. I thought that he fought his way through. I thought that he battled. I thought that as much as, he probably, there's plenty of pitches he wishes he had back. I mean, look, I think Suarez barreled up every baseball he saw last night, and supposedly he's bad against lefties, and he only hits 190. But it seems like right now he's on such a heater that everything he hits looks like off the bat it's getting out. And the one that he gave up, the biggest problem I had was that was an 0-2 pitch. When you're up in the count like that, I've harped on this for years, as long as we've been doing this show. But you get down, you get a hitter down 0-2. That thing should be nowhere near hittable. And the fact that he gave it up there and he knew that he made a mistake on the pitch, but that's not a pitch that you should be screwing around making mistakes on. It should be, nipping at the corner, falling off the table before it gets near the dish. And that's what kind of bothered me the most. But overall, I just thought that all I could say is he battled hard through, because like you said, the way he started out and the way I was looking at him, I'm like, I'm losing more confidence in him as a guy.
Really?
Yeah.
You lost confidence with that start yesterday?
No, not just because of yesterday, but what I'm saying is, what I was going to say is, I'm losing confidence that he could be your 5th starter or 6th starter when you get down the road, when you get a guy or two back. I just feel like he's doing a hell of a job for you right now. But I think that when you get Arrighetti back, and then you start getting, if you get Javier back, and you start bumping guys down, I think your guy, Walter, has taken over for Colton Gordon to me. And I think that it would be Walter's job to lose. And Gordon either goes back to Sugarland, or you maybe put him in long relief.
Yeah, that's probably likely. Like if everybody stays healthy and is pitching well, and everybody returns that you're expecting to return, I would agree with that. Like I think Gordon makes a start for the Spacers this year. I would agree with that. Now, the start yesterday, like this to me was the traditional Colton Gordon start, which I can live with as my 5, 6, 7 starter. I can live with on July 22nd. Like probably not a guy you want to see start a playoff game or a must-win game, but this is fine to have in the back of your rotation. Like he gives you a chance to win the game. He's not all the time. He's not always going to just give it up immediately. Like Lance McCullers has had some starts like, okay, this game's over in the 3rd. Like Colton Gordon's going to keep a team in the game, and I think that's valuable to have as a back of the rotation guy on any team in baseball. And I felt like that was his Colton Gordon MO with what we saw. I agree with you on that changeup. He knew it. That pitch has to be out of the zone. 0-2 changeup to one of the best hitters right now in baseball.
Mm-hmm.
He knew it. Like, that's not where he was trying to locate it. He usually has excellent command. But no, not a great pitch. I thought of you the moment that Colton Gordon, like, yelled at himself, probably cussed at himself whenever because as soon as Suarez hit it, Gordon was cussing himself.
Yep,
like
he sure
he
was.
didn't know where it was going to go. I'm sure he thought it was gone. But the moment he's cussing himself, like, yeah, Blankers are going to hate that. Blankers is probably cussing.
Yeah, I
too.
was. And I was like, before I thought about it, I was like, okay, don't tweet when you're mad. I'm not going to do that. And then I went and I rewound it and I go, nope, definitely was 0-2. Got to verify that first. And man, does that tick me off.
Ocho says Gordon does not have big league stuff. Dude battles, though. He needs a different profession. Come on. Like, Gordon's valuable to have in your organization. Like, if he's your positional depth at starting pitcher, you're doing okay. Now, you don't want him to be one of your top 4 guys, maybe not one of your top 5 guys, but if he's one of your guys that's bouncing between AAA and Major League Baseball, that against a hot offense, against a good offense, can keep a team in the game, to me, that's valuable. I like playing this game with you. Colton Gordon or JP France, your life on the line. If like, considering they're both healthy and they're both 100%.
See, JP France in the first half last year or second half?
I mean, this is your call. I mean, what would you expect to get now? We're assuming that France is healthy, so we're making we're having some liberties with this conversation. But Gordon or France at full health?
I'm going to say France.
Okay, I would go Gordon there. How about Gordon or Gusto? Life on the line.
I'm going to say Gusto.
I'd probably go Gusto there as well. Gordon or Lance McCullers? Life on the line.
I'm gonna go Lance.
Wow, I go Gordon there. So
you know why? Just because of experience. Just because of the experience. Because I don't think either's fastball can hunt anymore.
No, they can't.
But I think that the Dodgers start still sits in my head as one where when it means something more, and there's and when you put the stakes on it like that this would be a life on the line game. I think that Lance, his experience would shine through enough that he would be more competitive.
I mean, Lance was a little shaky early in that game.
Oh,
and
I
got
know.
the huge lead and then settled in. I would go Gordon over Lance. I just can't trust Lance right now. I think Lance is capable of giving you like an excellent start over Gordon's capable of giving you like this excellent start. Like, Lance McCullers could have an 11 strikeout game, a 12 strikeout game like he had earlier this year. He could go out, go 6 shutout innings, striking out 11 or 12, give up 2 hits and look dominant. But then he could also exit the game in the 3rd inning. Whereas I know that Gordon's going to keep you in it until the middle of the game, and then you go to the bullpen that's been stout. I go Colton Gordon there. I'm curious what the Hive thinks. 713-780-ESPN. I will discuss that. Also, how about the full Chas McCormick experience that we witnessed yesterday, too? That was fun to see. We'll get into Jordan's hand a little bit later. We'll get to some Houston Texans. They'll be on the practice field tomorrow, and a mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston, TikTok at ESPN 975. I'm at Jeremy J. Branham. On Twitter, you can find us at ESPN 975 as well. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. First, a moment, though, on HR&P. Human resources and payroll, they're excellent. My life on the line, I would trust HR&P. Cougar owned by my colleague, Go Cougs. He used to protect the Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect your business. Ran into Mike a couple of weeks ago. I was like, yeah, you look like a guy who's good at protecting the interest of business owners. And business owners, let HR&P help you. Whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll, onboarding, HR&P can help in all of those areas. They can help in a few of those areas, whatever you need, because there's no boxes with HR&P. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HR&P completely customizes a plan for what you and your business needs. Plus, they stay up to date with all the trends in the business world. They're going to be a great ally to have on your side. Their technology is great, but their service even better. You're going to love their service. You're going to fall in love with it. So business owners, let HR&P help you. Give them a call at 281-880-6525 or visit them online at hrp.net.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Atascocita stand up. Eagle Springs in here. I grew up in Atascocita,
Yes, you did.
but I didn't go to Atascocita High School because I'm an old, and Atascocita High School wasn't around yet. They produced some talent there, though. Carson Edwards. They had Fabian White went to Atascocita. I think Sam Cosme, who's now an offensive lineman, maybe for the Commanders, went to Atascocita. Kenyon Green went to Atascocita. They've been producing some players right there. You know, that's where I got my athleticism. You can't live there without being athletic. Texter, I was listening last week on Thursday or Friday. The pitching rotation came out. And Brown was out. Was supposed to pitch on Sunday. Or Frommer was supposed to pitch on Sunday. Do you know why or wouldn't the change was made? Joe Espada said there was a typo and that it was supposed to be Frommer and not Hunter Brown. So if you want to believe that, you can believe that. I don't.
I do not either.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something on Bryce?
No.
Since we were talking about it last segment, why are Astros fans are so dramatic? Like they're losing their minds now that Bryce did this and they're going to trade him at the deadline. And then there's another section of fans that says he's just made himself untouchable. Like, like both of those things are ridiculously over the top. Like the fact is that was he a former number one pick that has value across the league? Yeah. But is anybody on this team untouchable? Maybe one or two guys. But overall, like there's always a deal that would make you scratch your temple and go, yeah, I might do that no matter who you're talking about for one. But because he's got 16 at bats and he's got 2 bombs and and had a big game last night, suddenly he's like elevated. This is like the whole thing that we went through when we started talking about Ahmed Thompson. Ahmed Thompson all of a sudden he's untouchable. He is the most valuable player on the team. Okay, let's just pad the brakes and let him be him for a little while and see how everything unfolds because we don't know the offers Dana's getting. But I guarantee if the right offer came around, Bryce Matthews could be in that package.
I don't know. I mean, everybody's got a price. I don't think that he's very eager to trade Bryce Matthews.
Not eager, Jeremy, but you know what I'm saying. Like if there's a guy, and you get this more than most, but if there's a guy that has 3 or 4 years of team control left, that's a proven Major League Baseball player that fills a void that you desperately need, like not only now, but you'd have for the next 4 years, you can see why Dana Brown would go, I'd rather know what I know about a guy that's already made it and I know is solid and maybe better than that, as opposed to we've seen how many hot prospects can fizzle or just can't figure it all out. And that's where that whole weighted debate comes from of do you trade for what you know or do you trade for what you think is supposed to be great for how many years?
Yeah, I would need to see the return or the type of player. Like you mentioned 3 or 4 years of club control. Like I don't know why a team would trade a good player with 3 or 4 years of club control for a rookie with 6. Like that I don't like unless he's a piece of a bigger package. So I don't know if that exists or if that is out there. Now, look, we thought that like Loper Fido was going to be in the Astros outfield all of last year, and then the deadline comes around and he's gone. He's gone for Kikuchi. So never say never. I think it works in Bryce's favor of staying in Houston that he was Dana's first round draft pick. So like I think that comes into play.
For sure.
I don't think they would have called him up before the deadline if they were like he was on the block or they were dangling him for better players, because now if he has a really bad start, which he did up until yesterday, then teams may lose a little bit of interest. I just don't have the feel that he's going to be as a part of a trade. Like Loper Fido last year, we all wanted him to play more, but they weren't playing him a lot. Whereas Bryce Matthews, almost every game that since he's been up, and a lot of it's out of necessity, he's been at second base. So I think it's a long shot.
Yeah, to me, it's more the overreaction train. Like you can't be anywhere in the middle.
Fair.
It's either, the sky is falling or the sunshine and rainbows are so bright that this kid is the next star on the team. Like,
yeah.
Just meet somewhere in the middle to what you said. They're filling a void right now, and we're running out of bodies, and we're running out of capable bodies. But so he was kind of pushed into action for that, if nothing else. And I never really thought that he would be a guy that they would look to move or would move at the deadline. But now, just because of this one game, don't overreact and say he's either untouchable or they're just going to trade him now because his value went up.
Well, I mean, that's the internet, though. Like, I mean, 90% of the internet's going to live on either side of the extremes. Like, it's never as bad as it is. It's never as good as it is. And the internet's like, it's always as bad as it is. It's always as great as it is. So, like, that's the danger of, like, I don't know, trusting Twitter. Like 90% of the people that are on the internet, like, these are dudes that are just, like, spewing out of the mouth and then, don't have an identity next to their name.
Mhm.
So I don't know. It's a dangerous game to play. I would say that, in my opinion, I'm curious yours too, like the likelihood of Bryce being traded, I would put it less than 5%.
Yeah. I mean, I again, I would say because of the fact that what I said previously, I think there's always like a 10-15% chance if the right deal came along and it was, something that Dana really thought that would help, or, there's a couple extra players or players involved that he feels like could help them now, and a guy that could help them down the future. But yeah, I don't think it's very high. And I think,
would you like this wouldn't be your player, because you said like a guy with club control, which I would be more willing to do it for a guy with club control that's proven than a rental. But like Suarez is the best hitter on the market. He's the best hitter on the market. He's, leading the National League in home runs. He's on a tear. Would you trade Bryce for a 2-3 month rental of Suarez?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't. So just simply because of the fact that it's a rental, and I can't give up a guy that has that. I took that high that is basically climbed the ranks and gotten to the big leagues this quickly, and say that I'm willing to risk that all for a couple of months at chasing another World Series. No.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Like I would love to have Suarez. I wanted Suarez to take over for Bregman, but the Diamondbacks wisely picked up his team option and he stayed there. But I can't believe Seattle ever traded him. That was dumb. Like a team that really needs a lot of offense traded him and now are desperate for offense.
And now may trade for him
and want him back.
Just
Like, that's an organization that has to be frustrating, especially with the pitching they have. Texture trade Gusto for Verlander makes San Francisco pick up the majority of his money. I don't think that elevates you, though. Like, I think I'd rather have a young, cheap Gusto over a free Justin Verlander, because Verlander could retire at the end of the year, and Gusto still has like 5 years of club control.
Exactly. And I think Justin's washed. And I mean, we talked about this before he made the move and signed with San Francisco. Like, if he's chasing 300 wins, he better get to a really good team that puts up a lot of runs, because what we saw is he's going to have a good, hard enough time getting through 5, but at the same time, he's going to have some run support, and he's 0-7. And I don't know if you saw it yesterday or not, but even the umpire tossed him yesterday because of the fact that he was questioning from the dugout balls and strikes, and they had a hot mic, and he basically pointed to make sure that the manager knew it was Verlander getting tossed, and Verlander said something else, and he goes, "Hey, Justin, how about you work on getting out of the 3rd inning for a change before you come at me?" And I was like, oh, man.
Yeah, I thought that was Bush League.
That was strong.
I thought it was.
Well, the umpires are never supposed to clap back like that. And more and more you're seeing, especially this year, they've got plenty stored up in their back pocket that they're willing to use. And you're right. I don't think there's any place in baseball for that, because that doesn't diffuse a situation that escalates it.
Like, I'm actually okay with a Major League Baseball umpire clapping back. Like, they're pros, they're grown men. Like, I have no problem with a Major League Baseball umpire clapping back at a manager or a player who's like crossing the line. But for you to like play the you can't get out of the 3rd inning card is really weak for an umpire. Like, you're supposed to be the adult in the room, and you're insulting a future Hall of Famer. Like, if I was Manfred, I'd fire the umpire on the spot. Now, I couldn't, because the umpire union's too strong. But I thought that was ridiculous. What a world we live in, too, where we wouldn't trade Ryan Gusto for Justin Verlander, huh? Never thought we would see the day. Eric, at least with Lance, you would know your life is over quickly. No keeping you in suspense. That's the Lance versus Gordon conversation. That's a good point. Texture, how can they say Gordon, doesn't have big league stuff? I see teams around the league that would kill to have Gordon as a 4 or 5 in their lineup. Ocho's got a very high bar. Ocho's got a standard that's way up here, and we don't want Ocho to change it all, but that was Ocho's bar, and Ocho's bar is elevated. Israel says that Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith are taking over the team. I hope so. I hope that the pillars of the Astros going forward. Another texture should go to a 6-man rotation once the Astros get pitchers back. I think that's what won them a championship between two. I think that Blankers is on my side of this too. I believe we're a pro 6-man rotation with the Astros to preserve the arms for late in the season. So we agree with you, Texture.
Yeah, absolutely.
McCullers for Verlander. Who says no? Lance McCullers and his 10-5 rights.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
That would be an interesting trade. I would do it for what it's worth.
Well, look, I think that Verlander I would trust, of the two's suffering stuff, I would trust Verlander to be able to give me 3 or 4 innings before I would trust Lance McCullers.
I don't even know if I trust either one, but the reason that I go Verlander over McCullers is because Verlander's making a little bit less money this year, and he's done at the end of the season, whereas Lance McCullers has one more year in his contract. So, like, mine has nothing to do with pitching performance. Mine has everything to do with clearing money off the books going into next season. So I would do it. I don't think San Francisco would do it. And then you have the McCullers can veto the trade. Both of y'all was wrong on Trammell. Remember that. Remember that take on Killicam and Bryce, says Israel.
Israel just slow down.
I don't know if I was wrong on Trammell.
I woke him up, so shut up, Israel.
You did wake him up.
I
well
woke
done.
him up, so sit your ass
Foot
down.
in mouth. Yeah, we appreciate that. We thank you for your service, Blankers,
welcome.
for waking up Taylor Trammell. I was always intrigued by Trammell. I don't know if I put him down. Do you remember me putting him down?
No, I did. I called him a 4A outfielder, and
no, I remember that.
Yeah.
They said both of y'all. I don't remember. I remember like, kind of being intrigued by him.
Yeah, I don't know that you ever did.
Yeah. Come on, Israel, get it straight. Garrick, fans overreacting. If the Rays make Taj Boyd available, I would trade Bryce for him in a heartbeat. Okay. First off, it's Taj Bradley, not Taj Boyd.
Taj Boyd was a football player.
let's get like that's an easy mistake, but let's get it straight. I wouldn't trade Bryce Matthews for a number 4 probably starter. Like his ERA's north of 4. I have to look up his how much years he has left on his contract. I don't know if he has club control.
It's not even worth your looking up. I wouldn't do it either.
Oh, he's still got a lot of club control, actually. He hasn't even hit arbitration yet. So he would have 1, 2 plus 2, probably 4 years. 4 years and this season of Taj Bradley for Bryce Matthews. Huh.
I just think they're so deep at starting pitcher right now, and that we're sitting there, looking at the long-term future of Yordan if he can stay healthy at a decent deal. But the fact that you now have Cam Smith, you're going to have to pay Pena or have a something to deal with there in a couple of years. The fact that you could get Bryce Matthews to be another guy that you can continue to keep the kind of window open and keep, a really good player for a long period. I would stick with Bryce Matthews.
I would too. Now Bradley does intrigue me a bit. Like I think he's a better pitcher than his numbers are. I didn't realize he had that much club control either. So he would intrigue me, but I still wouldn't trade Matthews for him straight up. Closer than I initially thought because of the years though. Texter 0853. Not reading that on the air, but haha. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's talk about the Chaz McCormick experience that we saw yesterday. Also, watching the game yesterday, I'm out on a certain player for the Astros at the deadline. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Guys, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about my good friend, John Blitz. John Blitz has been one of my best friends ever since I grew up in Wisconsin years ago, and now he has Temperature Pro. Temperature Pro is right here in Houston, Texas. It's an air conditioning company that's going to take care of you every step of the way. They are so good that I'm speaking for them because I want you to know that you've got a company you can now go to that are going to look out for you. They're going to take care of you. They're going to make sure that you get everything you need, from getting to and looking through your entire system before you ever need a new system, and you just maybe need some work done or a preview, or check of your system, to the fact that when you need a new system, they are the place to go, and they're going to give you every single thing that you need. That's because they're the best in the business. They have the best ratings, and you can check them out. You can go check out the Better Business Bureau. You can go look at all the different people that have come back and said, hey, this is the place I go to, and this is exactly why, because they take care of you with experience, with trust, and by using the best brands out there. They use Trane, Carrier, Goodman, Amana, and Lennox. And because you're an ESPN listener, they're going to take care of you right now. Get a $39 one-time air conditioning tune-up or a brand new AC unit as low as $59 a month. They are here for you. They are based out of Katy, but they're going to cover you no matter where you are in the Houston DMA, and it's as simple as a phone call. 281-247-5925. 281-247-5925. That'll get you right in contact with Temperature Pro. They're going to find the right person on their staff to get out and get to you, and they're going to take care of you and make sure you are happy with everything that they do. Check them out today. Tell them I sent you by, and tell John I said hi, because that is one good dude right there. That is Temperature Pro Katy. That's 281-247-5925.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Get to the Chas McCormick experience in a moment. The bullpen has to be complimented again yesterday. They were able to finish up the 3 in the third, not allowing a run. Now, it didn't come without a little bit of stress. Stephen Oker wanted to walk a couple of guys to bring the tying run to the plate. Josh Hader wanted to walk a couple of guys to bring the tying run to the plate. Don't like the walks, but 3 1/3 from the bullpen, don't allow a run, close out a lead, promising for the Stros.
Even the Souza appearance, I was like biting my nails a little bit going, I know you didn't set yourself up for all of this, but you're contributing to it, and it's starting to worry me. And then they got the pop-up to get out of the inning, and I'm like, whew. Yeah, the bullpen has done, especially when you look at the last game of the Seattle series, too. The last 2 games, they have been huge.
They have. And then out on Zach Gallant, by the way.
Yes,
this has been a name that's been mentioned with the Astros, or not that the Astros are kicking the tires on them, but like, hey, who's the best fit for Zach Gallant? Oh, it's the Astros. They need an arm. Zach Gallant's been awful. Like he 5.5 ERA after yesterday's game. The savant numbers on him are awful. I rather have Gusto, Gordon, McCullers. Maybe not McCullers, but I have zero interest in Gallant being a trade deadline addition for the Stros.
I'm with you. I don't know what's happened to him, because I was watching the game last night and thinking about how different a pitcher he was when they were making that long postseason run just a couple of years ago, and being like the ace of the staff and being a guy that was dominant, and then watching him, give up 2 bombs to Bryce Matthews, quite honestly, and give up the hard hit baseballs that he was giving up last night. And I'm just thinking to myself, I don't know what happened, but I'm with you in the fact that this is not a guy that the Astros need to touch. This is not a guy that I think that, you're willing to give up prospects for and a package for, that you think is someone that still has his best years ahead of him. I don't know what's going on right now, but he doesn't look great.
I'm out. If they traded for, like, the Astros have earned my trust when it comes to pitchers, but I would question that trust if it was Zach Gallant, because he's just not looked good at all this season. And then finally, the moment we've all been waiting for, the Chas McCormick experience was alive last night, and it was well. He forgot that there was 2 outs instead of 3. Look, it didn't impact the play. Like, the runner was going to score.
Right,
I think it was Carroll, right?
It was.
Like, there was no way he was going to throw him out. We know that Chas has a noodle. It was a diving play, so he has to get up and throw it to the plate. There's no chance that Chas McCormick and his lack of a howitzer was ever going to throw Carroll at the plate. But he's jogging off the field like it was the 3rd out of the inning, and it symbolizes Chas McCormick to a T.
Oh my God. And at least this one wasn't like trying to rip France's arm off at first base out of the blue with just a bizarre reaction play that he made running down the baseline. But this one was one where even, Gordon knew that exactly what you just said. He knew there was no chance to get Carroll at third base. So you can just be like, hey, it's okay. But at the same time, get the baseball in, and what the hell are you doing? And it just, it just makes you shake your head and go, seriously, what were you thinking? What are you doing? I mean, we see it on every single play. Outfielders look at each other, got 1, got 2. But for some reason, he had a brain fart and got up and started jogging off the field like the inning was over. And it's a typical Chas moment.
Yeah, that was, he's, I hate to say this about a guy, but he's as dumb as a box of rocks. He truly is. He's not the sharpest, he's not the sharpest knife in the drawer. He's not the brightest crayon in the box, but he's our guy. He's
safe to say that we're not putting a duo of, say we're playing Family Feud and you got to pick the 2 guys from your team that are going to go to the bonus round. I'm not taking Jake Myers, and I'm not taking Chas McCormick.
No, they're very dumb in different ways.
Yes, yes.
Very dumb in different ways. We're very mean. But he did help you win. He did help you win. Like, Chas did some things yesterday that were very helpful, had a couple of knocks. One was a bunt base hit, stole a bag, scored a run, played some pretty good defense. So, like, the full experience was in play. Chas showing, his intelligence, and then actually helping and contributing to winning a ball game. Like, I am glad that Chas is back, because Chas does make this team better. How much better? Like, that's probably where the conversation's at. Maybe it's even just marginally better, but he's better than, like, carrying Kennedy Corona. Like, he can help you a bit.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, I think that the Kennedy Corona experience was a sweet story for a day or 2, but I don't need to see him anymore if there's more viable options. And I think Chas is definitely a more viable option. And so he shows the fact that, again, when we talk about can he play some center field, he made a really nice catch on that ball. You're right. His arm is something, leaves a lot to be desired. But overall, we know how he can defend with his glove and with his ability to get to baseball. That's fine. You just don't know what you're going to get from him. It's like the box of chocolates, Forrest Gump analogy when he's at the plate. But it looks like that he can contribute in a couple of different ways. So he's one of the best you got right now as an option in the outfield. You're going to play him.
Yeah, you are going to play him. He helped you win a little bit. Texture Gallant doesn't have Strami coaching him anymore. That's the issue. I don't know. He's been a lot worse. I like Strami, but I don't know if he's saving this version of Zach Gallen. Texture, y'all said the same thing about Kikuchi and how bad his ERA was last season, and he wasn't bad for the Stros. I think the pitching staff can improve Gallen. The thing with Kikuchi, you're right about the ERA and stuff, and I didn't love that trade. I'll admit, and I was wrong. Thank you. And I admit I'm wrong. I'll take the L on that. I'll concede that. I like that trade in hindsight. I did not like it in the moment. I'll own that. But even But Kikuchi had some metrics that, like, okay, I could see what the Astros see in him. Like he's his peripherals and like his advanced metrics were better than like his standard metrics. He has stuff, like he has some pretty good velo. He had a lot of movement. Gallant doesn't have either one of those things. Gallant throws a low 90s fastball, and his secondary and his breaking stuff doesn't have a lot of spin, doesn't have a lot of movement. Kikuchi had promise. I think Gallant's like done, quite frankly. I know he's only like 29, but I don't know how you can get the old Gallant from this version of Gallant, who looks nothing like the old Gallant. Kikuchi, you could see promise. He just hadn't fulfilled it, and then the Astros fulfilled the promise in Kikuchi.
Yeah, no, I think that's the key. I think, and you said it. But when the Astros are looking at pitchers, they're not looking at the one-loss record. They're not going to even look at the earned run average as much as they're going to look at the spin rate and look at his ability to control his pitches and how much velocity does he have, and then the sequencing of pitching. And even with you just saw it recently with Hector Neris, and the fact that Hector Neris, by no stretch of the imagination, is a guy that's going to be what Hector Neris used to be for the Astros. But the reason why they picked him up is they thought, even if it's in the short term, we saw some things that if he emphasizes different pitchers in his repertoire than what he's been doing, that his stuff still competes enough that he could do some things for us to eat up some innings. And so the minute they acquired him, he was at Dodger Stadium, and they were working on some of the pitches they want him to emphasize more. I think when you look at a guy like the Gallant, you just look at it and go, I just don't know that they can do anything with what he has, because like you said, I don't think they're going to sit there and suddenly make, increase his RPMs and make him this breaking ball pitcher that has great control of that. His fastball doesn't compete very well. You've got enough of that. And the price tag, I'm sure, from Arizona is going to be higher because there's a huge market for starting pitchers right now.
Yeah, I don't know what Gallant's gonna get. Like, I don't know what that could fetch Arizona. Like, he has been bad, like really bad, and he hasn't shown the promise that Kikuchi showed last year, even with like a mediocre ERA. Texture Kikuchi was also a loogie. I appreciate you using the word loogie. It's one of my favorite baseball words, and you don't really use it as much anymore because of the 3-batter minimum. But I don't think you're using it in the best context. Like, you're using loogie as just a straight up lefty. Like, a loogie is a left-handed specialist. It's a one-out guy, which doesn't really exist anymore unless it's the final out of the inning. Like, you can't say Kikuchi was also a loogie. Loogie doesn't mean lefty. It means a lefty that comes in for one hitter to get a left-hander out. Kikuchi wasn't a loogie.
No.
Right? Or am I crazy
No,
here?
and you're absolutely – look, you're right in the fact that, yes, they had to pay a steep price when they got him too, and I didn't like the trade because of that alone. But when you look at the fact that he had an above-average fastball, and that he had pitches that competed, it was just a little bit more of kind of like spending the time to change the sequencing and do some things and tweak some things, that there was enough to work with in the toolbox that you could build something from there. And they did. I just think that from a Gallant perspective, I don't see the same things. I don't see any of the same kind of things that you're looking at, from the metrics to the fact that from his stuff and his speed, I don't see anything that's workable there enough for me to want to give up anything for him.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. All right, 713-780-ESPN. The one guy that the Astros got from Arizona, though, is starting to heat up. Are you buying Christian Walker's Hot Boy Summer? 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. You could have a Hot Boy Summer. You could have a Hot Girl Summer going out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. It'd be everybody's favorite summer. Escape the rat race, get it out of the hustle and bustle, and go out to Two Creeks Crossing Resort and enjoy the great outdoors. Enjoy the great rest and relaxation. Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston is the best weekend idea. It's the best, hey, I'm going to take a few days off work like I'm Brian McDonald. That's the place that he should be hanging out whenever he takes all these PTO days. Escape the city and enjoy the great outdoors. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com right now. From open green spaces to wildlife you don't see in the city to the beautiful, majestic trees and some of the best fishing in Texas. You can't beat it. It's just 90 minutes from Houston, too. You can work the full shift on Friday and still be out there before the sun goes down. 90 minutes from downtown Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Hike the 92 acres of property, kayak, play some pickleball, go to the pool and have a dip. That's fine. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for anybody. Incredible savings right now. Book 5 nights and you save 35%. Can't beat it. Book your stay now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Ball off the center field wall. Had a couple of knocks. I've always called them 2-knock Seawalk. I've always called them that. 2 for 4 yesterday. Average up to 233. The OPS up to 675. Not numbers you're going to write home about, but it's the July that is piquing interest here, Blankers. 13 games, 61 plate appearances, 56 at-bats. Christian Walker's hitting 339, an on-base of 377, a slug of 518, an OPS of 895. Are you buying Christian Walker's Hot Boy Summer?
The Hot Boy Summer.
Hot Boy Summer.
The Hot Boy Month, I am.
It's a summer month.
Do I have like the Jimmy V speech geared up of don't give up, don't ever give up on the fact that Christian Walker could turn into something? Yes. I'm encouraged. I'm not going to jump off the deep end and just announce that I totally believe Christian Walker's back. But I will say that coming off of everything that he did on the road until he took the paternity leave, and then coming back from it, where if you don't do anything baseball-wise for a couple of days because you're celebrating the birth of a child, you jump right back in and everybody's expecting you to pick up where you left off, and that's normally you got some rust to knock off. The fact that now he's starting to get hot again makes me believe that this could be more kind of long term, that he could settle in now and be who we thought he was supposed to be from the start of the season.
You know, it's crazy because he didn't have a good series against Texas. Like the series after he missed the Cleveland series because he was having a little sea walk. He was 1 for 12 in the series against Texas, which last time I checked, that series against Texas was in the month of July. So he was 1 for 12 over that 3-game stretch you're talking about. And even for that 1 for 12, let's call it baby Russ stretch because of little sea walk, he is still slashing 339, 377, 518. So despite what would the numbers be if he didn't have a little sea walk? He might be hitting 400. He might be slugging 700. Hot boy summer.
I said that to you yesterday. I was like, hey, no offense, because I don't criticize him at all for doing what he did to be with his family and celebrate the birth of a child. But it came at the worst possible time because of the fact that he was finally heating up. The fact that he has now picked it up and he's doing it again makes you believe that he can catch up to a fastball where, everybody was saying, and we did see that a lot of guys kind of approach to getting him out was, and Gallant used it a lot last night, trying to, feed the zone and above the zone with fastballs to see if he would chase. And you saw him lay off a lot of those pitches where a month ago he was probably chasing a lot of those pitches, and then making sure that he could catch up to the fastballs when they were in the zone and doing something with them is something that gives me all the encouragement in the world that this is who Christian Walker can be the rest of the season.
Yeah, I'm a proponent of it. I'm with you though. Like I don't think Christian Walker for the rest of the season is going to do what he's been doing in July. Like I don't think that's going to just, he's going to be this version of himself the rest of the way. But I do think he's going to be better than he was opening day through June 30th. I think the truth lies somewhere in the middle. I don't think he was as bad as he looked opening day through June 30. He's probably not as great the rest of the way as he has been in July. Now, Jose Abreu, people forget this, 2023, Jose Abreu had a bit of a hot boy summer as well back in 2023. We kind of lose sight of that a little bit. Abreu in June had an OPS of 821. In July, it was 754, so it started to dip a bit, and then really dipped a lot late in the year, and then kind of heated up in the playoffs too. So, kind of have to keep that in mind a little bit too when you're talking about these hot summer months. But, this is the version of Christian Walker the Astros paid for, not the first few months Christian Walker.
No, for sure. And I think that the biggest encouraging thing to me is, early on we were seeing, and throughout this struggle stretch, we were seeing the dejectedness, talking to himself, the bewildered shakings of the heads when he was walking out of the box with yet another strikeout. And you're like, this dude ain't having any fun, and this dude is pressing a whole hell of a lot. And he admitted as much that, it was starting to get to him. Well, now you're seeing a guy that looks like that weight of the world is off his shoulders, and he can just relax and swing the bat. And he seems to be a lot more comfortable at the plate. And like I said, the biggest thing to me was it was noticeable that pitches that he was chasing as far as June, that he's not chasing anymore. Like he was chasing a lot of fastballs out of the strike zone high. And now if it's at the top of the zone, he's at least fouling it off and he's making good contact. And if they're not in the top of the zone and they're outside or they're high, he's laying off of those.
Yeah, a lot of people were saying the bat speed isn't there, which it did look like he wasn't catching up to the fastball. Now the homer he hit off of Wu was a fastball, so that's cool. But his bat speed's in the 80th percentile. It's not a bat speed issue. It might be a swing decision issue. He might be slow in the swing decision, but whenever he swings, the bat speed's still plenty good for Christian Walker.
And you're the one that kind of, I had concerns about that, and you're the one that looked up the numbers and said that, look, his swing speed is still there. It's just, it was about his eye and his selection of what he was going after.
No, that's to me the biggest regression from this year Christian Walker to last year Christian Walker, because last year he was pretty, I don't want to use the word elite, but really good, maybe great at walking. He was really good at laying off pitches, 77th percentile, 73rd percentile walk rate. But you start to look at this year, it's dipped to 47% in chase percentage, 24th percentile in walk percentage. So that to me is where he's slipping. So that to me kind of backs up your point on swing decision, where it's just it hasn't been clicking. Maybe it's been a rhythm, maybe it's been a feel, maybe it's been pressing. I don't know, but it's clicking right now, and hopefully it sticks around for Christian Walker. Texture, on Walker, he struggled early, but he's a vet. When the playoffs come around, he'll be ready. Hopefully the Astros get to the playoffs. Texture, Walker won't carry those numbers to the end of the season, but maybe he's getting acclimated and adjusting to his new team, his new teammates, and his new home, and we'll see us. Will be better in the second half when the Astros need him. Yeah, I think that's the hope, right?
Yeah, for sure. I think that, we talk about it all the time. The guy's never going to be as hot and be able to maintain. I said it about Jeremy Pena. I didn't think that he was going to maintain this level of success at the plate for the rest of the season. This was prior to the injury, but there was a lot to believe that he was still going to be an above average hitter that hit the baseball really well. I think I feel similarly to Christian Walker. He's not going to be this red hot the rest of the season, but this is kind of what you signed up for when you signed him for 3 years. And I can live with it if he comes down a little bit, but this is more what we get on a day-to-day basis.
Dre says Christian Walker can also turn back into Cinderella. He can, and he proved. I mean, he's been more Cinderella this year, right? So that could or a pumpkin maybe even. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Good news on Christian Walker, but is it good or bad news on Yordan Alvarez? The mystery, the enigma of Yordan Alvarez continues. 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
These quotes from Yordan Alvarez, I don't know if you saw these blankers, but they're mysterious. very curious. Still have no idea what the actual injury is. Here's some of the quotes. It's also interesting too, because like I look at the Astros of having like 3 beat guys, like Chandler Rome for the Athletic, Kawahara for the Chronicle, and then McTaggart for MLB.com. Like those are the 3. So like those are like, the triad, I guess, of Astro beat guys that I like to get information from. And the way and you know how like every writer has like their way of speaking, like 'cause it could be positive, it could be snarky, it could be negative. And it is interesting reading the 3 stories from like back to back to back from each of these guys, because each article gives you a very different perspective, maybe tone.
Yep.
That's the word.
Yep.
All 3 of these articles give you a very different tone. I felt the most negative was probably Rome's, whereas Kawahara was pretty positive. Actually, McTaggart, I think, was just kind of like right down the middle. But here, I'll start with Rome first. Yordan Alvarez answering the question, will you have to deal with the hand, all year? Yordan says, I wish not, but I don't know. If I have to deal with it, it will be for the rest of the season. I think I need to rest it, but again, I need to come back and play. I think I'm in the right direction right now to come back and play. What? What? I don't know what that means. You've been resting it.
Yeah, that's again because of the fact that, and you'll get into it with some of the later quotes, you're sitting there and we're all playing the mystery game of what the hell is it? And Dana was referring to a fractured bone that was 60% healed a few weeks ago. He's basically saying that no matter what, that it needs more rest, and I probably should rest it the rest of the year, but I can't because they need me. And then that just leads you to not only have all kinds of questions about when, and if you do come back, how good is it going to feel and what are you going to be able to do? But then as it relates to the long term, how fixable is it?
That's what, like, I don't know what the injury is. I don't think anybody knows what the injury is. Like, what injury needs like 18 months of rest without any surgery? Another one for Yordan, talking about the injury in his hand. Where the pain is in the hand, it's a little bit difficult to have surgery there. That's why I say I need a little bit of rest right now. It's an area where normally we don't get surgery in that area, but I think it isn't something I'll have to keep dealing with. What?
I mean,
what's
here's the typhoon of a swirling wind that you're going, how did you just come full circle and basically say where it's at? You don't have surgery there, but that's why I need the rest. And and then come back with, but I think it's not something we have to keep dealing with. We've been dealing with it all year and it ain't gotten any better.
I'm at a loss. Like, I don't know. Like, I almost wonder if like the Astros have like recommended surgery and Yordan's like, I'm good. But like, that's a bleep. That's a massive reach. I understand that. But that's the mystery of this. I get no information with Yordan speaks. He's like, I need rest, but I'm feeling better. I don't think it's going to like mess with me for the rest of the year, but I need rest and I just need more rest. What? Like, I don't get it. Here was Kawahara, a little bit more of a positive outlook. Quote, Yordan said that he's headed in the right direction. Okay, I guess that's good that he's headed in the right direction, better than being headed in the wrong direction. Alvarez said he swung at 60 to 65%, and his hand is feeling well. Okay, like I guess that's positive. Yordan on steps towards returning. I wish I could know that right now. We're trying to be careful about this whole thing, trying to take it to the best point, and then we'll know when I can come back. So definitively no timeline on Yordan.
Right. And here's the thing, Jeremy, we've been there and done that. We already know that he's done the swinging off the tee. We know that we've gotten to the point of swinging off a pitching machine. We already know that we've gotten him close and we've dangled the carrot in front of everybody's face to say, here he is. He's getting close. And then we know he was shut down when he started facing live pitching and that it hurt like hell and that it didn't get any better. So nothing that I'm hearing here gives me the hope and belief that, one, he's getting better to the point where once he comes back, he's going to be okay. And two, more importantly, that we haven't been there and done this before and got turned down right at the doorstep and sent packing for another couple of weeks. I can't get excited about it.
Yordan was on the brink of facing live pitching in Florida on July 1st. This was the most recent one, and then shut it down. Quote, it was the same area as the initial injury. I was worried because I woke up that day and the plan was to hit off pitchers, but I couldn't really grip the bat because the hand was swollen. But I think after the injections, that really helped and it responded well. Now, it has been reported that he's had injections prior to this, that he's had injections throughout this entire injury. So Like, why should we believe that these injections are going to work this time?
I mean, all we're basing a lot of this off of, which is so entirely frustrating, is just what he's willing to say. Like whether he's willing to tell them, "Oh, that hurt," or "I don't feel good today," or "This set of injections worked," as opposed to like you hear all this and you're listening to all this and you're going, "Okay, so what's the medical staff doing and what are we doing?" Like, because we know there's only, it sounds like basically what they're telling you without telling you is if we just shoot it up the rest of the year, he'll be able to get back at a certain point and fight his way through. And then you just don't know how good he's going to be and how that really is going to affect how, if he changes his grip or how it does to alter his hitting. But it also doesn't give you any encouragement for the long term either, that this thing's going to be fixed, solved, and just be behind us after this season.
No, it's a lot was said here and nothing was told. Like it's kind of the Casario word salad. Like I'm more confused now than I was before.
But plus, even when you are trying to like get a decoder ring and fight through and read between the lines, been there and done that. Been there and seen everything in this new timetable is just like the old timetable that you referenced. Like we've already seen the hitting off a tee and swinging a bat and then getting in the cage and then getting to the point of live pitching. And it didn't end well. So what's to believe that this time, oh, it's better and we're shooting it up and he's still getting shots? And I don't know.
Junior says it's a fracture in his ring finger metacarpal. I don't think that's the only thing going on with his hand, because like he had hand injuries in the past. I understand that he had that they found the broken bone that was 60% healed, but if it was 60% healed at that point, he should be back. Like I think that there's more going on than just the fourth metacarpal being the issue. Another one from this one's actually from a Spada talking about Jordan. I think it's important for us to give this time and get it right. And I think he's doing everything in his power to get it right. But I do like where he's at right now. So I guess that's positive. And then one from McTaggart that I didn't find in the other stories was Jordan saying, it's not a secret that I've been out for more than a couple of months, but we want to do everything without rushing it. It's a delicate situation with the hand. It has been frustrating, but we're being smart about this and we're taking it to the point where we're progressing, and that's the most important part. That's what's going to help me come back and play. So
I almost think that's almost like a parting shot at Dana too, in the fact that we don't know who he is, but we certainly know that he doesn't want to rush it, which might indicate that the fact that he maybe got frustrated with the fact that everybody was on this timetable to kind of push him through and get him back quicker because it had taken so long already, and that now this time they're not doing that.
See, that thought crossed my mind too. Like whenever I read that quote specifically, I'm like, Like, and you had Dana saying like expediting the injury, like expediting the process rather once he's like capable of holding a bat. And Jordan's like, I think we need to ease, not expedite. Texture says it was all translated from Spanish. I'm sure it sounds better in Spanish. Like there's something to that. Like that maybe there are things that are lost in translation. I was frustrated that I couldn't find video of this. Like I couldn't find Jordan. Maybe there wasn't a camera there. Maybe it was just the writing press that was there.
But if the writing press has a phone, especially if they always take notes.
Yeah.
You don't need to take notes if you record it and go back and reference it.
I tried to find it and I couldn't, because I mean I can understand a little bit of Spanish. I was trying to find the context a little better.
Here's the thing too. Let's think about this from the perspective of what Junior Bronco said. Well, it could be, you can say that it's the metacarpal, but when he describes in one of the first quotes that you read from Chandler Rome about the fact that where the pain is in the hand, it's a little bit difficult to have surgery there. Well, it almost indicates to me that you can have surgery on a break. You can do things to try and, to try and bring a break closer together. To me, I got the feeling like this was separate from the break that they've been dealing with.
The inflammation has to be, like this texture says, I'm not a doctor, but I'm not real sure there's any type of injection that could heal a fracture. Exactly. Like they're not injecting the hand because of the fracture. They're injecting the hand because there's inflammation going on in his hand that well past the bone healing. So, like, that's why there has to be some other stuff going on with Jordan's hand. Like, why is he getting 2 injections 4 weeks after it was 60% healed? Yeah, it doesn't add up.
No.
Like, it makes no sense. Goodness, let's hope we don't have another Lance injury and put it off for the next 2 or 3 years. Yeah, like, that's why I just don't, like, I don't know what it is. Like, we know that he had a broken bone, but, like, why is he getting the injections? Is the inflammation ever going to settle down? What is the surgery that they kind of alluded to and said, well, it doesn't really happen there? Has that been on the table? Has that been an option? Like, it's a mystery.
And here's the thing to me with the Lance McCullough reference is I don't I understand that there's a certain timetable and there's everybody with a certain level of concern because there's an urgency with the season. If we're still dealing with this in the off season, they better damn well figure out something that can be done in the off season so that we're not dealing with it again next year. Because that's what we did with Lance, and that's where we heard the multitude of excuses and reasons and follow ups that had us going, well, why hasn't anything been done yet? Why isn't there a bigger procedure that can be done to rectify it? What are we doing to try and stop what you're dealing with? You don't want this to continue and linger through the offseason with Jordan and everybody just kind of sit on their hands and not have anything that can be done in the offseason when there is no games to worry about and no timetable to rush him back for, that by the time you start the season next year that we're not dealing with this anymore.
Big C says I would let the Astros medical staff manage a common cold for me. It's a good point.
Junior Broncos feel that way.
If it's going to take 8 weeks, Jordan's going to take 10. He's on Jordan time. This texture, I would bet he has arthritis and or carpal tunnel. Look, I've let my mind wander there. Like, why are they being so coy about this? Why does he have this unbelievable amount of inflammation at all times? It's weird.
But also because my wife, and she's not swinging a bat or anything, but I know that with carpal tunnel and there's another kind of, I don't know what it exactly, ailment that is like carpal tunnel, and that they have the best doctors on the planet in the medical center that can take care of that. And there's different ways to attack that, to where, like I said, even if they can't do that now because of what it might do to the timetable of his return for the season, in the offseason, there's got to be something that can be done to rectify it. If indeed that's what it is.
I mean, it's that, but we don't know. That's the thing. We don't know. I'm not being dramatic, but this has the makings of a career issue. Look, it's not the first year he's had hand issues. He had the hand issues a few years ago, and Dusty didn't know which hand was hurt.
Right.
Jordan has never stayed healthy, will not stay healthy moving forward, and this will only get worse. Another texter saying trade him. You don't trade him whenever he's at his lowest. He needs to go to QC Kinetics, says a texter. All of Jordan's answers sound like a man trying to remember what he was told to say. Maybe he is being intentionally coy. Maybe him as a young player fears for the long-term health and wants to be 100% before he comes back, even if it means missing this year, even though missing this year is better than missing the next 2 or 3.
Let's go to the one before that, because the one before that is the one that kind of struck me, because when you look at all these quotes, he's emphasizing rest. And I think that this is a guy that isn't like on the last year of his deal where he can just say what he wants to say and air it out. He knows that his long-term contract has him associated with this franchise, but in a coy kind of way, he could be basically saying, we ain't rushing this time. I think I need rest. It seems like I need more rest. The best case scenario, I should be resting it, as if to say, without saying it, you guys rushed me the last time. We ain't doing that this time.
Yeah, I think it's plausible. Like, everything's on the table because we don't know anything. Like, it's the frustrating part of it. 713-780-ESPN. How about the Isak Paredes news? Joe Espada was on the flagship today and gave an update on that. Was it good news? Was it bad news? 713-780-3776. My colleague, U of H class of 1990, used to protect a Heisman Trophy winner. Now he wants to protect your business. Been doing it for nearly 25 years. HRP is the teammate you want in your corner. They provide comprehensive human capital management services, including, but not limited to, HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP will work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP is going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. So customer service, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be calling someone familiar with you and familiar with your company. I can speak to that customer service. We use HRP here at GAO. Anytime I have a question, quick response, easy to understand. So let HRP take on the demands of human resources and eliminate your HR burdens. Give them a call, 281-880-6525. That's 281-880-6525, or visit them online at hrp.net.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We'll get to the Isak Paredes news in a moment. A couple of texts on Yordan Alvarez, 713-780-ESPN. Texter says, i.e. career ending. He's a big man. Look at Yao Ming. Totally different person, 409 Josh. Is Yordan's hand going to turn into Yao's foot? I had never really thought of those two things in the same sentence, and now I'm a little scared that I have.
I mean, again, and it's easy because of what we've been through with the Astros in the last couple of years. But when you look at it, Houston has had a pretty fair share of injuries that weren't supposed to be, that have been like not just catastrophic in the case of like a Yao and what could have been, but even with a Tucker, if we had, the healthy Tucker of a year ago, and would you have even been in the wild card series? And you go up and down the list with Chris Paul's hamstring. I mean, there's so many you can pull from going, that's kind of in Houston.
Mm-hmm. Houston's had I'm sure every city does too, but we don't follow the cities as closely. But I feel like Houston would have more. I really do. Tinfoil hat. Did Yordan know about his hand issue when he took the team-friendly deal? That's an interesting tinfoil hat. I mean, lock in some money if you know you have a bad body. Not the worst conspiracy.
I mean, and here's the thing. If their medical staff didn't know what they didn't know, and they keep going by how do you feel and what are you feeling? If you feel a certain kind of way and you know that it's time to get, you might as well get paid now, because you just, I mean, look, the organizations do that kind of stuff all the time and don't really care about the outcome for the player. If the player was feeling a certain kind of way and got his money up front, well, that's part of the game.
Double knee, because he got the contract after the double knee surgery. It was probably right around maybe in the same year as the first hand issue flaring up. So I don't know. It's not the worst conspiracy. I'll give it like 25% credence. I'm assuming the Astros are going to get zero production from Yordan this season. That's probably the way that Dana should approach it. He should approach, the deadline. I'm not expecting to get Yordan back. I'm not expecting to get Isak back. And that, you're not going to trade for everything. Like you have this wish list. You're not going to be able to afford trading for every single thing on your wish list. But I think that Dana should approach the next 9 days with the mindset that you're getting zero production from Yordan or Isak. And if you do, it's just a bonus. But I think you have to plan the rest of the way with expecting nothing out of them.
I would tend to agree. I just think that the best way to look at this from a professional sports perspective is assume the worst and then really appreciate the best. Like if you assume go into this and approach it like with worst case scenario, then you're covering your bases. You're doing whatever you can to kind of put Band-Aids on things and or fix what you can fix. And then you roll with it. And then if lo and behold, one or more of these guys come back and they're able to contribute, then that's a huge bonus that makes you a deeper, better baseball team. But at least you were prepared for it, as opposed to, hey, the sky's not falling. These guys are all going to be back at a certain time. We don't have to do anything. And then you get caught holding the bag.
Keith from LA, in the past 3 years, who would you rather have, Astro fans, but he's asking us, who would you rather have the past 3 years, Aaron Judge or Yordan Alvarez in your lineup every day?
I mean, it's pretty impossible to not say Aaron Judge, just simply from the fact that not only was he available every game, but his numbers were through the roof.
Give me Yordan in the playoffs. Give me Judge in the regular season. I'll play it that way. Give me Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson in the regular season, and then give me Jalen Hurts in the postseason. Yordan is to Jalen Hurts what Aaron Judge is to Josh Allen and Lamar Jackson. 713-780-ESPN. So, did you see that Isak Paredes had travel issues getting home, delayed the doctor visit on the hamstring? Now, I didn't realize this. One of my Twitter friends told me this, that that Seattle Tacoma airport, because of the Alaskan Airlines, like they had some issues, like 300 flights got canceled out of that airport on Sunday. So like, I didn't realize that. So it actually like has some validity to it, I guess. Just comical, because what other team would that happen to? Of course it happens to the Astros. Espada was.
Can I just on that point alone, Jim Crane still has a plane, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you would charter for one person though.
Are you kidding me?
I'm not. Like, what's the difference between an MRI on Monday and an MRI on Tuesday? He's not coming back for 2 months.
Yeah, but I don't.
And the inflammation's probably too great to even get a great visual on it. I wouldn't. I don't know.
I got a plane at my beck and call, and I'm not worried about.
He doesn't have a plane either. They borrow, or they don't borrow. They rent the Rockets plane.
No. They rent the Rockets plane for the team travel.
Exactly.
Right.
Like, I don't. Okay.
But Crane has a private jet. I'm almost positive Crane has a private jet.
Right.
Tillman has one too. I mean, yeah. I think that I could be wrong, but I think I've heard reference before that Crane has a plane.
Probably does.
Because I think that in the past they've flown Jordan, like when he joined Chicago.
Right.
So I believe that there is a plane that could be used. Like, just get him back, get the diagnosis as soon as possible. You only got 9 days to the trade deadline. So there is a little bit of a time constraint to know how severe is this. So how much does Dana need to know so that he knows what he's got to do?
I don't think there's a big difference in an MRI on Monday versus Tuesday. I don't know the normal protocol for Major League Baseball teams when they're flying a single player. Now, that you're right, I forgot about the Jordan instance. That's a great pull. Like, a lot of times they'll like the next day starting pitcher, they'll fly out ahead of time. That way they get more rest. I would assume that's like, I don't know if that's commercial or charter. I have no idea. Like, I don't know the standard protocol for that.
No, I would assume that, especially an organization like this that's just trying to like turn the page and get people to realize that, that things are changing, or that they take care of their players the right way.
Yeah.
This is just a simple gesture. And especially maybe you don't want to do it, but especially now with everything that's been going on with injuries, hey, let's just get the PJ out there to pick him up, take him home, get this thing rolling, and also give Dana everything he needs to see if we can fix some things.
Yeah. Like, I'm not smart enough to know if this is a valid concern or not, but it feels valid to me.
It does.
Like, I think it feels valid. Like, I don't want to be overly critical because I feel like I'm critical too much, but I feel like this is a valid concern. 713-780-ESPN. Now, Espada was on with Matt today, the flagship. He does a normal appearance weekly, and, they asked about Isak. Espada told him that it's going to take a while before they get Isak back. I actually took this as a positive. Am I nuts? Am I being too optimistic? Am I on the Rocky Mountain high here? Like, the fact that he said back makes me think that they think that they're going to get him back before the end of the season.
I would tend to agree. I think that they're not, again, and wisely show, they better not rush his ass back. But I think that at the same time, I think that there's a point where when I looked it up, when you and I were talking about this the other day, I think it's September. I think that at some point in September that he's going to be available, that it's going to be okay, and that he'll go through his rehabs, and that if they're making this playoff push, whether it's to win the division or get a wild card spot, that they're going to be in a position to get him back, get him some regular season at bats, and I do believe that if they make the playoffs, he will be there.
Yeah, I take it as a positive. I feel like that would be a win too. Like, that scenario you played out, I would take. Like, give me that. You're playing whenever it matters the most. Now,
look what we just got done talking about. Smoke, mirrors, and a whole bunch of 4A Space Cowboys have gotten you to the point where you're still sitting on a 5-game lead, as you head down the home stretch of the last month and a half. The fact of the matter is that there's a pretty realistic timetable to say that you're going to be a playoff team. Then make sure that when you are a playoff team, it's like we've talked about all year long. We don't need Hunter Brown at his best right now. We need Hunter Brown at his best when you roll into the playoffs. Mm-hmm. The same thing with Jordan, but more importantly, Paredes for what he's done for you all year already, and getting Pena and Jake back. A healthy Astros team is a scary proposition no matter who they face and where they sit in the seeds.
Yeah. To me, it's a win. Sounds like we're on the same page there. Textures on your side. Put Isak on a private jet and get him home ASAP.
Yes. Yep.
So, yeah. I mean,
you want a guy with a hammy sitting through a terminal?
That's a good point too. Like, I didn't think about that. Like, he's going through TSA. He's limping to his gate.
He's like, what are we doing?
I hope they gave him first class, but even then, like, there's not a terrific amount of leg room.
I mean, are we the Bengals or are we the Astros? Like, I mean, and you got an owner that's sitting there with, the access to do it. This just seems to me like a no-brainer.
Where was Jim Crane's private plane if it wasn't flying Isak Paredes back to Houston? 713-780-ESPN. Texture, why did Isak rush back from the groin injury? It was a hamstring injury, and like they thought he was 100%. Did that, was it not 100%? And then the other hammy's acting up because it's compensating for the other?
That's the biggest thing. Like, the biggest thing that anybody will tell you when it's the other leg from the previous injury is that you were doing something to overcompensate for what you were still feeling on the first one.
Yeah. Like, I mean, we don't know, but like it has happened before in the past, but we'll never know. All right. 713-780-3776. Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. What are your questions for the Killer Bees? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Three 780 ESPN. What is your question for the Bees? Mailbag Monday on a Tuesday. We didn't get to it yesterday. Had too much to talk about yesterday. So 713-780-3776. What are your questions for the Bees? Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Chuck, you're in the Hive. What's your question for the Bees?
Well, guys, I just want to make one comment, then I got a question. We're not going to, the one thing we need to start questioning in this thing with the Astros is we just got to hope Jim Crane continues to pick general managers because he seems to know what he's doing there. As far as everything else, it seems to be a bleep show. And I got a question for you. Who wins the series, Astros IR or current Astros? Y'all have a good one.
What do you think? Astros IR or Astros?
Astros.
I was thinking about this yesterday. It would have to be
You and Chuck thinking alike?
Yeah, I was. I hadn't workshopped it out completely, so we hadn't brought it up yet. But it was in the infancy stages of a segment. Segment's got a bunch of steps. It's a bunch of steps for the way that a segment comes to life. You got the early stages, you got to workshop it out, got to breathe, got to walk, and then eventually you have a segment. Now, there are some issues with, like, it would have to be a 5-game series because a 3-game series favors the current Astros because you got Fromber and you got
That's why
Hunter
I
Brown.
went that way. Yeah, if I got those two horses at the top of my rotation, I'm going to live with that.
And it also can't be a 7-game series because the Astros, like, real-life bullpen has too many arms in it. So it'd have to be a 5-game series. Now, the Astros IL doesn't have a whole lot of, like, relief. Like, they don't have a whole lot of bullpen guys. Like you mentioned yesterday, like Dubin's like the only IL bullpen guy. But they have Christian Javier, they have Luis Garcia, they have JP France. They don't have a catcher, but they have like Luis
Blanco.
Guillorme. Oh yeah, Blanco. I forgot about Blanco because he's not coming back. I said Arrighetti, right?
Regardless, he's there.
So, like, their pitching staff would be pretty good. The 16 guys that are in the Astros IL, their pitching staff would be pretty good. I don't think there would be enough. Well, you would just have some guys playing out of position, like because Jordan's your DH. You're gonna have your second baseman's Brendan Rodgers. Isak's your third baseman. You're gonna have to find some spots for guys who don't play in those spots. Most specifically, catcher.
Yeah, well, that's the biggest question to me is like who catches and who plays first base, because other than that, you got DeCenzo in the outfield. You've got Paredes at third. You got Pena at short. You got Jake in center. You DeCenzo, I guess you put in the outfield. You're right. You put Brandon Rodgers at second. Catcher first and third are up for grabs. I guess you put DeCenzo at third or first.
Could, I mean, he's played there.
Yeah.
He's played there. You can do
so
that.
I'm saying third or first. And then you just need, really skilled. You got, I don't know who's catching. I don't know who's playing first.
Did you have Guillorme?
I did not have the
so he could play
the
one
slow
of them.
pitch softball legend.
He's got the body of a catcher.
Yeah, okay.
He does.
He's also got the body of a first baseman, depending on who you're looking at.
He's not tall enough, Guillorme, to be a first baseman. I mean, he's capable. He could do it. But, I mean, you look at Luis Guillorme. I mean, that's a spitting image of Martin Maldonado from the neck down.
Okay.
It is.
I mean,
they both are pudgy. They're both catcher. I mean, I have a catcher body at this stage of my life.
Is Maldi taller than Guillorme?
They're probably pretty close. Like, Guillorme's got the body of a catcher, and he's a good defender, so he can handle it. Like, he could – you're not going to catch Guillorme 100 games a year, but could he give you an inning behind the dish? Yeah, he'll give you an inning behind the dish.
It's not going to win you a series.
No, I think that the real Astros will win, but I think it's a lot closer than it should be. Like, it could be a competitive 5-game series.
Well, who knows? Knock on wood, but let's see who gets hurt next, and then you can fill another void and make it a better conversation.
No, I don't
exactly
wanna do
right.
that.
No.
Texture, who's the number one target you're looking for at the deadline?
I'm looking for a bat. I think that there's enough goodwill and hope in what you're seeing progress with the pitching staff that I believe you're going to get one or two pitchers back sooner rather than later. I'm not looking for an arm. I'm looking for a bat. That's my number one focus.
Yeah.
And because there's so much up in the air with too many offensive players, it used to be just a left-handed bat. That would be ideal, but I just need a better bat than what I see at the bottom of the lineup.
Fair enough. I'm with you on that, I think. Blaine says that Isak plays third. So Isak at third, DeCenzo at first.
Oh, that's right.
Guillorme, yeah, it's too recent for you to remember that he's on
the
the IL.
Catcher's the biggest question.
Yeah, well, I got my guy. I already got my catcher. You can ask JP France to go.
Well, if he gets as lazy as Baldy was behind the dish, you probably do.
I mean, Guillorme, he made that one lunging catch. I think he could block a ball in the dirt. He could probably throw out base runners better than Yiner. I said it.
But I'm saying I guess you're right. He probably could be the same framer that those guys are too.
I mean, he's just your best option from the injured guys. I mean, you have nobody else.
I mean, Caesar Salad could stub a toe.
He's not hurt. Yeah, you have to fake an injury to get him down there. Key from LA, 50 at bats against big league pitching. How many hits do you think you can get?
0.
I'm getting like 30 probably.
0.
I think I could get one. I think I could guess right on a pitch and like bloop it over the second baseman's head, or maybe like get a weak roller to the right spot and leg it out. I think I get one.
I say 0. I'm being realistic. Yes, I would sit on a pitch. Yes, I would swing as hard as I could, and I just think that realistically, Major League pitching's really good.
I mean, if 50 at bats against Zach Gallant,
0.
I think I'm getting one. There's this people on there's like I don't know who this dude is. I see it like occasionally on my TikTok, but there's a guy who will like go ask like other athletes that aren't baseball players. Like most of the time they're football players, and they'll be like, "How many hits can you get at 100 at bats?" And their answers are hilarious. They're like 35, they're like 40, they're like 50. It's like they have no idea what they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that, and I forget who they were talking about who talking about this with the other day, but people don't realize just how damn good Major League Baseball pitchers are. Even if on your team he might not be, if he's facing Joe Schmo off of the street, he's going to succeed.
Have you ever gotten a hit off a big leaguer, like a guy who eventually played in the bigs?
Yes.
Who?
Yeah, Bob Wickman. There's a couple. There's a pitcher that pitched for went to University of Wisconsin, but he pitched for the Blue Jays, and I'll think of it. But there's a couple guys.
Tommy John.
No.
I got to base it off of Jay Bruce. He was a sophomore at Beaumont Westbrook.
I
was a senior. Yeah, that was his last year.
Lance Painter was the pitcher's name. He pitched in the bigs for a while. Bob Wickman is 2. There's a couple.
I remember Painter. Painter rings a bell.
Yeah, Lance Painter went to Wisconsin.
Yeah. Jay Bruce is a sophomore. I snuck a seeing eye single through the right side into right field, squeaked it into the right field grass, and then he never pitched again. Well, he never pitched after that year because he was such a good hitter. Corey, I posed this question last week to the guys before the Bees as they were talking about all-time best receiver. If you take one receiver all-time to start a team, who is it? Am I crazy to really consider Megatron one?
You're not crazy to consider them. The 2 names that came to my mind are Jerry Rice and Randy Moss.
Those are the exact 2 that came to my mind.
Yeah.
I would probably lean Rice.
I would too. I know Randy wouldn't, because Randy's even recently coming out and saying that he's still the greatest receiver to ever play the game. Unbelievable talent, and because of his body size and everything like that and high pointing the football, it's just hard to argue with everything that Jerry Rice did and the skill set that he had.
Yeah, I'm 100% on the same page with that one. Not sports related, but what's your favorite Ozzy Osbourne song?
Crazy Train.
That's mine too. We're thinking too much alike today.
No More Tears is an underrated, really good one.
Okay, yeah. Not bad. A couple of more. 713-780 ESPN. Apologies if I should know, but why hasn't Fromber pitched yet after the break? Did he get hurt when he was hit in his last start? I think that's the reason they moved him back a couple of days.
Mm-hmm. I think that's fair. Someone brought that up, and I hadn't thought of that yet when we were having this whole what the hell's going on with, the whole typo, as we heard about later. And the one thing that didn't come to my mind was maybe as much as he played it off, maybe there was, that was a significant blow to the leg, and he needed a couple of days because he wasn't pitching bad, but that and the fact that I think that they looked at the matchups too, and that Arizona struggles with lefties, and Fromber's definitely a guy that could excel there. So for probably both of those reasons, it was a good matchup for him.
How many Astro players could people name outside of the market?
Probably at least 6.
I mean, they would, if you go around, like, I think they would name Walker count because he's been elsewhere. Like, is he big enough name for him
Jose
to be
Altuve,
known?
Josh
but is
Hader.
Walker. Like, let's go around the diamond. Is Walker?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 1. Let's go Altuve at second. That's 2.
Do you agree with me on Walker?
Yeah, I think I do.
Who are we getting to know? Media or just fans?
No, he said, I think be fans.
I think that fans know Christian Walker enough because he was a hot name on the market.
Yeah, I think he would too. How about Pena?
Yes.
I think so.
That's borderline, but yes.
I think this year he's
He's
coming
an
out
all-star,
party.
right.
Paredes.
No.
I mean, he played in Chicago for a few months.
Yeah, I don't think it was enough because he didn't play well.
Okay. Let's just say Jordan, left field, yes. For Myers, probably not.
No.
Cam Smith?
That's I would say borderline, yes.
Okay. All right. Fromber, yes.
For sure.
Hunter Brown, yes.
Yes.
Lance McCullers?
Yes.
Yes. Probably no other starting pitcher.
No.
Hader, yes.
Yes.
Abreu?
Maybe.
All right, so 9.
Yeah.
9.
Yep.
Okay. Do you think the Astros have a top 2 seed by the end of this week, Ocho?
Yes.
Really?
Astros are still going to be a top 2 seed in the American League or in all of baseball?
Just the AL. We'll go AL. He said top 2 seed.
They will be a
AL.
top 2 seed in the American League at the end of the week. Yes.
Yeah. Can you explain why Chris Paul would reunite with Harden when he left us? He was saying, pass the ball to Harden. David
Very
Clear Lake.
simple. He's in the situation in Los Angeles means Chris gets to play at home. They had a falling out at the end, but it's the same thing. Harden had a falling out with Russ, and they're still friends, and they still get along. And the fact that James has not won one and knows that they're a better team with Chris Paul on it, that James really, his biggest issues were that Chris Paul held him accountable. I think that right now at James' stage in his career, he just wants to win. Right now at Chris Paul's stage in his career, he just wants to play close to home and win. And I think that they both need each other.
Yeah. Money talks, right? Last year, too, for Chris Paul, according to Chris Paul.
So he says. If it goes well, I believe he's had another one in him.
I mean, it'd be hard to say no to millions and millions of
Yeah,
dollars.
and a chance to win. I mean, look, if that team's healthy, quietly under the radar, the Clippers have loaded up with depth and talent.
Yeah. All right, 713-780 ESPN. Are the Texans healthy for camp? The veterans reporting today. They'll be on the field tomorrow. Are they healthy entering training camp and what should be a fun 2025 season? It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Not nice, Joe. The new ESPN Houston app is live. Download the new version. New app allows you to sign up and enter to win our giveaways. Hit the go button and you'll see the new features that will include immediate access to the text and call-in line, all of our social media platforms, and our YouTube channel. There's also a chat feature in the app that listeners can use to interact with each other and the shows, and the app is now available for Android and Google Play users. So, camp opens tomorrow. They'll be on the field tomorrow. And the injury news with the Texans healthy for camp appears to be positive. All of these from Aaron Wilson. Wilson, good reporter. Not perfect, but good, really good reporter. The first one with Joe Mixon is that Mixon is doing great. He got injured in the offseason in his ramp up for the year, just in workouts and stuff. Now, he said he's doing great, and the plan is to ease Mixon in and gradually increase his workload. I mean, this is a major win, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Look, I think that we always say the truth lies somewhere in the middle with everything that was swirling and all that we were hearing. And I had heard and actually kind of reached out to some people about the boot and said that it wasn't necessarily false, but it wasn't something out of the ordinary for NFL players in the offseason, and that no one should be concerned. And again, when they signed Chubb, it sent up another red flare of, is there something to be worried about here? But hearing that, I'm expecting he'll be fine by the time they need him.
Yeah, now this is good news. Now the competition for that position, I think, is going to be fierce. Chubb has something.
Say Pierce or Fierce? Oh, gotcha.
I said Fierce. Yeah, it actually might lack Pierce, which was what I was kind of getting at. Mixon, I mean, you know what you're going to get. Mixon's going to be your number one. I almost said bell cow, but I think they don't want him to be the bell cow.
That's
because
why
they would like to
Chubb.
Ease the workload. Chubb has something to prove. Like, can he regain his form at all? Like, a 75% Nick Chubb, I think, would be a major win. Can he even be that? We'll see. They like Woody Marks. I mean, they traded up for him. Like, they must like Woody Marks. So Woody Marks going to make the team. Like, there's no way that Woody Marks is not making the team if he's healthy. Dameon Pierce, does he? I don't know. They really like Dare. Like, they re-signed him. And they love him on special teams. They're probably going to carry a fullback, whether it's Jacob Johnson or whether it's the British Bulldog. So that running back room is going to be a fun one to watch.
I will be on record, Jeremy, because I've already kind of been on record, but I will be on record like I do from time to time of this. This is going to be the season of Chubb. I believe Nick Chubb is going to be fantastic here. He's going to, as I said the other day, I think he's going to be a key contributor, and I think that he's going to do a lot more than people are giving him credit for right now.
How confident are you?
Don't start betting with me. I feel very strongly, though, that he's going to have a good year.
Okay. I wanted to make a bet.
I know you did.
If you were to make a bet, not that you're gonna, but if you were to make a bet, how many total yards would you feel comfortable making a bet on?
I'm not the numbers guy of the two of us. I'd have to delve deeper into total yards, receiving and running, and he's not going to catch all that much.
No, he won't. Let's see. Last year he played in 8 games, and he only had 31 receiving yards, and he had 332 rushing yards. So in 8 games last year, first year removed from the leg injury, he had 360 total yards in 8 games.
Because I know how you think. I'll say 450.
Ooh, that's low. I mean, he had 360
right, because I'm trying to get value, as you
Well,
would
we're
say.
not making the bet. Like, what would be a fair bet?
500.
Man, I would at least double this, right? Like, he did this in 8 games.
1,000 total yards for him, I think, is too much.
I'm not doubling the 500. I'm doubling the total yards he had last year.
Oh.
Because, I mean, he had 31 receiving yards. He had 332 rushing yards. Let's just do a nice round number of 360. He did that in 8 games. Like, if he's healthy, he should be flirting with 700 total yards.
I think 650's in play.
I mean, 700 total yards feels like a good year. If he's over 500, I feel like it's a pretty good sign.
Yeah, I do too. And I think it'll be somewhere in the middle. I think between 5 and 7. I think he'll be there at the end of the year with total yards.
North of 500, it's a good year for Nick Chubb.
Yeah. 700, and you're talking about a hell of a year for Nick Chubb.
That's
or a hell of a year for the Texans, or, God forbid, something happened to Joe Mixon.
I'm going to ask the Hive, 713-780-3776. 500 total yards for Nick Chubb. Is that a good year or bad year? I'm wondering what the Hive thinks on that, because I think that's the number.
But you also know the scenario that's going to cross at some point, which is it's one thing if Nick Chubb is your number 2 all year and he gets those numbers. If he gets those numbers because Nick Chubb is your number 1, it's a different story, because that means something happened to Mixon.
Yeah. Yeah, the Mixon injury concern, not that he's been like bad body guy his whole
Right.
career, but he's older. So maybe the Mixon misses a couple of games. Maybe Nick Chubb should go up to 600. I think I'm going to go with 600 total yards.
Okay.
I think I'm going to ask the Hive that. 600 total yards, good year or bad year for Nick Chubb. Speaking of Dameon Pierce, he had the minor quad that cost him to miss minicamp, but Aaron Wilson's reporting that he's good for the start of camp, which is good for Dameon Pierce because Dameon Pierce has to earn a roster spot. So if he was not healthy, that wouldn't help him. So he's healthy. That's he's good to go. That's good news there. Jalen Knoll missed a couple of days of minicamp, like the final couple of days. He had a hamstring, but he's completely good to go. Started training camp, so another positive there. Danico Autry with a knee is going to be eased into training camp. That's fine. Like these veteran guys, they deserve the right to be eased into training camp if they have any sort of ailment or injury.
And Autry's already dinged up?
I guess it was in the offseason.
Can we double check his meds?
Knee. His what?
His meds?
Oh, I think you said beds.
No, I want to double check the meds so we don't run into a situation like last year.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world.
I don't think D'Amico was happy at all that we lost him for 6 games last year.
But it's the first 6, and you have Daniil Hunter, and you have
I don't
Will
want to do
Anderson,
it 2 years in a row.
and you have a couple of other like edge guys who are pretty good. You know, like you have a lot of depth there. If I told you that Autry, like you could have Autry the whole year, but he only plays at like a 6 on a scale of 1 to 10, or he could use roids and miss the first 6 games, but then when you get him back, he plays at a 9 the rest of the year. Which scenario would you rather have?
But I would just say by any means necessary. But I mean,
there you go. Blanker's proponent of PDs.
No, not at all. But if I had to choose, I'd say the latter. But I don't expect. I expect him to play at a 7, 7.5 for the whole year.
Like they still have Derek Barnett. Like Dylan Horton was a guy they drafted a few years ago.
Deep outside pass rush.
Yeah. Horton's an interesting story too, with everything that he's had to endure in his young professional career. But yeah, they're deep at defensive end. So Autry missing a little bit of time wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. So I don't mind that he's being eased, and he's in his mid-30s. Brevin Jordan, ACL, has been running at full speed, according to Aaron Wilson, but will be eased into camp. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, no issues there, right? We're good with that.
I mean, look, and again, I know everybody wants to see all this competition right from the get-go. As soon as he's healthy, he can be a huge. I would say huge. He can be a really good addition to this team if he picks up where he left off before he got hurt. So I'm not rushing him through training camp thinking that he's got to compete early.
Yeah, I'm interested in Brevin Jordan this year because he was playing at a high level.
He was. I mean, everybody's just going to key on how fast he was on the sideline on the one run in the playoffs. But the bottom line is that he has some ability.
Yeah. I think of the tight ends they have, he has the highest ceiling. Not the best football player right now. He might not even be top 2 tight ends that they currently have right now. But everybody in that room of who has the highest bar, I think it's Brevin Jordan.
Why isn't he top 2?
Well, I think that Dalton Schultz is a better tight end right now today.
Yeah.
And then I also think that Kate Stover right now today is better than Brevin Jordan.
I think Brevin Jordan's a better receiver than Kate Stover.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think Stover's a better blocker, can play a little fullback.
True.
He's good enough of a receiver where, he's not going to hurt you in that department. And then you add the other elements. But Brevin Jordan by far has the has the higher ceiling. I think of anybody else in that room. And they even like this little Nick Lachey guy. I know his name's not Nick. But
that's a kid from Iowa, right?
Degrees. I thought it was Ohio. Oh, no. I'm sorry. I was talking about Nick Lachey. You were talking about the actual real Lachey.
Yeah, the actual tight end.
Yeah, he's the big boy from Iowa.
Yeah.
And then Jimmy Ward foot surgery has not been cleared to return.
I don't think the doors to the to get into the facility have been cleared.
He might not be. Yeah, he might not be cleared to return to the NFL ever again. So. Yep. I'll take Texture. I'll take the over on 600 yards. Mixon is going to miss some games. Woody might take some of the touches away, so that's a good number. You know what's another interesting storyline? Like, who's your third down running back? Like, you would think Woody because he's really good at catching the ball. But they love Dari in pass protection.
And I was going to say the biggest thing is that as much as Woody might be long-term for you, how he adapts and grasps everything in the offense and with the NFL as opposed to a guy that they know and trust in Dari, I would still say Dari in year 1 for Woody.
I think so too. At least early in the year.
Yep.
Maybe Woody takes over at the midway.
There might be a changing of the guard when Woody really settles in
gradually throughout the season. If Chubb gets 600 yards as number 2 all year, that's a great season in my opinion. I would agree.
Yep.
Way understated 2 1,000-yard rushers, says a texter. I will bet you, texter, We'll find somebody that we can hold the money in escrow. I will bet you a large amount of money that the Texans will not have two 1,000-yard runners.
Oh, for sure they won't.
I disagree with that texter.
That's more than a stretch. I don't see that at
I
all.
really want to make that bet, though. I feel like I got value there. Chubb, 700 yards, says a texter. Texter says Chubb is washed.
All cash, no paperwork. I'll be the one doing the escrow for you.
No, you will not. I don't know you well enough to hold my money in escrow. Ryan chiming in with that.
I was going to say.
The first thing Ryan says today is, hey, Brandon, I'll hold your money. What?
My man decides to play doorbell at a time where he wants to take some of your cash. Come on, man.
No chance, Ryan. Can they play Chubb and Mixon together in some formations? I really doubt it. Like, unless they're getting cute on some like trickery. I do not imagine seeing them in the same backfield.
I think there's a better chance that you're going to see either one of them with Dare before you would see both of them together in the backfield because Dare can block.
Yeah, even then.
Yeah, they're not going to look. It would be a once in a blue moon situation, but at least from a Dare perspective, he can do what those other two. I don't know that I even want them to do.
Yeah, like it's not a Jahmyr Gibbs, Devin A-Chain situation where you can like split those guys out wide.
Right.
Texter, who are our backup quarterbacks at this point? Davis Mills. Davis Mills is your backup quarterback. They're probably only keep two.
That's about it.
Yeah, I mean, they have Mertz. They have like Slovis on the roster, but I would be stunned if either guy makes the 53, especially with the emergency third quarterback rule.
I don't ever
why
want
would
to hear
you
you
keep
say
him?
Mertz again.
What's that?
I don't ever want to hear you say Mertz again.
They drafted him.
They did, and they should cut him too.
That's a bit harsh.
I saw enough of Graham Mertz in college to realize that
What if he's a pro guy, though? Like, some guys are way better in the pros than they are in college. Maybe Mertz is that guy.
I hate you for saying that because the only thing that I can say on that, it goes to your favor, which is Wisconsin had a ton of quarterbacks that never performed well in college and then ended up being lifelong backups in the NFL. Jim Sorgi behind Peyton Manning and a bunch of guys. I don't want to even think about it.
He's also recovering from an ACL, isn't he?
Great, let's take a year off.
Yeah, I think they'll keep two quarterbacks on the 53. But I also think both of those guys aren't like you're not scared of either one of those guys being claimed. Like, both of those guys either Mertz might not be healthy, but if he is, both of those guys are probably easily stored on the practice squad.
Yeah.
Should you choose to keep one?
Yeah, there's
or
no
both.
other team that's going to go, I want Graham Mertz on my team.
No chance. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I've heard a lot of people talk about this offense and like C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley and all of this. One thing that I think is critical for C.J. Stroud this season, and it's an area that he's been questioned about in the past. I'll tell you what that area is next. 713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Are you looking to escape the rat race for the weekend? Maybe the Monday through Friday, the hustle and bustle of the job, traffic, whatever's causing you stress? Well, I have the best idea for you. It's Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. Escape the city. Enjoy the relaxing great outdoors. Book that stay right now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Open green spaces, wildlife, beautiful, majestic trees, and some of the best fishing in Texas, too. You can't beat it. They got two creeks you can fish in. They got the catch and release pond in the middle of the property, which is great for the kiddos. So make sure you bring the rod and reels. Just 90 minutes from Houston. You can escape the city without traveling too far at Two Creeks Crossing Resort on Lake Livingston. You don't have to drive cross country through 6 states. You don't have to jump in an airplane with the kids. That's stressful. Nobody wants to do that. You can be out there at Two Creeks Crossing in 90 minutes. Hike on their 92-acre property, do a little kayaking, play some pickleball, hang out by the pool. Two Creeks Crossing Resort always taking care of their visitors as well. We were out there about a month and a half ago. They had a food truck out there both nights. They had some live music on a Saturday. Branham family loved their time, and so will you and your family. Glamping, cabins, tree houses, pull up the RV. They have the perfect stay for everybody. And incredible savings right now through July. Book 5 nights, save 35%. So act now. Take advantage of those incredible savings. Book your stay at twocreekscrossingresort.com. That's twocreekscrossingresort.com.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So we got some Astro injury news.
I see it.
Oh, you saw it. Yeah, another Astro has landed on the I always want to say IR, but that's hateful, I guess. Another Astro has landed on the IL. And I think this might make people happy.
Yeah.
You can't spell Lance without IL, sort of. Lance McCullers has been placed on the 15-day IL due to a right finger blister. To take his place on the active roster, the Astros have recalled Nick Hernandez, go Cougs, from AAA Sugarland. So, second stint now for Lance McCullers on the IL since returning from a 2.5-year stay.
Probably
on the
was
IL.
the middle finger.
You think so? It probably is.
The way people think right now. Yep, I sure do.
I mean, the most common blister fingers for pitchers are usually the index in the middle. And with as much spin as he has, if I had to guess, I think it is the inside of his middle finger.
Yep.
Or nuts. We're breaking down the finger, the
It's
side of the
definitely
finger
from the inside looking out, the middle finger. Yep.
Yeah. I'm not wishing injury on a player, but
If there was ever a time to hit the injured list, it would be now.
Yeah, we really would. And the Astros also need a little bit of coverage too, because of Lance. Their bullpen's kind of upside down, has been very taxed, very, very taxed 4 games after the All-Star break. So you get another pitcher in here. I wouldn't be shocked. They haven't announced a starter for tomorrow's game yet. At least I haven't seen it. It wouldn't shock me if they call up Costanza again and give him the start. That way you can kind of reset your pitching staff a little bit and get everybody back, rested, or at least as rested as possible. So I could see that. They haven't announced a starter for tomorrow, have they?
Not that I've seen.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either. Wouldn't shock me if they go with either
Gusto.
No,
because he
been
pitched.
used.
No, that's right, because he pitched back-to-back innings 2 days.
So
in
I
a
think
row.
they could go Brandon Walter, right? Because Brandon Walter pitched the first game from the break, which was Friday. So you have Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, normal rest pitching on Wednesday, and then maybe you could do Jason Alexander on Thursday.
Yeah,
maybe that's the play. Or you could flip-flop them and go Alexander Wednesday and then Walter on Thursday, because they pitched on the same day. Alexander pitched in Sugarland. I can't remember if he pitched Friday or Saturday. I want to say Alexander pitched the same day as Walter. I'll have to double-check that. But I bet you Walter and Alexander in some order, not necessarily that one, but in some order, we'll have Wednesday and Thursday.
I would definitely think Walter is in that mix for sure. I didn't think about bringing Alexander back, but yeah, now it makes sense.
Because, McCullers started the Saturday after Walter started on Friday. And, they don't want to bump guys up right now. You want to bump up Hunter Brown?
Right.
No, of course not. So somebody's making a spot start either tomorrow or Thursday. And it's going to be Jason Alexander. I just don't know which day he'll go.
Yeah, no, that sounds right.
I'm going to double check when Jason Alexander pitched, because I think he pitched on. I'm an idiot. I put Jason Alexander in Google. What do you think came up whenever I put Jason?
Costanza.
Of course, Costanza came up. No, he's been pitching pretty good in AAA too, Alexander, and had that spot start where he pitched really well too. But
he's the anti-blue ball.
He's got a 1.55 ERA in AAA this year. Jason Alexander.
I've never seen a guy that was hyped up more that fell off the planet quicker than blue ball after one start in the major leagues, and then he goes back to Sugarland and he sucks.
Yeah, his last start or two has been better, but not anything to write home about. Alexander pitched on the 18th. What day was the 18th? The 18th was last Friday, so I was right. So Walter and Alexander both pitched last Friday. So I would actually go Alexander and give Walter an extra day rest.
Yeah, I would see that.
Why not? You want to preserve his arm a little bit. The dude's been nails for you.
He's obviously more important for you for the long haul than Jason Alexander. So yeah.
If you had to press, and tomorrow's a day game too. So it's not even a full day rest, not that tomorrow's his rest day, but pitching midday as opposed to evening, a little bit shorter rest than the last time he pitched. I would go Alexander tomorrow and Walter on Thursday.
Agreed.
Cool. We got that figured out. All right. Yep. CJ Stroud. Up and down year 2. It depends on who you ask. Obviously, the protection was poor, was running for his life. Pressure rate was high. Was Bobby Slowick incompetent? People think that's what the streets are saying. So I've heard a lot of people talk about Kaylee's offense. I've heard a lot of these players, like Texans radio interviewed like 100 players, and they've been like airing them in the lead up to training camp. And they ask them all, of course, like, hey, what does Nick Kaylee's offense look like? Because it's good information. Everything that I hear is like that it's, I don't want to use the word complex, but they give their receivers a lot of options to kind of break off their routes depending on what the defensive look is. The coverage had obviously the coverage protections and that's going to have to improve a great deal from where it was last year too, because it's another area where it might fall on CJ Stroud. I think the biggest area where CJ Stroud's going to have to be good this season is decision making and being able to read what is happening. Because if you have a lot of option routes and you have a lot of receivers that can run different routes based on what the defensive look is and then how the defense is playing post snap, CJ Stroud's going to have a very high level of decision making to make this offense go. I think that's the most critical attribute for CJ Stroud in year 3.
I think you're probably right, but I think that what I like and take away from most of this when they do talk to the majority of the players they've talked to so far and ask them about the offense is that we didn't know just how seemingly dysfunctional and maybe generic Slowick was.
Yep.
And that now they have a real offensive system to run with a guy that's probably better suited to run it. So my takeaway through all the quotes and the interviews that I've seen is the fact that we didn't know what we didn't know about Bobby Slowick, but we sure do know that they're a step up and have gone a grade up in what they're doing now with Kaylee, and that's exciting.
Yeah. I it's exciting if it all clicks. And I think it's going to be difficult for it to click early because the chemistry is going to have to be very good. Everybody's going to have to be on the same page. This is everybody's first year in the offense. Like, it wouldn't shock me if the offense starts kind of slow and then progressively gets better. But if there was one thing, like if you could pick one attribute, one skill, one area where CJ Stroud excels this year, and then that gives you the best chance to win football games, obviously. Like, I trust that he can make every throw. I trust that he has a strong enough arm. I trust that he can run the ball a little bit if necessary. His decision-making in a new offense, and an offense that allows their receivers and skill players freedom to kind of do their own thing based on the look they're getting, CJ Stroud's going to have to be in the mind of every single one of his skill guys.
He is, but I think that the one reason why I have confidence in all of this kind of working and everybody being on the same page is he is a footballaholic. He's an X's and O's guy, and this is what he's wanted. I mean, he's hinted and indicated that he wants more. He wants the ability to be the guy that, calls the signals at the line and the audibles and, and reads the play and then does all the things that he's now going to have more ability to do with a guy that's better suited to kind of get him ready to do it. That's why I think, because I think one of the things that I would throw into what you said too is his unbelievable ability with touch to feather the ball in wherever it needs to go as well. So his skill set is so above average, and the fact that this is what he wants. This is a football junkie getting his fill. That's why I have confidence that he's going to be able to do it.
I do too. I do too. But it's the one area in a new offense where it's more of an unknown. Because we've seen everything else. We know he has the capability of making every throw. We know he has the capability of, okay, 3rd and 3. I realize there's a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel. I can pick up the first down with my legs. In fact, he did it a little bit more than I was comfortable with last year. Like, I want him to stay in the pocket a little bit more. We don't know how well he's going to pick up this offense. In like NFL history, there's been quarterbacks that they're not great in specific offenses. Now, I think Kaylee, too, is going to cater his offense around Stroud's skills. But if you have a receiver that can do 5 different things based on a defense's look and then what they're doing post-snap, the chemistry and being on the same page is going to be critical. That's why I'm not going to overreact to what the offense looks like in the first 4 games, because it is a different offense. I think it can be a little complicated. They're going to try to make it simple, but it can be a little complicated. But for the Texans to reach their offensive potential, because I think the defense is going to excel. I think their defense is going to be really good.
Yep.
For them to reach their offensive potential, their chemistry is going to have to be great by the end of the year.
No, and this goes back to the conversation we were having before Kaylee was even in the picture, and we were talking about what if you lose Slowick to a head coaching job after CJ really gets comfortable with the offense and the system and everything else, and then it's the Brady quote of you really don't have a firm grasp of the offense the first year that you get to all of it, to the point where you say to yourself, okay, well, it's going to take some time for CJ to really feel comfortable. but I believe that he is the guy for the job. He will do it. And like you said, maybe it won't happen overnight, and we're going to come out of the gates and look at this team after the first game or two and go, wow, what a difference. But I do feel it'll be noticeable from the jump, whether they execute everything or not.
Yeah.
And I believe that CJ's smart enough, and with Kaylee being the guy that kind of works with him, that he's going to take a lot of what the defense gives him. We know that Deshaun was the guy that always wanted the Sports Center moment and was hunting the bigger plays.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that you got the right two guys in terms of just take what the defense gives you, get the first down, move the chains. There'll be plenty of times to get the chunk plays.
I have a question for the both of y'all. If it comes out through the first couple of weeks that the offense is a lot more like a spread offense that he had at Ohio State, do you think that that could help him, even if it is a more complex version?
So I have a hard time thinking Nick Haley runs spread.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He's been kind of known to be a guy that does the exact opposite.
But if he does, just to entertain the question,
okay. I mean, look, any system where CJ's already played in a similar situation is advantage CJ for sure, but you would think advantage Texans in the fact that he should excel in that type of system because he's run it before.
Yeah, I like their personnel for that, quite frankly, because I like their receiver room. So like I think that the roster kind of builds in perfectly with the spread offense and stuff. I think it would be helpful. Like, I think that, having the familiarity with it would be helpful. But I just have a very difficult time seeing Kaylee do that. Like, he might go 11 personnel, have 3 receivers on the field. But is he ever going to go like 10 personnel and have 4 receivers on the field?
I don't think so.
Like I see ever just going to go 4 or 5 wide. I doubt it. Like like they're going to want to run the ball a lot. I think we see a lot of 12 personnel. I think we see a fullback at times.
See, that's where I was leaning, and that's why I know everybody hates this, but it is the pressing question and the number one topic on everybody's mind is, the offensive line's got to block. Regardless, the offensive line's got to block. But if they can run block, I think that they will ride the run game a lot more early on, while everybody is working out everything on the pass game, if they're capable of doing that. But if they can't run the football, that's where you might see a world of hurt, because now they're going to have to throw it and do some things that I don't think that Kaylee's going to feel comfortable doing as frequently as they might have to.
Which makes, that's a pass rusher's dream too.
Yes.
Like if the quarterback's dropping back every single play, and that's whenever
you pin your ears back and you go wreak havoc.
Off. Yep. The O-line and receivers outside of Collins suck. Okay, I might give you the offensive line. Like, that could very well suck. Like, the O-line could be bad. That wouldn't shock anybody. But to think that Christian Kirk sucks, to think that Jaden Higgins, who was the 34th pick of the draft, sucks. I like Jalen Knoll. I wouldn't go with the receivers part of that. O-line, perhaps. Maybe even probably. Receivers outside of Collins, I'm not giving you that.
Not at all. And I think that they, again, for what we don't know about the offensive line, and it remains to be seen, what we do know is that Christian Kirk is a more than capable second wide receiver. And the fact that they drafted 2 kids that look like that they have all the skill in the world, and they gave a full contract to the second round pick that tells you everything you need to know, that I think that they've got a lot of talent in that room this year, as opposed to in years past when we were thinking about the room at the start of the year looking like one of the worst rooms in the league. I think their receiver room's really solid.
Yeah, I do too. I like Kirk. I like Higgins.
I don't want to oversell it, because with Kirk, health is always an issue, but I just feel like you should feel pretty confident that this receiver room is capable of getting done whatever Kaylee wants to get done.
See, I almost look at the third receiver as a combination of Kirk and Knoll, because like Kirk is the guy who's going to be productive when he's on the field. The injury concern is valid, which is where Knoll can just like kind of step in and be the same-ish guy. Nico and Higgins, I think, have a chance to be pretty dang good. Total Dallas Texans offense is a lot of youth and potential, means lots of mistakes too, especially with a first-year OC, and especially with a first-year OC that's going to allow a lot of freedom from his skill position guys. At what point do you think we'll know what type of offensive line we have?
I think probably the first quarter of the season. I would say about 4 games in, 4 or 5 games in.
Exactly what I was going to say. Like, I think you have to give it 4 games, maybe even more with a new offensive.
Yeah.
With a new offensive scheme, a completely different offensive line. The protection, the coverages are going to be a lot different too. Stroud's going to be learning a new offense. Like, you might not know to like week 6 before my immediate answer.
And let's also take into consideration the fact that between now and the start of the regular season, we haven't solidified a whole lot of positions as to where everybody's going to be playing and who's going to be playing them.
They might have.
I think behind closed doors, but even to what I'm saying is behind closed doors going into camp, they might already have penciled guys in. That can change if they don't hold up their end of the bargain.
Oh, it's very fluid. Very fluid. I 100% agree with that. And then the another text, I finished watching The Quarterback on Netflix. I'm about halfway through myself. Those quarterbacks were trusted with 3 or 4 plays at the line. Not only that, but they're trusted with 3 or 4 plays at the line, and then their skill guys can do 2 or 3 different things. I'm wondering with Slowick if he gave CJ 1 play at the line and made him stick with it. If that was the case, Slowick should have gotten fired. I mean, a lot of people call Slowick incompetent, which is crazy after year 1. There was also like Stroud didn't have the freedom to audible, so I think it's possible that was the case.
And then you factor in what you've heard about defenders that saw it every day in practice, and before we even get to the first true day of 11 on 11 in camp, they're saying it looks far more organized. It looks, making all the comments they're making, which made you have more credence in the fact that a lot of people probably were telling the truth now that they weren't saying earlier about what Slowick was not doing.
Yeah. I mean, it's tough. It's tough quarterback whenever it's a very complicated position. That documentary does a good job too of like how difficult it is to play the position, like what they have to know, the plays, what everybody's doing, what everybody could potentially like improvise into, having multiple plays and then changing the play based on a defensive look. The defense is also trying to decoy what they're doing. Like the quarterback, it's intense. That's why it's so hard to evaluate, because you can get the highest, the guy with the most skills, right? You can find the cannon arm that's super accurate, that can run, that can do it all. But if he's a mental midget, he has no chance.
Mm-hmm.
No chance.
Can you say that?
Oh. Mental midget?
Yeah, the M word.
I think so.
It's the M word,
Mental? Yeah, my bad.
No, yeah, the other one. Yeah.
I think I can say that. I'm not sure. All right, I better go to break just to be safe.
Yeah.
713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. Who in your mind is the biggest overrated, underrated team in the NFL? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Look, we're at the end of July. Back to school is going to be here before we know it. It's approaching, the little kids and the big kids. And let me tell you, getting your first car is a life-changing experience. Maybe you're in the market for your kid that's approaching 16. The freedom, the open road, the new possibilities. You can drive to a job, for example. Put them into work. And for parents, a new driver means an extra hand to run errands or take siblings to school. And right now, Monument Chevrolet wants to help you get your new driver on the road. They have a huge selection of quality pre-owned vehicles. And guess what? They come with a 6-month, 60,000-mile limited warranty. Monument Chevrolet doesn't sell lemons, and they back that promise up with a guarantee. So check out Monument Chevrolet for fair prices, family values, the knowledge and experience that more than 500 years in business get you. Monument Chevrolet, the place that you can trust. Check out their inventory at monumentchevrolet.com or visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Who are the biggest overrated, underrated teams of the NFL in your mind? 713-780-3776. Did y'all do any of these NFL Top 100 countdown things?
What do you mean?
The players, they were unveiling the Top 100. Did y'all do any of those last week?
We did the corners. We did on Thursday or Friday. We did the Surtain number 1 and Stingley number 2.
So the NFL.com's doing like the unveiling of the top 100 players, and they're doing it from 100 to 1, and they're chipping away at it. I remember we started doing it the other day, but I couldn't remember how far we got. Anyways, the most recent the countdown is all the way down to number 67. The Joe Mixon was on this list, by the way. A couple of quarterbacks have been on here. Like Dak Prescott was number 79. That was late last week, I think, whenever his release was out there. Christian McCaffrey at 73 was interesting to me. Like if he's right, he might be 7, not 73.
Not is he even on the list?
No,
right?
I mean availability is part of the grade.
Yeah.
Sam Darnold was 72. So they think highly of quarterbacks.
I guess so, for 1 year.
Now you're gonna like today's quarterback that they came out with. Jordan Love, number 68. Now he dropped 34 spots. He was at 34
like
last year. 68 for Jordan Love.
I think
that's
as
accurate?
much as you guys, and rightfully so, gave me a hard time about how much I was like standing on the fact that I didn't think he was as good as everybody thought he was and that the contract said he was. I think a lot of people are coming to my side now going, hey, look, from the youngest roster in the league to a ton of talent on that team, it's starting to get to be put up or shut up time for the kid to prove that he actually can, guide a team.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's solid. Like, I think he's a top half of the NFL quarterback. I mean, you get a top half of the NFL quarterback, you have to pay him because what's the alternative? You're searching for a quarterback. Unless you can like bring one in immediately, kind of like what the Rams did with Stafford, where they moved on from Goff, brought in Stafford, won a Super Bowl. Now Goff's doing pretty good too. Malik Neighbors was 67. That was the most recent one today. I feel like that's low. I'm a Malik Neighbors
really
lover.
Good, man.
I love Malik Neighbors. Really good.
I mean, look, I think a lot of it is you can't criticize a guy for who he's got thrown him the football, but I just think that you put it in his direction, he's coming down with it more times than not. He is really good.
Yep. So that's 67. We'll let you know any other Texas. But if Jordan Love's on there, if Sam Darnold's on there, CJ Stroud's going to be on there. Yeah, he's going to be top 100. All right. Who do you think are the most overrated and underrated teams going into the NFL this year with training camp here?
I think I'll start with underrated. To me, there's 2 teams that finished last in their division that I think have a chance to make the playoffs. And I think that one of them is a mainstay, and the other one is one that I can't stand that people tried to pump up a year early. But I think that with Ben Johnson, I think the Chicago Bears have a chance to make the playoffs. They've done everything in their power to literally put an entire team around their young quarterback and say, Caleb Williams, the time is now. And I think from a San Francisco perspective, we just talked about it with CMC. I mean, if McCaffrey's back, the fact that you've got a guy, whether you call him a game manager or not, and you paid him finally, but Brock Purdy's a guy that's capable of running that offense with Shanahan. And if you've got the weaponry that they still have around them with Kittle and McCaffrey and some of the guys that they have, and their defense is still really damn good, I think that the Bears and the Niners could be the 2 teams from last year that finished last that have a legit chance to make the playoffs.
See, I think the Titans are underrated. I don't think they're going to win 10 games. They might not even have a winning record. But I think they're way better than a 3-14 team, and they finally have a real quarterback with potential. I think the Titans could easily win 7 games this year and be a very difficult team to beat week in, week out. I think the Raiders are going to be much improved too, but again, kind of the same vein as Tennessee. Like I don't see them winning 10 games. I just see them being, a 7-8 win team, bigger improvement than what they were. Dallas intrigues me. I love CeeDee Lamb. I like the addition of George Pickens. Yes, they don't have a running game, but Dak Prescott's going to throw it 50 times. No, they need to figure out this little Micah Parsons situation. But I think Dallas is a little bit underrated. And then San, it's hard for me to call San Fran underrated because of all the injuries they had. So that's where I would go with underrated. Overrated, I think Pittsburgh's a little overrated. I don't think they're a 10-win team. I think they're an 8-9 win team. I think Denver's very overrated.
Target number 1 for me was I think Denver's going to get there's going to be a harsh case of reality that slaps them in the face this year. I know that they're the darlings. I know everybody's like latching on to Peyton and Bo Nix and everything that they have going for 'em or had going for them a year ago. I think year 2 for them is going to be kind of the opposite of what everybody's projecting. I think that they're gonna fall back.
Same. We're on the same page there. And then the other one for me is the Commanders. I think the Commanders
That's
are very
exactly
overrated.
who I was thinking as well. I was like, look, I compared Jaden Daniels to what we saw in CJ Stroud in year 2 when teams really get, a better feel for how to defend you and the way that you're going to have to adjust. And I know they're putting a lot of eggs in the basket of the offense to try and improve. Scary Terry's got a contract dispute that hasn't gotten solved yet. I just think that that's another reality check. Not that that they don't have a lot of talent, but one, that division is stacked because you just mentioned Dallas, and we know that the Eagles are going to be a perennial Super Bowl favorite. I don't know that the Giants have gotten a ton better, but I think the Giants are better. But I think that, you got a tougher schedule too for Washington. I just don't see what a lot of people see about them being like a what do they call it? A sweetheart Super Bowl kind of team. I don't see that.
Yeah. Any others that jump out to you that we didn't mention?
Minnesota to me is one that I'll mention just simply because of the fact that with JJ McCarthy, maybe he is the guy long term. I think he's going to take some lumps early on. As good of a coaching staff as he has and as much talent as he has around him, you're only as good as he can be. He wasn't a passing quarterback in college. He's coming off the injury. I don't believe in JJ McCarthy short term. I don't think the Vikings are going to be as good as people think.
I've been talked into McCarthy. I told you yesterday, so I'm not putting him on my list. Do you think McCarthy, it's not his rookie year, but in his first year playing in the NFL, do you think he can be equal-ish to what Darnold was last year?
I don't.
Okay.
I don't. I think Sam Darnold is a better passer of the football at both stages of their career. I think that JJ McCarthy's got to polish a lot in my opinion, from what I've seen of his ability to make all those throws that we talk about you have to make in the NFL, where the windows are smaller and the gaps between the defender are smaller, that he's got to be better. I just think Sam Darnold was a better thrower of the quarterback last year than JJ McCarthy will be this year.
Texture says overrated Cincinnati. I don't. That's fine. I mean, they have
their
a
offense
stars
can
and
compete
scrubs
with
team.
anybody. Their defense sucks.
But the thing though is, like, if Burrow has a bad game, they have no chance to win. Like
right.
Other teams in the NFL can survive. Like if CJ Stroud has a bad game, the Texans can win a game because their defense is very good. If Burrow plays mediocre, they have no shot. There were games last year where Burrow was elite and they lost.
Yeah, that's because their defense sucks.
Yeah, I have no problem putting Cincinnati in the overrated
Hendrickson
category.
just got in a car and drove to Florida.
I know. It's not a good situation. And like 90% of their money's tied up in 3 guys, and none of them are defenders. Underrated Giants.
I don't see it.
I think Dable's a good coach.
He is.
The quarterback situation.
in order to be a good coach, you got to have good personnel around you. They're trying. I
don't hate their skill. Like, I mean, you got Neighbors. I thought Tracy was fine. A lot of people like Scatabo. I'm a little indifferent.
Yeah.
They just don't really have quarterback. But
now Russ a year ago was better than people thought.
Yeah, and early he was.
Right.
He kind of faded at the end. And then Dable also made Daniel Jones a pretty good quarterback that 1 year. So, I mean, Giants is kind of an interesting team to watch. I wouldn't put them in the underrated category. But interesting. Another team put underrated. Another texture said underrated Giants too. Overrated Chargers. That's gonna make me Hannon mad. I like Harbaugh. Like, I don't like Harbaugh, but I like Harbaugh as a coach.
Yeah, I don't like him as a person. It's hard to bet against him as a coach.
Same. Their defense is good. Herbert's solid.
Would you consider Tampa underrated?
See, I don't know. They won double-digit games last year. Maybe because
people just don't believe in Baker. At a certain point, they think Mike Evans is too old, but they find a way.
1143. That's a funny text, but I'm not reading it. Key from LA. Overrated Buffalo Bills. Underrated Atlanta Falcons. Team to watch. LA Rams. You were on the overrated Bills train yesterday.
I was.
Underrated Falcons. I mean, Penix.
Well, I mean, you believe in their quarterbacks. That's different.
I do in the regular season. I mean, he's unbelievable in the regular season. Falcons are interesting because like their defense is but they have some skill, like Bijan Robinson, Drake London would be one of the most underrated receivers in the NFL.
There's
Kyle
a
Pitts
lot
is
of
major disappointment.
Again, it obviously is going to come down to Penix in a lot of ways. There's a lot of people that are buying stock in the Falcons.
Yeah, I think they're like a 500 team. I know that's not possible in the NFL. Well, I guess it is because you could tie.
You tie.
Broncos are way overrated. The soon-to-be Washington Commanders are underrated. I don't think Commanders are underrated.
I don't either. I think they're overhyped right now.
They're being pumped up.
Like
quite
I said,
a bit.
like a darling Super Bowl pick. Like if you're going like with the underdog Super Bowl pick, a lot of people are looking at Washington.
Yeah, I can't see it. Like, didn't
I
they get
can't
blown out?
either.
Didn't they get blown out by Philly last year? How did they exit last year?
I don't think it was a blowout. I think it was a slugfest.
No, they got blown out in the NFC Championship game.
That's what I thought.
They got 50 hung up on them.
Okay. Well, there's that for me.
The I can't remember their path though. Like I vaguely remember that they got hammered. Oh, they beat the Lions in a shootout. They squeaked by Tampa at Tampa by 3. I mean, that win at Detroit's a pretty significant win. Although Detroit was very banged up last year.
See,
towards
there's a
the end of the
team to
year.
me too that I think as good as they've been, I think that there is so much to prove this year, losing both coordinators, that I'm not going to be shocked if they take a step back just because of the fact that we just got done talking
I'm
about
with you.
how important it is and how long it takes to like settle in with a new OC and the new playbook and all that. I get it. They kind of went from within. So you're going to run the similar system and all that. I'm going to watch them very curiously to see how they do without both their coordinators.
They were 7-5 last year. And look, and Daniels was hurt like right around that time. But then they beat Tennessee, ho hum. They won at New Orleans by 1, ho hum. They beat Philly at home, which that's a significant win. They beat Atlanta in overtime, ho hum. They beat the Cowboys, ho hum. Now their playoff, I mean, winning at Tampa in the playoffs is that's significant. And then they won at Detroit, which is also significant. But the Lions were banged up, and then they got destroyed by Philly. Like I'm not a believer in them. I'm not a believer in them. We'll see how it goes. All right, 713-780 ESPN. What's the Rockets' biggest mistake since 2020? What do you think it is? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Summer Circuit continues this week. Join ESPN Houston every week as we visit different spots all over the greater Houston area. Each week, you can register to win our grand prize of the summer. Pair of brand new e-bikes from Power On Electric Bicycle Companies, a $4,000 value for registration. Stop by the promo table. Say hello. They'll guide you in the right way. This week we'll be at the Cadillac Bar on Shepherd. So come out, join us this Thursday, noon to 6 at Cadillac Bar. You can find the entire summer circuit at ESPN975.com. Texter saying, hey, check the news. Lance McCullers is headed to the IL. Yeah, we did. We mentioned that 30 minutes ago, Israel. Lance is going on the IL. Do you think it's a real injury? 713-780-3777.
That's the better question, actually.
I trust him. Maybe it's foolish of me to trust the Astros. He did pitch Saturday. So, why did it take 3 days for that blister to flare up?
Look, Jeremy, there's been enough conspiracy throughout the year, but I would say that based on what all the outpouring of reaction after his last start, there might be a blister on his ego. But I just think that I'm more likely to believe that there's no blister this time.
3 days for the blister to flare up.
Yeah,
on Saturday.
I'm more likely leaning towards, well, just like the toe in the weight room, only this one's not as legit. I'm going to give him some time off.
Yeah, it's fine. No one's mad about this one. The Rockets signed a player today. Look like the veteran minimum. I don't know how much of it's guaranteed. Josh Okogie.
I saw fully guaranteed.
Did you? I hadn't seen it either way, so I didn't know. But it is the league. It is the veteran minimum, which they could have. That's the reason they released that dude the other day.
Right.
So they could fit in one more veteran salary. So, what do you think of this move? Where do you think he fits in?
This is the kind of the solidifying and backing up what Rafael Stone said when he said that we're not in the business of what was the term that he used about.
Development.
We're not in development anymore. This is exactly what it means. It means that once you go out and you make a move for Kevin Durant for a small window of time, that the days of developing and seeing what you can possibly get out of young players is over. This is about Ime Udoka. When we heard about the phases that he and Rafael and Tillman were talking about, this is clearly taking the step to the next phase, whether you call it phase 2 or phase 3. This is the difference between seeing how many young guys you can get on your roster and then, figuring out which of those guys can contribute to we're done screwing around. We're going to get guys that are dogs. We're going to get guys that do exactly what the coaching staff wants them to do. And we are going to do everything in our power to have this team make that push. And I like it. I like the fact that at a certain point you have to draw the line in the sand and say, okay, yeah, there was a time when we were stockpiling young talent. But we've seen Oklahoma City do it, and obviously finding a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander helps a whole hell of a lot. But whether he was there or not, at a certain point, they went out and gave Hartenstein $27 million a year. They went out and started to turn the page from just getting the young guys and going to the good guys. And whether you're good for 3 and 4 minutes at a time, or you're a guy that gives them 15 points or more, this is what the Rockets are doing, and I like it.
Yeah, I don't think he's a rotation guy. I think he's a depth piece, and if there's an injury to the rotation, he can just naturally fit in. I don't expect him, if everybody's healthy, to be in the Rockets rotation.
Here's a guy that gives you the insurance policy for your new wing.
Yep.
This is a guy that gives you if Doe isn't able to go, then you go and get yourself an Okogie. But remember now, Okogie was the Harden stopper for a while.
Yeah, he can defend.
He can defend his ass off. And I think that whether in small doses or against certain matchups, you're going to take a guy that is on the floor just to get after people, the way that Dylan Brooks could do for longer stretches of time, the way that Pat Beverly used to do. Here's a guy that you put out there in exactly what Udoka wants, in the mold of like a poor man's Marcus Smart type guy, where at any point I can say, that guy right there scoring too much, go get him. And I trust that Okogie's going to get hard fouls on him, if nothing else, but he's going to defend him. And it's a depth piece behind Finney Smith that gives you more NBA veteran players that your coach can choose from on a night-by-night basis.
Yeah. Do you think he's a rotation guy?
No,
Yeah,
right off the top, no, because they have too much talent on this team.
Yeah, I would agree with that. So ESPN did this thing where they listed every NBA team's biggest mistakes since 2020. For the Rockets, they had drafting Jalen Green over Evan Mobley. Do you agree with that?
I don't, and I don't simply because of the fact that Jalen Green ended up getting you Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
I think that this is a league that is now dictated by wing players and guards. And I think Evan Mobley is a really good player.
Mm-hmm.
But Evan Mobley is not the kind of guy that had the flash and the regular seasons that Jalen Green did, from the standpoint of it got you a Kevin Durant, and I can't criticize that move. I think, to me, when I was thinking about this, the initial thought for me was not finding a way to make it work between Harden and Paul, and then forcing yourself to try Westbrook. But that was 2019.
So just before.
Yeah, so it was a year before. So for me, just trying to think and decipher what other things could be an option, I think it's a lot of the swing and misses on the first round picks. I get it. They were later in the first round in some cases, but if you could have gotten at least one of those guys right, or two, could it made a difference instead of Ty Washington, instead of Garuba, instead of Josh Christopher, instead of the guys that you just completely swung and missed on and then ended up giving away.
Yeah. See, my two, I agree with you on the Jalen Green take. Like, you got Durant out of that. You netted Durant. Like, I'm okay drafting Jalen Green over Mobley if it gets me even an aging Kevin Durant.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's two picks. There's actually two that I have that come to mind. Two picks in the 2021 NBA draft, and you mentioned both of them. Garuba, the 23rd pick. Josh Christopher, the 24th pick. Do you know who went number 25?
You're going to go Coug.
Quentin Grimes
Yep.
went number 25. Give me Quentin Grimes in Houston. I hate that Rafael Stone took a Garuba and a Christopher over Quentin Grimes. One more. Last year's NBA draft. Remember they traded their second-round pick for A.J. Griffin, and then A.J. Griffin retired?
Oh, you and I, yeah, it's another Coug. I know.
Yes, and then that pick turned into Jamal
Shed.
Shed. You could have had Grimes instead of Garuba and Christopher. You could have had Shed instead of the retired A.J. Griffin. That's the two swing and misses for Rafael Stone since 2000.
And here's the thing. It's not being a homer, but there's nothing wrong with it.
Oh, it's definitely being a homer. But I think it is
from your
fair,
standpoint, maybe it is. But from a basketball perspective, you think about it across the league. You think about across all leagues, including Major League Baseball. When you're drafting and you draft a local kid, there's more leeway for, even if you swing and miss, the fans appreciate it. And you're supposed to have seen this player more often anyway, so people respect the fact that you know that's a guy that you went and got. And both guys would have been perfect fits here to give you exactly what we just got done talking about. What's Okogie going to give you? Well, at least from the standpoint of Shed, you're going to get a guy that can do exactly that from a guard position.
And he can handle the ball a bit.
Yes,
Okogie
he can handle the ball, but he can go get in your grill, go pick you up 3/4 court, make smart decisions on the basketball court. And Grimes, what have we been missing? Guys that can knock the ball, shoot the ball in the basket. Freaking Grimes can make jump shots.
And he can defend a bit and he can rebound a bit too. Yeah. I mean, Christopher Garuba over Grimes, and then trading a pick for A.J. Griffin, who retired before even the draft. Oh, man, those are my two. Israel says drafting Ruth Shepard. You knew he would, though. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What's your call rank of the day? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Car wrecks of the day, 713-780-ESPN HRMP listener line, 713-780-3776. Car wrecks of the day. Blankers, what you got?
First one, Chas McCormick thinking that there were 2 outs when he caught that ball diving in. Brain fart. I know that P. Randizzle was tweeting us and getting into how severe of a violation it was. Well, runs didn't score and bases weren't taken, but at the same time, it was pretty boneheaded.
Yeah, it was. It was. It didn't impact the game at all. Like the run would have scored.
Right.
But he's gonna get rest. Like he's gonna hear about that if they do kangaroo court still. He's gonna have to pay a few $100 into the team coffers. That way they can have a nice steak dinner or something at his expense. Now that was embarrassing, but at the same time, I was not in the least bit surprised that Chas McCormick did that.
Yeah, and the other one that I got is Jerry Jones, the owner and general manager of the Dallas Cowboys, completely dragging your star quarterback that you just gave $60 million a year to, and Micah Parsons, who still isn't signed to an extension yet, and you aren't helping negotiations any by dragging him like this.
Yeah.
Just because we sign him doesn't mean we're going to have him. He was hurt 6 games last year. Seriously. We've signed, I remember signing a player for the highest paid at the position in the league, and he got knocked out 2/3 of the year, Dak Prescott. So there's a lot of things you can think about when you, just as the player does, when you're thinking about committing and guaranteeing money.
There you go.
My man, he's going full-blown senile by the end of the year.
Yeah, I think he's there. His son's not much better either.
No,
Like,
he's not.
senile, but he's got like the same kind of like.
It's kind of like the ho-hum, okie dokie. It'll be okay. Yeah, because I heard the interview with Steven recently too, and I'm going, boy. Wasn't it on like Schottenheimer and things?
The one that I listened to was like a couple years ago.
Oh,
it wasn't recent for me.
I saw one recent where they caught him in a ball cap and started asking him about Schottenheimer and everything like that, and he was selling Schottenheimer like he was Belichick, and I'm like, nope. No one's believing that.
He does a weekly hit with whoever their flagship is in Dallas. Stephen Jones does.
Okay.
They both do. But it's weird. Stephen Jones, does a weekly hit with the Dallas TV there. Like, could you imagine Jim Crane doing a weekly hit? Could you imagine Tillman doing a weekly hit? Could you imagine Cal McNair
But that's
doing
like
a weekly
Patrick
hit?
doing the weekly hit. Like Tillman,
Does
still
Patrick
hard
do
to
that?
believe, but like your son is doing the weekly hit and
Yeah.
you have your weekly hit.
You're right. That is a better comp. He doesn't do that, right? I'm not
Right,
sure he's ever
no.
done that. Yeah, I remember I listened to one of those weekly hits one time. I don't remember why. Maybe it was the week they were playing the Texans and I was just listening to like opposing radio because I do that sometimes. It might have been that.
I remember
actually.
why. Because
Why?
that was the one where he lost his bleeping mind on the 2 radio guys for like pushing back on him.
Steven did? I thought it was Jerry.
Oh, no, Jerry did. I thought you were talking about you listened to Jerry one week.
No. I listened. Yeah, I heard that one with Jerry, but
Yeah.
I think I'm pretty sure when the Texans last played the Cowboys, I was listening to like all the Dallas audio to like pick up on stuff, and it's the first time that I heard Stephen Jones like long form, like 10-15 minutes, and I was like, ooh, I don't know how I feel about this because I used to be of the belief that like, hey, once Jerry moves on, Stephen takes over, it'll be better for Dallas, and then after listening to that 10-15 minutes, I was like, nope, it's gonna stay the same.
Let me guess.
It's
Yeah,
not
let me
getting
guess. He
better.
doesn't hold back. He says whatever is on his mind.
It was a little bit of that, but it was more like this guy doesn't know ball. It was more that.
It's more like rah-rah and pump
It's
up
more
what
like
you got.
it's more like he should have zero control of the
Right.
roster, and he has all control of the roster. It's kind of like Jerry,
It's like
but not
Cal
the
with
senile
total
craziness.
control.
Yeah, but he also doesn't have character. Stephen Jones, like Cal's got a little I don't know if I want to call it charisma, but he's got a little character. Cal McNair does. Jerry has a little bit of character, charisma, senileness that's entertaining.
Mhm.
Stephen Jones is like boring Jerry Jones. Like
Yeah.
he's dumb, but he's boring.
Yep.
He doesn't even give us a good soundbite. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
That's what he reminded me of. My car wrecks this umpire who tossed Justin Verlander. Not that he tossed Justin Verlander, but what he said to Justin Verlander as he tossed him. Worry about getting out of the 3rd inning. You don't treat a Hall of Famer that way. An umpire shouldn't be talking to players like that. You want to, go back at him. You want to curse at him. Like, okay, that's fine. But you don't talk about a bad performance the night before. That was bush league by that umpire. He should be reprimanded.
I don't disagree with you simply because of the fact that it's one thing that if a manager's coming at you 100 miles an hour that you have the ability to like stick up for yourself, but the fact that you're going and turning it and like trying to drag it doesn't matter if it's Justin Verlander, it's anybody. It's like, keep it between the lines, talk about the zone or something like that, or what you saw or didn't see, but don't take the personal shot.
Yeah, I thought that was ridiculous, especially if they umpired the player dynamic. It's like a rookie would be another thing. Like, you want to say that to a rookie? Okay, like, it's still not cool, but it's a little bit better than a future Hall of Famer. You don't say that to 260 wins. Like, it's insane to me. Also, did you see how the Red Sox lost yesterday? Extra
I
innings,
did. Catcher's
bases
interference.
loaded,
Yeah.
nobody out, walk-off catcher's interference. I want to say I read it was like the first time it's happened in like the 90s and maybe the second time ever.
It's been a very long time.
Yeah. Josh from Seabrook, car wreck of the day, the Cincinnati Bengals front office. Both Trey Hendrickson and Shamar Stewart left them on red. Yeah, they got issues there. The Chazzy Fizz brain fart would get you benched in a Little League game. In a Little League game, yes, it would. Not everyone can have Hannah create cool cat cow. It's true. It's true. All right, what wins car wreck here?
I'm going to go Jerry Jones.
I like it. Jerry Jones, you're the winner. Car wreck of the day. Congratulations to Jerry Jones. Thanks to Ryan for the hard work. He's Blank on Branham. Talk to you tomorrow. Good night, Houston. First, I want to tell you about all the great things going on at Monument Chevrolet. Look, you're in a dysfunctional relationship. It's high maintenance, and it's not easy on the wallet either. You're always giving, never receiving, and it's time to break up, and Monument Chevrolet can help. Bring your aging ride to them, and the car cupids in Monument Chevrolet will not only buy it from you, they'll match you with the ride that was meant to be. So end your dysfunctional relationship with your tired, old, breakdown ride and visit Monument Chevrolet at monumentchevrolet.com or their store, Beltway 8 and 225, and get a new vehicle. Maybe it's the 2025 EV Blazer, huh? 0% APR for 36 months right now on the 25 EV Blazer. Time to join the 21st century. Save money in style in luxurious EV Blazer. And if you're thinking about the Blazer, you got to get out to Monument Chevrolet, the dealer you can trust, transparent, no hassle pricing. They've been serving the greater Houston area for 50 years, and they just keep bringing people back because the people and the customers love Monument Chevrolet. Family feel and great culture. Get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time in aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, now is the time to do it. Visit them online, monumentchevrolet.com, or just visit them in person, 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Yes, indeed. It's the famous Senate Avenue Brewing here in Jersey Village, your once-a-month home for the Houston Dynamo and Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5. Welcome everybody in tonight here. Those that are coming in who want to see Lawrence Anali, the Dynamo attacker, he will be here tonight. We'll also have on Dave Pierce, former Carolina Lightning, a little bit later on to talk about what Charlotte FC did. We will be talking tonight about a number of things. We'll do a segment on the Houston Dynamo. We got two with Lawrence Anali, and it's all here from Senate Avenue Brewing in Jersey Village. So if you're out and around on the way home, you're coming up 290, you're coming down 290, pull off at Senate Ave. The beer is the freshest. It's brewed in-house. It's not mass-produced, and the food is exceptional as well. We'll have a number of guests joining us tonight on the show as well. A couple of surprise guests, one from the college game, Ryan Pratt of Houston Christian University, which used to be HBU. He is the head men's soccer coach there. He'll come in. A lot of things changing on the college soccer landscape with NIL and a number of different things. So the college game is rapidly changing on both the men and women's side. So we'll talk about that tonight. MLS All-Star Game tomorrow night in Austin, Texas. We'll see if you feel good about All-Star games or not. But they are a part of professional sports nowadays because the primary reason for having them, yes, it's fun for the fans, but it's to pay off sponsors. And we all know that. 713-780-3776 is the number to call in here tonight. 713-780-3776. I don't know if we have Black Sabbath fans in here. That's maybe dating ourselves, but Ozzy Osbourne passed. So we're going to do all Black Sabbath break music tonight here and Ozzy music for any heavy metal bangers in here tonight. So you'll hear some songs that are pretty familiar, I think. It's pretty crazy that, well, maybe it isn't, but it's pretty crazy after that final concert in Birmingham, England at Villa Park that, you know, he's gone 3 weeks later or 2 weeks later. I actually had fans who went to that and friends. And they sent me, they FaceTimed me during the show when Ozzy was on, and he came up in a throne. He couldn't stand up, and he sang, but it was almost like somebody called it like his goodbye and his funeral, right?
Yeah, I saw somebody call it the most bad A funeral of all time. And that's kind of what it was. I think everyone knew because of his battle with Parkinson's, and he was 76, he lived a hard life, that he probably wasn't far from the end, but we didn't know it'd be 2 weeks after the concert.
Well, Cactus Music would like me saying this. You know, Black Sabbath was like all those British bands that wore suits and had short haircuts and nice ties and all. They were just like the Beatles in the beginning, and like a lot of those British invasion groups.
Didn't last that way for long.
And then they found out that they could do this theme of the dark side. And then that's how Black Sabbath was born. So we're going to hear some good music here tonight. So again, if you're out there, we got ticket giveaways, Dynamo LA Galaxy. By the way, LA is going to be a little bit more formidable than some might think. Lawrence Anali's in the house back there. He just got here. We're very thankful he's come all the way up here tonight. So thank you, Lawrence. We're going to already thank you, and we're going to look forward to having you on here for 2 segments. And then we'll get you fed, and we'll get you on the way home and resting for the LA Galaxy. All right, let's start it off tonight here with Game On for 90. All right, the football manager, the coach, they're kind of strange creatures. And they do like cementing legacy, and a lot of that is done through winning, but it can also be done in other ways. Innovation, people that have changed the game through ideas, tactics. You might pick out Rinus Michels from the 1974 Dutch national team with the interchanging of positions and the quote-unquote total football. Historic changing of tactics, and they're coaches that are speaking very differently about the game and prioritize different things. Today, I speak of one of the most fascinating minds in soccer, a man revered by players, idolized by coaches, feared by opponents. Marcelo Bielsa, he's called El Loco. He's currently the coach of Uruguay. Kind of a madman, paces up and down the sideline during the game. Newell's Old Boys in Argentina, Chile's national team. magical run with Atletico Bilbao, Premier League revival at Leeds. But his career is not defined by just winning. It's defined by not just silverware, but the style and substance about how he goes about things. I mean, they claim that sometimes he would watch 51 games to prepare for a match, which, who knows? We might have to fact check that one. But he is legendary for his preparation. The Bielsa team is high octane, fearless football, pressing with purpose, defending man-to-man, constantly in motion. Preparation is legendary. He just turned 70 years old. So coaches like Pep Guardiola, Mauricio Pochettino of the U.S. men's national team, these guys have gone on sojourns and trips down to Argentina to speak with him about the game. Bielsa may never chase the limelight, but his impact is huge. It's unmistakable. He's a football innovator. He looks at the game just beyond results. It's not just results. Legacy is truly more than winning at football. It's steadfast philosophy. It's belief. It's the way you play. It's the impact you have on players and their lives. It's an impact on producing a coaching tree. Bielsa's got tons of people that branch off his coaching tree. So they may call him El Loco, but this is a man whose love of football has nurtured him into and turned him into an innovator. And that is game on for 90. So legacy is an interesting thing because Jose Mourinho's legacy is going to be winning, probably. Sir Alex Ferguson, Manchester United, probably the same thing. So I read a funny story about Marcelo Bielsa, and he's Argentine. We all know that. When he was coaching Newell's Old Boys, that's where Leo Messi began. That's where tons of people. That's where current Franco Escobar was Newell's Old Boys. So a fan wrote Bielsa, a young kid, when he was a coach at Newell's Old Boys, and he criticized his tactics. So instead of ignoring it, apparently Bielsa found this kid's address, showed up at his house, and ended up having a 2-hour conversation with him about tactics and the sport. And, he's legendary for being obsessive. It's probably what fuels him. But he talked tactics for hours with this kid. I don't know if a modern-day manager would do that now, right? Pretty cool story. He went to Lazio once in the Italian Serie A, big club, as many people know. Went to Lazio, and after 2 days had a disagreement, did not get what he was promised, and boom, he left. So he's not one of these guys. 2 days at Lazio in Italy, in the Serie A. So he's not a guy that is going to sit around and debate. If you say something to him, you better make sure you're going to act on it, because that is Marcelo Bielsa. So there you go. A couple of other notes here in the first segment. Tomorrow night we have Destination 2026, Houston's countdown to the Cup. I've got the legendary U.S. women's national team center back Becky Sauerbrunn on the show. She's exceptional. So we got Marcus Rashford reportedly going to Barcelona on loan from Manchester United. Liverpool apparently is trying to add Ugo Ekitike from Eintracht Frankfurt. That's 69 million euros up front, which could go to 79, including add-ons. Boy, there's a lot of money in soccer, huh? So Rashford's interesting to Barcelona. We'll see what happens with that. We should get our good friend Jordi Saunier back on the show in the near future from over in Spain. Today, England came back in the last 2-3 minutes against Italy in the Women's Euros. This was a very dramatic game. I caught the end of it. They got a tremendous amount of momentum at the end of the game. Michelle Adjimang, 90+6. I think there was 7 minutes of stoppage time. She tied it up, put it into overtime. She's only 19 years old. Italy had a 1-0 lead from Barbara Bonansea. And then Chloe Kelly got the game winner at 1:19. So England, packed crowd, a lot of fans, pro-England crowd. in Switzerland. They win the semis. So tomorrow you got Germany and Spain, and the women's football Euros will continue. You got it going on in Africa with the women's AFCON, and you got it in South America as well. So the women's game continues to burgeon. I was flipping around last season, and I saw women's Italian Serie A. So I was like, I'm going to take a look at this. And what I can tell you was they were incredibly organized, incredible tactics. All 11 players technically were very good. The power and the pace might have been off the NWSL a little bit, but I was really impressed the few times that I tuned in. And I saw the same thing with the Italian national team. So we knew 15, 20 years ago, 1999, we knew that when countries like Italy, England, Germany, when they began with their soccer culture to take women's soccer seriously and invest in it and be serious about it, we knew it would be a pretty quick turnaround to be competitive. The Netherlands is another one you can put in there. So it's pretty remarkable how quickly these teams have become competitive now, and it's not a walkover for the U.S. in World Cups. In fact, the last World Cup, the U.S. was lucky to even get out of their round. I would say that was more because of all the off-field stuff going on than the focus and attention to soccer was very much lost. Okay, so tomorrow you get Germany and Spain, and then the final will be on the weekend. The Dynamo are going to play the LA Galaxy on Friday. That's a big, big game. Galaxy, believe it or not, were losing to LAFC, and what do they call it? I think the El Tráfico. They call it El Tráfico. That's their rivalry game. They tied it up in like the last minute. So they're going to come in here with confidence. That won't be a pushover game. Paintsill, Peck are wingers. If those guys decide to come to Houston and they're in the mood to play, that can be a very problematic game for a team like the Dynamo right now that's not scoring goals. So we're going to get into some Dynamo later on. We got fan reaction on the Houston Dynamo with Federico Di Michelis. So we're going to have a lot of fun things to talk about. MLS All-Star Game, as mentioned, is tomorrow, and that will be up in Austin, Texas. And already today they're saying that Leo Messi may not show, Jordi Alba may not show. So right now, somewhere at the Broken Spoke in Austin, there are MLS officials and there are Inter Miami officials figuring out a way not to look bad if these guys don't show up. And I even heard that Sergio Ramos was maybe not going to show up. I don't know if this is rumor, so don't take it all to the bank. But it is floating around the dangerous thing called social media and the internet. So I don't know. That if some of these guys don't show and they blow this off, it is not going to be a good look for MLS. And then you're going to get people writing the next day, why have an all-star game? Why do this? Why put the players in a place? Well, you're not losing the all-star game because the all-star game, there's too much money and too much payoff to sponsors that have to occur with all these events, whether it's the second teams playing, the skills competition, all this stuff is sponsored and money changes hands. So it's not going anywhere. Now, whether Messi plays in it or not, I don't know. But frankly, we're riding that guy so much, I'd give him the weekend off. Maybe he comes and walks around the stadium or something. I don't know. But he probably wants to stay in Miami with Jordi Alba. 713-780-3776. We had a successful Monday Night Football last night over at Hugh O'Connor's pub. And we've been playing the official FIFA films. These are really fun things to come to. There's all kinds of people there, a lot of networking. We had the English consulate there. We had, I think, the German consulate was there as well. But it's fascinating to look back at a World Cup in 1966, not see a sponsor on a shirt, not see a name on a shirt of a player, the way people were dressed. 66 was the first time they used a white ball because they were airing it on TV. It is really fascinating to look at these old World Cups. Some of it's only in black and white and not colorized. But it's amazing then to look at it and then compare it to where we are present day with the modern game of soccer. So lot of really interesting stuff. So we have one coming up again next month, and I'll make sure I let everybody know on social media and through the radio show where that one's going to be. I think that one might be maybe at the Icon or the big area down lower Westheimer. Got a good game going on behind me here. You know, I've done radio in a lot of unique places in my lifetime and TV. This is a good one. All right, Brian says this. That means you got to take a break. I thought that's Harley Davidson. Okay. We're going to take a break here. This is Senate Avenue Brewing. Listen, before we go to break, just want to let you know this. Small Batch Brewery, great kitchen. It's open 7 days a week for lunch and dinner. Daily specials from the kitchen. You got steak and steins on Thursday. 21st steak. You bring in your stein. They fill it up. I mean, you got to have fish and chips. They got it here. All the beer is brewed fresh. I mean, it's pretty cool to come in the place and look at all the brewing area. I think that makes it for a very cool place. Upscale American Grill. They got great food. I think tonight, I'm not going to overspeak my bounds here, but I think they have the Belogi Bowl, which on Tuesdays is pretty good. I've had that. It's excellent for those of you who are health conscious. Beers Award winning tap room features 7 big screen TVs, as we see in here. You got a great area for families out here. So very unique place to watch the game. And Andrew Mitchum, the owner, is also a big soccer fan. See, we got a food delivery coming right here. This is beautiful. All right, we're taking a break. Senate Avenue Brewing here, Jersey Village. If you're out and about on the town, pull in, because guess who's up next? Houston Dynamo attacker Lawrence Anali.
This is Soccer Matters,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Ozzy Osbourne, rest in peace. We're going to be playing his music throughout the show here tonight. Quick word here for Nico's Greek and American Cafe. 3 locations in Houston, best in Greek and American food. Souvlaki, gyros, great salads. They got bakeries in all their places. Woodlands location, got a location Beltway 8 and I-10, and then, of course, the original in Montrose, which used to be just a small little building. And now Nikos and Dimitri is a big empire. All right, let's welcome in now with a big round of applause here out at Senate Avenue Brewing. He is Lawrence Anali of the Houston Dynamo. Welcome in, Lawrence.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Well, we're always happy to have you. I just had you on. I mean, the more we have you on, I think the better. You've definitely connected with the Dynamo fan base by the way you play, the ability to get turned, your pace. You're kind of electric. Just speak of how you got to play the game with this type of confidence, the desire to take people on, because it's an element that Dynamo need.
I don't really know. It's something I always had, the speed, the dribbles. I think it's something that we don't have a lot in our team, and I hope I can help my team when I play and everyone, and make the fans happy with the way I play.
Growing up in Germany, I know this young man over here. I walked in with him and his father. He was super excited to see Lawrence. He's already gotten a picture with Lawrence. But, I'm walking in and I'm thinking, wow, the kids in America, how we grew up playing the game, what our introduction is to it. Speak to everybody here tonight again about the German soccer culture and how ingrained it is over there and how it is such a dominant sport.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. It's the biggest sport we have in Europe. There's a lot more pressure from the media, from the teams, from the coaches. Just like when you grow up and you're a young player, the coaches put a lot more pressure on you. There's always a winning mentality, I would say. Every game, it's all about winning, and I think that helped me a lot growing as a person and as a soccer player. And then it's just the fans we have in Europe, Germany. They're amazing. They can be amazing, but they also can be a little bit negative sometimes. But that's the game. That's the game I love.
So there was a guy in Austin, Sebastian Driussi. You might have remembered that name, from Argentina. He went back to River Plate. He had an exceptional year a couple of years ago. He actually came out in Austin and he said, I miss the pressure of Argentina, almost like he needed a plate of pressure in order to produce and perform. Is it kind of strange to you not to have the pressure that like you had in Germany and other places, and do you have to manufacture that and make that up yourself?
I mean, there's a reason why I play football. It's because I love the game. The pressure is always there because my career isn't at the end yet. I want to achieve a lot more, go for bigger things, win titles. So I always have pressure with myself to achieve these things that I want. That's also the reason why I started playing this sport, watching all these big stars when I was younger, getting trophies and winning things. I'm actually very happy about the media pressure that we have here. It's like a lot less than in Europe. So there's nothing that can get to my head really when I play good or when I play bad. So it's both ways.
Can I try?
You can try.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, because I have to think these elements are very, very different coming to America. Yeah. And a lot of this you just probably had to experience. You didn't really know a lot, right?
Yeah, that's right. Everything was new for me, starting with the game plan from February to October, November-ish. The weather everything was different when I came, but I'm getting used to it. I said it many times yet, but getting used to it. Yeah.
Lawrence and Ollie joining us. So you were born in Berlin. Is that where you grew up, Berlin, Germany?
Yeah, I was born in Berlin. We moved when I was, I think, a year old. We moved to a different city in Germany, Nuremberg. I grew up there, started playing soccer there. Yeah. And then we moved back to Berlin, kept playing football there for Hertha BSC. Yeah, it was a long way. It was a long way.
So who was the team you supported as a kid in Germany? Was it
Actually,
Nuremberg? Because you moved to Nuremberg?
I
or
was
it-
when I was young, I was a big Bayern Munich fan with Luca Toni and all these big players from the past. Big Bayern Munich fan, but I think when I turned 11 or 12, I started seeing the Premier League, watching the Premier League, and since then it's Chelsea. My
So you were very happy with what you saw in the final against PSG, huh?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Very happy.
What's going on with the Houston Dynamo? Everybody likes Chelsea. Jonathan Bond as well was just on my show. He's a Chelsea fan. He went to Chelsea games as a kid with his parents. You know, he liked Carlo Cudicini, who was the goalkeeper, and then went to the LA Galaxy. So a lot of Chelsea fans. What did you think of the FIFA Club World Cup?
Oh, it was a nice tournament. I think for everyone to watch, it was good. I also think for the players, it might be a bit much for the European players, especially. Not really having an off season now, going straight back into the preseason. Yeah. It's a lot for them, but I think they enjoyed it. It's always nice to play. Yeah, just a little bit more of like injury risk and everything.
Did you enjoy seeing like some of these famous Brazilian teams playing European teams? That to me was a big hook. Yeah. It was like seeing a Palmeiras where Mikael of the Dynamo is now, or Botafogo playing a European team and really competing well. And I thought the Brazilian teams really took the platform of kind of creating a little more awareness about who they are and what they are.
Yeah, of course. We all know Brazilian players are always amazing. That's why we have also a lot of Brazilian players in Europe, for example, also here in America, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they just showed how competitive the league is in Brazil.
So when you look at Lawrence's biography, it's really interesting because you see the stops he makes as a youth player. Then he gets to Hanover 96. And isn't that where Steve Cherundolo played, right?
Yeah.
Steve Cherundolo, American right back, who's one of the most underrated players in the history of our country. Played right back for Hanover, became a coach there, beloved by the fans, a captain as an American in Germany. That's a big deal, right?
Yeah.
Like for an American player to be a captain over in the German Bundesliga, that's got to be big.
Especially as being a foreign player, like you already said. Not speaking the language, becoming that big of a player in a European team is pretty impressive.
So Lawrence plays for the second team, the reserve team, and then gets brought up to the first team. He has 8 appearances there. So take us through the 8 appearances, what you're feeling as a player, how it goes, the reaction from fans, because it's a big deal.
Yeah, I was 18 or 19 back then when I made my first game as a professional in the second Bundesliga. I said it already, but when I came in, it was at an away game in Dresden. That's how we say it in Germany, Dresden.
Dresden, right?
Exactly.
So an American would say Dresden.
Dresden,
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Yeah, and the stadium was sold out. I came in. They're known for having pretty loud fans, crazy fans, I would say. Yeah, and I left the game with a headache because it was so loud, and I wasn't used to that. I was so nervous. Yeah, but it was like rewatching, like having that in my head and thinking about it. It's just amazing feeling. It's just an amazing
In the 8 games, when did you feel comfortable? I mean, because look, your first time, right? There's every emotion possible. There's fear. There's everything. There's wanting to perform, make your mark. When in those 8 games do you begin to feel comfortable?
I think it was one of the last games. I think my 6th game against Hamburg. I came in and played 30 minutes. That was the game where I was like, oh, okay, I can actually play in this league and compete and show who I am and what I'm able to do, like run and 1-against-1. I think that was the game where I like showed myself and also showed the coaches that I'm able to play in this team.
And this is the German Bundesliga. I mean, let's be honest here. This is one of the greatest leagues in the world. Huge stars, huge pressure. It's everything. You know, we see everybody migrating from everywhere else to all the top European leagues. So this is a big deal. All right, then you get to Rot-Weiss Essen. You go on loan there. 34 appearances there, 3 goals. Tell us about that time period and how important it is to your development at this point.
Yeah, when I moved there, I was 20, and I had a good talk with Hannover back then, talking about more play time, evolving as a player, growing as a player. Yeah, and it helped me a lot coming into. It was the 3rd division, and just growing as a player when it comes to physicality and the game speed, because I played a lot of minutes there, and it helped me a lot. Just to understand the game more, how it works, like professional. It's a lot different than youth and everything, or second teams or whatever it is. And yeah, just was nice to play a lot and compete on a high level, highest level possible for me back then, maybe. Yeah.
And you had a lot of hard. You're going up against hardened pros.
Yeah, it was
down there. Then some guys that are angry that they were never, they never made it to the very top. These are tough, angry guys.
And some ex-pros or whatever it is, with a lot of experience, and they are very smart when it comes to that game. And like you said, also like people that maybe didn't reach the highest level but are still good and are very aggressive and maybe almost a feet taller than you. Yeah. It was a tough time, but a good time.
But that was a very big piece, right, of your development, that period.
Yeah,
because you got a lot of minutes,
100%,
a lot of
100%.
games. So you said something the last time you were on my show a couple of weeks ago, which I'm going to clip this, and I would like every kid in Houston to hear it and every kid around the country, because you were told you were too small.
Yeah,
and you used it as motivation.
Yeah, I was told that I'm too small, too skinny, whatever it is, when I was, I think I was 14 or 13, and it was in my youth, I would call it academy. They told me that it's not enough, and I was very sad. I was crying for maybe a week or something. Told my mom that I don't want to play anymore. But then it just like kind of switched in my head and changed a lot in my mindset, and also like let me grow. Like it was a big point of my career. I said it already, where the switch, like, I don't know how to say that, like, like
just turned on.
Yeah, like turned on. And I changed a lot. I was working more. I was working harder. I didn't care about my height anymore, because I got it told many times when I was at that club, and I also felt it. Yeah, and then I don't know what happened. I gained speed, and yeah, just had a lot more motivation from that words that I got from the coach back then.
Lawrence and Ollie joining us here. We're at Senate Avenue Brewing. We really appreciate this. Really, really interesting interview. Lawrence has had an interesting career, like everybody else. A lot of challenges you've overcome. Mention the names of some of the coaches that said to you, "Hey, Lawrence, don't worry about your size. There's ways to combat this."
It was a coach called Artur Jojkovic. It was like when I went to a smaller club in Berlin. He was the guy that pushed me a lot. I played with the 1 year older guys and everything, and also helped me a lot with the physicality again. They were all faster, maybe not that much faster than me, but like the game was a lot faster. And yeah, Artur Jojkovic.
All right, that's right. We give him a big round of applause too. We give Lawrence and Ollie a round of applause. We'll take a break. We got more to come. We're going to do another segment. We'll get up to date now with the current Dynamo. We'll go with Lawrence to when he played in Poland, which was a big move by a very famous German soccer player, Lukas Podolski. You might remember that name as well. LamontBrands.com for the Soccer Matters T-shirts and hats. Here's a hat. And we'll take a break here. I feel like a rock star throwing stuff out to the crowd, even though I only had one thing to throw. All right, we'll take a break here. LamontBrands.com for your T-shirts and hats. Also, a big shout out to Hugh O'Connor's Pub. Again, we did that show last night there with the World Cup. I really urge you to come to one of these. It's very cool because it can definitely be a benchmark for where we are now and looking at the modern game because it is different. Taking a break. Senate Avenue Brewing here in Jersey Village.
You're listening to Soccer Matters,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com, broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Senate Avenue Brewing Company in Jersey Village. Here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Senate Avenue Brewing here. By the way, if you are a beer lover, I would suggest you get up there. They have a vast variety of different beers. It's all brewed in-house. It's not mass-produced. It's Senate Avenue Brewing. Big thank you to them because we're trying to build the audience here, and we seem to be doing that. Of course, you're not here for me. You're here for Lawrence and Ali. I understand that. My feelings aren't hurt. But it is becoming a really good thing. And what's nice is you see people walk in here, former youth players I had, or somebody even came up to me one time and said, I saw you play in the 80s. We got the guys from supporters groups, Emmanuel and Eddie here from, I got to get this right because there's two Real Madrid groups in Houston. It is Real_Madrid Houston. Nice to see you guys. Thank you very much for coming out. A round of applause for them because we've got a crazy good soccer culture here, and we got the World Cup coming next summer. And we got the Dynamo LA Galaxy Friday night. So let's get back to Lawrence and Ali here. All right, so now you make the move to Poland and the Polish First Division. Lukas Podolski, the famous German player, is involved with a club there. It's Górnik Zabrze, right?
Yes,
Did I say that right?
Górnik Zabrze. Yeah, you
All
said
right.
it right.
All right. So tell us about the Poland part of your career now, why it happened. I know Lucas approached you.
Yeah. So I was on vacation, minding my business with my friend, and one day I received a call, and it was Lukas Podolski. He called me. He was like, "Hey, I really like you. I like your play style. It will fit good in this league. Your speed and everything." And I was like, "Whoa! Like, wait a second! Like, I have Lukas Podolski on the phone." Yeah. And then he was just like, "Yeah, come to us. We will help you in your career for the next steps and everything." And then I had a conversation with my agent, and then it was like back and forth with Hanover. They agreed to a deal. I said yes, and I moved to Poland, to Zabrze, Górnik Zabrze. And yeah, and from there on I had a tough beginning, I would say. First time being away from my family, like far away in a different country, a different language, and didn't really like knew what to do there. So I had a conversation with my agent when the winter time the winter time came, and it was like the half, of the season.
Yep.
Winter
break.
Exactly. And I was like, "Hey, I want to go back to Germany." And he was like, "Yeah, we got some options and everything." And then we had the second half of the season started like 2 weeks after, and I started playing very good. I don't know what really happened, but I just like felt a lot more freer from whatever it was, and yeah, I started playing and scoring goals. I think I scored 3 goals in 3 games when the second half of the season started. So I had a little bit like a lot of confidence and a push, and yeah, I don't know. It was a big switch in my career, and from there on, it just went like straightforward. We get a lot of points. We almost qualified for Europe, and then I had the Dynamo calling my phone. I think the first time was in March 2024, but I was a little bit not concerned, but like thinking about it, and because America is a very big step for me, being away from my family, far away, couple hour flights and everything, and I just took my time to consider everything, and yeah, now I'm here.
So Poland and Germany, what are some of the subtle differences about playing in the two different leagues? Is there something you could say about Poland that maybe isn't there in the Bundesliga?
I would say it's a little bit more aggressive, a lot more tackles and fouls.
Interesting.
Yeah, that's what I would say. But I think the German league is way better than the Polish league. But it's a first league. It's always good to be in the first league
absolutely
for scouts and whatever it is.
Yeah.
And also for the experience, and yeah.
All right, so you get to the U.S., you get here with the Dynamo. Now, you're a real family guy. Are most of your family still back in Germany now?
Yeah.
Did they ever get a chance to come over here and see you?
They're here right now.
Oh, great. And I got you here tonight away from your family. Wonderful.
It's all good.
Okay. That was a good job by me. We didn't know that, but see, that's even nicer that you're here. That means you're really tuned in, and thank you for that. We're going to get you back to your family tonight. What do they think of you being over here? What do they think of you playing in Houston? What do they think of the city and the whole setup now?
My mom was very sad when I left.
Yeah, I bet.
She started crying and everything, but I think it's understandable. Giving your son away for whatever time, I don't know how long. And yeah, the distance, the time difference, everything plays a big role. We still be in touch every day when she is in Germany. But But now when they're here, they love the city. It's they say it's a little bit too hot, but yeah, they like it. It's completely different than Europe, Germany. Yeah.
All right, so let's switch gears to the Dynamo now. And obviously, you bring an element. You mentioned it before. You're a dribbler. You break lines. I think we all know that the greatest way to break down a tactical plan is the individual player. Let's face it. It's a pretty simple concept. But you are a dribbler. The Dynamo really don't have a player like you. That's my opinion. I think it's pretty obvious. And are you still finding a way to fit in since you're just coming back from the injury with your teammates? I mean, there's obviously a lot of room for you to grow relationship-wise on the field with a Jack McGlynn per se.
Yeah, I said it when Jack was at the Gold Cup. I said that I'm very happy to have him back soon because everyone knows his left foot is you don't see it very often, a player like this, and and then it's just still like the chemistry. Of course, it's understandable. I was out 9 months, so also not at 100% fitness, but we're working on it, and I hope it will all pay off very soon.
How much longer do you think it takes for you to be ready for 90 minutes? It seems to be getting closer and closer.
It's getting closer and closer. It's game by game. So I played 70 minutes, then I played around 60 minutes, another 25 minutes last game. So I think we are very close.
So the mental side's coming into it now because everybody in the league has identified you. They know you're explosive. They know you're a vertical threat. They're going to deny you the turn. I thought Philadelphia, because they were so compact and had a good team shape, they made it very tough on you.
Yeah, of course. But that's something I have to learn from, grow as a player and use it to get better. So find different ways to break the line or whatever it is, run deep or maybe come sometimes a little bit lower and try to combine or whatever it is. I think I have a lot of options, and we will see.
So when you're one-on-one with that guy out there, it really is a mental kind of game, right?
Yeah, it is.
It's not just, hey, you're really, really quick and explosive and electric. It's a mental game with that guy.
Yeah, of course. It's always a mental game. Do you have the confidence to go in this one against one right now? Or do you feel fit or whatever it is? But also like mental game to like look him in the eyes and then just destroy him.
You've destroyed a few. You've left a few in your wake. We're looking forward to that. And obviously with a distributor like Jack McGlynn, we got two very young guys, very, very talented guys. Youth is king. I think you and Jack can be hooking up a lot, huh?
Yeah, of course. I said it already. His left foot is very special, and he can hit the ball for like 80, 90 yards or whatever it is across the whole field. And there will be some good moments.
He's